says Bolt 4.
Bolt 4.
Same one I had yesterday, yeah.
Okay, great. And then you should, once you turn on, you should be good. Yeah, we gotta use like up-down converters for those cameras, so I think that line was...
No! No! I need gas!
Welcome, friends of the world and friends here in Hammertown, to that exact location. This is Hammertown, and this is the 13th annual Nitto Tire King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Cameron Steele here, up on the main stage today, along with Miles Hasselquist. Miles, welcome. Ready for a fun day?
Thanks, Cameron. I absolutely love being here. It's been a great week of racing, and today is the main day. We're going to have a lot of fun here.
Absolutely, and Jim Marsden, thank you for being here. Of course, your expertise, your style, and your fun will be very welcome here today, and I'm expecting a huge day of racing, as I know you are as well.
I can't wait. It's so exciting. So many heroes lined up in front of us today. The weather is perfect. We've got blue skies, sun overhead. It's going to be a fantastic day's racing here in Johnson Valley.
We're going to be bringing you live coverage all day long here from Hammertown and the racing all around here. And we're going to have 3 laps of racing. But before we go to that, we're going to have, of course, our invocation, the color guard, and the national anthem. And I want to just say once again, hello, everybody that's here in Hammertown. A round of applause for yourselves being out here. It's just epic and a beautiful day. We love to be here with you and are looking forward to an epic event, possibly crowning a new king. We'll find out a little bit later.
Time will tell, and be sure to tune in, ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the King of the Hammers Facebook, hit that share button, get the Ultra4 Instagram, hashtag it up. Let's blow this race up. We've had a lot of good racing this week already, and the big day is about to kick off, Cameron.
Absolutely, and I think we should kick off with the invocation and bring up the Racers for Christ chaplain, Steve Hansen here. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we're just so blessed to be out here in Johnson Valley and just to be in such a great country where we can come out here and enjoy our passions. And we invite all those that are not of this country that are here to enjoy their passions with us. But Father, as we partake in such an amazing race, we ask that you just keep all these competitors safe. All the volunteers that are out on the course, would you just be, your hand of protection be upon them as well, Father. And just this great staff that has put this event together, may they just have the energy to see it through all the way until cleanup. But Father, we just lift you up in all that we do. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate that. And welcoming the 29 Palms color guard to the stage here at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers. And before we move any further, I would like to show praise to our beautiful country, and we thank Jess Downing for being here for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Jess Downing. Thank you, the 29 Palms color guard, and thank you, everybody, for joining in here in Hammertown and around the world. Gents, I know we're ready. Hammertown, are you guys ready to go racing? They certainly are. I'm ready. Miles is ready. Jim is ready. What's more important is the racers are ready. We are staged and lined up for the 2019 13th annual Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. When we come back, live coverage wall to wall of what's happening here in Hammertown and out throughout the desert and the rock trails. Let's have some fun when we come back.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Welcome back to Hammertown. Cameron, Miles, and Jim here ready for the start of the race. And before we go into this 13th annual running, let's talk a little bit about who has been crowned king. And the real question, Jim, is could there be a new king? Which we know there could be, but what do you think? What are the plausibilities?
Let's look at the runners and riders we've got this year. There is so many fantastic cars, but we have so many fantastic previous kings as well. But we've got some young guns out here, some people who really can bring it to the podium. Let's talk about Levi Shirley, Waylon Campbell. These are young guys who've cut their teeth on these hammer trails in the last few years. They've made the podium before, so is it their time?
And they are driving almost identical single-seat IFS Campbell chassis. But don't forget, on the pole is Nick Nelson right next to our current king, Jason Shear. So it's going to be a lot of action, a lot of fun. This first half hour to hour is going to be amazing to see what they do out in the desert.
But before we talk about those, we ought to look at our starting lineup. On our starting lineup, we've got no less than 3 Dragon 2s. We've got Khaleesi, Nick Nelson, we've got Brian Crofts in that all-new car, and then just behind them, Lauren Healy. There was less than 1.5 seconds separated the top 3. So any of these cars look red hot. And then, of course, we've got the consummate professional himself, Jason Shearer, last year's king. Can anyone really beat this guy?
The question is, I mean, can they all beat the desert? That's kind of where I'm at right now. And something to think about, we haven't talked about, we have had weather, snow and rain. We have moist conditions in the dirt, which means for better traction. Also remember, the T1s, our class raced yesterday and tore up this desert loop, which is going to be a different look for the Ultra 4 cars.
And they haven't had much time to pre-run it since the T1 truck, saying yourself, tore it up out there. The desert's going to be very impressive. It's almost the same exact first loop, adding in Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, it's really interesting you mentioned about the T1s. How much damage will they have done to the course? I was at the Mint 400 last year and I was amazed at the difference with the course after the T1s have gone round and then the Ultra 4's gone in there. Will these guys have gone out there since then and done their homework on the course, or will they just put it down to the pre-running that they've done already this week?
We'll definitely find out. Now we're just about 5 minutes away from start. Let's talk about what they're racing on. Jim, take us through the layout, because it can be confusing for the drivers. They do have GPS, but there is a lot going on here in Hammertown and in the desert here in Johnson Valley. Talk about the course.
Well, the course itself, we're going to be opening with a 90-mile desert loop. This is going to take them out of Hammertown, right the way out through Cougar Buttes, which is the first part of the rock trail. They're going to break into open desert. When we call it open desert, it's not really that open. It's quite technical out there, but as you say, the T1s are going to pushed a line right through the center. Now, are we going to see the top runners try to hold that line? Are they going to push to the side? And that's dangerous. We've got little bushes, we've got little bits of rock out there. We can see tires torn up, we can see some damage from suspension, and most of the ground out there could be frozen as well.
And I'm going to tell you, there's not just little bushes. I stepped out of the line yesterday, my navigator Cody and I, and we almost went for a huge ride. We were able to reel it back in, but at 80 miles an hour, popping out of the rut, hitting one of those bush mounds, whew, it was a ride that I will not soon forget.
Now, last year we saw Paul Herschel absolutely tear the desert lap apart. He came in with a huge lead. And that's going to be interesting to see how these guys play it. Are the front runners going to push each other too hard, or are we going to see them throttle back a little bit and save their cars for the second and third laps?
And that just goes back to yesterday's T1 race. Attrition's definitely going to set in. Cameron, you were talking earlier today that you cannot overdrive your car because there's a handful of people that if they have a perfect day, they could win this thing. And not one person can win it without luck. But you got to save the car. They're going to be pushing really hard in the desert to get to the end, and we'll see what happens after that first lap. And then I'll run down to the pits and kind of get the rundown to see how these cars look.
We are inside of 2 minutes for the start of the Nitto King of the Hammers. I'm going to put you guys in the spot and ask you for your pick here in just a moment, or at least your top three. But I'm very excited about what we're going to be running on. The field at over 100 vehicles, just amazing. What is happening here in Hammertown, I wouldn't want to fathom a guess of how many people are here, but it is absolutely massive. A town has been created here in Johnson Valley.
There's, I think there's over 50,000 people on site. There's no electricity, no water. The Hammer King production crew brings their own electricity, brings their own internet, and puts on this live show. Some of the best off-road coverage in the world, hands down. So thank you to the Hammer King production crew for bringing that to us. We're minutes away. We've got lots of racing action. All these big names are pulling through. Oh, there's going to be action everywhere, guys.
Speaking of big names, let's do it. Let's pick what we think, as we're getting close to a minute to racing.
So Shannon Campbell is the only three-time Nitto King of the Hammers winner. Could it be him? Jason Shearer. All the top kings have already been here. Eric Miller, Lauren Healy. I mean, there's so many fast guys, but Paul Horschel's a new guy. Tom Way's got, or not new guy, new car.
Let's talk about Tom Ways. Tom Ways is the man who's the nearly man, the man who's nearly won this event on more than one occasion. He's got a brand new car. He's taken some older technology from his old car that he knew works, suspension geometry, the old motor, refreshed it, or put it into a new package with a second seat next to him as well. And that could have a big part to play. Calm him down a little when he's actually in those big, when he's out there on the course. So we can't discount Tom. He had a very poor qualifying session, but I'm sure that might have just settled his nerves, settled him down a bit, and he could be very dangerous today.
I think that definitely Tom is one of the sentimental favorites after spending quite a bit of time talking to him. The energy, the style, I mean, he's so fun to be around. It's just a matter of if he can translate it to good racing.
And don't forget, there's over $100,000 on the line for the winner today. Over this week, there's been over $300,000 out. That's stepped a lot of these guys' game.
For sure, 100%. I'm looking forward to a great day of racing, as we've already said. We want to thank everybody that's been a part of the event all week long. Of course, we've had UTVs, we've had the T1s, we've had the Everyman Challenge. We'll talk about all of that, but right now, it's time to start talking about this race, because we're going green in just about a minute.
And on the pole is Nick Nelson, side by side to Jason Shearer. Sounds like 30 seconds out, it'll be a drag race. Nelson does have more horsepower.
It's going to be fantastic to watch any moment now. We're going to see thousands of angry horses charging off the line here in Hammertown. It's a sight that just blows my mind every time I see it.
So Nelson's the yellow car, Shearer's the Fox car. They'll be side by side. 5 seconds away, it sounds like. There's Tom Griffin getting ready to wave the flag. We are off. Drag race through the infield. We'll see who gets out in the desert first. Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer side by side in the infield. Looks like Nelson pulls away just a tick.
And they're going to go into this Talladega-style turn with the high banking. And you can see this is the look inside of Hammertown.
Nelson out front, heading towards that Nitto arch with a little bit of lead. Shearer, I talked to him quite a bit the other night, and he's not scared to let him get out there a little bit and try to taste his dust. There goes Lauren Healy and Brian Cross side by side. Healy gets the early jump.
Woohoo! Look at the roost. It is flying. They run through this very short infield section, and they will head out into the off-road section. Of course, the desert loop, as we're calling it, they'll go by back door. Do they have the option to go to back door this first time if they want to?
You have to run back door 1 out of 3 laps. There's a great shot of JP Gomez next to Casey Curry. It's going to be a lot of fun to see these guys rip through the desert. Just a few seconds away, green flag, JP Gomez, Casey Curry.
Let's not forget JP Gomez is coming off the back of 2 Ultra 4 wins in the last 2 races. Can he make King of the Hammers his hat trick? He is the man on fire at the moment, and they've been pushing these cars for the last 3 years. They've got them really dialed in now, so let's see what the Gomez brothers can do today.
On screen there looks like Lauren Healy in the desert, going through that little desert wash section.
They're just coming out of that first section as they head towards back door.
And another
again,
great lineup right here. That's Cody Addington and Paul Horschel on course. Cody Addington, side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel action, pulls out. We'll see if he can hold that little lead there.
It's really tough to come out of that second start position, or the wide start position. That's where I came from yesterday. And you kind of have to follow the leader. I tried to dive to the inside and make a move. Wasn't able to, but we'll see if someone is able to here on this infield. This is a tight battle going into turn 2.
Now this is a really interesting one. We've got one of the oldest guys in Ultra 4 racing and one of the youngest, Jordan Pellegrino, in the full independent suspension car. And then next to him, 3-time king Shannon Campbell.
Oh, and Campbell with the shot from the outside. I was just saying how hard it is to do that.
Well, he's letting all that horsepower hang out. Jordan Pellegrino on that brand new IFS IRS with portals on it. And that looks like Addington and Horschel running through the desert heading towards that back door area. Are they going to go left, head on up, or take a right? There's Waylon Campbell.
And Jeff McKinley, of course, in another one of these Dragon 2 cars. They have been so this is almost not their debut, this is their second time here at Hammers, but they're getting them dialed in. And we're seeing 5 of them inside the top 10, which is absolutely remarkable. And of course, Waylon Campbell, who's been on this podium more than once. He's overdue a win here at Hammers. Can he do it today?
And going to the line now, Raul Gomez and Greg Adler. I believe Rob McCachran inside.
I believe Rob McCachran is driving the first little blip. He raced you against the T1s yesterday. Had a tough look on him running out front. But Rob McCachran getting out of front of Gomez right there.
It's worth talking about the continued debate, the battle that rages in Ultra 4. Solid axle or IFS. We only had 2 solid axles cars qualify inside the top 20 this year. That's remarkable. We haven't seen that before. So why is that?
IFS definitely seems to be the way of the future. There's still a few people likes the solid axle, but the IFS has just proven to be dominant in the desert for sure, and they're really starting to make it a lot stronger to be able to handle the rock sections. There's McCachran driving for Adler, right in front of Raul Gomez in that desert section. Looks like they've bypassed back door already. Up next is our first straight axle, Rick Waterbury next to Mike Bergman. Waterbury in the dark Nitto buggy. Mike Bergman in the white on the outside of that UFO buggy. Side-by-side drag race. Mike Bergman laying it all on the line.
That's going to be tied into turn 1. We'll see how this plays out, wheel to wheel.
And up next off the line, another 2-time Nitto King of the Hammers, Eric Miller and Marcos Gomez side by side once again. This is the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery. And they are off. Miller on the inside. Gomez on the outside. There's roost everywhere on this infield. What a race it has been so far today, and we're just minutes into it.
Talking to Marcos Gomez this morning, he said he just felt calm and ready, and the vibe over there in the Gomez pit has been really calm, cool, and collected.
I was there also the other day, and you're absolutely right. There's a totally different vibe in the pit this year. They feel ready for this race. They feel that they've got these cars dialed in. They're where they will need to be. Let's see. I think they're just going to back off the pace a bit, and I think that will play into their hands and put them in great positions at the end of the race.
And on screen, we just saw Bailey Campbell take off with Dan Fresh in his bomber. Bailey's in a 2C IFS Campbell chassis with Terry Madden riding shotgun.
Now, the interesting thing about Bailey's car, she's carrying an awful lot of fuel. She's carrying nearly 80 gallons of fuel. So that means that she can have a completely different pit strategy to many others. This car was built for hammers. So we can see her going all the way around into remote pit 2 before she needs to make a fuel stop.
There's Disco Derek West taking off right next to Mike Bad Daddy Boo. And just like you were talking about the Campbells, I was in their pit when they were doing their strategies last night. Bailey Campbell may only have to stop one time for fuel. Most of these guys will have to stop twice.
And I think it's a great point to bring up. It's not just smash it and go. It's not just smashing the rocks. There is strategy. There is race engineering that goes into this. And of course, everybody has their own plan they come with, and we'll watch it unfold as the day comes along.
Taking off another two-time Nitto King of the Hammers winner, Randy Slauson next to Josh Blyler. Josh is in his backup car. He wadded up his race car shock tuning earlier this week, so he brought a spare car and he's back out there on race course. Great to see Josh battling out.
Josh has a fantastic history here at Hammers. He always does it remarkably well. Doesn't qualify in the highest of positions, but he's always there at the end of the race.
And one of the favorites of the crowd coming to the line now. A lot of people would like to see a new king here.
New dad, Levi Shirley, number 81 out of Dodge City, Kansas. Right next to Mike Heston and another Miller Motorsports chassis. Levi Shirley has really made a great action. They almost tapped wheels going off that first little tabletop. What a great race it's been so far this morning. I hope you guys are having as much fun as we are up here.
As we watch Levi Shirley heading out now into the second of the Talladega Bends. And now we've got Andrew McLaughlin leading the line. I was chatting to Andrew yesterday, and he's so confident this year.
Right next to Brian Caprera, the vegetable farmer out of California. Two 2C IFS machines battling out in the infield, seeing who can get out on that desert first. Remember, it's side by side, 2 at a time, 30-second increments. This race is on corrected time, so it will be a race to the finish. Off next is Sean Holland and Clay Gilstrap getting ready to take off. Clay's led this race before. We'll see if he can get out front and run his own race.
Starting to get rutted up there in that first turn. It's going to be tricky with all the different lines starting here over competitors.
After you guys in the T1 trucks came here through yesterday, those ruts, you guys are mainly two-wheel drives, and you guys really tore up that start line. So another one coming up next is Dave Cole's son, Bailey Cole, right next to Eric Miramon. Just taking off. It's great to see both of those guys out there racing.
Yeah, Bailey coming up through the ranks. I've been racing with him for many, many years, and it's so good to see him getting better and better each day. Let's not forget, he stole a podium position in the 4800 class on Wednesday.
Looks like Kyle and Jade Wickham should be next. Jade drove in the EMC, and Kyle's driving today in a brand new GT 2C IFS machine. Great to see them dabbling in the 4400 class. Kenneth Goodall on the outside with pulling just a tick of a lead. We'll see who gets after that desert first. And Cameron, let's recap how we have had a little bit of moisture out here. How much dust is out in the desert loop?
It wasn't bad at all. There are some sections, especially across that first dry lake bed into the course crossing, and it's very dusty at the beginning, but then when you get into the bumps, it's quite a bit less dusty.
Another Nitto athlete and huge name in our sport, Vaughn Gittin Jr. taking off right next to Jason Shipman. Shipman's raced with us for a very long time. Great to see him back here.
And all the moisture we've had, you make a good point, is going to allow for some great close-up racing, but also going to be tough on the equipment. We'll talk about that more as we continue on.
One of our LCQ drivers, Kevin Hart, taking off right next to Alex Wacker in a Tribe 16 built machine.
That Tribe car is absolutely beautiful. It's a couple of years old now, and Alex is just starting to get to grips with it.
And what happened to 773 Kevin Hart on the start line? That's going to jam up the next guys. Hopefully he can get moving. That could really affect the start line for a few of these guys. Having some issues. Up next is the one we've been talking about, Tom Ways next to Chad Owens.
And Tom going around.
Tom Ways gets the early jump, gets out there, while Kevin Hart is struggling. Is it transmission issues? We're not quite sure. Tough break for Kevin Hart. Up next is Dan Wyrick. Next to John Hall, I believe. There is so much action on course. We do apologize. We'll goof up a few things from here and here, but we're doing our best to bring you the best live coverage we can.
Well, I don't even have cell service here, so I'm not sure how we're doing live coverage, but it is absolutely amazing to be able to see. And next up will be Cody Wagner, one of my friends, actually from my hometown in San Clemente. And
okay, next off the line now, we've got Cody Wagner in the fully independent suspension vehicle, and next to him and getting the whole shot is Inaki Lanzagorta out of Spain. Inaki purchased this car from Casey Curry. It's a proven car, and Inaki is one of 5 European crews racing here this year.
And to note, Cody Wagner has a pretty cool co-driver. It's Wayne Israelson, one of the best shock tuners out there. So he's got an addition to put in the seat. He finished second place with Lofton yesterday. So Wayne Israelson is a great co-dog.
He is an amazing co-driver, a great wealth of knowledge, and we spend a lot of time with Wayne, one of the great personalities in off-road racing, desert racing in general.
And just now taking off is Rusty Blyler next to Kay Yoder.
So looks 17 miles into this first lap, we'll get them to pit 1, where they'll be in a speed control area and pass through there.
Looks like our Jeep got the Kevin Hart off track, so we're back in action.
And there is remote pit 1.
Taking off the line right now, Matt Howell, Adam Shearer next to Ryan Stambaugh, Tribe 16 built machine, the Nightmare. Matt Howell's been racing the 4,500 class for a very long time, so it's really cool to see him bump up a class. He rented a car.
There you go.
Up next is Mitchell Thorpe and George Pronisti.
About halfway through the starting field at this point, so quite a few more rows to go.
Another cool group right here. It's Brendan Thompson, 5150, right next to Four Wheel Parts. Big name, Brent Guggenberg, with Rob Bender part riding shotgun with Brent. Four Wheel Parts is one of our main sponsors out here, so great to see them out here racing with us. Looks like Brendan Thompson takes the early lead. Looks like Brent's having a little bit of issues, so we've seen a couple guys take off earlier. Yesterday morning when you took off, your T1 struggled just a tick.
We did. We didn't warm the truck. Well, we warmed the truck up enough. We didn't clean it out enough, and it loaded up. And until we got to the second corner, the truck wouldn't run. That was in qualifying, so that was definitely a tough way to start.
Taking off next is Dustin Eisenhower and Kevin Porterfield. You can see Brent pulled over to the side. They're going to try to check that car out. They still are in the hot pits. This is a no-chase race, so they have to fix their own car out on course, or if they're in the pits, you can have your whole pit crew touch it.
There is the remote pit, of course, and you can pit here in the main pit where we'll see a lot of fueling. We'll cover all those pit stops. Actually, Miles, you'll be heading down there to bring us information from the teams. And right now, more starting.
The pits are a lot of fun. Just taking off right now is Philip McGilton and Sam Collins in that 49 Ford. Cool to see. That's our live drone. These Hammer King production guys have been doing an amazing job out there. Once again, this is the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery. Up next, one of my buddies, Chris May, taking off next to Jason Waits, Black Sheep Racing. That is one of the original UFOs.
And we're just getting reports now that Darren Henke is on fire out there, hitting over 120 mile an hour going through the desert section. That's crazy speeds.
That's close to the T1 speeds out there. That's amazing to be doing that in that rough desert section that Cameron, you tore up yesterday. So up next, Jimmy Howie and Matt Tribino. We have just over 100 cars taking off the line this morning. in 30-second increments. It should take about a half hour to get all these cars on course.
Speaking of time, you have any predictions of how long it's going to take to crown a king here today?
I'm going to say roughly around 3:30 we'll have a king in here, so that's eight-ish hours of racing.
And of course, it is decided on elapsed time, so you can win from mid-pack. And we'll be following all those times during the day, giving you all that information and splits as well.
Taking off course, we just saw Scott Pfister and Chip McLaughlin. Up next off the line is Matt Burkett and Don Fisher. We've got so many heavy hitters taking off today. It's a lot of fun. They did qualify Tuesday.
As we're going side by side, continuing the starts, Miles, how many teams would you say have the equipment, the strategy, the organization, and the driver to combine for a possible shot at being the king today?
That's a great way or a great point to bring up, because obviously a current king has it. They could do it, and there's, I'm going to say, 20 others that could do it. And there's some people who are racing this race just to race the race to get to the finish for bragging rights. But there's so there's a 50-50 shot on, yes, I want to finish, yes, I want to win. We just saw Nate Geese and Jake Yeoman take off. Up next in his brand new car to him is Edwin Abd and Hunter Sparrow.
It's great to see this, but as our leaders stretch out into the desert, it's almost as in the order that they left earlier today. You see that Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer are right at the pointy end, as is Lauren Healy. Although it does look like Shannon Campbell might be making up some ground.
It's going to be really hard to tell because these trackers update about every 2 minutes. These guys are going to be moving foot fast, pushing hard. It's going to be great to see. Looks like up next, two more LCQ guys. Brian McVeigh and Eric Wicks taking off on course. There is so much action in this infield. We are having a lot of fun. Cameron, what are you feeling right now?
The energy is just incredible. I mean, not just on the track, but here all through Hammertown. If you walked around this morning, it's just incredible to see the vibe, the people, how many people have come out, and just watching along the side of the race course, how many people are lining those fences and snow fencing is just spectacular. It brings a huge energy.
And if you come out here in a month, there'll be nobody out here. It's crazy to see. Off the line right now, I believe, is Eric Wicks and Jeremy Brown. Jeremy Brown and James Sweeney, sorry about that. Looks like that could be Brent Guggenberg back on course. Not sure what kind of hiccup they had. I'll try to chat with them here in a little bit. Up next should be Travis Cook and LCQ Tim Priest. I know both of these guys pretty well. Great to see them racing. They're going for a finish.
You're talking about the LCQ. Let's talk a little bit about how they qualified to make the field.
So the LCQ is part of qualifying, and I think there's about a dozen, because you have to qualify for this race all through the season at different races. If you're a current king, you're automatically in, and if you win a podium spot, you get in. So there's a lot of people that you have to qualify to get in this race, but you can show up, run the LCQ, and possibly get in with your qualifying time. Up next was Mark Danzo and Michael Fegan, Scooby-Doo.
Coming next to the line is the second of our international entries. It's Chris Hummer and Neil Cooper. Neil Cooper will be driving. And this vehicle, it's coming all the way from Australia to be here with us today. It's their first time racing at Hammers. They came out here last year to have a look, and they got hooked by the bug, so they're back here now. These guys are super experienced racers. They've won the major events in Australia and in the Malaysian Rainforest Challenge, so let's see what they can do here in Hammertown today.
We just saw John Matthews and Mark Nicholson take off. I got ahead of myself on that one. I do apologize. Thanks for keeping me honest, Jim. That was Chris Hummer, John Matthews. Now it's Mark Nicholson and Aaron Patrick.
Flying the flag high and proud as they make their way into the desert. Looking out on the live tracker now, which we'll be coming to very soon. I can still tell you, it looks like Nick Nelson has the lead in Khaleesi.
And that's an interesting story because Nick Nelson has roughly 800 horsepower in that big bad machine, and Jason Shearer that's chasing his dust is roughly 500. It's pretty cool to see.
So still we've got cars leaving here now. Let's not forget this first lap is 90 plus miles. So it's going to be an incredible battle just to get back to Hammertown. And then it's going to be all about fuel strategy. They can pass through remote pit 1 twice in this first lap.
Speaking of pit 1, it looks like we have action inside a remote pit 1.
Ready to take off is Derek Luca and Mel Wade. He's running a Jeep. He just takes off. KMC Nitto tires sponsor the Jeep.
We have over 100 vehicles crossing the line and leaving the line today here in Hammertown. It's a fantastic field of vehicles, and we've got more people coming up from Europe. But first of all, we've got Joey Webber and Joe Hutchins taking the line. Now in the desert, it's going to be very cold. I mean, you were in the desert racing the T1 yesterday. How do you keep your hands cold, hands warm? How do you keep yourself warm?
That was actually, obviously I wore my fireproof undersuit as well as my race suit. And I wore some extra layers because it was freezing out there. We started the race, it was quite cold. A little bit warmer today. It's actually a balmy morning, so to speak.
Yes, nice, perfect racing conditions here. It's exactly what we expect to Hammers as Hell's Bells charges from the line.
Right next to Evan Berman.
And next on the line is going to be a Brit, Dan Roderick, making his way all the way from the UK, and lining next to him is going to be Nicolas Montador, straight out of France. Great to see these guys over here. These guys do battle against each other in Ultra 4 Europe, so it's amazing to see them lined up next to each other here in Hammers.
It is great to see so many of your guys you race with over here racing today.
Oh, it is. These guys are great friends of mine. And it's so good to see they're not here to win this event. They're here to have a great time. You can see the Union flag flying off the back of Danny's car there as Nicholas takes the whole shot.
And another big name that's raced with us last year is Aaron Kaufman and Neville Ciantar.
Neville Canter, Neville. Another European entry. Neville comes from Malta, a tiny little island in the middle of the Mediterranean. And he's got a huge fan base back home who will all be watching. Don't forget, it's very late in the evening back in Europe. And they'll be loving this.
Looks like Tom Ways in the picture-in-picture there, inside the hot pit at pit 1.
That's tough. You know he doesn't want to be sitting there right now.
No, for sure.
Well, let's not forget, Tom has a new car. He hasn't got many miles on it. It's a very brave man who brings a brand new car to Hammers.
Getting ready to take off the line right now is Randy Watson next to Barry Smithhurst. Getting the green flag from Tom Beebe with Griffin.
Barry Smithhurst is also out of Australia. He came over here, picked up a rental car for this race, and again, he's taking part of his dream of being part of the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery.
Tom Ways heading back out, so I'm not sure what happened, but it was a quick and easy check. Up next is Michael Hinn, taking off right next to Tyson Shimanok.
Michael Henn is our first entry in Hammers from Israel, which is very exciting. Just think about that logistics of getting everything here from Israel. So these guys are also here to have a great time, and it's so good to see him. He'll be so happy to get off the line first then. Stan Haynes heading off the line now. Let's not forget we saw Stan Haynes go turtle earlier this week on the infield. So can he get round corner 2? He didn't the other day, so let's see what he can do this time. There's
Stan Haynes on screen as we speak. We're We're getting a little bit out of order here, so I do apologize if we get a couple of these names wrong. Looks like that's Chris Hicks and Daryl Gray getting ready to take off. That number 85 is one of Lauren Healy's old cars. I believe that car won in 2014.
And we're getting some looks inside. You can see this picture. This is from back door, and you can see it looks like we have a lineup in there already. Now, right when you leave Hammertown, just outside about maybe a mile and 3/4, just around the first corner and up the first wash, is back door. Let's talk a little bit about what back door is.
So there are 3 laps in today's race, and you only have to run back door 1 time, and it looks like that's Travis Cook that's hung up a little bit. So we're doing some winching in back door as we speak. Look like that's the 313 of Chris Pavia, right next to Chad Hunt taking off. We almost have the entire field out on course. 2 side-by-side in 30-second increments. It is on corrected time. The 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery, is almost all the competitors are on course.
And our final starter for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, will be taking the green, and the field is all on our desert course.
And I don't have the information right in front of me, but I believe that's Tim Hooper.
Side-by-side racing into that first desert turn, and it's right into this wash you'll see here if we stay with them. And they will get into the section right where that backdoor option is. And there's a look at backdoor. And this is one of the most notable obstacles at King of the Hammers for those of us that don't spend a ton of time out here. It's one that's easy to get to. It's easy to see. And there's the crowd lining the field outside the fence as they head up towards backdoor. Everybody's off to start. You guys exciting to get started? Jim and Miles, we're going to have a whole bunch more when we come back to the Nitto King of the Hammers. Right now, we're going to step away for just a moment, but bam, we're racing here in Hammertown.
Go inside. Cozy up to the fire. Stay warm. Some call that a nice winter day. We'll have to agree to disagree.
Your bearings shoulder the burden whenever you tow, haul, or stop the gas. AMSOIL delivers powerful protection for bearings and other critical components so you can drive with confidence. To demonstrate, an independent lab put AMSOIL synthetic motor oil head-to-head against a leading competitor in a 100,000-mile test. AMSOIL provided far superior wear protection and kept engine bearings looking like new. Get your truck the protection it deserves at amsoil.com/auto.
Steel-It polyurethane coating is proven protection. The stainless steel formulation shields against corrosion and protects against the toughest terrain. It's weldable, so there's no need to remove the coating. Just weld right on it. Go to steel-it.com for more.
Go further. Go safer. Gasoline transfer tanks for Jeeps, SUVs, pre-runners, and chase trucks. Tanks made in the USA, backed by a lifetime warranty. Includes an easy-to-use shaker siphon that transfers over 2 gallons per minute. Proven tough in the deserts of Baja, the trails of Moab, all the way to the race course. Venture further. Visit TitanFuelTanks.com today.
Good morning and welcome back to Johnson Valley, California, and the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. We're now getting images coming back from remote pit 1, and that is Brendan Thompson. So a tough break for these guys already. They do not want to be in this pit at this early stage of the race.
For sure, you never want to be in the pits at any time other than it's for fueling. As we take a look at backdoor, talk about the technique at backdoor. It's not just a wall either. There's a bit of a dropout hole there as well.
Exactly. Backdoor is one of the harder trails on the Hammers. All of the crews have got to go up backdoor once inside of their 3 laps. So it's strategy. When do you take place in that? And it's not just one waterfall, it's 2 waterfall ledges, as we see 479 trying to make its way up through the first part. Only a few months ago, the winter weather had almost completely filled in that ledge, but it's been dug back out again, and it's probably the worst it's been for quite a few years. So we're going to be seeing people probably using their winches to get up.
Yeah, strategy is going to play a huge factor in today's game. I was wandering through the pits last night, just telling everybody good luck, be safe, be fast. And there's people doing a lot of different things. They obviously do not want to stop this early in the race. We saw Tom Ways, we saw Brandon Thompson, and we'll see it. And then right now we're in backdoor, and I think a lot of the fast guys are going to choose to run it on their 3rd lap compared to now. But a few of these guys are probably just trying to finish, so they just want to get through it, the hard part first.
I think definitely with the strategy for the front runners, the top qualifiers, they don't want to put the brakes on, so to speak, and let people go by. What they're trying to use is their advantage in their qualifying by being up towards the front. So they're going to race for it, stay out of the dust as much as possible. Some of the other drivers, maybe without as good a qualifying position, have decided to go into backdoor to use that as their strategy and not have to do it later on.
We also have to, the weather plays a huge part in this as well. Today is a very clear morning, but there's very little wind. That means you do not want to be stuck out on a desert loop with heavy dust holding inside that ground. So you're absolutely right. The top runners, they're going to take advantage of their high placings. They're going to get out in that desert and they're going to try and push on as best they can. And we're just getting views back now coming from our live tracker, and we can see.
So it looks like it's still Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer out front. They got a couple-mile lead. Right behind him is J.P. Gomez, Brian Koff, Lauren Healy, Paul Horschel, Waylon Campbell, Shannon Campbell, Jordan Pellegrino, Jeff McKinley, Mike Bergman, Raul Gomez, Jason Blanton, Rick Waterbury, Eric Miller. There's still a lot of fast guys up front, but out front with a couple-mile lead is still Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer side by side. Remember, the tracker updates only every couple minutes, so who's actually in front?
Yeah, we can only surmise at this point. We're going to have to wait until we get our helicopters above them so that we can see the physical distances and see who actually has the lead. But the tracker is showing us that all cars are on course, all cars are running strong, and that we've got a race in our hands here in Hammertown.
What a great day of racing we have. We are hot and heavy for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. We have to give a huge shout out to some of the people that make this possible. 4-Wheel Parts, Amada, Amsoil After Dark, Boxo Tools, Can-Am's been here. They helped build this racetrack. Optima battery, Griffin radiator, Jeep is the official vehicle of Ultra 4. Laser Nut is the Western Series, and they make all the trophies all year long. Obviously, Monster Energy, Cameron, you're an athlete for those guys. Nitto, PCI Radios has given us information all day long. The Pro Eagle jacks are going to be used hot and heavy in the pits today. RCV axles, Spider Trax axles, Savios Road, Yukon Gear and Axle, Tribe 16, and Brannick Motorsports, just to name a few of those guys. Without those people, we would not be racing here today.
Well, and the cool part is that not only are they sponsoring the race and athletes, but they've made quite an appearance, all of them here in Hammertown, and that's part of the flavor and what people love about coming here. Not just what's happening on the trails, being able to get out there on your own as well, but to watch the racing, but to see all these vendors and be able to interact and have a good time with them, because everybody brings a good time to Hammertown.
Yeah, there's so many people that bring so many parts out here to help all the racers, so please support who supports us.
100%.
There's parts here. The Amada has an amazing machine that can cut out anything out of steel. You know, it's just really impressive to see all these guys. Rough Stuff's here, welding stuff up for everybody.
For sure, and here we go, back to footage at back door. This is live, of course, and you can see the winch lines out.
Yeah, it's already looking like there's a whole load of pain going on there in back door. We saw Quentin Hilburn stuck on the cliff ledge there, and just behind him is Daniel Roderick. The Europeans have a much better winch sense than the Americans, and they'll be frustrated that they can't get by right at this moment.
And you saw Travis Cook in the action right back there. There's the number 479 trying to get up. So these guys can only help each other.
And you see multiple winch lines there. There's a gentleman's ruling about crossing winch lines and also a safety factor there as well. Talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, what we got here is that people are running their lines up in front and around cars in the moments of frustration. I think we can see there Daniel's co-driver, Dan Thomas. Right, what we're actually seeing here, I'm just being told, is that the 479's winch has failed, and that the European guys behind, so Daniel Roderick and Dan Thomas, have used their winch. They've run it past onto a snatch block, and then have winched 479 up out of the way. So fantastic teamwork there.
And obviously, if they don't help that guy get up, they're still in his way. So it's in your best interest to help the guy in front of you to get him out of the way.
Yeah, Europeans have a very strong, we do a lot of winch competitions in Europe, so our winches are more set up for this kind of thing. So it's great to see that Dan, the two Dans there, Dan Roderick and Dan Thomas, helping out that 479 car.
And so there's a lot of focus, of course, on King of the Hammers. You're talking about Europe, you're talking about multiple events. Tell us a little bit about what happens over the entire year so people get a picture. This is not just one event.
No, this King of the Hammers is one race in two series that we have here in the US. We have a West Coast Ultra 4 series and an East Coast Ultra 4 series, both of which are battled out by multiple racers. But the big dance is King of the Hammers, as the highest point score required during that year of series, or during that year of racing. So yes, most of the other races are short course style races, and they're usually raced over one day. Although in Europe, Ultra 4 racing is usually raced over 2 or 3 days. So very different indeed. And so it's great to see guys over here from Europe showing us what they can do.
Absolutely. And still working on backdoor. This is a problem for everybody that's committed behind them.
And that's, they're log jammed in, so you're in line. You can't really back up and turn around. There's not that much room down there. So a few of these guys that got in here that early and are stuck are very, very frustrated.
So it's 479, Quentin Hilburn there. They'll be keen to get out of the way. Even this next rock ledge is a monster. It doesn't look much on camera, but it catches out the unwary. So I hope for the two Dans that are behind him that he can get out of the way quickly. And we can see that lovely yellow car up on top of back door very soon.
A chess game, if you would, at this moment. Not so much a all-out desert race or smashing through the rock, so to speak.
And how much does this change your strategy if you're in there? Now we have a live heli of our physical leader, I believe, Nick Nelson.
Khaleesi, look at this. Hopefully we'll get the images back in a moment. Khaleesi, one of the Dragon 2s, as we cut back there to Daniel Roderick at back door.
And remember, the Hammer King production crew is doing their best to bring you all this live action. We're out in the middle of nowhere getting internet out of a helicopter. How cool is that, Cameron?
I was going to say, it is coming from the helicopter, so, I mean, bear with us a little bit, but It is spectacular. We're going to bring in the map right now and talk a little bit about what we're racing on today. The 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. You guys want to explain a little bit and talk about what they're seeing?
So you can see out front is Nick Nelson. It looks like Jason Shear has fell back off pace just a tick, or is his tracker not updating quite up to date?
Let's talk about the map though, Mars, so people can understand what they're looking at. The green loop that we see out there at the moment, that is lap 1, and that's why we can see all the cars going around there. All the cars that are showing green are currently running on lap 1. Any cars that you see there with a pink outline with them, that means they've been stationary for at least two tracker pings. That means if the tracker is pinged twice and they're stationary, they'll get a pink ring around them. That means that they are stationary.
And you can see the distance of the desert loop there on the left side of your screen. You're seeing Nick Nelson highlighted here at 39 miles an hour. Currently your leader.
And it looks like somebody's right on him. Oh, see, there it is. Jason Shear and Nick Nelson are neck and neck in this desert section.
Yeah, we've seen Greg Adler, which is the 210 car. He's been stationary for some time now, so a tough break for Greg Adler.
And that's actually Rob McCachran driving the first lap. Looks like JP Gomez and Brian Croft are 3rd and 4th physically. Right behind him, 2-time King of the Hammers winner Lauren Healy at 60 miles an hour.
And so that's an idea of what you can see on the tracking if you go to the website and log in and watch the live tracking. And here we are, frustrations at back door.
And that's Travis Cook patiently awaiting, trying to get winched up back door. He's running a 2-seat straight axle Jimmy's car.
It's worth noting that some of these crews will have practiced this. Some of these crews will have been up there. They would have been winching this line already, seeing how difficult it is. I was chatting to the Gomez brothers earlier this week, and Raul was saying to me that the line has changed completely. Classically, when you arrive at back door, you always go to the left side, you punch it up, you force over to the left, and you let those big grippy tires drag you to the top. He said that's not happening this year. He said, in fact, when you approach back door now, as you go up on the left-hand line, you actually need to turn right. Use the side of the car to pivot, and then use those big sticky tires to draw you up onto the right-hand side. So a totally different strategy this year to previous years.
And back with the live heli, it's kind of coming in. We have Nick Nelson, I believe, out front still. He was on the pole, and he's still pushing hard, and he's got about 800 horsepower in that big block machine, really pushing hard. How close is Jason Shear? On the tracker, it looks like it's real close.
Let's not forget, Nick Nelson, he's got 800 horsepower and he's detuned this engine.
And just back to the good old saying of to finish first you must finish. He's got to push hard, but how hard does he push? He needs to save it for the rocks. But this car does shine in the desert.
Does indeed. It's one of a whole new breed of Dragon 2 cars coming out the Jimmy stable. Got Nick Nelson, Lauren Healy, Brian Cross and Jeff McKinley all inside the top 6 with these new machines.
I'm still just absolutely blown away that we can have a live camera from a helicopter. So cool to see out here in Johnson Valley for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery.
Yeah, it's very true, Mars. We've got over 20 cameras out on course, 2 cable cameras. These are swung high above the valley floor. We've also got multiple helicopters and multiple drones and production crew all over the course today, bringing you the best shots from this year's King of the Hammers.
And not only do we have the live show going on, but we're creating a television show at the same time. Multiple trucks back here. When you look at it, TV trucks, it looks like a compound for a major event, which it definitely is.
Our first live show was back in 2012. I was involved with that, and I've been involved ever since. We started with about 12 guys, 6 cameras, and now there are well over 40 camera guys. We got 30 cameras on course. We've got cable cams. We have live drones, live helicopters. The Hammer King production crew has really, really stepped up their game this year.
Well, every year, right? I mean, they wouldn't be happy if they weren't creating something new. As we're taking a look, this is live at the hot pit, pit 1, on the first time through at mile 17. Now they'll come back through this pit at mile 70 more or less as well. And
looks like
that is the big outside loop. Who is this, Miles?
That's Stan Haynes, Mr. Brannick Motorsports himself. Again, they are not wanting to stop on this first lap, so he's already having issues. He's been racing with us forever, so I'm glad to see him still pushing. He's put this season on the line for his friend, for Jody Ford, so cool to see him stepping up his game and doing that. He is our sponsor for the 4800 Legends class.
hard to diagnose from here on the monitor, but
I was looking at the same thing you were, Cam. He looks like he might have a steering problem there. They're wiggling the wheels, they're doing bits and pieces. You can see in the background his crew are topping up fuel tanks. Might as well make the most of this unscheduled pit stop. Fill those tanks up, get it back on track again, and then rejig your fuel strategy accordingly.
There went a couple guys that looked like the one out back was Chad Hunt that cruised through.
And just so you know, we talked about it, there is a controlled speed inside those pit areas at 15 miles an hour. You can see the tarp.
25.
I'm sorry, 25. And well, then I was going 15 yesterday, I'm just saying. So maybe we gave up a little bit of time there in the pits.
No, 25 mile an hour controlled zone, and also there's other little rules in there as well about gentlemanly conduct. No roosting your fellow competitors, you know, no being just that guy. So everybody out there is here to race and have fun. So it's nice that everybody has that gentlemanly atmosphere when they're in the pit.
That was Tim Hooper just cruising through remote pit 1 with a no stop. Is this Edwin Abd, I believe, that's pulled over?
And you know, you can test and test and test your race vehicle, but until you're in the race, you're not really punishing it the same way, not hitting the conditions the same way. So sometimes things just kind of pop up there early in the race, and a quick stop to check it out, have your crew look at it. Also, maybe sometimes just a quick look to make sure before you go out into that desert loop, away from that pit, because as I said, you go from mile 17 to mile 70 with nobody able to help you out there.
And only fellow competitors can help you. This is a no chase race. It's on corrected time, so even if you're racing the guys side by side, it'll be a race to the finish for sure.
That's worth looking on the tracker. We were talking about strategy earlier, about are these guys going to end up racing each other rather than racing to their schedule. Looking here, I can see that Lauren Healy's a little bit back behind the leaders. Now this is really interesting for me because we'd normally expect to see Lauren right at the front. He's super, super fast in the desert. So does this mean he's holding back? Does this mean he's protecting his Red Dragon too?
And just like you were explaining to me this morning, Cameron, you had to play your own game because you can drive as fast as you want and be up front, but you have to save the car for the end of the race.
100%. I was convinced that there weren't going to be a lot of T1s finishing, and I was right. Unfortunately, I was one of those, or we were one of those that did not finish, and we were tempering our speed. At one point, we actually let a competitor go by because we didn't want to go to war that early in the race. So it's a strategy. Now I want to ask you, talking about strategy, you talk about all the other races are quite a bit shorter. Could some of these cars be stopping at pit 1 just to get some added fuel to make that long loop? Maybe they don't carry enough fuel to do that.
That is absolutely very, very true. That could be happening. I don't think it's going to happen to our front runners because this is such a big race on their calendar that they're building their cars for this race. We spoke about it a little bit earlier. Bailey Campbell, she's in a brand new Campbell IFS car, and Shannon has built these crazy oversized fuel tanks that go around the back of the car and then under the occupants of the vehicle, giving her nearly 80 gallons of fuel for exactly that reason. So she can push on round lap 1, get well into lap 2 before she needs to think about fuel strategy. And that could really play into her hands. She could pick up 2 or 3 minutes there at least. We're not doing Formula 1 pit stops here. They're very fast, but there are minutes to be gained.
And that is Michael Hinn in the pits, the number 447. I was mistaken just a minute ago. Everything we do say is unofficial. We do the best we can on this live show, but we're having a lot of fun out here on stage.
Now, Michael Hinn is out of Israel. We spoke about it earlier, and that will be a scheduled stop. The fuel tank on that car isn't very big, and so he's actually making sure that he's got enough fuel to be able to get back around that huge 90-mile first loop.
And it looks like we have this shot from back door. For a second there, it looked like we had maybe recovery crew helping in the rear as well. We'll see if that's the fact. As we're back in pit 1 again, quite a bit of action stopping there in pit 1. And as we talked about here, the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima on the desert loop now, just about 90 miles around. And then the vehicles will be taking to the Hammer Trails, as they're known, and there will be some options there as well we're going to be talking about a little bit later. But right now, one option we have been seeing taken is backdoor by a couple of race teams. And here it looks like we're inspecting something on the front of this vehicle, maybe something in the steering or the drive train.
There's a lot of action in the pits. There's a lot of action out on course. I do believe it's still Nick Nelson out front, but Lauren Healy may be getting into the mix a little bit. Like I said, the trackers do ping every 2 minutes, but it's Nick Nelson, Jason Shearer, and Lauren Healy now, the top 3 runners up front, really pushing hard, chasing each other's dust, pushing Nelson, trying to make him make a mistake possibly, but those guys are going to be pushing hard up towards the front of the pack. All 3 of them are 2C IFS cars up front. We'll see how that plays out.
That's interesting. They're going to be coming around to those first rocks for the first time now. They're going to be coming to Cougars Buttes. Now, Cougars Buttes is a reasonably simple trail. There are defined tracks through there. But if they're trying to overtake, it's very easy to clip a tyre, make a mistake. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these guys want to go wheel to wheel with the other competitors.
And speaking of Cougar Buttes, right there, I believe that's Nick Nelson. He'll be our first guy on course. He was the first guy to take off the line in the pole position, and he's kept that so far today.
And this is where the desert loop is a different desert loop for the Ultra 4 cars. Yesterday's T1s came through here. We raced across the front and didn't go into the rocks. Where the course changes for here, Nick Nelson will be making a right as he gets up in here and starts the crawl through Cougar Buttes.
And these guys have been just hauling the mail through the desert section, and now they got to stop and be going slow. They got to pick a line. Like you said, you want to be slow but steady and save tires. It looks like, is that Jason Shearer chasing down Nick Nelson?
It does look like it. So we've got a physical gap that we can now see. So we're probably seeing a gap of something around about 8-9 seconds here. That is nothing in Ultra 4 racing. So Jason doing a great job, and he's probably holding back. He doesn't want to be right up behind, and look at that. That's Lauren Healy. We can see those big red eyes there. But none of these guys will want to be bunching up really tight at this stage. They don't want that dust coming through the car, possibly damaging radiators or doing any kind of damage. So they're going to be holding back a little bit, just keeping their position and waiting for that guy in front to make a mistake.
And remember, Lauren Healy left 30 seconds after Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer, so on corrected time, it is one of those 3 guys out up front. It's going to be a really close race for the rest of the day. And if any of these guys has a perfect day, they are almost impossible to beat. So luck has to be on their side, along with their great skill set.
Indeed. And it's going to be wonderful to see here, because we're going to get to start to see some of the talent that these guys have in the rock trails. This is where we're going to see these cars starting to mooch on through and see what they can deliver. And that is Jason Shearer. I'm not sure. We can only surmise at the moment onto position, but that is certainly Jason Shearer.
So I did not think I saw Nick Nelson come through there yet, so maybe Jason Shearer got him in the rock section. There are definitely different lines you can take, but there's one great spot. So if these guys really want to leave it on the line, you can try and see what happens to make a pass. But Jason Shearer, our current King of the Hammers winner, looks like he's possibly out front.
He has. He's made a pass on Nick Nelson, because that is Khaleesi, and just behind Khaleesi is the Red Dragon 2.
So let's speculate on corrected time. It looks like Lauren Healy has both of them, because he is on their tail. So a 30-second increment start, and Lauren Healy's physically in third, but on corrected time has to be out front on the lead. So is his crew and his PCI radio chatting with him and telling them, hey, keep pushing these guys. They're going to make a mistake. Get around them in the desert. There's different rock lines you can take, but Jason Shearer, Nick Nelson, Lauren Healy, all on screen. This is absolutely insane. All of these are very similar machines. 2C IFS. These all guys can drive.
This is why we come to Johnson Valley. This is why we come to King of the Hammers, for this kind of action. This is fantastic. Jason Shearer, 2-time king. Nick Nelson, the nearly man on so many occasions. And of course, 2-time king Lauren Healy.
And you can see how these IFS machines, you kind of have to do a little wheel stand on some of these rock sections.
Couple different lines being used there by the first 2 vehicles. You saw Shearer go a little bit more left, Nelson a little bit more right. It's all up to interpretation as long as you're within the distance of the course. You can see it delineated here by the red tape.
All of these guys, though, won't want to make mistakes. It's very simple. Oh, okay, now this is important. This is a checkpoint. You see the marshal here, he has to apply a sticker to prove that they've been to the checkpoint. There is a no overtaking in this zone, so they're safe here, but it's how they exit the checkpoint that's important. They'll be trying to protect their lines.
So this is the race we have on our hands. Jason Shearer, Nick Nelson, Lauren Healy, and Nick Nelson gets around. So Nick Nelson retakes the lead over Jason Shearer. How far back's Lauren Healy? How hard is he going to be pushing? Remember, there's clean air out there, and the dust is going to start playing its factor as the day goes on.
Exactly. Jason Shearer was caught napping there, and that was a brave move there from Nick Nelson. were saying earlier, so easy just to nip a rock and blow a tire. So great work there from Nick Nelson.
And look at the dust these guys are chasing through. Cameron, you're used to that. How tough is it pushing that hard, just trusting your GPS and your co-driver?
Well, it is definitely tough. You have your pre-run that you went and saw, so you're able to know more or less where the course goes. But anytime you're in that white-out dust condition directly behind, it's a tough position to be in. But what great racing. I mean,
exactly, but there's going to be crews who are going to be watching this, because obviously we're not the only people watching this. There's going to be other race crews who are seeing this, and some of them will be going, this is fantastic news, because we've got Jason Shearer, Nick Nelson and Lauren Healy, and they're going to be battling each other, and that battle becomes all-consuming when you're on the track. Strategy completely goes out of the window while they're doing this, and so other crews will be hoping that they'll be pushing each other so hard that they'll make mistakes and break, as we watch Paul Herschel coming through Cougar Buttes.
And that's his brand new 2-seat IFS. Last year he was out front in his single seat, and this car is very similar. They used a lot of the same technology, but that is one of the most beautiful built cars on the lake bed today, and it's, you know, it's absolutely brand new. He's got very little run time, but it's physically in 4th position.
It might be beautifully beautiful. I'll stop picking my words out at the moment. Beautifully built, but it's far from beautiful. It's a very strange looking vehicle with that huge lumberjack back hanging off it, and it's got a massive fuel cell. I was talking to Paul, and he believes that he can get right the way around to remote pit 2 without having to fill.
And the rear, that actually looks like an off-road desert car, something more akin to the unlimited buggies, or a truggy, as we should say, we're used to seeing in off-road desert racing.
And this first long 90-mile loop is mainly desert, so we'll see what kind of time he can make up. He started on the 4th row, so 2 minutes behind our leaders. So on corrected time, he's doing pretty well.
And sadly, we still see 009 sitting at back door. But I do hope that's not the end of their day.
Back door has cleared out. There's Brian Cross in his brand new 2-seat Jimmy's chassis. So that would physically put him in 5th position. He started in the 2nd row, so he's dropped 1 back.
Now, Brian was the surprise for all of us in this year's qualifying. He's come from absolutely nowhere. He used to run a solid axle car, and he used to do okay. But this year, he's really stepped up his game with this new car.
He raced in the 4500 class, so we didn't know, you know, obviously he can drive pretty good. He did well in that class, but stepping into the 4400 is a whole different ball game. So Brian Croft, great to see him running out front. Last night, I was saying hi to Paul Horschel, and that's right when Brian Croft walked into his tent and needed a rear diff, so he was really hesitant if he was even going to be able to get to the race this morning. Glad to see Brian Croft out there and running strong. This is Cougar Boots. And you can hear all that high horsepower coming through that. That's how crazy cool is it for these Hammer King production guys. Have these cameras that can pick up all that horsepower out there. It's pretty cool to see. He's hitting, he gets his sticker, heads back out, trying to chase some dust.
We're back to remote pit 1 here.
That's Darren Hinkey out of Colorado, stopping at the remote pit 1. That was unexpected, I'm sure. Not sure what's going on with him.
Yeah, we were hearing earlier that Darren Hinkey was hitting speeds of over 120 miles an hour, so perhaps he had some fault after that moment. Let's hope he can get it sorted out and get back on track. And that's Nicolas Montador we can see there. That's a tough break for the young Frenchman. He's had a terrible week here at Hammers. They blew an engine earlier on this week. They managed to source one, get it fitted, get into qualifying. But judging by the reactions of his crew there, it looks like it's going to be an early shower for the guy from France. So a tough break there for Nicolas Montador.
There's Waylon Campbell and Raul Gomez. Waylon is one of our young guns in the sport. He was on the podium last year. He was 3rd place. Raul's been running really strong in that Joe Thompson UFO built machine. Both of them are single seat IFS machines, high horsepower. And I was chatting with the Campbells, and that car may be close to the Red Dragon that Cody Addington is racing. We always say that the Red Dragon is the winningest in off-road, but don't forget, Shannon Campbell drove that car for quite a few years, won a lot of races before he handed it down to Waylon, who's won some races. So that could be one of the battling the Red Dragon for one of the winningest cars in Ultra 4.
Now camera, we're watching these guys come through now. They're going to be getting back to remote pit 1 very soon. Their crews are going to tell them that they're running around about 4 to 5 minutes behind the race leaders. What would be the strategy here? Will their crews be telling them, hold your position, keep your pace, don't do anything stupid, or will they be saying to them, come on, you need to pick up that pace now on the turn back into coming towards Hammertown, and get back on it a little bit harder and catch those leaders, don't let them get away.
My crew likes to give me both sets of information. Don't be stupid and go faster usually. So that's what was happening yesterday, is try to manage your equipment. And so it all depends on what your status is and what you're trying to accomplish in the race.
Right there.
Raul going for the pass, contact.
Raul Gomez taking the lead there for Wayland. Then we saw something similar there. We saw that Nick Nelson was caught napping, and it looks like Wayland was as well.
So I think what was going on there was navigation. I think Wayland's they're both in single seats, but I think Wayland was trying to figure out which way to go. Looked down, kind of lost where he was on track, and Raul really took advantage and took out. Now Wayland's going to be eating Raul's dust. And I thought they're just in the background. We saw a car. Was that Brian Croft just outside the checkpoint?
I think Brian Crofts had already gone through. But interesting, where is Levi Shirley? We've yet to see him on camera. Been looking on the tracker, he's still there or thereabouts. So it'd be nice to see if we can see what kind of position physically they are apart from Wayland. And this is Jeff McKinley here coming through in another Dragon 2. These cars turning out to be a real success story.
Another brand new Jimmy's car, Jeff McKinley, number 34. He's been racing for quite a while, but stepped his game up this season.
And back to your question, Jim, asking about what are the crews telling them based on timing and strategy. I think at this point it's too early to go off strategy. You know, in the first half of the race yesterday, we went down about 5 minutes, but it was part of our strategy not to overuse the vehicle. We ended up overusing it, unfortunately. But I think if you have a plan, you should stick to it until you start to develop it.
This is what we were saying about earlier. The crews have been watching Lauren Healy, Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer, and they are entwined in this race up front. And their strategies are probably going to be blown apart because they're racing together. They start to push each other, they start to get harder and harder, and instead of racing at 80%, which is where they want to be, they find themselves racing at 100%. So I think the guys behind will be very happy just to let them go.
And I would agree with that, and congratulations once again yesterday to Luke McMillan winning that T1 race. Quite an amazing event, and the course, I'm looking at the Ultra 4s today using some of that same course, and the way these vehicles have developed over the years. I mean, just 5 years ago, you would have said seeing them go through the ruts and the bumps that were developed yesterday would have been horrible. Today, it just doesn't look like a big deal at all to them.
No, they are remarkable, but it's not. Years ago, we used to think that a 2-inch or even a 2.5-inch bypass shock absorber was a big shock absorber. Most of these cars now are running 3.5 or 4-inch shock absorbers with multiple bypass tubes. As we watch,
that's Jordan Pellegrino and that brand new Genrite machine. They've really stepped their game out with Rockstar and Mickey Thompson this year. That's a IFS IRS on portal, so the ground clearance is amazing. He's chasing down 2-time King Randy Slauson right there. It's really cool to see this race. There is so much action all over course. Just a few years ago, when they took off out of the race course, we didn't see any action for up to 30 or 45 minutes. Now we have very little time where we don't see anybody on course.
Well, that's very interesting. Jordan Pellegrino started on the line in 9th position. Randy Slauson was in 25th. So Randy is absolutely flying out there.
Randy's one of our fastest straight axle guys. He's won King of the Hammers 2 times in that bomber chassis. This is used to be his backyard, so he's very familiar with this stuff. Randy Slauson running a great race. You remember, this is on corrected time, Jim, like you just said.
If you can say that there is a professional King of the Hammers driver, it is Randy Slauson. He cut his teeth in. All of his bombers are designed for this course.
And let's cover all these prior kings. Our current king right now is Jason Shearer. Not sure what's going on with Pellegrino. He looked like he was picking a different line.
I think he saw Randy go over the other set of rocks and try to follow where Randy went. And Randy himself had made a mistake.
Or there's a VCP located there. That's something that we should talk about. There are designated zones they have to go through within a certain distance, I believe.
I believe it's 150 feet.
It is.
So you can't get too far off course, otherwise you'll miss that. You get these stickers, but you have to hit all these VCPs. So everything is unofficial until we dot the I's, cross the T's at the end of the race.
And that became a factor on the podium for the UTV race.
Yeah, very much so. Now, if anybody doesn't know what these are, as we watch Jason Blanton coming in his huge car.
Another huge horsepower, big block machine, Jason Blanton. Nitto athlete, 2C IFS Jimmy's car.
Go back to these VCPs that they've got to find. These VCPs are virtual. You can't physically see them. There are marks on the GPS that you have to find. 150 feet sounds like a huge area. It's not. If you think off centre, you're going to be talking 75 feet off centre, and you've missed it. If you miss it, you receive a penalty. The penalty will be 5 times the advantage you have gained.
And just go to think about that. What if you're in a single seat like Shannon Campbell? You know, he's old school. He's not all that familiar with the GPS and whatnot, so he's going through the desert at over 100 miles an hour and has to hit these marks that close. You really have to pay attention.
In the desert, the marks are slightly bigger. The marks are 300 feet. But there is a defined course on the desert. It's not like you're running into virgin territory. Oh.
And look at two-time king Eric Miller almost flopping it there in Kruger Buttes. There's JP Gomez right behind him. Actually, that's Marcos Gomez, I believe. Sorry, that's an IFS IRS UFO. So that just goes to show this very, very technical in here. Eric Miller has a brand new kid that's here on site with him, and Levi Shirley just had a new kid. It's really good to see the families out here in full force.
And we talk about what we're going to be seeing a little bit later. There's no elevation here, so to speak. It's going to get a little steeper as we get a little later in the day.
And it's interesting, the camera always flattens out the lines. You know, we're talking about Marcos Gomez here and 2 times king Eric Miller. These guys aren't going slow. These guys are going as fast as these cars will allow in these rocks. That's how big these rocks are.
And how cool was it to see? You could see Eric Miller in the rocks where one tire goes up, Marcos Gomez with IFS in the back. You can see how much different these cars are. It's this was a perfect example of straight axle versus IFS, which is still a debut.
Get some props here out to that course marshal.
And that could be our physical leader from our live heli. Is that Nick Nelson, I believe, in the 2C IFS machine? Yes, it is. 800 horsepower, still up front.
But can we see our second place, Jason Shearer, or is it going to be Lauren Healy?
That goes back to Miller and Marcos Gomez right there, heading out of Cougar Buttes, back on a desert lap.
So it looks like our leaders are going to be coming back to remote pit 1 very soon as they make their way around the first desert loop. Now, what's the strategy going to be? I cannot believe that any of these top running cars are going to be stopping before they get to main pit back here in Hammertown. So what do you think, Cam, Miles? Who's going to be stopping where? We've obviously been talking about the fuel cells. Whereabouts are we going to be?
There is so much action. There's back to Cougar Buttes. Who's coming in? That's Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Bailey Cole, I believe. Another straight axle versus IFS. Vaughn Gittin was in the 4500 class, but revamped the car, and he's racing 4400 this year. But on screen is Dave Cole's car, Bailey Cole, 4454. Spider Track's Nitto powered machine.
Yeah, that's a car that came second in the 4400 class at Baja 1000 this year, closely followed by Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And there's 3-time champ Shannon Campbell in the background. And that just little clip from that heli, I believe.
Now, can you see any problems with Shannon's car? Because I can't believe that Bailey would have got past Shannon without there being a problem. So has Shannon perhaps got lost? Perhaps he's had a puncture? Can we see the back of his car there? See if he has got a damaged tyre. Hard to tell. Maybe he made an unscheduled stop in pit 1. Whichever it is, he's certainly behind Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin Jr.
So I'm going to guess they're going to be here in about 30 minutes into the pits, and then I'll run down there and get all the information I can. We'll bring up Ian Johnson here shortly. We'll have action all over the course. It does look like Shannon Campbell did have a flat, so that's how Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin got around him. Looks like there's more action in the pits.
Yeah, see that Vaughn's got past Bailey there. Vaughn has actually teamed up with Lauren Healy, a new company. They're going to be using Vaughn's knowledge in social media and Lauren's talents behind the wheel to create a new company that we're hearing more about very soon. Now let's see if Shannon Campbell can get past Bailey Cole. Just imagine how it feels for that young man. He's out there, he's driving, and he's got his hero and superstar behind him, Shannon Campbell.
And Nick Nelson on the live heli. How fast is he going through there? He is pushing hard. It doesn't look like he's taking it easy, but the car's so far surviving. Remember, to finish first you must finish. We keep saying that. Nick Nelson out front physically in the lead, but on corrected time, it's going to be an interesting day. And in the back, I can see somebody. Is that Shear or Healy?
Now,
so this section right here, we're taking a look at coming down the wash from one of the big drops out there as they head back into the hot pit area. They'll be the second time through.
That's 1, 2, 3. That's Danny Roderick and Dan Thomas out of the UK. This is part of their strategy. We saw them earlier helping other cars in backdoor. They're stopping here. They're just putting on some fuel. There's John Ayres there. Also flown over from the UK. Just be talking to him, finding out what's going on. I hope they're okay.
And this is a good look coming in to that pit area, the hot pit area. Your leader, we'll get that when we can. Looks like car off. Stopped on course, the 4416.
I believe that was Sean Hollins that was stopped on course, the 4416. Again, we have over 100 race cars on course right now racing for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery. So we do our best to keep you honest.
And that's what we were looking for. This is our lead cars now coming back past remote pit 1.
So that looked like about a 20-second gap, more or less, between Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer. Last year's King, Jason Shearer, of course, 5 years now, Nick Nelson has been making the attempt to become the king and has not had that success just yet.
So just imagine if you're Daniel Roderick sitting in remote pit 1 going out onto your desert loop and you're seeing the lead cars coming back past you as they return from their desert loop. Great shots there.
There's so much that goes into this race. They have 2 remote pits out there. They have the hot pits here in town. So you have to just think how many people it takes to put this support on. You have different trucks, different tires, more fuel. You have to have a little bit of everything at each stop just in case you don't know what to run into out on course.
Well, I think the one thing we can note also as they come back through that mile 70, that they're about 20 minutes out from Hammertown as we get that first desert loop completed.
Well, this is good to see. That's Tom Ways. So we saw him stop to remote pit 1 earlier today, and seeing him here, that means he's back on track. That's good news.
And that's his old car, Mike Bad Daddy Boo, chasing him down. So that's interesting to see. He sold that car, built a new car, trying to be quicker, but Mike's right on his tail. But it's good to see Tom Ways and Mike Boo still out running their race. There's our current leader, Nick Nelson, number 40, Nitto athlete. Could this be his first time winning this race? Well, it's going to be a long day. Time will tell.
I was going to say, this race has hardly started. It's very difficult to say at this stage, but he's certainly doing a fantastic job at the moment. As we watch Tom Ways picking his way through Cougar Buttes with Mike Boo closely behind him.
So there are 3 laps to this race. The first lap is mainly desert with this Cougar Buttes, and they'll come through Hammertown, go back out on their first rock trail that I'm not going to say is easy, but it's easier than their third lap because they're going to throw out some of those hard hammer trails on the third lap. And don't forget, you have to hit back door at least 1 time.
I'm sure it's front and center on everybody's mind that they have to get the back door at least 1 time, but hey, you could forget. You never know. Race car drivers yesterday,
people do make mistakes.
I got to make this right turn on lap 2 to go to the second lap.
Well, in fact, let's talk about Tom Ways there. A few years ago, he missed Elvis. He missed a few other trails. Just completely blanked out. Just forgot he had to do them. Wasn't running his GPS properly. Made a mistake. Crossed the line first here. Had to take heavy time penalties.
So there's Paul Horschel at remote pit checking out the front end. That's definitely unexpected stop because he's got a huge fuel tank on that, and he could definitely make a whole lap to get back into the main pit. So not sure what he's having issues with.
When your tech comes up and puts both hands up to the side like this, like, I don't know, that's not a good feeling.
something in the front end, but he's heading back out. Hopefully the car stays together, but Paul Horschel and Tom Wazen, these both are brand new cars having a little bit of issues.
Being a driver, I think I can diagnose what that communication was. The driver was saying, I feel something or hear something. The tech gets under the looks and goes, I don't see anything. So off we go.
So hopefully the car's all together and not going to fall apart in the desert, because if he breaks in the next couple of miles, he's on his own and have to hike himself back to get parts.
Indeed, we go back to back door. We're going back to Paul Hershey on these things. These are brand new cars, so every car feels different, it handles different, they have different noises, they have different quirks, and he's got to learn all of that. He's had almost 0 seat time in that vehicle, so he's learning all the way. And that looked like that was Raul Gomez going through there.
Sounds like we're roughly 20 minutes from our leaders coming into Hammertown, so I'm going to head down there in about 10 to 15 minutes and get ready to see, are they going to stop? Are they going to blow through here? Are there any issues for our leaders? We're going to have a lot of action. Cameron, myself, Miles, and Jim. Ian will be joining us shortly. It's going to be busy. It's going to be fun. I cannot wait. I'll be running all over the pits to try to get the best information I can. Another great shot from the live heli. There is our physical leader, Nick Nelson. Nelson Motorsports in a 2-seat IFS Jimmy's car.
And more live footage here outside coming into Cougar Buttes. And 4 vehicles in our picture. Always makes for an exciting time through there.
Oh, we've got some passing going on by the looks of it. It's hard to see who that is. Now, you were on these tracks yesterday, Cam, for the T1 Invitational. How rough are these tracks?
Well, I'll tell you that right here is not super rough, but it's uphill. It's deceiving. You can't really tell, but you can see the tire movement. We were using the left line in the T1 for our truck, but both lines are quick. You can see that car popping off those bumps. There's some whoops in there about more or less 2 feet deep. It's developed over there, so it's not massive. But
those are big whoops for an Ultra 4 car.
Right. So maybe I shouldn't say they're not massive. For the T1, you go 100 miles an hour through. Whatever. But then again, we can't get up in the rocks.
And let's talk again. How much harder do you push in a race like this when there's $100,000 on the line? We have Toyo, Nitto, and Monster that really stepped up their game this year to get a huge cash purse out there on the line. So is that playing a factor in your head when there's that much money on the line? I mean, $100,000, you've never won that much money in one single race, have you, Cameron?
Absolutely not, but the thing you can't let happen as a driver, you can't let your head get into that. You can't get fixated by wanting to be the fastest just for the check. You got to come in with your strategy, and of course it builds the energy and anticipation of winning, but you can't let it get in your head, and that's one of the things that the better drivers do is they keep focused on the race, keep focused on their plan, and try not to gravitate towards that giant payday, so to speak. $100,000, definitely the biggest purse we have earned in the T1 racing, which Luke McMillan won yesterday. Someone will be taking home the big bucks today as well.
Now, it's interesting. They've actually split the prize pool today, and they're taking that $125,000 and they're spreading that across the top 10 places. The lead driver will take $65,000, but there'll be a payout until 10th place. And that was a decision made by the drivers themselves, which I think is fantastic.
On screen there, that's Dustin Eisenhower, another Nitto athlete, and a 2-seat solid axle Jimmy's chassis.
But it's wonderful to see that dirt sports are starting to get the recognition they deserve, and we're starting to see the bigger paydays that we associate to other types of motorsport. I mean, Cam, I hope you don't mind me asking, but you've won the Baja 1000. I mean, what's the payout on the Baja 1000?
Around $20,000 in prize money, so it's a good payout, but not anywhere near the $100,000.
Yeah, no, so it's remarkable. So it's great to see Dave Cole here doing wonderful things for our sport and bringing in those bigger paydays.
On screen right there, I believe, is Waylon Campbell getting a fuel stop.
And that looks scheduled. You can see the guys are all sitting there. They've got their helmets on. They've got everything ready to go. So this could be part of Waylon's strategy. Take on a lot of fuel now, blow through the main pit, and then try and get ahead of those lead cars.
Remember, this is a 3-lap race on corrected time. Looks like they're checking out the front end a little more than anticipated.
Yeah, this seems to be dragging on longer than we would have expected.
Wayland's been on the podium the last 2 years in a row, so he really wants to, he's really hungry for that win. But our leaders have not stopped yet.
Here we go. Okay, so let's talk about strategy now. We've seen our leaders blow through. They're going to make their way back to main pit, possibly even blow through here. But Wayland's taken fuel on at that point. That means that he's going to possibly, is he now capable of being able to get all the way back here and do lap 2 before coming back in again?
Should be able to, based on mileage, because they've gone 70 miles so far. So if they have the last 20 plus the, well, I'm not exactly sure how you calculate. For me, for my fuel economy, over that mileage, yes, that would work, but I'm not exactly sure how the fuel economy translates.
What kind of fuel economy do you run in those T1 trucks?
For us, yesterday we were running at 1.73 miles per gallon.
Per gallon, wow.
That's a lot of money if you go down, because you're running race fuel at 1.7 miles a gallon. That's crazy. Just blows my mind to try to comprehend it.
Yeah, that's Prius-style figures there.
What do you, can you give me some of the computations for fuel economy here for our leaders?
I think some of the fast guys are like in that 3 to 5 range, so you're burning almost double the fuel, but you have a lot of fuel you can burn.
We are carrying a bit of fuel. The tank on our truck, current truck, isn't as big as we might like it, but we were able to complete the long and the short loop in one with a one-stop race. With the size of the tank, we weren't able to do anything strategy-wise to do something different.
Yeah, most of these top boys, I don't know about the guys running the big blocks, but they'll be running about.
Just getting a little update from Randy Rod. Nick gets 1.2 miles a gallon with that big block engine, so some of these guys get some terrible mileage.
His fuel bill's even bigger than my fuel bill.
I'm in the wrong job. I need to be selling fuel, I think.
Yeah, huge shout out to Renegade Race Fuel. They are on site here and at every race during the season. There's another shot of back door. We'll see if our leaders come through here on this next lap or save it for their 3rd lap.
And here is a great look at Cougar Buttes. We have 4 vehicles in the picture. Live coverage here from the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We're here on the main stage in Hammertown with 50, 60, 70,000 of our closest friends, so to speak, here watching an epic race unfold. Still in the first of 3 laps. We're getting to those hammer trails very soon when we return here to the King of the Hammers.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit to the...
Welcome back to the Nitto, King of the Hammers, the 2019 version. This is the 13th annual running. Right now we're getting an update from the man behind King of the Hammers, Dave Cole, who had the vision and has created Hammertown and, of course, King of the Hammers. And we're going to be saying goodbye to Miles Hazelquist here in just a moment. You're heading down to the pits. We're excited that we're going to have our leaders here in probably the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't say goodbye, but I'm going to head off the stage, head to the pits. Cameron Steele, Jim Marsden, thanks for all the fun. We've had a lot of fun on course this morning. I'm going to head to the pits. We'll see you guys down there here very shortly.
Well, we'll say goodbye to Miles. We're going to bring in Ian Johnson, who will become part of our 3-man team with Jim and myself. Ian, welcome into the booth here at Hammertown.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Cameron. It's great to be up here. Good job yesterday. Sorry you had a little bit of bad luck, but congratulations in order in the big picture, winning the 1,000. First time I got to say that to you. So here we are. Good job on the start here. What's the call so far, guys? Who's
okay? Well,
who's
we're
in
getting
charge
news
here?
coming through at the moment. Lauren Healy, who was chasing for the lead earlier on, he's currently broken just outside of Cougar Buttes. He's stopped on track and he's got some issues. We're also hearing that Cody Addington in Lauren Healy's old car has broken his drive shafts, and they're trying to pull him to the side now. But rumor has it that he's going to try to lend parts from his car to another car. We believe that's Eric Miramont to get him running. So lots of action taking place out in the course. We're also hearing now that Shannon Campbell and Bailey Cole have both had punches and are fixing them out on track.
So the drama continues to build here at the King of the Hammers. Anything and everything is possible. And just as we start talking about those leaders coming in, one of the leaders, Lauren Healy, drops to the side.
You know, that's got to be absolutely, Lauren's got to feel awful for that. You know, this race has been one of those races that he dominated in regular fashion, then always just sort of seems to be taken away from at the last minute. But I'm sure Lauren will still be out there working on that car, trying to get it back into the race, no questions asked. But I guess the big picture, I was down in the crowd watching that big pass by Nick out by Cougar Buttes and stretching his legs out in the desert in that car. And, you know, no questions asked, those IFS cars seem to be taking over this first lap.
Now, it looks like we've got 3 cars who are starting to stretch away now. We've got Nick Nelson, Jason Shearer, and Paul Herschel, who are leading the pack coming into town. We're also hearing that Matt Howes has rolled out course and he's damaged his car, so we'll see what happens to Matt. Matt, of course, is more used to racing 4500 class. So there's lots of action starting to take place, and what looks like certainties all of a sudden become doubtful, and this is part of the racing, and this is the reason why we love Ultra 4.
Absolutely why we love it, and that's why we come. Because you never know. I mean, there are the favorites, and you just never know what could happen when it comes to crowning a new king or a repeat king.
Well, there's no questions asked. You know, this first lap always sort of seems to favor the IFS cars as we see them stretch out. But this year, the rock trails, we have some serious rock trails. We're going up sledge again. And this is the first time that we've gone up sledge in this race, I think in probably 2 or 3 years, isn't it, Jim? Up sledge for the first time in a couple of years. That's always been a nasty climb.
They've reversed a lot of the rock trails this year. There's going to be a great deal of difficulty out there. Although I have heard that they've removed idle issues from the course for this season.
And look at the footage, everybody. Coming into Hammertown, less than 2 minutes out, Nick Nelson and Jason Shear virtually right on top of each other. They started side by side on the front row. They were the first 2 qualifiers, and now they're coming through these. It's a fast, rocky section, and they're just about more or less 5 small canyons from their approach to where we'll be able to see them.
This looks a very simple track, but it's very, very easy to put a wheel off the side of these tracks and collect a nuisance rock. So these guys are going to have to be so careful. But let's not forget, we've just seen 91 miles of racing. These guys left the line together, and they're still holding hands as they make their way back into Hammertown.
Well, the one thing that you just mentioned, you know, we had Randy from Jimmy's pop up here and say Nick gets 1.2 miles per gallon in that car. The one thing that is, he ran up here and said 3.2 miles. But at the same time, Jason, he's still running a legit crate engine. So he's going to probably get better mileage out there. So is it going to be a big difference?
Okay, and here we come into Hammertown. They're going to be coming through the arch.
We should actually be able to hear their engines at any moment.
And it sounds like Nick Nelson may be coming in for a pit. Let's get it down to Miles, who is in the pits now. Miles, what do you got for information? Are we going to see a stop here?
So I'm in Nick Nelson's pit. They are definitely stopping. Hopefully fuel only. Communication is not perfect for them, but Nick Nelson's car looks great in the infield. He's stopping right now to get that checker flag. The fuel guys are ready. So just fuel only?
Yeah, hopefully it's just fuel only. We're going to check the truck out and hopefully get him out as fast as possible back on the track.
All right, here's here. I'm going to let you bail off. I'm going to walk around the car to see if I see anything that looks a little bit goofy. But Nick Nelson is going to hopefully just do a quick stop.
Okay, let's not forget that Jason Shearer's pit is before
Nick Nelson, how you
doing,
doing, buddy?
We're all good, man. We got a little driveline vibration off the start, so we're just trying to baby it a little bit, but it's a long day. Just trying to keep it together.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to take any more of your time. I'm going to let you get a quick snack, get a drink. The car looks to be in like great condition. They're checking the steering. All 4 Nitto tires still holding up. The KMC wheels look great. They're doing fuel. This thing gets 1.2 miles to the gallon, so it's going to take a lot of fuel on that desert loop. They're checking all the tires, just double, triple checking everything. But this car appears to be in great shape. He said there's a little bit of vibration on it, but from just the naked eye, this thing looks good. Fuel's done. We are seconds away. Looks like Nick Nelson, all thumbs, back on course. And on the other side, I believe coming through the Jeep arch, is that Jason Shearer? Yes, it is. So 1 and 2 in hammers. Nick Nelson leaving. Jason Shearer coming through. He blows by his pits because he's been on the other side. So I'll talk him through. He's going to stop here, get his sticker. But there is a lot of action. Number 1 on course is Nick Nelson. Right behind him, our current king, Jason Shearer, all over the throttle.
Okay,
get the thumbs up from Jason Shearer.
Now it looks like both of these cars have very fast stops.
These guys are having a lot of fun. Our first 2 are through pits. We did some fuel in here, but both those guys look like they're doing a great job. Cameron, Jim, Ian, back to you guys.
Both of these guys have had fantastic stops. They've come into Hammertown, done exactly what they needed to do. Now, Nick Nelson must have a little bit of a worry. If we go back in time, go back in history, the last time that Nick was racing here, he actually came in for a refuel. The refuel didn't go right, and he ran out of fuel on course because he didn't take enough fuel on board. That's going to play on his mind a little bit.
And we have an inversion in Cougar Buttes. We're also going to find out if either Nick Nelson or Jason Shearer will go into backdoor because it is clear right now. There's no traffic there. So we'll find out if that's going to be something. What do you think, Ian? One of them going to take on backdoor, or you think they're going to race right to the...
You know, that's an important part of the strategy. You know, we've talked about it a few times, but you have to hit backdoor 1 time in your 3 laps. If it was clear, if I was Jason, I would probably consider taking it. I mean, Jason, OG rock crawler, you know, he's been involved in rock crawling for decades.
And here we go. Nick Nelson
they went in.
Is in backdoor. So as we've been saying, look how steep that face is. He's going to try to climb. Jim, walk us through what he's doing, how he's trying to line this up.
Okay, these guys would have been pre-running this trail. He would have had a spotter sitting up inside back door, giving him radio contact that back door was clear. Now, all of these guys, now that's interesting. Did you see that near side rear wheel? That did not seem to be turning then. So is there a problem here?
So he's trying to get grip on the left side with the sidewalls, if I'm not mistaken. He's trying to find his way up without having to get out and winch. And look at this. Jason Shearer has joined him in backdoor. That is a developing situation for sure, because now Paul Horschel is coming to the start finish. He is going to get the news probably from his spotter in backdoor, and that will probably mean that he will.
Yeah, I was about to say there is a line on the right. It will be interesting to see if Jason runs up and takes that right-hand side line.
Now, with both of these guys, they run this trail so many times in practice, and you'll never see them usually take more than 2 shots at it to get to the top. But this is a race situation.
This is a foot race now. Now we have a both out going. They're going to hook up.
Yeah, they're going to use their winches. Now, this is interesting for me because this was my thing. This is what I do is winching. These guys are using quite small winches. They have only got a single motor. They're only quite small, and they're there as an absolute last resort. So
it's a running
really
race.
Interesting.
Look at this, you guys. Hammertown, make some noise. Is that what we came to see? And they are hooking up, as you see Paul Horschel.
Interesting. Watch the co-driver at the top there, Jason Shearer. It looks like he has a wireless remote. He's stolen the winch point from Nick Nelson's co-driver, who's hesitating.
And that's what the running was all about, correct?
The winch is hardly doing anything. It's so slow.
Absolutely. He wanted to lock down that winch point. Now, if there is a way, when I race back here, you can do it. You lock into your other driver's hook and keep him from unhooking, which is one way to do it.
And he can use Nick Nelson as traction if he wants to, right?
Absolutely.
And there you have it, a pass for the lead at a snail's pace, the 76. And we'll get to Miles in a moment. Right now, a great battle. Look at Nick Nelson trying to get traction. Jason Shearer trying to find a way up that next ledge, and Nelson is up.
Okay, now Nelson's, if I was Shearer and Nelson's cable was on the ground, I'd be going over his cable. He stole a line, so you can steal the line back. That's the way it works.
You don't
They're
sound
being
very nice.
well mannered here.
You're not a very nice person, Jim.
No. It's just who gets there first.
So now they have to. This is where it becomes tedious as they bring their winch back in.
Now this second waterfall is also quite difficult. Jason will be preferring the line that he has here, but he has the high side of it. And he'll just be wanting to just put those wheels on there and just give her a little bit of throttle about now. Just stick it to those rocks. There we go.
A little momentum, right? Goes a long way. Jason Shearer, your new leader at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. His navigator is getting back in, and he will strap in and get going. And strategy there, his navigator stayed out of the car as he got up that second shelf to make sure he didn't need him for a reason.
Exactly. Now, has Paul Herschel got a spotter in back door? Because if he has, he would have been sitting there saying, blow through, come in on another lap, in which case Paul Herschel, if he's blown past, he's going to have picked up minutes here over these guys, and potentially our new leader is Paul Herschel.
Well, we're going to find out.
But it is a risky move, because if you blow by back door right now, you knew right away there was only 2 cars in it and 2 fast cars. You wait till later. Yeah, you wait till later. This could be just it'd just be a mess.
Would you take your chances and go for the lead?
I would take my chances and get into clear trails ahead of me, okay, rather than take the risk of somebody getting in before me. But let's see what happens. Paul's already off strategy. We've already seen him stop, have an unscheduled stop in pit 1. So let's see what he does.
Okay, absolutely. Well, while we check out this action down at Cougar Buttes, let's throw it down to Miles in the pits to see what he's got going on.
Thank you, guys. There's been a lot of action here in the pits. So obviously, first came through was Nick Nelson, stopped for fuel, a quick check, everything looked good. Behind him was Jason Shearer. He did not stop. He blew through here. And then right behind him was Paul Horschel. He did a fuel check. They're a little bit worried about the front end, did a little wiggle. And in the meantime, while I was in the pits, JP Gomez came through, did not stop. So even though Horschel came in the pits, or in the infield first, JP got out front, and then I'm hearing a little bit, I think you guys just saw it. It sounds like maybe Shearer went for the pass. The top 4 guys are starting to pull away. That's our race right now, is Nelson, Shearer, Horschel, JP. So Cameron, Jim, Ian, back to you guys.
Thank you, Miles. We're going to take a look at the tracker to get the information to see if the other drivers went into back door, as we have another vehicle coming in.
Looks like one of the Gomez brothers coming in.
Yes, I was going to say. One of the Gomez brothers coming in. Ian, they have quite a production over there at the Mountain F Racing team, and 3 brothers racing, and JP the youngest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you know, it's quite the stable of cars too. All unique, very different, as you were talking about earlier about the similarities between the cars of the the old basically truggies that we'd see out in the desert, and that's really what a lot of their cars sort of resemble, that IFS front. Some have a solid axle rear, some have the independent rear suspension.
Are we running on it looks like we're running on a flat here, trying to make his way to the pit.
He is struggling on that corner, it looks like it, yeah.
It looks like it's leaning a bit. Stopping to chain, yeah, see all the explosion on that right side. It's probably from the rim and the carcass. Yeah, and his pit is right here on the right side as he comes off the jump. And so Gomez is going to come in to his pit.
Okay, we're just trying to work out if Paul Herschel might have the lead and see who's out where, but it actually looks like, and it's very difficult to tell, we've got JP Gomez who's already gone through, as has Paul Herschel, and that is Waylon Campbell. Don't forget, we saw him taking on fuel in pit 1. So this is his strategy: blow through the main pit, get back out into that desert, or will he take on back door? We think back door is empty currently.
Well, you know, as we said before, it is a strategic decision to make, to get up there and take back door. And I think this would be the time that I think you'd want to do it, when there's a lot less traffic in there.
There's not many people behind him, so I agree with you. If I was in Waylon's shoes, I'd be getting in back door right now.
And just so we're clear, what you're talking about is you have to take back door 1 of the 3 times. But if they wait to go through the hammer trails the first time and come back, all the other competitors are going to be coming in from the desert loop, which means you could have 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 vehicles sitting in there bunched up.
Absolutely.
But if you're Paul Herschel and you're JP Gomez, and you know that Jason Shearer in there, and you know that Nick Nelson in there, and they've said to you on the radio they're winching, you're going to say, You know they're going to be side by side. You're going to take that chance and blow through.
Absolutely, but at the same time, I'd much rather have somebody in back door who's experienced rock crawler, experienced wincher, experienced racer, knows how to get in and get out fast, rather than having 3 or 4 guys out there in front of you that you got to fight your way through.
Indeed. So here we're watching one of the Gomez brothers now. That's Raul.
All right, we're going to get back down to the pits. They're taking a look there at Gomez in the pits, but for more information on another one of our drivers, let's get it down to Miles.
I'm down here with Levi Shirley's pits. I got Brian Shirley. Your son's about to come in. You guys just doing a fuel and go? What's the plan?
It looks like maybe he might have a 5 minutes left. So he's
Well, perfect. All right, well, I'm going to get out of your way, let you guys do your thing. He's coming in for fuel.
Oh.
I'm trying to stay out of the way. So Levi's card, single C IFS Campbell Energy machine. They're going to do a fuel and go. He does have a right rear flat. The rest of the car looks like it's in pretty good shape. These huge King shocks are still looking good. Still getting thumbs up from Levi. He's about roughly 11 minutes down. They're giving him the information. He's still pushing hard. They're putting a whole lot of fuel in this thing, doing a quick right rear tire change. So just like the T1 race yesterday, tires are starting to become an issue. I believe Shannon Campbell had a flat. Now Levi's got a flat, and they're in almost identical cars. I'm just going to keep wandering around this car. This thing is an absolute work of art. This thing's in great, great shape. The fuel stop went quick and easy. The rest of the car looks good. They got safe, they've got the fuel tarp down. They've got people all over this thing. Getting the gloves back on, having a quick snack, double, triple checking all of the lug nuts. Levi's got his vent down. Got the Pro Eagle jack. They want to double, triple check. Oh, they lost a lug nut. So do not sit them out until then, because that would be a terrible thing to do, is get out there and have a wheel come loose. So this is going to cost them a few seconds. Coming in now is number 98. That's Jordan Pellegrino, IFS IRS portal machine. I get the thumbs up from both of those guys. They're going to the end of pit row. I think that's out of my availability. And I believe this is his 9th King of the Hammers running. He's only been on the podium 1 time, so he's in that top 5 position. Levi Shirley heading back on course. Looked like that pit went fairly smooth, getting everything checked out. So Brian, did that go as smooth as you wanted it to?
No, we dropped the lug nut. And ordinarily we don't even try to catch a lug nut. We have fresh ones, and we blundered on that one. But that's a pretty good stop for change of tire, complete load of fuel, so he's good to go.
How long is he good on fuel now after this stop?
Until he comes back to here again. He won't take any fuel out there.
So he'll hopefully blow by both remote pits, come back here to main and fuel, and just do a little TLC.
Yeah, that's a fact. He's down 11 minutes off of Nick, so he made some ground up on him. So keep plugging. Got a lot of racing left.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to let you guys do your thing. Brian Shirley, father of Levi Shirley, making good work. Like I said, I think it's too far for me to go down to Pellegrino's, but it looks like they're just checking everything over, wiggling. That's a brand new car, an absolute work of art. The pits of Have Fun. Remember, they'll be coming back through here one more time to go out on their 3rd and final lap. I'm not watching the show like you guys are, so I'm not quite sure what their strategy is on backdoor, but they do have to hit that one time out of 3 laps. So Jim, Ian, Cameron, back to you boys at the Jumbotron.
And Jim, before we go much further, I wanted to mention that Levi Shirley, who just came in, started in the 27th position. So running in 5th physically, we'll get the corrected times, but that's a heck of a run through the pack right now. As we're scrolling across the bottom, those of you watching, you can see what the running order is, I believe, on all the corrected times as they came through the main pit.
Now, it's an interesting thing. You can see that Hammertown is actually quite quiet at the moment. So if I was Levi, I'd be getting into backdoor right now. I don't think he will. I think there's probably a little bit of panic there in that pit stop. It didn't go quite the way they wanted it to go. So let's see if Jet Levi goes through, but judging by the fact that we're not switching over to backdoor, I'm guessing he's blown through. Now, quite interesting, we saw Nick Nelson, our early race leader, and Jason Shearer go up through backdoor. That means that currently we've got JP Gomez and Paul Herschel leading this race.
And there comes the strategy. They decided to take the front position as they went out into the Hammer Trails. Let's talk about the trails they're going to go into. Give us a little bit of the route for the people that are more familiar with Hammertown, and maybe those that aren't. Talk about a couple of the trails they're going to be going into immediately and the options that they have a little bit later on.
Well, all of the rock trails they've got coming up today, we've got all of the famous trails. We've got Jackhammer, we've got Clawhammer, we've got Wrecking Ball, we've got all those famous names. And all of these trails are, dare I say, rock hard. Okay, they are very, very gnarly. We're going to be going up many more trails than we have done previously. That means it's going to take an attrition on the cars. We've seen all of these trails getting beaten up. All these guys have been pre-running, but let's not forget that we've had the EMC classes go through there and also the UTVs. That changes these courses. So I know that I was chatting to Levi, who also did the EMC, and the only reason he did EMC was to pre-run for this race. Okay, so he'll feel more confident than perhaps some of the others because he's already seen these trails in their changed state.
I think it's also important to remember it's not just the EMC and the UTVs that are out there beating up the trails. As soon as the race is over every day and the sun goes down, all the spectators are out there beating the heck out of these trails all night long. You'll see guys out on Chocolate Thunder, out on Backdoor, out on Sledge, late into the night, moving stuff around, getting stuff done out there, having fun.
And speaking of Chocolate Thunder, looking across the valley, already hundreds of cars parked with spectators getting ready to watch a Chocolate Thunder.
Absolutely. You got two choices that are real close to Hammertown here. You can jump over and watch action at Backdoor, or you can jump over and watch action at Chocolate Thunder. Usually you see more action at Chocolate Thunder earlier in the day, and then right around lunchtimes when Backdoor usually becomes an absolute mess, which is what makes it fun to watch.
Right on. Let's get it back down to the pits. Miles has an update for us. Miles?
So we got action all over the course. I'm here with Jason Blant, the number 966. This is the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery. There's a huge Optima sticker on the side of this car. Here comes Jeff McKinley, missing the right rear. It's completely destroyed. That is a terrible break. Here comes Eric Miller. Looks like Blanton's getting ready to take off. I was just down with Pellegrino. They did a quick fuel and go, but their front diff had an axle seal or something leaving on Pellegrino's car, that IFS IRS portal machine. The car still looks like in great condition, but you know, that is something that could play a factor because it's a pretty fancy car. Lots of technology have gone into it. Looks like Jason Blanton, all thumbs up. He is back on a mission. I'm gonna run down here to Eric Miller, a two-time King of the Hammers winner. They're doing a fuel and go. So he is our fastest straight axle right now. Give him the thumbs up from Eric Miller. Everything's going good. The car looks great. The Miller Motorsports team and teamed up with the Big B Motorsports is doing their fuel and go, checking out. They're under the car, wiggling everything. You can never count out Eric Miller. There has been so much action in the pits. So it sounds like this is his 9th King of the Hammers, 4 podiums, 2 wins. Here comes another car. That is the 9901 of Brian Caprera blowing through the pits. Eric Miller back on action, chasing down Brian Caprera. The pits are hot, they are fun. I'm running all over the place. I'm out of breath. I'm gonna send it back to you guys, Cameron, Ian. Jim, back to you guys.
He's out of breath, maybe a little bit more effort every morning at the gym would get him ready for that situation of running around. But the best thing I love as a commentator is hearing the authenticity, the fun, the excitement, and Miles brings that and brings great information. Thank you, Miles, for that report. Jim, are you surprised a little bit we haven't seen more of these lead drivers head towards Backdoor?
I am, particularly with what's going on. These guys are going to have spotters out there. It's part of their strategy. So I would have thought they'd be more flexible about this strategy with everything that we've seen going on. We've seen breakages, we've seen movement, we've seen guys stretching that field. We were saying earlier that we expected some of the top runners to break on that first lap, and we're starting to see that now. But let's look at the other strategy that we can see from what these guys are doing. We've seen that people who've gone into backdoor have now lost a considerable amount of time to the guys that have just blown past. So it all works and swings and roundabouts, and it's not going to be until lap 3 that we really get to see where the lie of the land is with this race.
Take a look here, everybody at home. This is Cougar Buttes, and this we're talking about a possible logjam later on at backdoor, and we're seeing major traffic jams just here.
This is what you were talking about. If once these guys arrive at backdoor, there's going to be a whole load of traffic sitting there, and then of course you have got that part where Herschel and where Waylon Campbell have blown through. Should they have taken that call? Should they have gone in there?
I'd be really surprised if we don't see more people start dropping it back door. I'm actually surprised we didn't see Eric Miller drop in there right away, because I think he would be wanting to get that out of the way early, and he does have that sort of rock crawler skill underneath his belt.
This is Brian Capera. Now, interesting, his co-driver got out straight away, so I'm guessing they're just going to take the line. This is probably something they've already practiced.
What I want to see is, so far we've seen 3 IFS cars go up back door. I want to see a solid axle car in there, see the difference, see if they get
Randy
in there and get... Yeah, Randy Slauson.
We know Randy Slauson, he usually comes in here wheeling all the time. He one-shots this hill every time. Let's see what he can do.
So when you head out there to look at it, is there quite a bit of a dip in front of that backdoor ledge?
Well, what happens is you could pre-run this earlier in the week, and then, like I said before, as soon as the sun goes down, that, because it's so close to Hammertown, becomes a place that everyone goes, everyone parties, everyone digs that out all night long with their rigs. So yeah, the hole in front of that ledge just gets bigger and bigger every single year.
Got the line out and going to hook up. Again, the running order along the bottom.
What happens with a lot of these IFS cars, Cameron, you're familiar with this, with a desert racing car, you push that center of gravity so far back in that car to carry those front wheels through the desert on those big steep hill climbs, it becomes a disadvantage because all that weight, you're trying to drag it up the hill. Front engine solid axle cars get a little bit more weight over that ledge right away.
Good information, as you saw, one of the Campbells flying by on the outside, not going into back door. What we're going to do right now is head back down into the pits and join Miles for another update.
So I'm here in Shannon Campbell and Waylon Campbell's pit. I've got Ryan Miller. You're the crew chief for these guys. We haven't seen Bailey yet, but Shannon and Waylon are both out on course looking good. So far, it seems like you guys are sticking to your strategy and everything's working the way you want it to.
Yeah, we came up with our strategy. They're going to bypass Maine, send them to the rocks as quick as we can, get them out in front. Hopefully they stay clean. Bailey's not far from here, so hopefully we get her in here soon. She's planning on going by too.
So your strategy is to hit back door on the 3rd lap?
That's our strategy now. They're already past there, so it's definitely going to be lap 3.
So how about could there be a traffic jam on lap 3? Is that something you've played into it? Or, I mean, it's kind of a crapshoot because you don't know what the other teams are doing either. But apparently 3rd lap it is for back door. And these cars are going to be beat up after this next couple of rock sections.
Yeah, we wanted to save the big rocks for the last lap unless, we had a huge lead. But with the cars so close out in the desert, we wanted to send them out to all the other Hammers trails. Hopefully there's no traffic jams for them because they're both up near the top 10. So.
And Waylon's been on the podium multiple times. Shannon's our only 3-time Nitto King of the Hammers winner, and he has been on the podium 50% of the time he's entered King of the Hammers. How cool is that?
That's pretty cool. I know that Waylon really, he's finished 2nd and 3rd and 4th, and I really know he wants that win today.
We saw him take a stop at one of the remote pits. Do you know what was going on out there?
Yeah, we actually fueled Shannon and Waylon at remote 1. Those cars can't make the whole first lap because they have small tanks in them. They're not built for the desert. But it's going to play into our strategy for lap 2 and 3. So it'll all work out.
And so going back into strategy, I bumped into you guys last night. You guys are having your pit meeting, and there was 30 people in there. How many different chase trucks you have? You have how many tires? How many axles? I heard rear drive shafts was an issue. Not an issue, but you want to be able to make those available because the fronts are pretty hidden, but the backs are open. How many chase trucks do you have on course right now?
We have 9 trucks out. We have 9 trucks with about 40 people. We got drive shafts out in the rock section. Hopefully we don't got to use them.
All right, Ryan Miller, I really appreciate your time. You guys are always a fan favorite. The Campbells are a great crew. You have 3 cars out there. Best of luck, and we'll see how this shakes out. There's been lots of lead changes out there on course.
Thank you, Miles.
Ian, Jim, back to you guys. Cameron.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. We're getting some fantastic images here from Cougar Buttes. But while we look at that, let's just have a quick catch up with our leaders and where we're looking at. It looks like Paul Herschel has the physical lead over JP Gomez, closely followed by Jason Shearer and Nick Nelson, who are our early leaders. Then just behind them is Waylon Campbell. So we've got 5 cars that have separated from the rest of the pack. Let's not forget Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer have conquered backdoor already.
Yeah, I do think that's going to become a huge issue on that lap 3. You know, I think as Miles was talking to down in the Campbell's pit, the decision was to push that to lap 3. You just risk running into so much traffic when you push that into later in the day, and it just gets risky out there. You know, you've got a whole bunch of people trying to make that climb, and a whole bunch of winch lines all running up one side.
Indeed. No, we're just looking at the map now. You'll see that the symbols have now turned red. This means that they are on the 2nd lap.
More action in Hammertown as we take a look at that map, and you can see the strategy playing out for Horschel and JP Gomez moving in front. And
that's Dan Fresh.
Dan Fresh, correct? And Dan Fresh, actually a good friend of mine from many years ago, former Supercross racer, and he has definitely made a name for himself at Hammertown with great success, especially in the Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, he had some bad luck at that race, not being able to bring that Savvy car across the line. So I'm sure he's looking for a little bit of redemption now with his 4400 car. He did, I guess, officially get it across the line, right, Jim? If not under its own power.
Indeed, mate. You do what you need to do, and it was remarkable to see him pushing it over the line to take the checkered flag. But that's what we do as racers. We go to every degree that we can to get back to the finish. Now, these are Savvy prep cars. They're usually bulletproof, so there must be an unusual problem there. They've got the hood off the top, or shall I say bonnet for those back home. They've got the bonnet off of this bomber vehicle, and they'll be trying to find out what's going on. Hopefully, the Savvy crew can get it fixed and get him back on track quickly.
As they continue to work, we can talk more about strategy and what's happening out on the desert, actually going into the Hammer Trails. So what is the first key trail they're going to face, you guys? What we're talking about, or maybe talk about what you think the toughest first trail they're going to get to is.
Well, I think the first one that we'll actually see them in will probably be Chocolate Thunder.
Okay.
And we'll not only see them on screen, but we'll be able to see it right here from Hammertown. That's where we'll see, and I think we'll see a lot of action there as they come through Chocolate Thunder. Yeah, they're going down Chocolate Thunder this year, and then we'll see them huck that left and then head up into the sand. After that, in all honesty, the trail that I think everyone here is going to be waiting for is that climb up Sledgehammer. That's going to be the big trail that we're going to want to see, and we're waiting all day long to see them on it.
More pit action here in Hammertown. If you've never been, it's quite a sight. What is normally a dry lake bed in Johnson Valley explodes with RVs, campers, race vehicles, and features a week of racing, starting with the UTVs. And of course, we had the Everyman Challenge recently, and then the T1s, the Unlimited Trucks race yesterday. And today, the main event with the Nitto King of the Hammers, the 13th annual running. Right now, Cameron Steele, Jim, and Ian here on the main stage, Miles in the pits. And if I'm not mistaken, we're watching Randy Slauson in the pit, currently ranked at 19th.
Yeah, that's Randy Slauson in there. He's being pitted for by the Dust Junkies. Randy, a two-time king. Now, he's clearly got a problem here. They're jacking up that front axle. And he's also lost a lot of time. We saw him really flying earlier on. He made up quite a few places. So it's unfortunate, and that is Raul Gomez crossing the line. So he's been stationary in the pits for a long period of time. We thought he just had a puncher, but it clearly has more problems. But he's back out on track and going to be chasing those leaders once again.
And he came in the 6th position on time at the end of that lap. He crossed through the timing line before he went into his pit. So obviously he's dropped back quite a bit. Still, I believe, inside the top 20. Dan Fresh out of his pit and gives chase, leaving Randy Slauson still in the pits, as we see a couple other vehicles here getting their sticker and moving forward.
Now we saw that car in front there peeling off and heading into the pits. Just trying to get confirmation. I think that might be Bailey Cole. Want to see if that is the Trent Fab car. Yeah, that looks like the Trent Fab car of Bailey Cole there coming through. He has a very large fuel cell on that. Car's been set up for Baja, so he'll be blowing through main and pushing on into lap 2.
Taking a look here. That is some epic footage.
Looks like that might be Waylon Campbell picking his way up through the rocks. Now let's just have a look at the trails that they've got to take on here. So once they get onto lap 2, they're going to be heading up into Upper Big Johnson, then Fuller Haight, Wrecking Ball, Chocolate Thunder, and then Jack North. Now we saw lots of carnage up in Jack North earlier this week in the EMC race. And just look at the size of these rocks, Cam. They're absolutely huge.
And I can tell you, after spending just a little bit of time in some of these trails, myself on a motorcycle over the last few years, it is incredible to see where the rubber is and the lines are put down. And it is also pretty interesting to see how it changes from year to year. And yes, there is a favorite line each year, so to speak, but the trails do change with the rain, the weather, and of course, with people using them.
Well, the big thing here out at the Hammers trails is like it's like almost every wheeling trail. You know, if you go out and do any hardcore wheeling, there's going to be the hard line that you always want to hit. There's usually somewhat of a bypass. If you're racing, you're probably going to drop into that bypass as much as you can. But at the same time, if someone's in that bypass line, either broke or slow, you're going to pass them, and you're going to see guys taking lines when they're in that traffic that normally they wouldn't want to take, but they'll still drop in there and hit it hard.
Okay, this is interesting. Watching Waylon go out through here, and Waylon's having to back up on occasions. Now, is he just got a bad line, or is he carrying a problem? These are trails I would expect Waylon to just pick his way through with great care and ease. So, are we looking at a young man here who's maybe carrying a slow puncher, or maybe a drive shaft issue? Or has he just got unlucky and picked a bad line?
Yeah, that's true too. And I can tell you, my first experience was as a navigator with Brad Lovell back 12 years ago. And we got up on top of the mountain up here, I believe, on Wrecking Ball. And I was navigating, and I was like very uncomfortable. I didn't have the rock experience at the time, and boy, it was so impressive to watch Brad drive. And as we look at this.
This is interesting, because that looks like Khaleesi, and behind him is Levi Shirley. So it looks like Nick Nelson has had a problem, and that Levi Shirley's been able to catch him. So we are getting confirmation that that definitely was Waylon that we saw earlier. We're going to be keeping a close eye on these trackers, but at the moment it's looking like Paul Herschel and Jason Shearer are our lead 2 vehicles. But as soon as we have confirmation of that, we will let you know as we watch Khaleesi tearing her way up through the trails. Now this is interesting, this is the split. There's a couple of splits out here on the course where you can take multiple different lines. And we've seen Levi Shirley splitting to the left, and we've just seen Khaleesi and Nick Nelson splitting to the right. It's been speaking to several crews who've been driving these lines all week. One is a much more technical trail than the other. One is slightly faster. The trail that Nick Nelson is now taking is the harder trail to the right, but it's shorter. So you've got to balance technicality against speed.
Well, and the other question is, you know, we say it all the time, the difference between driving an IFS car through the rocks and a solid axle through the rocks is very different. Those IFS cars take a sheer beating out there in those rocks just because of the way you have to drive them. You talk to any driver who takes a step into an IFS car, and they usually talk about how much harder they have to hit stuff than they're used to hitting in a solid axle car. So you can see that Nick is just sort of, whether he's struggling or just sort of like pounding his way through that trail, that's what it takes to get some of those IFS cars up through those rock sections.
Yeah, it's a completely different driving style to, whereas with a solid axle car you can ooze and trickle, get that nice flow where the axles work for you and you almost plod your way up through. With a nice IFS car, you have to throw the car at the scenery. You really have to make it work.
All right, I just got, that's full of hate that we're looking at right now, even though the top of your screen says Clawhammer. You can see Nick Nelson picking his way up through there right now. Yeah, I think the important thing that you were talking about, Jim, is the difference between the how they drive up the hill. A lot of that has to do with just the physical design of an IFS suspension system. When you watch these cars work, that wheel, when it goes up and down, it's not traveling straight up and down. It actually moves away from the obstacle. That's what gives it the smooth ride in the desert section. But when you're crawling stuff, you don't want that. You want the tire to push in the into the obstacle. And that's what a solid axle car will do. And that's why you see the solid axle cars push so much smoother through that rock section. You don't have to hit it quite as hard. And in the bottom right, we have some action down here at back door right now.
We do indeed, but this is enthralling watching Nick Nelson heading up through Full of Hate. Full of Hate, one of the new trails at Hammers, only nailed a couple of years ago.
And definitely one that's earned its name if anyone's ever spent any time out there on it.
Indeed, and this is Dan Warwick now in backdoor. And he's getting out and having to winch himself up. We don't think we've seen anybody actually one-shot backdoor today. And that can be due to many, many things. Temperature is of the biggest one, though. And also, as the race progresses, is that we can get lots of other factors come into play as well. Oil is a big one.
I'm going to come right out there and I'm going to say that we're going to see a solid axle car one-shot that backdoor climb today. No questions asked, whether it's Eric Miller, Randy Slauson, or somebody else. But we're going to see a solid axle car make that hit and get up there, no questions asked.
Now this is going to be so interesting to see where Nick Nelson comes out of this trail and whether he can actually get ahead, or should I say stay ahead, of Levi Shirley. But then the interesting thing is, where did Nick lose some time? Has he had a puncture? Has there been something else happen to this vehicle? Because he's dropped right back from the lead pack, who are currently Paul Herschel and Jason Shearer.
Absolutely, and you know, you can't discount Jason Shearer. Jason Shearer, OG rock crawling kind of guy. He just has the experience in these rocks. You know, Jason Shearer's been crawling over rocks for probably 25 years of his life. So you throw him in a car out in those hammer trails, he will make up time in those rocks, no questions asked.
I just love the images. You know, it looks easy from far away.
It always does, you know, and then you actually get out there and start climbing over some of these rocks, and it's like, oh yeah, there are actually big rocks out there. So you got a little taste of it yesterday in the T1 truck, you know, nothing huge, but just certainly different than what you're used to. What was it like hitting rocks in that truck?
That was interesting. You know, I love the format for the T1s, the multiple laps, the different laps, and then also some of those technical sections, some of the drop-offs. And we were all talking about this waterfall, you know, hit the back of the truck, and it's so minor to what's going on here. But here we go. We got some footage at Chocolate Thunder.
Oh, here we go. Is that Jason Shearer coming down Chocolate
That is
Thunder?
Jason Shearer,
yes,
definitely.
It is.
And I'm also getting some news coming through at the moment. I'm looking on the live screen on the tracking, and I can see that Waylon Campbell is stopped. I've also just got news come through that Nick Nelson has damaged his suspension when he went through back door. They're trying to get... Sorry, I do apologise. It's actually Nicholas Montador that's broken his suspension, and they're trying to get that fixed at the moment.
Don't be breaking everyone's heart like that, Jim. Everyone got all excited to see Nick Nelson, then here he broke the suspension. Be a shame.
Yeah, this is when you only get half the story handed to you. Yeah.
11th King of the Hammers for Jason Shearer. Been on the podium, I believe, 5 times. Here is second and third physical. That's Horschel. And
okay, now this is interesting because now we've got Jason Shearer, who's already been through back door, and he's now leading Paul Herschel, who's still got to shoot back door.
Absolutely, and you know, it's still early in the day to decide what's going to happen, but I mean, certainly someone out physical leading this race right now with the skills and the ability to win it. I don't think we've ever had a back-to-back King here crown, which would certainly be record-breaking, and I bet you Jason would love to have it.
That's Horschel in the
orange. But we've also got JP Gomez up there. JP Gomez is the man who's on form at the moment, having won 2 back-to-back Ultra 4 races.
You know, here's something we talk about a lot, running this race alone. You know, you're in that vehicle alone. You got to winch yourself. You're out of that car, you got to pull the winch cable yourself. That's twice as much time to do that than it would be if you had a co-driver. That's a huge difference in this race.
Now the interesting thing is when you speak to these crews, all of these guys have been around these trails multiple times, okay, particularly the top runners, and every single one of them will tell you, oh yeah, I can drive every single trail here. I don't need a winch. We haven't seen a guy hit back door yet who hasn't used the winch, and I think that's really interesting. And is winching going to become more of a part of Hammers as we go through the years?
I think it's interesting how we see, you know, that mixture of running it solo or running it with a co-driver. Look at that little pass there out into the dirt. And is this the split that we've been talking about?
It is indeed. So this is the start of Full of Hate.
And the dust. Had to stop and wait for the dust. as they take, that's the option line at full of hate, is that correct?
Yeah, so whether he was stopping for the dust or stopping to decide, do I take the technical short climb or do I maybe take the long way around, who knows? But, you know, there is a benefit to following somebody through some of these trails. These cars are so similar in wheelbase and wheel track, so sometimes it's nice to have somebody just in front of you on these rock trails, and that way you can see where they get hung up, where they don't get hung up. Maybe you follow them, maybe you pick a slightly different line.
Indeed, this is where pre-running is absolutely key. So you know which rocks you're going to hit, where's your little moments that you've got to turn. Because when you're actually there on the ground, these rocks are huge. And so as you approach them, it's difficult to see the line. So it's very important to spend your time out on these trails and learn where your tracks are so that you don't make mistakes or hesitations. That lead car making a fantastic job of picking his way out through full of hate.
I think the important thing to remember is, yes, pre-running is important, but as more and more fans come out here to Hammertown and run these trails on the off days, those trails change. Every car that goes up it is going to change it, move rocks around, and mess up the line that you may think was perfect earlier in the week on race day has completely changed.
Physical fourth going through the stop check at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder, just across the valley here from Hammertown. As we said, hundreds of cars parked over there with tons of fans watching and going up the small sand dune.
And I believe that's Wayland as well that just went through there, is it not? I think it is.
It is.
Well,
you know, it's
good to see that Wayland's moving because the track is actually showing him at a 0 at the moment. So it just goes to show sometimes we can't trust the trackers 100%.
The one thing that would be interesting to see, you know, Miles was down talking to the Campbell pit about the strategy for backdoor. You know, you do have, you know, two cars that are both Shannon and Wayland running solo. We have seen in the past where Shannon and Wayland may drop into some of these rock sections and help each other out in the car. So that could be part of that strategy of getting into backdoor, maybe when they're a little bit closer together.
And speaking of Miles, let's get down to the pits and get an update from him, find out what's happening. Let's hear it, Miles.
So over my shoulder, you can see two-time champ Randy Slauson. A little bit of a heartbreaker down here. They had the front end jacked up. Looked like the front ring and pinion was leaking a little bit, so they snugged it up. They were wondering if it was a unit bearing up front. They were checking all out, but it sounds like it could be a transfer case. So both driver and co-driver out of the car. Tough break. They're hopefully going to get going, but you know, it's really not looking good for Randy Slauson. Tough break over there. And then on down the way, I was talking to the Savvy team, Dan Fresh. They came in for a quick pit, took the hit off, found a throttle cable that was sticking, so they sprayed it up, lubed it, fixed it right away. He's heading back out in that bomber chassis on down. The Gomez, all three Gomez's came through. JP's battling for the lead right now. Marcos had a smooth run, but Raul had a couple little issues with some brakes, I think, and a right front axle stud or something. So that was a 10 to 15 minute stop. Got him back out, but all three UFO Joe Thompson built machines are going. I just saw Brian Croft came through, so he was having a little bit of issues. Like I said, he switched his rear end last night, and now Bailey Campbell's here in town. Looks like they're stopping Terry Madden. They're going to whip through, so yes, they are going to take a hard right, come into the Campbell pit, so let's turn around so we can see them in our background. So Bailey Campbell on the other side's coming into the pits. Remember, that car's got a huge fuel cell in it, so this is hopefully the only time Bailey and Terry will have to stop. You know, Andrew McLaughlin came through, Darren Hickey came through, Derek West came through. There have been so many cars heading out on their second lap, but it sounds like the leaders are out. I know you guys have touched about it. I don't have the greatest knowledge down here because I'm not watching the show like you guys, but it sounds like Nick Nelson heartbreaker now, Randy Slauson heartbreaker. So the attrition is starting to set in, but Jason Shear, our current king, I think is physically out front still. Lots of action to go. So I'm going to throw it back up to Ian, Jim, and Cameron. Back to you guys.
You got all the knowledge down there, Miles. Also, let's not forget Lauren Healy with problems as well. So let's get an update, Jim. What's happening out there as we're making our way through some of the lovely hammer trails? And right there, of course, we're seeing Campbell in the main pit, and we're seeing some action at backdoor. But what's happening on our map as well, Jim?
Okay, we're looking at action here from backdoor, and that's Mike Bergman making his way up through. But it looks like Jason Shearer still has the physical lead from Paul Herschel and then from JP Gomez. But We saw some fantastic images earlier from Full of Hate, and I reckon that was Eric, looking at the tracker, that was Eric Miller, the two-time king. We saw dispatching those rocks with such ease with his solid axle car. And this is what we were talking about earlier, Ian, solid axle versus IFS. We saw Nick Nelson struggling through there, but we saw that, we saw Eric Miller making short work of Full of Hate.
Yeah, you know, as much as I'd love to see Jason win it a second time back-to-back, which I think would be pretty cool to say the least, I'm still a fan when a solid axle car wins King of the Hammers. I think there's so many privateers out here running those solid axles. I think this year's course, based on the trails that they're running, is much more solid axle friendly than previous years. I think we'll see a lot of trails going up, especially that plaque line on Sledge. That is definitely a solid axle car's dream and an IFS car's nightmare.
Okay, that was Andrew McLaughlin getting ready to winch there, here on backdoor. And we were talking about earlier, but we saw Levi Shirley and Nick Nelson making the split to go for each trail, either Full of Hate or Clawhammer. It looks like Nick Nelson has now come out the top of Full of Hate, but it looks like Levi Shirley is still in Claw. So it looks like Nick Nelson made the right decision there. Okay, we've got our man Miles in the pit, and he's got some news for us. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, guys. I'm down in the pits with Bailey Campbell and Terry Madden. You're not supposed to be out of the car. What's going on right now?
We're struggling a little bit today. We had a tire like delaminate or something weird at like mile 9. Didn't actually blow it or cut it. The tread come off, wrapped up in the rear around the axle. We had to cut it out with a pair of dikes, and it killed our brakes in the process. So we've been back in traffic and then trying to pass people on the horn. We had one jackrabbit, and then he slammed on the brakes in front of us, and we got into him and tore up the winch. So we got to have a winch to go forward. So
you have to have a winch because you guys haven't hit back door yet. And are you guys planning on driving, or are you going to winch it?
I think we'll drive it.
That's awesome. Well, Terry, you and Bailey have been doing good. Sounds like they're starting to get things wrapped up. I'll let you do your thing. Thanks for the chat, Terry. They're doing a fuel and go. This thing's got a huge fuel cell in it. The shocks look like they're in good shape. All 4 Nitto tires have air in them. Everything's looking good. The car looks great. These cars are an absolute work of art. Looks like the fuel is done. This could be their only stop. They're still trying to put the front end together. And look at that. Bailey Campbell work on her own car, crawling out the windshield, checking things out. They got to put some brake fluid in it. It looks like they got some electrical issues, some brake issues, but they are going to fight through. They want to make a finish. She has had a top 10 finish here before. So the pits are just proving to be a lot of fun. The attrition is definitely setting in. The dust is becoming an issue out there. There's a lot of fun, a lot of stuff. So I'm going to send it back up to Cameron, Jim, and Ian. Back to you boys at the Jumbotron. Thank you.
And that looks like we're looking at Jack North. And this now shifting to Claw and Full of Hate. The names of the trails are just brilliant.
Let's not forget these trails are named by the first people who actually conquer them. And that's why we have so many fantastic names on these trails at Johnson Valley.
So we've been talking a lot about this split, Jim. Let's just fill everybody in on that at home. What is there's the Clawhammer Full of Hate split. How does that come into play? Is it different per lap, or is it just driver's choice?
Driver's choice entirely. Because both of these hills are being run uphill, okay, there's potential for some very big traffic jams there. So what they're doing is they're giving people enough rope to hang themselves, let's say. Okay, so you can choose Full of Hate or Clawhammer, and both of them are quite difficult trails. And it's making up that you've got to make that decision.
On the right hand,
exactly.
On the right hand side of your screen there is Full of Hate.
It's Full of Hate, yeah. Now Full of Hate is a remarkably tough trail, and the name just tells you everything you need to know about it.
But as we talked before, we saw Eric Miller in that solid axle car just slowly pucking his way through that trail. And that's the beauty of those solid axle cars. They love to rock crawl all day long. Cameron, you were talking earlier about riding with the levels. You know, we had them up here on stage with the Everyman Challenge.
Okay,
they want more rocks when they're in their car.
This looks like Paul Herschel now making his way through Jack North. A little bit earlier when we were talking to Miles, we saw Jason Shearer going through the same place. So it looks like Paul Herschel is running around about 1 minute behind Jason Shearer.
I still am surprised we haven't seen more action at backdoor this early in the race. I thought for sure we'd see almost everyone come in, take that on that second lap to get it out of the way. Just they don't want to be in there later in the afternoon. I wouldn't want to be later in the afternoon myself.
Okay, as we watch Andrew McLaughlin now making his way to the top of back door, we're getting some news through. Cam, I mean, you're hearing this as well. It sounds like JP Gomez has actually got past Paul Herschel and Jason Shearer to take the physical lead here at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
Let's go down to Miles, who's got an interview for us. Miles, what's happening?
Hey, would you talk for a second? So it looks like Josh Bleiler's car's in here. They're trying to shove some fluid in the front diff. I was talking to Josh, gave a thumbs up, but the cars, you know, they're battling issues. All these cars are getting beat on this first desert loop, and now they got to go run all these hard rock trails. There's quite a bit of fluid on the front end of this car, so that's going to, just like we saw Randy Slosson's front end leaking, they're beating these straight axle cars through the desert so hard. They're, you know, it's just proven to take its toll on a lot of these cars. Like we just keep saying, attrition, attrition, attrition. But this Miller Motorsports chassis with these Nitto tires are still looking like they're doing a great job. The cars are all in one piece. Josh Bleiler, he's been racing with us just for a few years, but he is really making his own name in our sport. Sounds like there's some action on course, so I'm going to throw it back up. Cameron, Jim, Ian, back to you boys.
We had a good shot there, Miles. Thank you for that. We had a good shot there of Eric Miller heading out of the bottom of Chocolate Thunder.
Fantastic turn of speed there from the two-time king. He's so fast. You wouldn't bet against him making a third title. However, there's a whole load of quality cars in front of him. And let's not forget, we've got JP Gomez leading up Jason Shearer, closely followed by Paul Herschel. Looking back on the tracker, it looks like Nick Nelson might be stopped on course, with Eric Miller closing in on him very fast. We'll keep you up to date with that story as it unfolds. But now we're back to full of hate again. Let's say a massive thank you for our production crew, bringing you these amazing images from the tops of the mountains at Johnson Valley.
And taking the option to full of hate as opposed to going Clawhammer. I hear at the top of Clawhammer there's a pretty tough ledge there right now.
Yeah, there is. There's a big step there. They were talking to the guys earlier, and a lot of them were saying if you're going up through Claw, you're going to have to take the winch. It's just not worth the risk of breaking your car at that particular area.
And I think that's why we'll see a lot of the guys running solo will definitely run up through full of hate, just because we said before, if you're in that car all by yourself, it's so much more work if you have to get out and pull winch cable.
Indeed, and this looks like Marcos Gomez, is this? Yeah, that's Marcos.
Marcos.
You can see the difference. It has an independent suspension front and rear on this vehicle. One of 3 Gomez brothers racing today, and all 3 are still on the track, which is great to see. And we've got 2 of them running in the top 5, which is quite remarkable. So great stuff here from the Gomez brothers. Such likeable guys, and 100% committed to this motorsport.
And we're going to do a check-in as we leave Chocolate Thunder with Marcos Gomez. Let's take a look at the map here in Hammertown and everybody at home. And take a look at the leaders. Here's your live tracker.
That's Jason Shearer, followed closely by JP. Yeah, it looks like Shearer may have actually made the pass on JP because those trackers were updating at the same time.
Marcos Gomez. But the interesting story here, if we look back, all of these red symbols mean that these cars are on their second lap. However, if they have a pink edge to them, it means that they're stationary. And that is Nick Nelson, our early race leader. So it looks like Nick is having some problems out on course.
And you'll see there when you look at the map for the next lap, that blue line is the option trail that they'll have to take, which is Outer Limits and Spooners.
Yeah, I believe so.
And that's a tough place to go racing. We're going to have some more fun here in Hammertown. We enjoy you being along with us. Keep watching. We'll return in just a few moments to the Nitto King of the Hammers.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima. We are deep into the 4,400 race here this Friday in Johnson Valley. We've been watching the lead jump around a couple times in those rock trails, but I do still believe right now we have Jason Shearer in the physical lead of this race.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Jason Shearer leading JP Gomez and Paul Herschel, but the track is bouncing back and forth. But the one thing I can tell you is, very sadly, Nick Nelson is stopped on course, as is Levi Shirley. Levi took on the Clawhammer Trail. We saw the sim split with Nick Nelson earlier on, and closely coming up behind Clawhammer now is Jordan Pellegrino. So let's see what happens there. Also, Vaughn Gittins Jr. and that absolutely beautiful IFS Bronco is picking his way up through Clawhammer as well. But it's the 3 cars, JP Gomez, Jason Shearer and Paul Herschel, who've broken free of the chasing pack.
Yeah, and they're deep in those rock trails right now, and that'll be interesting. We see some of those IFS cars just getting shed due to attrition in those trails, and to see who can basically keep their car together all day long as they pound through this incredibly aggressive trail pack that Dave Cole's put together. And we still haven't seen the one that we've all been waiting for, which is the classic Sledgehammer black line.
Yeah, and here's Jason Shipman in a Campbell chassis frame. He's working his way down through Chocolate Thunder. They're running down Chocolate Thunder this year. And that is
there's Vaughn
Gittins Jr. Yep.
I talked to Vaughn before he left this morning. Him and I were talking a little bit, and I just sort of teased him. I said, hey, no pressure, but you got to win this year. And at this point, he said, man, I just want to finish. I just want to finish.
Yeah, he's teamed up with Lauren Healy for a new company called Fun Haver. Check him out online. And Lauren's been giving Vaughn lots of schooling on rock crawling in that Bronco.
Well, you know, Jim, it's interesting. We see a lot of people jump into this sport from different motorsports. They sort of come in, stretch their legs in it, try it out for a couple of years, and they usually sort of shed off. But Vaughn seems to have just sort of stuck to Ultra 4 racing, and certainly seems to be committed to coming back in here, racing every year here at the Hammers.
He does. He's a very good driver. Lovely guy as well.
All right, on screen right now, we're looking at Eric Miller in Jack North, and you can see him just plucking his way through that trail. You know, there's no question that Eric is no stranger to these rock trails, and those Miller chassis that him and his guys build just work great. And he is physically in 4th place right now as these cars work their way through. But he is our first solid axle car. Everyone else is running IFS in front of him.
Indeed. And we're back in the pits. Looks like we're in Campbell pit. And sure enough we are. That is Bailey Campbell's beautiful car. It's got brake problems, winch problems, and they're trying to get it fixed. See Terry Madden there, Bailey's co-driver.
That's just an absolute shame. I know she was looking for a good finish this year because she was, into that new car for the first time out of the solid axle car, finally into an IFS car. I think she was really hoping for a good finish, but the day is still young. They could get back out there, and you never know what's going to happen here in the Hammer Trails. As we watch, there's the man, the myth, the mustache himself, Tom Ways. Looks like he's heading into back door. If there's anybody that's going to basically one-shot this hill, this is the man, because we've seen him do it multiple times in both aggressive and we'll call it regular Tom fashion, but you can see he's behind the 5150 of Brandon. I forget his last name, but
Brendan Thompson.
Brandon Thompson, thank you. See, Brandon's in there. This is where Tom usually takes that far right line and does something crazy, so we'll see what he does.
Well, here's hoping he does. But he's the man that we've been waiting to see all day. It looks like Brendan might have got hooked up on the back end of that vehicle now, so he might have to be jumping out of that vehicle and grabbing the winch line. Now, hold on. Surely not. Tom Ways is reaching for the winch. Now, we didn't see that one coming, but this year, Tom has done something very different. He's actually fitted a Warn 8274 winch to the front of his vehicle, which is more suited for this kind of trail and this kind of rock crawling. It's a much faster, upright type winch.
Well, you being one of those big winch competitor type guys, just give it like the Warn 8274 is a fast winch. Maybe not as fast as some of your winches that you use across the pond, but would you say it's definitely the winch that you'd want to have on the front of your rig out here?
I can think of others, but the Warn 8274 is a fantastic winch. They're very good indeed. It's a great base point to work from if you want to get into some serious winch challenge racing. But most importantly, there's an external winch brake which lends itself to using synthetic rope and is infinitely upgradable.
And I also think, this is what's interesting here is Tom went to that far right line, which is the exact same thing that Jason did. Just went to that far right-hand side, automatically sent the winch co-driver out with the winch line, hook it up. He'll take that far right. The question will be, will he wait until Brendan is done winching, or will he pull the classic Tom and just keep on driving?
No. His co-driver is already at the line. Now, it's worth noting that when these guys get out of the cars, they have to disconnect the communication. They don't use Bluetooth comms. When we're abroad, when we're racing in Europe, we use Bluetooth comms so that we can speak with our co-drivers when they're out of the cars. That's not something that's really got over here yet. So they won't be able to actually talk to his co-driver. He won't be able to hear what's going on. So the co-driver's going to have to run back. Because he's got a full face helmet on as well, he can't actually physically see his facial expression, and he'll be able to tear open his helmet and scream at Tom as loudly as he can, as Tom's sitting there with 700 horses sat behind him, moaning loudly.
All right, here we are in Jack North right now as we watch. I believe that's one of the Gomez cars making its way up through there right now. Yeah, it's Marcos Gomez.
And Marcus having a great race here by the looks of this. So the Gomez pit the other day and they had the back end of this car in pieces. The CV joints in that rear axle are nearly the size of your head. They are enormous, something like a 52 spline shaft as well. Incredible stuff. Remarkable technology.
Well, that's what's allowed this IFS and even now the independent rear suspension cars start to take hold, is the fact that the technology in those constant velocity joints just keeps getting bigger, better, and badder, and that's what has allowed them to stay together. They're no fun to service, I can tell you that right now.
No,
having done it myself, it's an all-day affair, and you usually want to throw the clothes that you're wearing away because they're covered in that wonderful CV grease when you're done.
Okay, this is Brian Capera coming down through Chocolate Thunder, and he's looking good, looking fast in his Campbell chassis vehicle. First time out of the box for this car last year. And as we see him picking up his Marshall sticker, as these guys go round this course, there's certain Marshall points and they collect a sticker each time they pass. This is just a control point to make sure that no one short courses or deviates off course. To also control this, we also have trackers on the vehicles as well, but the manual stickers just control everything in case there is a tracker problem. And it looks like Tom's already at the top of back door, as Brendan Thompson is still trying to rig his line. That's the difference between an 8274 and what we call a low line configuration winch. Nice work there from Tom, if not a little unexpected.
Yeah, I really am surprised to see Tom even pull the winch out. I thought for sure he'd just roll on that and hit it in classic Tom fashion. But I guess he's just sort of playing this race smart. He knows he's got a lot of rock trails ahead of him. And, also that's a new car for him. It's brand new this year, so there's probably also some seat time in that car as well.
Yeah, he will be. He'll be annoyed with himself that he's not at the pointy end of this race, but he's been here long enough to know that he's still fighting for a top 10 finish. And let's not forget, the prize pool is down to the 10th position this year. So he's got all to play for still in this race.
Tom doesn't race this for money. He races it just for mustache wax.
So Brendan Thompson still waiting to hook up his winch.
And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Cameron. We were talking about, do you push that back door to lap 3? This is just a small glimpse of what it's going to look like in the afternoon. And this is just 2 cars. And Brendan's been on the hook for, I don't know, probably a good 2-3 minutes here. And that's what you're going to have to fight your way through if you save this climb till lap 3.
I totally agree. I like the strategy of getting in there when no one was there. And I think that some of those that bypassed the option to backdoor with no other traffic there may regret it later, but we'll see. You never know. And plus, we heard that at least one of the vehicles got used up going in backdoor. So
now this is Bailey. This is Bailey Cole in the Trent Fab car, making his way out through Chocolate Thunder. Good aggression there. Let's not forget, Bailey Cole hasn't fuel stopped yet. Okay, so that could play a part.
Look at that bottom right screen. You can see Brandon's in there, but only his front tires are digging as he winches up there.
Yeah,
you know, that he's obviously got an issue. So maybe he's trying to get through backdoor before he fixes it, or surely you wouldn't want to challenge out into the race with only front-wheel drive right now.
Yeah, no, he's already missed his pit stops. That's really sad. This is Jeremy Brown just now waiting to get his own line up through backdoor. And yet we have still yet to see any vehicles one-shot backdoor this year.
And here comes the traffic. This is what we were talking about all day. This is what you're going to see.
This is a good look at Jack North.
I believe that's Jason Shipman coming in.
Yeah, another Campbell chassis. Quite an old car now, this one. Still very capable, and Jason, a superb pilot, finished this event on more than one occasion.
Good vantage point there. You can see the rocks in the foreground that the camera operator is dealing with. And just imagine what they're dealing with down on the trail. And
just for those guys who are watching you back in Europe, I can tell you now that Nicolas Montador, the young Frenchman, he broke a shock absorber earlier today, leaving Hammertown. Fox are very kindly helping him out. They're taking a shock absorber off their display, building it up and getting it out to remote pit 1 so he can get back on track.
And that camera is on a cable, if I'm not mistaken. So that is not actually an operator holding that camera. A bit of wind in the canyons. The wind has come up a bit here in Hammertown as well, put a bit of a chill on the morning. As we get closer to noon, predictions from some of our experts have our king being crowned somewhere in that 3:30 area. Are they running quicker or slower than you thought they would, Ian?
No, I think we're still on about that time, 2:30, 3 o'clock, maybe 3:30 if they get caught up. It's all going to boil down to, honestly, I believe, running up Sledge. Sledge can just shut down your day if you get in there in a bad spot. So we'll really be able to figure out where everybody is and start to see our leaders making our way through Sledge.
Here's Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Levi Shirley, both inside the top 10. This is Jack North, as we talked about. You can see how different the loops have become. When you're out of the desert section first, now into the rocks. We've got 3 vehicles in the picture.
Yeah, Vaughn will be happy with that position. As I said before, he was just talking about planning on just trying to finish this race. So if he knows he's sitting in top 10, you know he's going to be super happy with that position that he's in right now.
And you can hear how hard those cars are working to pick their way up through Jack North. Take as many different lines as they can to try and make their way up there. Now I'm looking on the tracker at the moment and I'm waiting for an update, but it does look like JP Gomez could be stopped on course. And Paul Herschel and Jason Shearer are driving on hard into the leave.
Oh, and right there in the bottom right-hand corner, you can screen. You can see that Bailey Campbell back out on course. She'll be happy to get it back out there and start getting back into the chase. They had to stop to do some major repairs on that car, including a winch and some other issues with some tires. But it's good to see Bailey back out there throwing some dirt again.
You know what would be great for me is if that wind would cut out. But it's good for the racers. It's going to blow the dust away, and it's actually a beautiful bluebird day here in Johnson Valley. And there's a look at Dan Fresh, if I'm not mistaken, coming down Chocolate Thunder. Talked about him. I spent many years riding dirt bikes with him, and he is a two-time winner of the Everyman Challenge. He's had some great success in Baja, winning his class there as well.
One-time winner. Yeah, Dan Fresh looking good there. We saw his car being worked on in the Savvy pit earlier.
Okay, you won the Everyman Challenge one time. You guys can pick on me if you want to. I'm a desert racer. Talking about, you know, Ultra 4. I'm doing a pretty good job after being around here off and on for 12 years. But if you want to abuse me, feel free.
Hey, there's so many facts and figures here. It's easy to make a mistake.
I have no feelings. I've made so many mistakes on TV. I just run with it. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Absolutely. That's Jimmy Hoare working his way up through back door now. Reaching for the winch again. Now, when you're winching up a trail like this, what we're looking to do, we want that winch to pull, and we want to be turning the wheels at the same time as the winch is pulling. So we don't get any wheel spin, so we get the maximum pull power from the winch. Not so easy with single motor winches, but that's what you need to do.
See, I'm of their school of thought, Jim. When I'm winching, I want all 4 tires spinning as fast as they can, building as much smoke off those tires as I can. That way, when I get to the top, at least I feel good. And then also I got a little bit more traction.
This is a bit more serious. This is Bailey Campbell now. We just saw her leaving the pit, and you can see that Terry Madden already has the winch rope out. But this is a dangerous game, because what happens is as you pull the cable, you get knots in it. And if you get a knot in your cable, then that gets bunched up into your fair lead and can cause even bigger problems.
I think this is very interesting, you know, because we saw both Waylon and Shannon skip backdoor on the second lap. So I think this is really smart of Bailey to leave the pits. Obviously, they left with that winch line completely unspooled, ready to go. I think that was a very smart decision, considering they knew they were working on that winch in that pit.
Now, see, she's actually driven up the far right-hand side. I'm talking to the crews earlier. A lot of the boys were saying that that's the line that they preferred. Now, she's using an upright design, very similar to an 8274, but it's actually a custom-built housing on this particular winch. But single motor. Now, Terry's got to be a bit careful there. Needs to get out of the way of that. But you see how she's working her car backwards and forwards. What she's actually doing is breaking traction. And although it looks spectacular, it's not actually particularly beneficial.
No, I think it's incredibly beneficial. Look, she was able to use the other driver's tire with some extra traction there.
Shifted.
I think that's perfect. And I can see her mother out in the crowd nodding her head right here. She said, yes, absolutely. That's exactly what she has to do.
We'll beg to differ. But there he is. She's up. The young lady is from the Campbell stables is up. Terry will be putting that cable away, and they'll be back underway any moment. So nice work there from Bailey.
Yeah, I think that's great to see Bailey out on course like that. It's a shame that she came in with the hood missing and that tire problem because, you know, she, like I said before, she made that move over into that IFS car this year. She was having trouble with it earlier in the week. They kept talking about the motor was dying just occasionally, and they were trying to figure that out, but it looks like they got it figured out. Now they're back out on course, and I'm super excited for her because I know how excited she gets when she's on this race.
And the drama continues in backdoor, which will continue to be a story, as we said, projecting a possible king sometime after the 3 o'clock hour. But there is plenty of racing all day long and into the night. As we watch the action, this is Jack North. Great section, great look here at Jack North.
You know, Cameron, we talked about this before, you being a desert racer, how important attrition is. Just some statistics that are being fed here from our live truck.
On that, when you start telling him it was fun and easy and a good time, he'll be like, oh, all right.
I told a couple of my friends out here racing, namely John Matthews, who's out there in the 222 car for the first year racing 4400. I said, listen, you're not going to win. There's no question about it. But here's what you need to do. You need to hit backdoor on every single lap. No questions asked. You do it lap 1, 2, and 3. At least you're not going to win, but we'll probably be up here talking about you if you do it. But I see he didn't do it. Didn't take my advice, which I think was a poor decision.
The fun at the Nitto King of the Hammers continues. Live action from the pits. And the way that the setup here is, there's an infield or short course, so to speak. And that's where all the main pits are here as we make a move into Jack North, back to our cable camera. And try to get an ID there.
Yeah, and that pit strategy is really important. We talked about it many, many times. We talked about it earlier in the week about how King of the Hammers is a no-chase race. How did it feel being out there in that T1 with not the option of having a chase crew running behind you through the desert?
Oh, it was good. You know, when it started to break down, when we started to have a gear problem, I realized, wow, we're kind of a long way from Hammertown right now. But thankfully, we were on that last loop, and we got permission from the King of the Hammers ops to allow our chase crew to start making their way out there. And then once they got to the race course, it was basically cold already. Cold out, but also the race course, there was no race traffic, so they were able to come and get us. But you know, the no chase race is different for us. We race in Baja all the time, and it's pretty much open. And we have a lot of different people staged all around. One thing that does do is cuts down on the amount of crew we need to bring to the races. For instance, we had somewhere around 18 actual crew members here, whereas at the Baja 1000 we'll have over 80. So it's kind of fun because the people that come as part of the team don't have to work. They don't have to be on the crew, so to speak. They can just kind of have fun and watch. And a lot of our team actually was out on the track watching some of the action in the spectator areas.
Okay, we're looking at Mel Wade in the main pit now. He'll be leaving here any second now. And that is Josh Byler we now have on screen.
And we're talking about crowning a king. Could it be a repeat? Could it be new? Could it be last year's winner, of course? Jason Shear, two-time king here to Hammertown. We're able to sit down and spend some time with Jason and find out what it takes to go racing here. So let's catch up with that piece right now and find out what makes Jason Shear tick.
So, you know, it's been a fun year being king, but it also puts that pressure on you that nobody's ever won back-to-back King of the Hammers, and so we want to do that really bad. You know, try to be the first into pulling that off, and joining Shannon Campbell as a three-time king would be a pretty cool feat. So I'd really like to do that, and I know that this race is tough, you know, and if you don't start near the front, you really, I don't want to say you don't have a shot, but you need a little bit of a miracle. And so qualifying on Tuesday starts off how things are going to go in your race, and you know, that 3 minutes, 2 minutes, depending on how long that course is probably the most intense of the entire race that you really go out there for the whole week. And if you make a mistake, you can throw it all away. And it's just as simple as, you know, a little too hot into one corner, and you tip it up, bike it up, and you know, you basically don't have a chance if you didn't save it to start in that top 75 that are gonna be out there in the front. Who's gonna win if I don't win? Oh man. I think that there's some guys that have put it all on the line. Like Tom Ways has put it all on the line. Tom Ways is going to go as hard as he can. I think Lauren's due, man. I think Lauren's just had this run of bad luck. Like, he's one of the best, if not the best, overall desert guys in the rock crawling scene, and he still kills it in the rocks. He's going to win one of these again. It's just a question of when he has luck on his side and everything goes his way. I don't even think everything has to go his way. I think he just has to have a good day. He just keeps having these, like, you know, fires, motors, all this stuff that's just stuff he can't control. So he's going to get there. You can never knock the Campbells out of the question. I mean, Waylon, I think Waylon is like, you know, sounds funny. He's never won one, but he's due. He's ready for it. And then, I mean, if you look past Randy and Eric and all these guys, you're missing something. Horschel, it's crazy. The Gomez's, there's such a stacked field right now. It's not even funny. I mean, I think you could see somebody that you know, like a Cody Addington show up and be like, look, I can do this too, because he could go from the slowest Toyota, the last guy to finish in a Toyota, you know, 8 years ago to winning the Hammers. I don't think anyone would say it's a surprise. So there's just there's a stacked field out there, and I've probably forgotten 5 people that'll come back out.
Well, I think we need to break in here because we actually have the shot of our leader, Jason Shearer, who we were just listening to. This is Aftershock.
I would rather watch him than listen to him, and this is what we're doing. We're watching him. This is our current race leader, Jason Shearer, showing us why he's a 2-time king, and he's on top form this week.
Well, I think the important thing to remember with Jason Shearer, I mean, 15 years ago, Jason Shearer was a heavy hitter in the moon buggy rock crawler scene back in the We Rock and You Rock days. He is no stranger to crawling through the rocks. He's one guy, he's kind of like the Lovels. He can make up time in those rocks no matter what car you put him in. So now that he's deep in those hammer trails, yes, he's fast in the desert, but he's also incredibly fast in those rock sections.
Now, it's interesting because it always used to be that eternal battle. Everyone used to say IFS for the desert, but it's got to be straight axle in the rocks. So, but Jason's been proving over the last few years that you can make an IFS go well through the rocks, and he's doing that once again here.
Look at the track, using the right side, the sidewall there to build traction. And Aftershock is a interesting place. It was one of the first places I ended up with Brad Lovell, and you start crawling through those rocks, the boulders, and look at that. Look, he's going to have to. Looked like he had to back up for a second.
That is one of the tricky spots in Aftershock.
Use some horsepower
sure.
there.
Yep.
Use the horsepower.
But he has this remarkable flow when you watch him. We keep talking about the flow, and he just keeps that car moving. He just gets it walking through the trails all the way. And it's very difficult to have that balance, and he just knows when to press that throttle, turn the wheel at the same time, and he feels that through the car.
Absolutely, and I think the important thing to remember, you were talking about, yeah, Jason is one of those guys who's proven you can put that IFS car in those rocks, but a lot of the times it's just, as we've seen so far today, it's the attrition. Just the rock trails just beat these cars within an inch of their lives, and I think Jason's also one of those drivers that knows how to hold it back, keep it at about 80% in that rock section, not tear it up, get it out, get it in the desert where he knows it's going to be fast, and bring it home. And if he wins it, he will be the first ever back-to-back king in the history of King of the Hammers, which would be a great additional crown to have.
But we've still got a long way to go. He's only halfway through lap 2, and coming up fast behind him is Paul Herschel. And interestingly, this is the one I want to watch. Eric Miller has made his way up into 3rd place.
Eric Miller is now in 3rd place. That's an incredible stat. On the move, we saw him looking good when he came through Chocolate Thunder.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Jim, but we also have to remember that neither one of those drivers has done the we'll call it the Joker backdoor lap, and it will definitely be a joke in there this afternoon as more and more drivers get stacked up in there, whereas Shearer has already checked that off his list and could just focus on that lap 3 without having to deal with the issues that may be in there right now.
Okay, well, we're just getting used to...
Taking a look at our map here, you got an update for us, Jim?
Yeah. Just bringing it up now and having a look and seeing where our current leaders are and who's stationary on track. The good news is that Levi Shirley is moving once again, and we're hearing that Jason Shearer is between about 10 minutes outside of remote pit 2. Paul Herschel is still tight with him. Then just behind him is Eric Miller, and Waylon Campbell is hot on the heels of Eric Miller.
And there we go. There's a bit of an update on the running order, but for more of an update, let's get down to the pits with some good information. Sounds like the dirt is flowing, so to speak. Let's check in with Miles.
It's been a lot of fun down here. There's been a lot of friends and family here on site and back at home. Thank you for everybody staying tuned in to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Bailey, Teresa, Jade Ella, thanks for the text. I love you guys. I'll call you later. But I just came from the Gomez pits, and JP, if you're watching on the tracker, is stopped. He lost a front wheel, so he's actually going to have to back 8 miles going the correct way on course, but in reverse to drag the front end to get to the pit. So he sheared all the studs off there, so Our physical second place lost a front wheel. That's a terrible break for him. Tough to hate to see that. You're also following Nick Nelson. Had maybe some fuel issues or something. He's been stopped for quite a while. That's all speculation, not sure. But then I talked to Casey Shear. Jason Shear's running his own race. I think I heard them just say we've never had a back-to-back King of the Hammers winner. And could Jason Shear pull that off? He's looking good. Him and Jason Berger out front, running smooth. Smooth is fast, but Jason Shear running his own race right now. We have Marcos Gomez in the top 5. I saw Darren Hinkie. He was almost getting ready to give up. He just said, I'm not feeling it. There's something wrong with the car. He was very emotional, and that was just 10 minutes ago, and then I just saw him take back out. So they must have shook it out, got his composure, back on course. We saw Casey Curry just a minute ago. He was very excited. He's been pre-running a lot out there, and then he had a tough break early on. The attrition is setting in. There's been lots of action. Thank you for everybody on site and back at home tuning in. Ultra4racing.com/live. Hit the King of the Hammers Facebook. Hit that share button. The Ultra4 Instagram. Hashtag it up. Thank you, thank you. Let's blow this 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries up. Ian, Jim, Cameron, back to you guys.
Thank you, Miles. We appreciate it. And you mentioned Casey Curry. While we have a moment, we should definitely share a nod to him, although not having a great day today. He had a very successful Dakar rally for the first time, finishing 4th in the UTV class, and big props to him. And I know Ricky Brabeck has been around Hammertown all week, and he was close to becoming the first American to win Dakar on a motorcycle, unfortunately having a failure just 2 days before. As we get some action here coming down Chocolate Thunder. If it doesn't clear, just grind it a little bit, right, Jim?
This is this is Raul Gomez coming down through now. Now we'll just go back to what look at that. Let's just go back to what Miles was saying a minute about Nick Nelson. A few years ago, Nick Nelson had a very similar situation where he ran out of fuel on track while having the lead. I mentioned it earlier, surely the same thing can't have happened again. But we did see them when he was taking on fuel. The guy who was putting the fuel in removed the nozzle at one point and somebody told him to put it back in. So I'm just wondering if there's an issue there.
Yeah, sometimes if you get air in the tank, and you saw when he was filling, if you remember, there's a fueling hose and then there's a venting hose. And that's supposed to release that pressure in the tank and any overflow. It's a sealed system. Trying to keep any air from the situation. But sometimes if you get a bubble in your tank, it can happen, and a false fill has happened. Actually happened to me at the 2010 Baja 1000. We got false fuel readings and ended up running out of fuel outside of Loreto while running in the top 6. So that was obviously very frustrating. Yeah. And you're looking at backdoor, and here's Paul Horschel.
Now this is Paul's first fuel stop, we think. Oh, no, sorry, this is actually just blowing through onto, there's a checkpoint there, it's just collecting a sticker, but we think this is going to be Paul's first fuel stop.
And so this is what's known as Remote Pit 2B, and that is after Aftershock.
He's blowing through, he's making on.
So that would be the running order: Jason Shear and Paul Horschel. And then we would be waiting for the third vehicle,
which should be Eric Miller, closely followed by Waylon Campbell.
And Waylon Campbell still looking for a first win at King of the Hammers. And of course, first-time winner in the T1 class yesterday with Luke McMillan. Big shout out to the whole McMillan family as we go back up to live footage at the top of Full of Hate.
Yeah, for those of you who remember, a couple years ago, Wayland appeared to have won it, and then Shannon stole it from him on corrected time,
right,
and followed him in technically second across the line on 3 wheels, and then was able to actually clinch that King of the Hammers finish. But it was definitely a fun finish to see.
And it flattens it out a little bit on camera sometimes, but there is some definite elevation. This is a look here at the Jeep arch as coming into the finish line. This is someone finishing their first desert lap still.
Yeah, still a long day ahead for this driver, but still pushing hard. We'll keep going for as long as they need to go. And a lot of guys out here are just in this race to finish it, sometimes for the first time. And talking to a lot of people out here who run it 4, 5, 6 times before they get that first finish under their belt.
Yeah, for a lot of these guys who come out to King of the Hammers, it's not about trying to win this race, it's just the pilgrimage of coming to King of the Hammers.
Moving slow, looking for a pit. And this is just across the valley. This is in the area where the hammer trails are, of course. That's full of hate going over the top there. And this is the second lap of 3. First lap was in the desert, 90 miles. And then they come into the hammer trails, which they'll go through one time around. And they'll do a second time around over the same route, but they'll add 2 very tough trails on the backside of the hammers trails, which are known as outer limits and spooners. And there is some big boulders in both of those.
Well, whenever you get into any of those big hammer trails, there's tons of rocks. And then we also still have sledgehammer to deal with as well. And looks like that's Whalen coming into remote pit 2B right now.
So you can see that U-turn here. This is the 2B pit, so there is service available here. And it seems like looking for a pit, maybe because it looked like the rotation of Herschel left right away. And so we'll try to catch up there. You can
Yeah, that's a U-shaped pit, Cameron. You'll see them come through that checkpoint. They'll drive up. They can pit. They'll pit down one side, come around, come back out the other side. That's why you saw Horschel come in, just take that sharp right and get right back out on the
out
race
of there.
course.
No pit needed.
Well, I think what you were talking about earlier, the amount of fuel that he's carrying and how similar the back end of that car looks like to a truggy or a desert truck, that could be strategy in his part. Just carry as much fuel as he can and limit his pit stops and just keep rolling all day.
100%. The less times you have to stop, the better. But now we're at the pit. And this is Waylon Campbell at remote pit 2B. And we saw originally Waylon fueled at the remote pit at 1B. And although never winning, 2 times on the podium. And the closest he came to winning, he got beat by his dad.
Yeah, but if you're going to lose, you might as well lose.
Keep it in the family, right? Keep it in the family.
That's a sharp stop there. That's a very good stop there from the Campbells, putting Waylon back out. If you're looking at home on the tracker, Waylon's tracker is struggling to keep up, but does look like he's physically in 3rd position. And this is and this is Aftershock. It looks like it might be Paul Herschel making his way up through. Brand new car for Paul Herschel this year. Hasn't been on the podium since 2016 at any Ultra 4 race. And has never podiumed at Hammers. He wants this so badly. Let's not forget last year he had a huge lead making his way through lap 2. Rolled it at the top of her problem, costing himself a couple of hours. He did get into the top 10, but it wasn't the result he wanted or deserved this last year. So let's see what he can do this year.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the previous kings and who would be the next king. Jason Shearer back-to-back king, but it sure would be cool to have a brand new king, new name on that list. Would certainly be fun on this 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima.
I think Jason Shearer would disagree with you right at this moment, but there are many people out there who would like to see a different king. And maybe we'll see Paul Herschel, Waylon Campbell, or possibly some of the chasing pack.
One more time, Jim, let's talk about all the kings that have been. If you don't mind. When you're done with that bite.
Well, it all depends. Do you count the original race in 2007, which some of us were here for, and I know most of these people weren't because there was literally nobody out here, but a few
you
of
count
us.
it. I think you definitely
so
count
yeah,
it.
I would say the first
You've got to count that.
officially would be 2007 with J.R. Reynolds and Randy, and that was back when people out like what it is today.
For sure, and it's really escalated over the years, and you start looking at the names, and that just really the royalty of rock racing have been able to vault to that position and become royalty, so to speak. And as we watch 3 vehicles battling up full of hate, this is looks like we've got one maybe stop. Maybe there is a line to the right there, but
that's
maybe
Bailey Campbell definitely running in second place there, going past 2 cars as she makes her way up towards this point. Hard to see who that is leading at the moment.
Yeah, you have to remember, Cameron, back in 2007, 8, and 9, this was this race was still invite only. You had to you would finish in other forms of racing, whether it be We Rock, XRRA, or even Score and other versions. You could earn your place in, and then it was all sort of luck of the draw. So we really have 7. Look at that! Good job by Bailey. Great pass by Bailey Campbell right there.
Yeah, Bailey Campbell showing why she's so talented. Fantastic pass there, picking her way through. Terry Madden would have been sitting next to her, suggesting different lines, suggesting different routes. And just look at the distance she was putting on those vehicles within such a short period of time.
It would be pretty cool to have a Queen of the Hammers finally. Would be
Wouldn't
pretty
it?
neat. And that would be awesome for Bailey to bring it in for sure.
And if my count's correct, it's 7 that have been crowned king.
Yeah, 7 different kings since 2007. So a lot of not necessarily back-to-back, but a lot of 2. And, Shannon being a 3-time winner, it just sort of shows that the skill and perseverance you need to win this race time over time again.
There has been no back-to-back winner, as you're saying. Jason Shearer could be the first. And if he were able to accomplish that today, that would also vault him to a 3-time king position, tying Shannon Campbell for that crown with the most king
That's
crowns.
very interesting. We talk about Shannon Campbell. Shannon Campbell has a 50% podium rate here at King of the Hammers. That's remarkable. That's higher than anybody else. And he's still running on course today.
I think it sure would be neat to have a first of some type here at the 2019 King of the Hammers, whether it's a first back-to-back winner or as we're watching Bailey sort of pick her way through this crowd, she's certainly making up a lot of time. It would be really cool to see Bailey become the first Queen of the Hammers, and I know that the Campbell camp would be super happy. Shannon would probably race her right to the finish, and I know he'd still push her through if she was in front of him, just like he did to Wayland years ago, but
And of course, there will be a 3rd lap. We will be sending our leaders and the entire field back through the hammer trails. Remember, everybody has to go through backdoor at least one time. Our current leader, Jason Shearer, has done just that. However, 2nd place and 3rd place, Paul Horschel and Eric Miller, have not gone to backdoor.
Correct, and we've also seen Bailey go through backdoor as well. And, we're talking about yes, Bailey is quite far back in the pack and whether she could make her way back up to the front. But as we've said many, many times before, it's anyone's race here at King of the Hammers on anyone's day, and we still do have an entire 3rd lap to go. So that's why you see these drivers pushing so hard, even though they may be sitting fairly far back in the pack. It truly is anyone's race, even this far in.
And this is Chris Pavia breaking out the winch, trying to make his way out through back door. But it's interesting, just watching on the tracker now, we can see that Jason Shearer is pushing a lead on Paul Herschel. But we think that Wayland Campbell is in 3rd place. It's hard to tell. We think he does have a tracker issue. But certainly Eric Miller is right in amongst the mix inside the top 4 as well.
So right now we're saying the running order would be Jason Shearer, Paul Horschel, Wayland Campbell, and then Eric Miller.
That's correct. And they've broken away from the main pack. JP Gomez has definitely seen, as we've heard, broke off his wheel studs. Behind him we then have Marcus Gomez, Shannon Campbell, Levi Shirley, Jordan Pellegrino. Jordan doing a fantastic job in that brand new full independent suspension car. And then behind him, again a surprise to see, but it's Vaughn Gittin Jr. So he's doing a fantastic job. And then behind him is Brian Capera. JP Gomez is still showing us stopped. Bailey Cole is going to be overtaking him shortly. And behind him, Dan Fresh, Donald Fisher, Chad Owens, Mike Boo, Dan Wirk, Jason Blanton showing stopped on course currently. Andrew McLaughlin still running and running strong. And Josh Byler bringing it on through, having stopped earlier on. And Nick Nelson, our early race leader, is still showing us stationary. So a tough break for Nick Nelson.
And a good mention here when it comes to camaraderie. 326 has left the pits with parts to help one of the Gomez brothers. So definitely want to always beat your competition, but if you can help them out, why not, right?
Absolutely.
It's a great sportsmanship there. Here at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers. We're all having a good time. We're out in the middle of the rock trails here in the Hammers. And what's going on here is over 100 vehicles left the start line this morning, starting at 8 a.m. Of course, your number one qualifier, Nick Nelson, was side by side with your current leader, Jason Shearer. Nick Nelson has had problems on the course. We're hearing possibly through the rumor mill a fuel-related issue. And we have been racing now for over 3 hours, and we're more or less just over midway through the second lap. We will have a third lap with some options to come as we see some work being done here, and that's a bit of a precarious position. And that is coming down, I believe, Chocolate Thunder.
That's Brian.
The fun continues here at Hammertown. Everybody here is glued to the big screen. If you haven't been here before, they have a giant screen here where everybody is forced to listen to the announcers. Sorry, but everybody at home has to do the same. We'll be right back with you here at the Nitto King of the Hammers.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch. Now through March 31st, buy any ARB air locker and receive an ARB air compressor absolutely free.
When I'm not working under that big American flag, you can find me here, enjoying the great outdoors. The trees, the streams, and best of all, the wildlife. Check out these treks. Deer, raccoon, and my favorite, Jeep. At Big O, we've got great deals on a huge inventory of rugged Jeeps that can take you almost anywhere. Whoa, those are big. Could only be from one thing. Big O, as always, under that big American flag on the Motor Mile. Proud sponsor of Ultra 4 Racing and King of the Hammers.
Gen-Ride Off-Road. Quality off-road parts and accessories. Designed, developed, and manufactured in the USA. Genuine ideas engineered right.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Nitto 2019 King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We are looking right now at backdoor, what can be referred to as the Joker lap on this particular race. They have to run it 1 out of the 3 laps. They have to go and take this nearly impossible climb. We've seen a bunch of people try it. Most people winch it. We haven't seen anyone climb it yet. This is where the strategy comes into play as to when you run this sheer climb over in backdoor.
It sounds like getting some reports from out on the course, Jason Shearer doing almost 110 miles an hour. And we're doing projections. Looks like somewhere in the vicinity of 20 minutes plus before our leader could be back here to finish his second lap. and heading out on that third lap, so we'll see.
Yeah, and that's when we'll actually finally get some good split times because they come right back through the main pits here in Hammertown. We'll actually be able to pull some times. We'll be able to check everyone off on their corrected time, and the ticker at the bottom of the screen will update, and we'll be able to see who's physically leading and who's actually leading this race.
So we're hearing an update maybe 30 minutes before our leader can get to town as we're back in back door here. And the fun continues here in Johnson Valley. And we'll see. You know, one thing that has not come to fruition we were talking about is that jam up in back door. Now, we've seen maybe 2, 3, or 4 vehicles and some side-by-side action, but we haven't seen, except for the very beginning of the race, we haven't seen a real jam up there. But that jam up happened when there was a winch failure.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot more action in back door. As we look at the tracker, you see a lot of cars bunched up, especially on this second lap. And the rock trails will do that. They'll squish these cars together really, really tight. Solid axle cars will usually get through the desert at about the same pace. So a lot of them will get back into town at the same time. If they all just have a standard pit, they'll go out. I think we're going to see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars in that section of back door stacked up behind each other. The question will be, does everyone play it nice and just wait? Or do we have that classic, what we see sometimes where a leader's got to drop in a back door and create a whole new line up the far side?
It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Just some information for those guys watching at home on the European entries and how they're getting on. Daniel Roderick is still on lap 1. Nicholas Montador still on lap 1. Neville Canter is starting lap 2. And good news for the Antipodeans. Chris Hummer and Neil Cooper, they are well into lap 2, so just quick update there for the foreign entries.
And there we see Bailey Campbell, as we saw her having a little bit of trouble earlier in the pits, them having to fix the winch for her. But she's been doing very well since she's pulled out of Hammertown, clicking off those rock trails. As we see her headed down Chocolate Thunder, she'll get her sticker on the checkpoint and then head back out on the race.
This is looking really good. I'm just looking on the tracker now, and it's actually remarkable how many cars are well into lap 2. Great to see. Starting to see a few stopped vehicles now, but a majority of the vehicles that started this race are still running. So quick recap, we've got Jason Shearer currently leading Paul Herschel. Then it's Waylon Campbell and Eric Miller. And not far behind them we have Shannon Campbell, Jordan Pellegrino and Brian Capera. And Levi Shirley is also right up there in the mix. So it's all to play for. If anyone has a problem here, they're going to get snaffled up very quickly.
It's interesting to see the group running in the front. Not really tight, but close enough to really make a difference, even with a flat tire, a small stop, having to get out and winch. What do you think, based on what you've seen or heard from the Outer Limits and Spooners, is there going to be any getting out of the car back there on the third lap?
It's always possible. Those trails are absolutely epic. We know that. But these trails have been driven more and more each year. This year we've seen the UTVs go through there. We've seen the EMC classes go through there. And we know that they are drivable with 37-inch tyres. These guys that are out here on course, they have the best of the best. They've got their 4400 class, so they've got 40-inch tyres or bigger. They're running high horsepower, fantastic suspension. Yes, it's going to take time to get through those trails, and yes, they're going to cause a problem, but I don't actually see them being game changers on this track. These guys are far too experienced for them to...
When it really comes into play on a lot of these rock trails is if somebody gets out there and they have an issue in the line that is doable. That's the problem. You know, we saw it earlier with a winch issue in back door. If you get out into some of these rock trails and you get somebody up in front of you and they clog up that trail because they have a problem, that's when the whole game changes, because you have the route you want to take and then the route you have to take.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. There is not a driver out here who doesn't believe he can't drive every inch of these trails. But it changes when you get 2-3 cars broken in certain areas. And it will be third lap where these cars come around and they meet lap traffic, particularly at Clawhammer, particularly at Full of Hate. These could be defining moments on those trails, and they could set the course of the entire race.
It's also where being in a single-seat car really comes into play, because a lot of the times in some of these trails, if you hit a little traffic, you can get your co-driver out, get him out up the trail a ways, see what you're looking at. Do you take a wide bypass or just a short bypass? So the guys running solo, this is where the race gets really, really difficult, is in that third lap.
Some good footage here, fun watching, going up aftershock.
And in the bottom of our screen there we see Chip McLaughlin picking his way through. As we watch more action here coming from Aftershock, we've got our man in the pits with all the action and all the knowledge. It's Miles. Miles, what have you got for us?
So speaking of attrition, I've got Raul Gomez here. Your brother just is on the other side of the pits. What's going on? You guys are running way out front and having some issues. Kind of work us through what happened out there on the course.
First lap was going great. Car was running great. I was pushing probably a little too hard, but right off the get-go, my oil pressure dropped to about 20 pounds here on the lake bed when I was running with Rob, and I kind of backed off, see if it would get pressure again. It didn't, so I was running about 20 to 10 pounds the whole first lap. I was kind of babying it, but really pushing a little bit too hard. Then lost a tire about 3 miles out from pit, so I drove it in on 3 wheels. Pit, they fixed me up, and then I went back out again and lost the motor about 2 miles out.
So speaking of 3 wheels, I talked to JP a little bit ago. He lost a front wheel. The hub fell off or something. And then didn't you guys put a hub in somebody else's car trying to get him back out on course? Because he was running in second place. That's such a tough luck.
Yeah, tough break for us today, but we still got Marcos. I think he's in 5th or 6th place out there.
Yeah, I believe he's in the top 5, so you guys still have something going on, and your older brother will not let you hear enough about that tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I just walked back here from my car and just grabbing some lunch and some water and probably walk out to a back door here in a little bit and help out my brother.
Okay, because you still are a competitor, so you can be on course to help fellow competitors since you're racing today. You're not technically out yet.
Correct. So we'll be help each other out, and hopefully he makes it through here on the second lap here pretty quick.
Well, Raul, you're always a class act. I really appreciate it. And the Ultra 4 family is here to help everybody. Thanks for putting your efforts out there. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort, but you're willing to do it.
Good deal. Thanks, Miles. Thanks all the fans, and thanks everybody coming out here and supporting us.
Well, once again, we're here for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery. It's been a lot of fun. I'm hearing through my PCI radio here in roughly a half hour or so. We could see Jason Shear come through. I believe it's Paul Horschel in the mix. Waylon's up front. We're having a little bit of tracker issues, but that's why we have the manual backup. Lots of action to come. You guys on the stage, Cameron, Ian, and Jim, back to you guys.
Thanks, Miles. Definitely wanted to mention really quickly there, as we heard from Raul Gomez. I spoke with Raul and his brother Marcos this morning, and I mentioned it earlier. Marcos said that he just had this incredible, just calm and seemed so switched on. He said that he's never felt that way at a race, and I was telling him that that's how I felt at the Baja 1000, that just calm and that whatever was going to happen was going to be good. So hopefully a great day for Marcos. We'll see how it plays out. But also, you heard him mention that those guys are still competitors. They can still help him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked a couple times about King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 racing being a no-chase race. The no-chase only means your crew can't get out on the race course with you. But in a case like the Campbells or in the case like the Gomez brothers, when you have multiple cars coming out of one camp, he could jump in his car, run parts out there. As long as he stayed on the race course, he'd still be okay, and he could just help out his brothers as much as he wants on that race course, no problem. We saw Shannon in the past helping Waylon up certain rock sections, and the competitors are allowed to help each other all day long throughout the race course.
Right on, and here's a look at Chocolate Thunder. And update on the course, we saw that it looked like the cable cam going through Aftershock, Jim. It looked like Levi Shirley was parked there in the 81.
Yeah, we can only speculate, but it was definitely Levi Shirley who was parked up out of the vehicle. Looked like he might have been getting back in again, so maybe he's had a puncture. It's so easy just to nick a tyre going through these trails. We keep saying it time and time again. As we watch these awesome views from the back end of Chocolate Thunder. But as we look at the tracker now, it's all about Jason Shearer. He's making his way back. He's probably going to be 15 minutes out from town now, and he's followed some 3 miles behind by Paul Herschel. Then behind him, we've got Waylon Campbell, and then Eric Miller, who are all blasting the way across the desert lake beds now and making their way back to Hammertown to join us before they start lap 3.
You know, this could be a curse and a blessing for Shearer out there. You know, yeah, he's leading, but he still has a whole other lap to go, and it's a nasty lap. And sometimes when you've got a big lead, there's a chance you can hurt that car pushing it a little too hard, but hopefully he can sort of keep a cool head on and just sort of push his way through that third lap.
Yeah, now that's that car we see on screen there. That is Chris Hummer and Neil Cooper. They're over from Australia at the moment, and they're doing absolutely fantastic.
And this, of course, is Chocolate Thunder.
And that is Brett Gegeber picking his way through.
Yeah, it's a great looking car. Brent doing a great job there.
There's a lot more sand in the bottom of Chocolate Thunder this year than we've seen in the last couple years, as my memory tells me.
Well, that one section at the back of Chocolate Thunder, it's kind of deceiving. It is super loose when you pull out here because you can stay low and it's a little bit more traction, or you can see them when they're digging through, but right in there it just gets so nasty. You have to hit that with a lot of speed. It's just so, it is almost like a quicksand, almost like a silt almost. You'd be used to seeing in Baja and places, Karen, but it is. It's just really, really rutted out and washed out at the bottom of that trail.
And one of the times we raced King of the Motos, we came down that dune to go into Chocolate Thunder, and I'll tell you that bottom, it does get incredibly soft. It's like a G-out stop when you hit it. So it's not as easy as it seems, and definitely the soft sand is something to think about as you're taking off, but seemingly no one having a problem leaving Chocolate Thunder today.
Well, at the very least, you get to hear a whole lot of motor and a whole lot of tire spin, and that's the best part of any day.
And as we're watching a little bit of action here, we'll get some action in the pits as well. But what we like to do is we'd like to explain a little bit about the Ultra 4 cars. You guys have heard us talk about the straight axle. You've heard us talk about the IFS. Let's get that explained in a piece that was put together with Miles.
What's up, guys? Miles Haskell. We're here in the pits. We got the Red Dragon. Lauren Healy built this car. It's a single-seat IFS car. Cody Addington recently purchased it last year, done very well with it. This is the winningest buggy in Ultra 4 right now, and it's an IFS car. So down here, we have an upper and a lower A-arm. So in the desert, these things are extremely fast. In the rocks, you kind of have to use a little bit of momentum and blast through it. They hold up very well, but this car is going to smoke through the desert. And then over here we have Miramon's straight axle car, and there's a lot of debate. Most of the guys are going to IFS, but straight axle, so when you're in the rocks, they really shine because when you hit a rock, one side goes up, which forces the other side down. So in the rocks, they really do well climbing. They're very fast in the desert, but not near as fast as the IFS. So the great debate of IFS versus straight axle, this is what we got. We'll see how it plays out on race day.
Okay, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. Thank you very much, Mars, for explaining to us the difference between solid axle and IFS. As we're watching the action on screen, Jason Shearer, our current race leader, is blasting his way back towards Hammertown and is literally only mere minutes away. We're calculating around about 7 to 8, and then we've got just behind him is Paul Herschel. And then behind him, we've got Waylon Campbell and Eric Miller. This is an awesome race, Ian.
Oh, I'm super excited about it. You know, we've got, Shearer out in front. You know, he wants that back-to-back win at King of the Hammers. Never been done before. I'm sure Eric would love to add another scepter or a crown to his stable, and he'd sure want to do it even more in that solid axle car. And then, of course, I'm sure the other two guys would love to get their first win under their belt for sure, which would be great for them. I'd love to see either a new king or a solid axle king or a queen today. It would be amazing.
Now, the amazing thing is that when we're actually having all of this, we're watching, okay, there are some drivers you watch and you think, oh, there's always a chance of a possibility of a failure. But when you watch Jason Shearer, you never get that impression. You always think to yourself, he's got this. And I find that really interesting.
Yeah, Jason, you know, I've said it before. I first met Jason almost 16, 17 years ago, back when he was driving it was called Tiny. It was a little Volkswagen-powered moon buggy out in the We Rock competitions. And he is just one of those guys who shines everywhere he goes. And just such a nice guy. Great king, great ambassador for the sport. And at the same time, like you said, just a smooth driver everywhere he goes. And it just, you know, just great to see him out there racing.
It's interesting to know that his first race was actually here in 2009, and that was a race that he actually won. So, you know, this guy is serious stuff, and he's proven it yet again today. Now, let's not forget that 3 years ago he came here with the single-seater IFS car. Last year he changed it up, put a second seat in there, and Jason Berger jumped in with him. This year he's also got Jason sitting next to him again, and I think that is a massive factor and contributes to actually being successful out here. It's very difficult to run these trails on your own, and having your, let's be honest, your best mate sat next to you, calming you down, telling you when to accelerate, telling you where to back off, making those navigational calls, and basically just being that real good guy who can just keep you in the zone makes a massive difference.
Yeah, when you see Jason running this car out in some of the short course events throughout the season, he does. He kicks it back down to a single seat car and just runs those races. And I you know, Jason, I consider him a friend of mine, and we talk regularly. And I did ask him, I said, "Sir, you're running this race with a co-driver? Are you going down to the single seat?" And his response was, "Nope. King of the Hammers is too much fun to do alone." He's out there. He is one of those guys out there who is having tons of fun. And the other thing that he brought up, but I never thought would come into play, but he did mention it. He's one of the only drivers, I think, in these top fields that is still running a straight up legit crate engine, mail order engine, show up, drop it in, not a race engine. You know, he has a crate engine. Whether that's a detriment or a benefit, who knows? He was saying that when he looks at the field and sees these guys with 800-900 horsepower, he feels that maybe he's a little bit underpowered, but no questions at all. It's working for him today.
Well, there's a big debate about this. We've got a lot of guys who come out with some seriously high horsepower, and we've got a lot of guys who come out here who are now stepping it back. So they're actually having separate engine packages for Hammers, and those engine packages are actually being dialed back to give them reliability in the rock trials. Not only to give them the reliability, but to give them better fuel consumption. This is something we were talking about with Cam earlier, and we were talking about, you know, the huge amount of fuel that those big block motors like Jason Blanton and, of course, Nick Nelson use. So if you can dial that back a little bit, if you can just say, okay, I can survive with 600 horsepower, that makes a massive difference to the way that your car survives and to the amount of fuel that you use. It changes your race strategy, and to my mind, makes you more competitive here at King of the Hammers.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things that you just don't know. I mean, when you build one of these cars, it legitimately is a 27-piece screwdriver, and the fewer items you can put in it, the better it's going to be.
Okay, now we're getting some fantastic images. This is images of Levi Shirley. So it looks like he might have a problem there. Just working on the car. And we're just being told now that any moment now we're going to be seeing Jason Shearer coming in towards Hammertown. Now, what's his strategy going to be here, Ian? Are we going to see? We've already seen him pit once. I personally think he's going to have to pit here, but does he pit here, or does he make his way around to remote pit 2A, or what's he going to do? He's already taken on back door, so my betting is he's going to come in here, it's his main pit, he's got all his guys, he's going to refuel here, and then burn back out into that desert.
I think you're absolutely right. I think we're going to see him come in, do his main pit here. I think we've seen him already do that once. He will have to be incredibly relaxed at this point because, just like you said, back door, out of the way, check mark, done. He's already been through these rock trails once. He also knows these rock trails like the back of his hand, so that's not going to be a challenge for him. He knows he's got a good lead. He'll still push, but I think we're going to see him come in, pit, and head back out, and hopefully stretch that lead out even further.
Yeah, and as people actually come, as Jason comes into the short course now, let's not forget that his pits is actually before the arch. So we're going to see him come in, and he's going to disappear off our scope as he disappears into his pits. Then once he comes out of his pits, he'll then come onto the short course, pick up his stamp, and then head out back into the desert again.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see that car head up through Sledgehammer on this particular lap. I think it's going to be great to see. I just can't wait to see it.
Indeed. Now, if you said to Jason, how would you want your race to go? I think this is pretty much textbook. Here we go. Here he comes now. Jason coming on down through the arch. Okay, as Jason comes on round through now, we're going to be going down to Miles in the pits. Tell us a little bit about what's going on.
You know, that's interesting,
Shear.
Jim.
This is Jason Shear, just got his sticker. He is railing through the infield. He did a quick fuel and go. They were in the pits for about a minute and a half. A fuel and go, checked out the car. Jason Shear, our current king out front, number 76. This machine is moving. This is a down trout, 2C IFS. We have Berger in the passenger seat. Jason Shear looking good, looking smooth. He's heading out for his last lap. I believe he has to hit backdoor right now. He still has to do all the rock trails, plus outer limits, plus spooners. We're hearing that Paul Horschel should be here in the next 5 minutes or so. But this is Jason Shear's race to lose. He did start on the poles or on the front line, so corrected time still will play in effect until the final end. We got to make sure the tracker hit all the VCPs, make sure he's got all the stickers. But Jason Shear running a clean race. I'm not too far from the Horschel pit. They're starting to stir a little bit. We'll see if they take fuel or not, but I still believe it's Shear, Horschel, and Campbell out front. And I'll run down the Campbells here shortly too. So while we have a little low in the action here in the pits, I'll send it back up to the Jumbotron. Cameron, Ian, Jim, back to you guys.
Thanks, Miles. We're looking at backdoor, which Jason Shear is going to have to tackle. I'm sorry, already tackled. Little confusion there. Sorry, he already did it on first time around, so he's clear.
I've got to say, how professional does Jason Shearer look? He came into that pit. He knew exactly what he needed. Took on only the fuel that he needs to complete the race. Nothing more. That strategy is working for him.
And
you'd be hard pushed to guess against him at the moment.
For sure, with Horschel having to go into backdoor still.
I think the only thing that might be in sort of the missing link in this run for Jason will be how much traffic is he going to hit as he heads out into those rock trails. Yes, they do have some bypasses and some alternates, but at this point there could be traffic on both of those trails. We don't know.
Well, this is very true, and this is when it all comes into play, because if he has to then overdrive the car to get past this traffic, will he get a breakage? Will we have a problem? We saw him a few years ago break the front end of the vehicle, struggle, and that led to a retirement. So, as you say, this race is not over yet. We have still got hours of racing to come.
Absolutely, and even more so in those rocks. That's where everything slows way down, and some iconic trails still to come.
And this is Horschel coming in. He'll be going through the Jeep Arch shortly. And we do expect a pit from him. As you heard from Miles, his crew was stirring. Second place on the road here at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And this is our second vehicle coming around.
And Paul Horschel is looking really good here. The car looks sharp. Doesn't look like he has any problems. I'm guessing he will be very happy at this moment. Interesting A-arm configuration there. You'll see he's got the big steps in them to give them the clearance over the rocks. Very similar to Jason Shearer's design. Both of them running BF Goodrich tyres, KR3Ss. Now, as Paul Horschel blasts through, we've got Miles down in the pits. What do you got for us, mate?
So we just saw Paul Horschel come through. He's our physical second place leader, and you just saw him drive around Randy Slauson. He just has been working on his bomber for the last hour, put a transfer case in it. He was hauling through there. Now you can tell the front is bound up, so tough break for Randy Slauson. Put that car all the way back together, only made it a couple hundred yards. He's broke down. Paul Horschel just blew by. He's got plenty of fuel. He's looking good. The car's great. So physically out front, we have Jason Shear and Paul Horschel. I just talked to Levi Shirley's pit. He's having a power steering issue out on a remote pit, so tough break for him. So we should have Waylon Campbell come through here shortly, so I'll throw it back up to you guys at the Jumbotron and go talk to the Campbells.
Well, now, as we look at Levi Shirley here, he's having lots of work done. But Paul Horschel, no, he's already been through backdoor, hasn't he? So, yeah, no, he's going to be flying back out into that desert and in hot pursuit.
I said that twice wrong. I'm just excited about someone going in the back door in the traffic, but they've played it well.
So I wonder what's wrong here. This is looking very serious for Levi. Looks like they're tearing the heart out of these cars. Now, these cars are designed to be taken apart. These cars are designed to be worked on. So all of the panels have quick fix Zeus-style fixings. They're also all
See,
the
you guys made me look bad for no reason whatsoever. I was right this time.
Absolutely.
All right,
Cameron,
you
were
guys
right.
eat crow. Come on, jump in there.
I said nothing.
Jump
That was
in
all
there.
Jim's fault. That was Jim's fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. I'll take that one. No, Paul Hershey, he's got to come through because it was Nick Nelson and Jason Shearer that
That's
we
who
saw
it
come
was,
through
yes.
the first time.
And so he's re-racking, taking another look.
Now, if you were Herschel here, would you risk it or would you just winch it?
You got to try it at least once.
Well,
Yeah,
you
but
know
then
that.
Look at this car. This car is struggling here. That loose dirt at the back and the fact that so many other cars have been here already are making sure that he can't get the line that he wants.
He's going to that far right line. Or no, he's going to come back and left. But this is exactly what we were talking about before, Cameron. Yeah, the back of that car is similar to one of the desert race cars that we'd see out, the Truggy style, with that huge fuel cell in the back. He's got to drag all that weight up that hill.
Ian, am I right in thinking, but that offside front tyre, is that turning when he's coming in under contact to the rocks? I'm not sure both those wheels are locking up.
I can't see it from here. We'll have to watch it on this one and see.
Well, you'd think if he had a mechanical issue that he would winch, but there you go. Now he's got.
He's popped it.
Now see him. Waylon Campbell physically third in the inside box, coming into the checkers. Horschel trying to get over the ledge at back door. Now remember, Jason Shearer is clear about 5 minutes past that back door entrance. So that's the advantage that he'll have.
And we'll have to see Waylon drop in here now. He's going to have to go run back door. Both Waylon and Shannon have not run it yet. So we'll see them pull out of Hammertown and head over there into back door. And the question is Horschel out of it? No, obviously not. So now you got traffic to deal with.
This is about fifth attempt there, Jim. Are you surprised he hasn't got out to winch?
I would be winching now if I was Paul. He's got a winch there. He should be using it. He's also got to think about driveline fatality. He's got to think about saving his car. He's still got the hardest lap of the race to come yet. Why risk it here?
It looks like he's getting his co-driver out right now. I think at the very least you're going to want your front tires up over that ledge, get into position, and then start winching it. But I do agree. I think at this point in the race, it should be a one-hit pull cable type of deal.
And here we go.
Unless it's someone like Waylon or Shannon. The difficulty they have is they're running solo. So if they want to get out and winch, it's twice as much work.
Okay, so you, Paul Herschel, you're already here. You got, whoa. Paul's realizing that Paul realizes he's got Waylon coming up behind him. He's trying to get the car up in the block hole.
Oh, you blocked that trail 100%.
He's trying to block that trail now. Unfortunately, it's quite dangerous there, which is why he got a telling off from the course marshal. But if I was Paul, I'd be moving my car across to the right-hand side, which is actually a cleaner line to winch, and the line that we saw Jason Shearer use earlier on.
But that's the line. If he gets his car up on that left-hand side, that's the line. If anyone's able to drive it, that's where they're going to drive it. So if you block it, no one's driving that right-hand side line.
I'd take that chance. We haven't seen anyone drive it today.
On corrected time at the start-finish line, Waylon Campbell less than 2 minutes behind Horschel. Horschel less than 2 minutes behind Shearer, if I didn't mess that up from the information I was given.
I think you're right, but the problem that we're seeing is Shearer is
gone. See you later.
These guys are in back door, stuck, winching, and this is the slowest part of wheeling right now.
Okay, now this is interesting for me. Now, don't forget what I was saying about earlier. There's no comms between the driver and the co-driver, okay? This is awkward. They've got these big engines making a lot of noise. It's very difficult for them to communicate with full-face helmets on. And Waylon here is being very, very patient. He knows that he can drive this if he gets it right.
Well, Waylon has to be patient. Waylon's all by himself in that car. It's different. If you had a co-driver, you'd pull up to the right-hand side like we saw Shearer do and winch that right-hand side. Waylon, unfortunately, being alone, we saw Bailey do the same thing. She pulled up the right-hand side, co-driver got out.
This is interesting as well. Is somebody actually helping Paul Herschel here? Because is that his co-driver?
That's his co-driver out there.
2 spots quickly.
Yeah, that's his co-driver.
Well, let's right now get it down to Miles, who's in the pits at the Eric Miller pit.
So I'm downhill with Casey Gilbert here in Miller's pit, and it just goes to show you raced on Wednesday, you won your race, and now you're out here, you got your suit on, you're ready to fuel Miller. You guys have been buddies, your teammates. It's cool to see everybody jump in and help everybody. When he gets here, what's your plan?
Just fuel the car real quick, dump probably 2 full cans in it, give it a quick shakedown, and send him on his way.
So he will be physically in fourth, but remember this is on corrected time, and he was a little bit back behind Jason Shearer. So it's anybody's race. We have Shearer out front, then Horschel, then Whalen, and now Miller. There's a lot of fast guys up front. How cool is that?
Oh, it's great. He did bypass back door on the first 2 laps, so he does need to make up that time, but he's making up a lot of time in the rocks right now.
And speaking about rocks, they have to do outer limits and spooners this time. How hard is that going to be? He's in a straight axle. You love a straight axle. Is there any IFS straight axle battles for this last lap?
Yeah, his car it turns real well, and he excels in the rocks, and he knows that. That's why on the first lap he was not, he just runs a conservative pace and not let him gap him too much, but he'll catch him in the rocks.
Well, thank you, Casey Gilbert. I'll let you guys get ready. We should see him very shortly. I think I see some dust out. Yes, I can physically see him. And it sounds like there's some action. Paul Horschel, go to you guys.
Horschel upside down in back door at that second ledge. And Campbell working to hook up and
you can
winch
see him.
himself
He's
up.
hustling. He's hustling. He knows this is his chance to pass.
This is what we were talking about earlier, about staying calm in the car. That flustered Paul Horschel. He's got flustered, he's got upset. He's tried to overdrive the car and put it on its roof. Tough break there for Paul Horschel.
So right now, Campbell getting strapped back in as we're bringing, looks like the 4th vehicle coming through the Jeep arch on the inset. On the inside picture, that is Eric Miller. He started, I believe, in the 21st position or somewhere in that area. I'm taking a look again. I'm sorry, in the 19th position for Eric Miller.
You can see the disadvantage here that Wayland has by being a solo driver. He has to get back in the vehicle, he has to put all his belts back on before he can move that vehicle. Then when he gets to the top after he's finished winching, he's got to get out and do it all again.
Absolutely, it's the risk you take when you're out there running solo.
All right, let's get down to the pits. Miles is there in the Miller pit.
Getting a big thumbs up from Eric. I'm just walking around the car. They're full of fuel, double checking every single lug nut. We've seen some wheels come loose today. Look at this, a pit in less than 1 minute. Eric Miller physically in 4th, but remember he started roughly 10 minutes behind Jason Shearer, so corrected time is going to be very interesting on this last lap with all those extra rocks. So it is going to be down to the wire. Could we have another 3-time Nitto King of the Hammers winner powered by Optima battery or not? Time will tell. Man, this is a lot of action. I can't get enough of this. We are having too much fun here in Hammertown. Cameron, Ian, Jim, back to you guys.
Thank you, Miles. Great update there. Eric Miller is about 90 seconds away from the entrance to back door. Within the next 2 minutes, he will be involved in this 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place battle.
Now, Ian called this earlier on. He said that backdoor could be a pivotal moment on this race for every single driver. And look at this now. We've got our 2nd and 3rd place vehicles and our 4th place vehicle just about to come in. Now, how does this play out? Because Paul Horschel, if he gets a recovery here in this situation, is he going to get DNF'd out? Is he going to be allowed as it's a course martial issue?
No, he'll still be allowed. The rule is very clear. Because he's being righted by course marshals, they don't want to leave your car upside down out there. So he will be able to continue. What he wouldn't be able to take is outside assistance. So in this case, they want to get that car righted. He'll still be in the race. But as you can see, this is slowing Wayland way down.
And that's precisely why the marshals are there. They're there to assist with the winching. They're there to assist unclog a jam up. So that is not outside assistance. The thing you got to think about here for Horschel is that anytime your vehicle's upside down, that the oil drains to the top, goes to the top of the motor, and the longer it sits there, the more possibility you get of that situation. And it's a crapshoot. When you go to restart the car, you can hydrolock the engine.
Absolutely. We were talking about it earlier about the difference between, Jason Shearer's running a crate engine, and you'll see a lot of these guys running very similar to what you have in your trophy truck, being a dry sump system for that exact reason. Keep that oil from sitting in the bottom. But this is the one I've been waiting for all day. I've been waiting to see a solid axle car tackle this climb with somebody with the skills like Eric Miller. Hopefully he just comes in here and one-shots this thing.
Now we've got to be a bit careful here because there's a winch line already on the track that's been put there by a course marshal. They've moved that very quickly, but look at this. Eric Miller is reaching for the winch straight away. These guys are all running the same strategy. Very interesting indeed.
So I have my stopwatch running here. Jason Shearer left the pass at back door almost 14 minutes ago.
Wow.
That's not exact timing. That's just me on my timing for interest. So
Here you
about
can see
14 minutes ago.
We watched Horschel hit this time and time and time and time again, and Eric isn't even messing around. It's just front tires up, winch runs out.
Okay, you can see Eric there. His co-driver is using a remote control for the winch. Okay, now the interesting thing about that is that it means that the co-driver has control of the winch rather than the driver. And this all comes back to what we're talking about with communication. So now let's have a look. Herschel's back on his wheels. What's going to happen when he starts up? I'm expecting plumes of white smoke, but Wayland's getting impatient. And why wouldn't he be impatient? He wants to get on with his race.
Well, I think Wayland would be finally getting the clearance from the course marshals once Horschel was on all four wheels. He'd be given the clearance to get, now your race can continue. You can't be racing around these guys when they're trying to ride something.
And you're watching live the pass for second place. Now it looks like Campbell's going to have to redirect here to try to get righted to get the right angle. Again, Campbell doesn't want to flip over here on this ledge either. Now both vehicles are starting to move. And don't forget that Eric Miller's right below. That's second, third, and fourth place all in back door.
And all this time.
If you were Jason Shearer and you could see this right now, what would you be saying?
Well, if I was Jason Shearer, I'm sure his crew is telling him what's going on, because I'm sure someone's here in the watching the feed and feeding that information by radio, which of course is legal to give the information. So, oh, Campbell. And here comes Miller. That's the pass for second place. Waylon Campbell.
Fantastic action here at Hammers. Waylon Campbell makes the pass for second place after Paul Herschel put it on his roof at back door.
And we saw, I believe we saw Herschel get started, and we saw the vehicle move a little bit, but that was it.
Yeah, you may have called it before, Cameron, that it's not just the oil in the engine, it's the oil in the transmission,
Sure.
It's the oil in the transfer case. There's a lot of stuff that could go on when your car is sitting on its roof for an extended period of time. It's one thing if it's just on its side, but that car was 100% upside down, and that becomes a huge problem. You'll see Miller here take the exact same line that Waylon did and drop in behind him and start chasing him through the desert as well.
And this is, again, pass for third.
This is a battle we've seen many times before, Miller versus Waylon.
And so Miller, 9 King of the Hammers appearances, 4 podiums. And there you go. Cleans it, so to speak.
Absolutely. But at the same time, we've been watching this all unfold as the clock has just ticked by. And during that time, Jason Shearer has been just out there eating up desert.
And Eric Miller, your king in 2012 and 16. And now we have, I believe, Miller's Navigator still strapping in. But they will be giving chase, both Campbell and Miller, trying to chase down Jason Shearer, who has at least 10 minutes clear. We'll have to try to get the split when we can.
Absolutely, yeah. We can watch on the tracker and just sort of get some ideas, but the reality is all that battle inside back door just kept everyone well away from Jason Shearer as he just stretched his legs out there. So as we watch these guys clear out a back door, we'll go ahead and take a quick break from the action here at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4wp.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Johnson Valley, California for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. It's been a fantastic day of racing here so far, and we've still got hours left. Our current leader, Jason Shearer, is making his way into the 3rd lap, and he's being chased down by 2nd place Waylon Campbell and in 3rd place Eric Miller. We saw Paul Herschel, who was in physical 2nd place, roll his car at the top of back door. It's been a fantastic day.
Yeah, so far, you know, it's been sort of what we kind of expected. We thought that we'd have a leader get out, stretch his legs at the very beginning, and get in those rock trails and people catch up, which is what we saw. But, you know, really surprising that both Waylon and Paul Horschel saved that backdoor hit till the 3rd lap. I think Jason making that decision to hit it on his 2nd lap was, so far, what we've seen has been a good call by them.
Tactics and strategy is everything at this race these days.
And what's interesting is it's not just backdoor. Now we have a couple optional lines out in the actual hammer trails as well, don't we?
We do indeed. We have Full of Hate, we have Clawhammer, and they're going to have their part to play in this race as well, as Jason Shearer starts to make his way round. And if we look at the tracker, we can see already that he's making his way through traffic.
Yeah, if we look here, we can see cars in both of those trails. This would be Clawhammer, I believe, on the left. I think we were just looking at Full of Hate. And, you know, when you're in there and those guys are in front of you, they're taking the easy line, the line that you want, because that's the fastest line. So there is a chance that when you get in those sections, you're going to have to fight your way through.
So what do you do, though? You're Jason Shearer. Your crew are telling you you've got a 15, 20-minute lead, okay, over possibly 2 of the greatest rock racers of all time, Waylon Campbell and Eric Miller. Do you sit back or do you push on?
No, you push on. Like we've said many times before, this race is anyone's race on any day at any moment. We've seen people lose this race 5 miles outside of Hammertown. You don't give up. You keep pushing until the very end. That's the only way that you can actually win this race. We've said it before. This race used to be a 50% push to the last 20 miles, but not anymore. This is a sprint, start to finish, this whole race.
It is indeed, as we watch images from Full of Hate. This was a trail that was opened by Jason Berger, Jason Shearer's current co-driver, and Tom Ways.
And, you know, that would be an interesting strategy there as well. You just said, you know, this is a trail that was opened by Jason Shearer's co-driver. How well does he know this trail? Does he know little secret spots that he knows that car can get through that other people maybe don't? You know, that's kind of good strategy as well.
It is, but you've got to remember that we've had 30-plus cars travel through here now. So even if you've done all your pre-running, this course has changed.
Oh, it's changed, and there's also cars in the way now. As we see down the bottom right-hand side of the screen, I believe that's Shannon coming in right now into main pits.
So it looks like Shannon's going to be blowing straight through main pit and back out on track. 3-time king, of course. A little off the pace, but if there's ever a man who can make it back, it's Shannon.
Well, he's proved it time and time again.
Okay, we're going to wander on down to Miles in the pits. Miles, what have you got for us?
So we have 2 Campbells out front in the top 5. There's a lot of action out there. I was in here in the Campbell pit. Wayland and Shannon blew through. Miller stopped. So both Campbells still have to stop for fuel, and you saw him back door with Horschel rolled over. Wayland got up there pretty clean, and I heard on the radio chat over my PCI radio, Shannon was asking, so where's Wayland? As he came through main, as he came through back door, he's cleared both, and you could hear Shannon's like, oh, he's already cleared. I got to step up my game. It was pretty funny. He was excited and frustrated all in the same little clip, but there's lots of action. And I want to recap from earlier in the day. Cody Addington went out very early in the day, so tough break for him, but it's his birthday, so we want to give Cody Addington a huge shout out. Happy birthday, buddy. It's not what you wanted, but you're here. You were here racing with us, but that's just part of it. So Cody Addington, happy birthday, buddy. And there's still lots of action down here. There's lots of stuff going on. So our top 4 are out. I can't quite tell if Horschel's moving yet or not, but is he going to be in Campbell's way? We'll find out here shortly. But we have some Nitto tires out front trying to chase down Jason Shear. So Jim, Ian, Cameron, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles, and we're back in Aftershock, watching all the action from today's King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley.
It'll be interesting, as we've just said a few minutes ago, Wayland had to go in and drop into back door. Now, obviously, Shannon has to do the same thing. So the question will be, is there traffic in there right now? Is it clear? Will Shannon be the guy to one-shot that hill, or will he have to get out like Wayland and pull winch cable?
Let's not forget that Shannon actually won this title a few years back. I think it was 2010 or 2011, where he one-shotted while Jason Shearer was getting the winch out. So if anyone can one-shot this hill, it is Shannon.
Absolutely. We've seen it many times where people be stuck up. There he is right there. There's Shannon in back door right now. We'll see what happens. And here's something interesting. There's another competitor out there.
That's Raul Gomez.
That's Raul Gomez. He is going to, which is perfectly fine. That's perfectly legal. So he has moved out to back door. The Gomez brothers to help
Gomez
Shannon.
brothers.
Look at that. Both Gomez brothers out there helping the Campbell crew. That's definitely going to help Shannon reel in Wayland out there.
Now, Shannon has a high mount winch on his vehicle as well with an air-operated free-spool drum. You just saw how fast they got that cable out. Okay, he also has a magic box of tricks that converts 12 volt to 24 volt. That he runs 24 volts through a 12-volt motor, so you should see this as a faster than average winch pull. In theory.
That just shows you how hard that climb still is, even with a winch.
It is. That's a big car, the Dragon Slayer.
But that's some amazing strategy right there, having the Gomez brothers out there. That's still perfectly legal for them to help other competitors on that course.
Absolutely.
And that is definitely going to save him time, because we saw how much time it took for Wayland to get out of the car, run up there, hook up, get that winch line back in, and then continue on. Shannon probably saved 5-10 minutes here.
At least 5 minutes there. That's absolutely amazing. And I'm sure he'll be down here later on handing out the drinks to the Gomez brothers.
It will cost you beer for that help.
Oh, yes. But you know what? We don't mind spending a few beer tokens if it means we can get on course 5 minutes ahead of everyone else.
Absolutely.
Now, this is where Paul Herschel rolled, but no such problems to three-time King Shannon. And he disappears into the distance as the Gomez brothers watch him go.
You know, it's interesting. I think it looks like the Gomez brothers are just going to camp out there and help all day, and that would be a huge help for every competitor that rolls through here. As we'll see, oh, here comes Vaughn Gittins Jr. up right behind Shannon.
Yeah, now if you said that Vaughn Gittins Jr. was going to be chasing Shannon Campbell,
I would have said you're crazy. I would have said
the same thing. Just look how far this young man's come. Three-time world drift champion. Came into Ultra 4 and Rock Sports a few years ago, and he's doing a fantastic job. This car was built by Jimmy's 4x4 to compete in the 4500 class. He's manned it up into 4400, and he's doing a fantastic job here today.
Just goes to show you, some people come out here and this race just gets in their blood and they can't stop.
Now, the interesting thing for me here, oh,
I thought, no. Oh, good save,
now
good save.
This is the interesting thing, is that the Gomez brothers are stood to the side there, okay? Is Vaughn ignoring them, or what's happening? Shannon, he just put his wheels up there, he had eye contact with the Gomez brothers, didn't even try and shoot it, let them grab the line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, is the co-driver getting out, or are the Gomez brothers going to come down and help him as well?
It'd be interesting. Tactics. It all comes back to that thing. Who buys who the right amount of beer?
Well, or you know what it could be in all honesty, because all the Gomez brothers, they run solo as well in all their cars, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe they're just there to help those guys without a co-driver, which would be one way to look at it. They could say, you know what, we know what it's like to run this race solo, so we're here to help you out. But if you got a co-driver, sorry, they got to earn their keep.
Maybe that's what is going on. But either way, the clock is ticking, and Shannon Campbell is checking out on Vaughan. And in the bottom right, we can see Jason Shipman coming into the main pit now. Jason having a great day at the office. But all this time, we see all these people, and Jason Shearer just pushing on that little bit further.
He's stretching those legs out in that race course. As a matter of fact, if we were to take a look at the tracker, where exactly is he right now, Jim?
It looks like Jason Shearer is... Let's dive up onto the map. I think we're going to actually bring it into the screen. So we'll wait for it to come up onto the screen right now, and we'll have a look. There we go. So Jason Shearer already really with the power down, coming up close to Chocolate Thunder now. And there you can see he's hard in amongst all that back marker traffic.
Yeah, and as we said before, his number has changed to blue, meaning he's on that third lap.
And you can see Eric Miller right at the top there. And look at the physical difference on track. And let's not forget, Waylon Campbell's tracker is still having some issues. So Eric and Wayland are going to be very close together.
And Horschel should be in there somewhere, but he may be underneath one of these other numbers.
But is it possible that Paul's damaged his car? That was a serious rollover.
There is a chance, but let's just, we can look him up. Yeah, he's well, at least he looks like he's sitting at 0 miles an hour right now.
Well, we can see that he wasn't actually at back door, so maybe he's got a problem in the bottom of resolution.
Or there's a possibility that during that rollover, the tracker may be damaged as well.
Absolutely.
That sometimes happens as well.
We can only speculate on that at this moment.
Oh, there's Jason Shearer coming down Chocolate Thunder.
And he's looking really good. You have to say at this stage, it is Jason's race to lose for sure.
I certainly think so. And if anyone is out there, knows these rock trails so well.
And the car looks absolutely fantastic. It looks low, mean, and fast.
I'm sure you remember how excited Jason was when he crossed the line last year. Imagine how excited he'll be when he crosses it this year. If he ends up keeping that car together and coming all the way through to the home, it'd be absolutely amazing.
Indeed. As we're watching Vaughan Gitting Jr. still winching up through back door. And just look at the time that the Gomez brothers saved there for Shannon.
As we look at some of these images coming in from all the different trails, Chocolate Thunder full of hate. What I'm surprised about so far, Jim, is we really haven't seen any major traffic issues so far. Now, I know it's still fairly early in the race, but we haven't seen those 20, 30 car packups that we saw in the past in some of these rock trails. So far, everyone seems to be spread out fairly decently.
They do indeed, but it's worth noting that times have changed, cars have changed, crews have changed. There's a lot more experience on these trails than there ever was before. So many of these cars, many of these drivers have been racing here for many years. They know the lines, they know how to get through these things, and I think that makes a big difference. I mean, if we look back to all that, a few years back where we had all those problems coming up through the trails, particularly I think it was Aftershock and those big traffic jams, I don't think you're going to see those same problems this year because those crews have more experience and they know how to deal with those situations.
I also think it's partly that. I think it's also partly, I think Dave Cole and the King of the Hammers team, when they plan these trails, I think now they've gotten to the point where they realize, all right, we need to come up with a plan B before race day. I think we all remember that time where we had major traffic and we had to take a bypass on a trail to finish out the race.
Yeah. And they're changing the course constantly for the better of the drivers. Even at the last minute last night, they actually took out a trail called Idle Issues because they were concerned that it was going to become a blockage on the track. And we can see that now they have a choice here of Full of Hate, which we're looking at on screen, or they have a choice of taking up Clawhammer. And it's little things like this that make our course flow more freely. So thank you very much to Dave Cole and the guys that helped to design this course and keeping it flowing for all the public at home. As we watch Jason Shipman in the bottom right-hand corner. Well, actually, there's still Vaughan sitting down there. But this is interesting, look. The Gomez brothers are helping Jason Shipman.
Interesting.
Another Campbell car, of course.
I think I would help Vaughn because I think his favor repayment might be incredibly high. He's got some of that manufacturing backing that you might be able to lean on at some point in time. Or at least a ride in a drift car at some, which I've done, which is amazing. I did nearly throw up when I rode with Vaughn, but it is it's a fun time.
Okay, so Vaughn's now at the second waterfall, trying to pick his way through. This is where poor Herschel rolled a little over 30 minutes ago. And where we saw Eric Miller and Wayland blasting past to take second and third. Jason's hooked up.
Well, we saw them helping, but you can still see Jason Shipman's co-driver is out. So maybe
Indeed.
it's just a little bit of a help.
As we watch Jason Shipman trying to make his way up through back door. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley. Bright blue skies and sunshine. The temperatures are very cool, perfect for racing. Not so good for us standing here watching, but fantastic race day. Yeah, we're just looking at Michael Henn here on track.
Looks like they're changing their mind and they may take that full of hate trail. Maybe there's traffic that we can't see up in on the left.
And if you take a look here, the inside picture is a car broken in Jackhammer, I believe, which is where Jason Shear will be appearing next. So possible drama unfolding. We'll see if Jason has an alternate or if there's another line there. But right now, those guys are stuck in Jackhammer.
Okay, while we continue to watch the action here, we're joined on stage now by Cody Addington. Cody, firstly, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks, Miles, and everyone for supporting me. Today we had a tough break. I mean, had a prep car and at a little over 100 miles an hour, the front drive line, something gave out and blew a bunch of stuff apart. And I'm not a quitter, but there's nothing we can do to fix it. So very, very tough break for us today.
Well, let's tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about your car. You're driving Lauren Healy's old single-seat Dragon. Now, this is a vehicle that we've seen for many, many years, and it's a remarkable vehicle. So it's a tough break for you out there. What do you think caused this failure?
I don't know right now. We're going to look at it. I mean, like I said, the car is 100% prepped. It was some fluke that gave way. I mean, there's multiple broken parts now, so it's really hard to tell what started it, but it ended up breaking the linkage off the transmission, and to fix that you have to physically pull the transmission and get inside of it, and it's just something we cannot do right now on site.
And what mile was that at, Cody?
I don't even want to say. It was early on, but we were doing 104 miles an hour last time I looked down, and we were moving, and you know, I know I can do this, and we'll be back at the next race. This year we're getting our first win in this car, and you know, sorry to disappoint some of our sponsors, but just want to show that we will be back, and we know we can do this.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Cody. We're gutted for you, but it's always good to have you up here on stage, and once again, happy birthday.
Right on. Thank you, guys. Thanks to all my fans. Sorry, guys.
No outside assistance allowed, but if your two brothers happen to be racers and out of the race, they can jog right on over to back door and help you out. So this is Marcos Gomez, and I believe that is JP and Raul out there helping their brother who is running in a solid position.
We got ourselves a Gomez party.
That's right.
It's a Gomez backdoor reunion right now.
Now, that's the three things I didn't think I'd hear today. So a tough break for Cody Addington, but ever the professional, coming up here and telling us all about his woes as we kick back to Full of Hate. And that looks like a Campbell car to me going up through there, so that must be Shannon. That's Wayland going up through there.
And this is Wayland following a vehicle that's on its second lap. So Wayland trying to make moves to get closer to Jason Shearer, your leader.
And this is exactly what we were talking about before when you get into these rock trails. You can see there's a single track. That's the one you want to be on, and you're going to be stuck behind lap traffic.
And look at this in the bottom right. That is Hell's Bells. 54-inch tyres, 1,000 horsepower motor. Now, Matt's not had much luck at this event. I would love for him to bring it home this year.
Well, you have to have 1,000 horsepower when just a little bit of technical information. 4 tires, 2 axles, way more than a bomber.
That's amazing. This vehicle is absolutely wonderful. You get a chance to talk to Matt. He'll tell you all about his car and the preparation. He knows that it's not the perfect car for Hammers, but he thinks it's amazing, and that's why he keeps bringing it back here.
It's a fun car no matter what. I mean, it's got 54s on it. You can't go wrong with 54. 54s, 4-wheel steer, 2.5-ton Rockwells. That's just a party right there.
Yeah, and Wayland's just put a pass on the car, on the back marker that was in front of him.
And then this is the option, right? So he's going to go, is that going up Clawhammer, correct?
No, this is the top of Full of Hate by the looks of it.
Oh, sorry, he's already in the middle of it. My bad.
And look at the Gomez brothers. I've never seen Raul Gomez run before. Amazing. It's great to see teamwork like this. It would have been so easy for them to have just sat back in the pit, put their feet up and say, hey, we're done for the day. But they haven't. They've made the effort to get out to back door, and it's paying off. Helping their brother Marcus. Here goes Marcus. Now Marcus has got to take care here. This is a changed trail. So all of the lines that we would so normally associate to this top waterfall have changed. We've already seen Paul Herschel on his roof. Just got to play smart.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Well done. That was very cool.
Quick shake of the head there from Raul. As Marcus heads up towards the bottom end of Resolution. And the car that we see parked up there, unfortunately, belongs to Barry Smethurst. Barry's over from Australia, and it was his first time at this event. It was a rental, but unfortunately, like most rentals, it's ended broken. So tough break there for Barry.
I think this is Bailey Cole coming in right now, is it not? Yes, it is.
It is Bailey Cole in the Trent Fab car. Now, is he going to try and winch this, or is he just going to try and one-shot it? The winch
looks like the winch cable's already out. Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's prepped. He probably left pit 1 while they were pitting. They probably unspooled that winch line to get ready for this climb.
Now, they have to be careful. It all looks like a carefully well-oiled machine when you've got the winch cable out like that. But it's very easy to get that winch cable knotted or bound up. And if you've got a knot in the cable, it halves the strength of the winch cable. You'll also notice that all these winch cables are synthetic rather than steel that we're not more used to seeing. That means they're lighter and more often or not stronger than the steel cables they replace. But isn't it amazing how this race has changed? Only a couple of years ago, these cars would have been here on back door, battering themselves to death to try to get up this trail. We haven't seen that at all. These guys are reaching for their winches. They are racing smart.
Well, they've seen the attrition over the years, and of course the abuse you talked about. I believe it was 2015 with a 13% finishing ratio, Ian. It's just an incredible stat.
Well, I also think what also happened is people have realized that this race is not finished yet. You know, 5-10 years ago, you'd hear on the radio that someone's leading, and you'd say, "Oh, that's exactly what you were talking about before."
This is what we're saying about. You have to have a certain way of doing it. When we're racing in Europe, we use winches, whether they be giggle pin winches or other types, and we have air-operated free spools. You saw like Shannon Campbell was using. Okay, that means that we can dispatch the cable very neatly, so we get no binds, we get no problems, and we don't get knots or the associated issues with having a bunch of cables sitting inside the car. Also, having a bunch of cables sitting in the car is really dangerous. Okay, what happens if you flick the winch switch and your cover gets caught in it? You're in a world of pain. So if you're sitting at home, please don't do that. Leave your cable spooled up on the winch and then brill it out when you need it.
Or just
Safety tips from the stage.
Or just don't use the winch. Hero or zero, man. Rock bouncers don't winch.
But they do end up on their roof quite a lot.
Oh yeah, it's a great show though.
Okay, here comes Bailey now. This car actually belongs to his dad, Dave Cole. It's a car that they took down to Baja. Came second in the 4400 class at the Baja 1000 this year. And if you notice when it comes up, it has a very long back end to it. Huge fuel tanks. Looks like the Gomez brothers are still helping.
And as the fun continues here in Hammertown, there's a good look at right in front of the Jumbotron. This is the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And our leader, Jason Shear, is about a quarter of the way around his final lap with lots more exciting things to come. We'll return in just a moment, getting closer to the finish here in Hammertown.
Go inside. Cozy up to the fire. Stay warm. Some call that a nice winter day. We'll have to agree to disagree.
Your bearings shoulder the burden whenever you tow, haul, or stop the gas. AMSOIL delivers powerful protection for bearings and other critical components so you can drive with confidence. To demonstrate, an independent lab put AMSOIL synthetic motor oil head-to-head against a leading competitor in a 100,000-mile test. AMSOIL provided far superior wear protection and kept engine bearings looking like new. Get your truck the protection it deserves at amsoil.com/auto.
Steel-It polyurethane coating is proven protection. The stainless steel formulation shields against corrosion and protects against the toughest terrain. It's weldable, so there's no need to remove the coating. Just weld right on it. Go to steel-it.com for more.
Go further. Go safer. Gasoline transfer tanks for Jeeps, SUVs, pre-runners, and chase trucks. Tanks made in the USA, backed by a lifetime warranty. Includes an easy-to-use shaker siphon that transfers over 2 gallons per minute. Proven tough in the deserts of Baja, the trails of Moab, all the way to the race course. Venture further. Visit TitanFuelTanks.com today.
Welcome back to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We are still here on the stage, and we are highlighting our map. And this is Jason Shear. And for a couple minutes there, he was at 0 miles an hour, but there was quite a bit of traffic right there in that area. He was, I believe, at the top or near the top of Jackhammer. And so we are just updating that map to let you know what's happening.
A lot of the times, what can happen in those canyons too, those trackers can have trouble getting the ping back to us here at Race Ops. So sometimes when they read 0, it's just sometimes they just are in a dead spot in the map. But usually when they get up to the top of a trail, it'll pick back up right away. So that could have been what was happening.
All right, and here is a live look at Jackhammer. The second vehicle in your picture is your leader, Jason Shearer.
And this is exactly what we've been talking about all morning, is that lap traffic.
Oh. And we'll watch for him. He is in the...
and that's Mitchell Thorpe in front of him there, completely unaware that he's got race leader up behind him.
I think he's pulled off to the side. There's
Herschel in the in-screen shot. That's Paul Herschel making his way up through.
Just look at the speed difference, right? I mean, just check this out. How smooth and fast Jason Shearer is. It's incredible to watch as we see Paul Herschel in the bottom of our screens there.
Well, we've said it time and time again. Jason, no stranger to these rock trails, no stranger to being in these rocks, and also no stranger to that car. He's been driving that car for a few years now, lots of seat time, so he's definitely in his element right now.
He is, but look, I mean, even so, okay, he's just pulled out 100 meters on Mitchell Thorpe within moments. Incredible driving skill.
Absolutely.
And you can see all the fans down at the bottom. That is the valley floor, not far from our location and not far from Chocolate Thunder. This is the bottom of Jackhammer. And Jason Shearer, your leader. We're going to try to get you some unofficial timing, but still has quite a bit of time. Currently on Waylon Campbell, sitting in second. Waylon, of course, has been a 2-time podium finisher, but has yet to win the King of the Hammers. His father, Shannon, a 3-time king. And the driver he's battling against right now, Jason Shearer, is a 2-time king, looking to go back-to-back from last year and looking to become only the second 3-time king of the Hammers.
Yeah, Shannon Campbell, our other 3-time crown wearer or scepter holder of being the king of the Hammers. Well, remember that finish where he finished on 3 wheels right behind Waylon and took the win from him on corrected time. But yeah, I know Jason would be super happy to join that club as well as be the first back-to-back king. He'd be super proud to wear that crown for sure.
Do you think he ends up? Sorry. Do you think Paul is in second place? He's made the passes, is he? I was going to say, I thought he was still in 4th place. Okay, so we're getting the images here of what looks like Mike Boo in the pits. Jason Shearer is our current leader. And it looks like Waylon Campbell is currently second. And Eric Miller is in third, with Paul Herschel coming up in 4th position. Of course, Paul Herschel has been having a wonderful day until he rolled at back door. This question is, can he make up the time he's lost?
And we should be able to get a definitive placement on Campbell and Miller as they head into Chocolate Thunder. And you'll remember how long ago Jason Shearer was in Chocolate Thunder. So
I really do think that traffic jam on backdoor has really pushed these guys so far back. I bet you Jason was super happy to hear about it, if he heard about it. That would be a good question, you know. If you're in communication with Jason, do you tell him or do you just let him race?
I tell him.
I'll tell
That's
him.
what I think, especially if it's the fact that you have a commanding lead. You're in the toughest race.
It's so easy to
anywhere.
overdrive this course. It's so easy to put pressure on yourself, and you've got to keep pushing on.
But I know what you're saying. Sometimes if you tell them to check up or you start giving too much information, they start thinking about it, and sometimes you're at your best when you're going.
You are, but it's a very important. You'll know this as a race car driver.
is we build these cars to work at certain speeds. We build these cars to be driven in a certain manner. And if you actually go too soft, you actually put more stress on the vehicle. They have to be driven at a certain pace and at a certain speed.
Not me. I like
that.
I like to be leading the race and one hand the trophy truck just kind of loping around through the bumps. I mean, it's just the way I do it. I'm saying, when we're leading, we're cruising.
Exactly that. And Jason's got the same thing. We're talking about it again and again. It's that flow he has through the rocks. Okay, it just means maybe that when he gets to that area where you've got to punch it, he might just take another second or two just to align himself before he hits it, but he'll still maintain that flow.
And this looks like the next vehicle behind Horschel is Shannon Campbell, which would be 5th on the road if my math is correct. My producer in my ear is saying the math is correct. Thank you. They try to make us look as smart as possible.
Well, we'll give it to you, Cameron. You said you were right that time.
I was right one time at least, and this was my second time being right. This is Sledgehammer. Wow, look at this shot.
This is the one that we've wanted to watch all day, Sledgehammer. This is the iconic trail here. Anyone who's been following this race since way back in 2009, this was the trail that made this race famous when the canyon was full of thousands of spectators right down near the race course. They hold them back a little bit further now for safety, but this is the Sledgehammer Trail. The Plaque Ledge on Sledge is probably arguably one of the hardest climbs. I personally think it's even harder than Backdoor.
Navigator's going to get out. We're going to see, he knows, I'm guessing they know they have quite a bit of time, so they're going to play it, on the safe side.
Well, that climb, you can't see it on camera, Cameron, but that climb is, unlike Backdoor where it's a sheer wall, that climb is a complete undercut. So that rock is basically undercut about a good 1.5 feet, then it comes up to about maybe the 4 or 5 foot mark. So that's incredibly hard to get up in that one section.
So spotting.
This is what we're talking about. How hard does he push at this moment? Okay. We've already seen him go through here. Again, he arrived with a flow and he arrived with a pace, but now he knows he's got to protect his lead. He doesn't have to drive too hard. But if he goes too soft, he can actually create a problem. Okay, and so we've now got that awkward balance between what do I do now or what can I do?
I'm going to tell him when he gets here to the finish line, Jim, that you didn't have that much faith in him. I'm just going to tell him.
Won't be the first time he's heard it.
Sledge is just a straight out nasty trail, though. I have spent many a late night out there trying to get my car off of Sledge, so it is difficult to get through there when you're just out there having fun. So I can't even imagine having the pressure of this race on your shoulders at the same time.
Just letting you listen to the engine on Shear's car as he heads up Sledgehammer.
I still find it absolutely amazing we're able to give you these fantastic images from Sledgehammer. Our production crew doing a wonderful job today. Nearly 30 cameras on course, helicopters, drones, and an army of staff to bring you all of these images from the middle of a desert. It's really quite remarkable.
I set my own personal stopwatch for that section. We'll see when second and third get there.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good idea, Cameron, to be able to keep an eye on that, because we really wanted to get that idea of how much time was lost by Wayland and Paul out in the in that sort of cluster that we'll call it at Backdoor. And we're still looking for Eric Miller. He sort of snuck past our cameras at one point in time. Maybe he was just driving so fast they didn't see him. That could happen, but.
So we're working on getting you the data on all the locations. Jim's working on his personal computer right now.
Well, I can tell you, Jason Shearer obviously still has the lead, but it looks like Wayland Campbell has got the edge over Eric Miller still. But it does look like they're probably a good 10 minutes behind. Jason Shearer. But there is a possibility that they might have made up a little bit of ground here.
Well, Jason Shearer is certainly losing time in that Sledgehammer trail, but so will everyone else as they drop into it. That's just the reality of that trail. It's incredibly hard to get through.
Well, it depends on how aggressive Wayland is and how the vehicles will live. You know,
we have to remember that these guys have already driven this trail once already. Okay, so I was quite surprised to see Jason Berger out of the car there. I would have thought, Jason, he's got that flow, he's got that confidence that he would have just picked a line to go through.
Sledgehammer is one of those trails. It's nearly impossible. I don't think that it's possible to get through Sledge without some sort of assistance at this point. The trail's just completely torn up, especially the plaque line when you got to get up there. It's almost impossible to climb it. I think a couple people were out there trying to pre-run it just the other night. I was talking to some people, and they watched a bunch of guys just back off it and head back to town without whacking the car out. But that would be the trail that'll be interesting if Eric and Wayland drop in there at the same time. That'll be a fun battle to watch.
Well, there's another interesting factor to that as well, because in between all of these, we also have some back traffic, some markers. We also have some broken cars sitting on course. So are they going to have their part to play? It looks like Jason has been fairly lucky with lap traffic so far.
Well, I always say I'd rather be lucky than good any day. And hey, everybody at Backdoor, can you hear us out there? You guys having a good time? Maybe not with the audio, but that is the crowd.
Yeah, there's two trails that you can easily get to. You can get a rental car up to that trail. I can speak for experience. You can get out to Backdoor and you can get out to Chocolate Thunder. So it's fun to see all these people lining the race course. They're there to watch what we've been talking about all day. As the day clips on the afternoon, we're going to see more and more cars drop in on that third lap, and it's going to get more and more fun.
Absolutely, the fun continues. You can see right behind there, that's the Method VIP area. They created a new area up there right at the entrance to Backdoor. The T1s raced right through there. Of course, we didn't go up through the back door, but
maybe next year down Backdoor in the T1.
I don't know. What will we do? Jump the bottom two ledges? And this is remote pit 2B. Live sound and picture.
Is that Jason Shearer? No.
So one of the things I've been able to do over the last couple months is get to know the Gomez Brothers racing team. Actually, Raul Gomez bought our Baja 1000 winning T1 truck and brought it out to race here. Unfortunately, they had a mechanical and weren't able to continue. And we saw them earlier helping their brother and others in Backdoor. Definitely some great camaraderie there. Great personalities. I mean, hanging around with them, you guys have got to know them better, and just the fun, the smiles, and the excitement that they bring to it. So while we have a moment, looking here at Horschel coming down Chocolate Thunder, let's check in and find out more about the Gomez brothers.
JP Gomez, 4482 with Gomez Brothers Racing. Just came off the win at Ridgecrest 3 months ago. First win on Ultra 4. Super stoked on that. Went to Nationals. Had to prove myself again. Won there, so.
I got lucky winning there.
He got lucky, yeah.
He only broke a tire.
He didn't broke a Hey, a win's a win. Whoever goes across the finish line first is a win. Doesn't matter how much horsepower you got, right? So we're gonna just use that momentum to try to win here at KOH this year.
If he's broke down, I don't know if I'll stop. No, hell no, I won't stop.
Look at the car over here. Put the camera on the car the other day. Put the camera over there real quick. Yeah. That was practice. That was practice. That was practice.
Oh yeah, but no pressure on him right there. Top two wins in a row. A little bit of pressure, but no pressure on myself. I don't know about Raul over here.
I'm just gonna go out there and race and have fun, and just beat my brothers and take home that what's that? The little crown.
100 grand.
Is it 100
grand? Is it 100 grand?
100 grand?
Oh, yeah.
100 grand, yeah.
There you go.
Wow, 100
That's
grand,
the goal. Next Friday.
Oh yeah.
And they are a lot of fun. You hang around their camp or go by and say hi. There's definitely smiles and high fives going on for sure. And a great racing family. Had some success. And, of course, they always want to beat each other. But, hey, if two are out and they can help the other, so be it, right?
Absolutely. We saw them doing exactly that out on backdoor.
And this is Aftershock. And a couple competitors trying to get an ID here as they move through the boulders. It's pretty ominous looking from that angle. Just lets you know a little bit about what the King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 are all about. And you heard the Gomez brothers talking about a recent win. And, of course, it's an entire series, both an East Coast and a West Coast. Full TV package on all of it. Of course, massive live coverage here all week. We've been racing UTVs, the T1s, the unlimited trucks. We've raced Everyman Challenge. And today, we are racing the Ultra 4s. And we're looking for... Here is...
Shannon Campbell making his way through Chocolate Thunder. We think he's currently in 5th position right now, I believe we're tracking him at, but he's flicking his way through Chocolate Thunder, chasing down our leaders.
Everything seems to look good. Hard to tell from the monitor, but it's not hard to tell when you see him get on the pipe in the number 5 right there. The Monster Energy sponsored rig, and of course, you know, he is our 3-time king. It would be pretty awesome for their family to be able to bring home. I wonder what, I'd pose the question. More exciting to have Shannon get his 4th, and more exciting to get Waylon get his 1st.
Well, I'm sure Waylon would definitely want to get his 1st, no questions asked. I think but Shannon's not going to be the type person to give it to him either. If he
wouldn't lay up one bit.
Not one bit, and he didn't in the past, and he wouldn't now. So I think that it's a anyone's race still, but I think Jason is well out in front at this point.
Okay, I'm joined on stage now by Rick Waterbury. Rick, how you doing?
Oh, we'd be better if we were back out on the race course. We lost a rear ring and pinion at mile marker 54, and I think we were fast until we weren't. The desert was pretty brutal out there this morning. A lot of guys, it seemed like were dropping off or eating tires up in that first section after the trophy trucks got through it. We were just trying to work through cleanly, race our position, and we were doing that and knocking guys off, and wasn't seeing much traffic up that far up in the race course, and that's racing. Mile marker 54, yeah, the rear ring and pinion just had to let go and left us there.
Well, we saw you qualify earlier this week. You were the fastest solid axle car to qualify. How did that make you feel?
Great. We're, you know, we're not the biggest of budget guys, so when we show up, we really want to make a name for ourselves, and we've got Keith at Gimbent's really put us a great car together for us, and we've been working with Wayne a bunch, and the car is really coming around. We've been doing a lot of testing, and we came here with fresh parts. Everything was new, and that's just racing, I guess, you know.
Yeah, it's going to happen to a lot of people. So, I mean, you've been watching the racing this afternoon. What do you think? Do you think the cars are getting better? The crews are getting better?
Man, the racers, everything's progressing. I mean, I'm helping do chasing some other desert racing series, and the pits out here are phenomenal. I mean, our guys nowadays, you know, everybody's got the right radios, everybody's got comms, everybody's got strategies. Everybody's stepping their game up. 44s, I think, is pushing the cusp of desert racing to the next level.
Most certainly we are. Well, very bad luck to you, Rick Waterbury, but thank you very much for coming up on stage and telling us all about your day.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
It's always nice to be able to follow up with some of the racers. There's a great look at Hammertown, just a small portion of it, but you get an idea of the massiveness of what's going on, and that's right there in the center is the Jumbotron here where our stage is, the Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, and this is a look back out. And this is full of hate. And we're just waiting to get an ID on second and third place when possible, as we take another look at backdoor. This little bit of traffic there, Ian.
Yeah, you know, we've said it time and time again today, is just the fact that this is where the traffic is going to happen. You know, there's that Dan Fresh in the Savvy car dropping in behind him, and you know, the question is, does he wait or does he take that alternate right line, which is doable? Bailey Campbell just ran up that one side, winching up that far side, and you can if they need to do it.
That's Michael Heston sitting there in the Miller frame. And you can just see how undercut this ledge is on backdoor now, this waterfall. So as we wait for Michael to get the winch hooked up, we're going to disappear down to Miles in the pits. He's got some news for us down there. Miles, buddy, what you got for us?
So I'm still down in the pits. There's still lots of action going on. We just saw Mike Heston come down. I've got Brian Hartman here with Dust Jockeys Racing. You guys got him in and out pretty quick. How's it going? You guys been pitting a lot of people. I saw Bailey Cole in here earlier. How's it going?
It's going great. All the cars look good. Everyone's being smooth. All we've done is dump fuel. We put a spare tire on one of the cars out of one of the remote pits, but other than that,
You guys always have a great crew of guys out here. I love seeing how involved you guys with this stuff. So thank you guys. And it's pretty cool to see Gerald Lee about the same size as you today.
yeah, I don't know. He grew a couple inches last night.
So Gerald Lee was savvy. How's everything been going? We just saw Dan Fresh in here. He seemed like he was in really good spirits. Got the bomber out there, and now he's chasing down Michael Heston.
Yeah, so he actually had passed Michael, and now he's just going to chase him down again. Car's having little issues with the throttle cable. It's kind of developing some kind of slack. We can't figure out where it is. So he's all of a sudden has full 13% throttle all on. So he's driving through the brake. So we'll see. But, you know, Dust Junkies and Savvy have good history and working together. We'll help them, and they always help us.
Yeah, I love the Ultra 4 community. Everybody's always here to help everybody. And I heard that brand new Danzio motor is almost smoking the transmission. So is that something you were planning for, that high horsepower is blowing through the gears?
Yeah, how did you find that out? Damn. Yeah, that 600 horsepower and 600 pounds of torque really put the transmission to a test. And we're probably going to have to talk to our transmission builder and tell them, hey, we got a little more power now. Can you fix these transmissions? But, you know, that's going to hold up. They always do. Stony Engineering, they always hold up.
Well, cool. Thank you, Brian and Gerald, both straight axle guys going out on their last lap. So I'm going to take a quick break, or we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back after this.
WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
And we break this commercial moment for our second place in Jackhammer live coverage. And so we're going to be looking for Eric Miller directly behind that. There, the number 3 Monster Energy Nitto sponsored. Waylon Campbell sitting in the second position, and that's Jackhammer. We told you we were going to put a personal stopwatch on it, which we did. This is Jackhammer. That was a Sledgehammer.
Yeah,
so
we put that stopwatch on Sledgehammer, and you can see that Waylon is dealing with some lap traffic there, and he's just looking for the right spot.
Alternate line, trying to go around right now.
Yep.
And that's Michael Tribino. He's going around at the moment. And again, just look how fast he flows through these rocks.
And maybe the other car doesn't realize that he's not on the same lap.
That's probably exactly what's happening there, Cameron. I'm sure if he knew that if he was basically blocking him, he'd stop by and let him around. But surprised we don't hear Waylon on the siren at this point.
Great audio there in Jackhammer. I see all the fans there behind the ribbons. And a big shout out to our Rangers and the BLM, everybody that's been supporting and helping out here, along with all of our volunteers.
And what we're really waiting for is I was kind of expecting to see Eric Miller drop in right behind Waylon there, but I didn't see him in the shot, but we know that he's close.
And there is Dan Fresh accomplishing the back door. Live action here, of course. And we've seen Waylon Campbell down Jackhammer, waiting to find out if Eric Miller is nearby. Remember, of course, Eric, a two-time king, I believe in 2012 and 2016. Jason Shearer, your leader, a two-time king from 2018 and 2009. Yet to find out who it will be this year in 2019. Of course, as we're live racing action, been live all day. Racing started at 8 o'clock with side-by-side starts. And here is Eric Miller.
There's Eric Miller, who we've been waiting for. We expected to see him a little bit closer to Waylon, but we haven't. But you can see he's making his way through the rock section here at Jackhammer.
This is physically third place. We don't have the exact correct times. But
we have the unofficial Cameron stopwatch running up here. We're waiting to see. We started it when we saw Jason Shearer go through Sledge. And we'll hit it just to get a rough idea. Of course, it's 100% unofficial and not binding in any way, but it just helps us give us an idea of who's where on the track.
And for record, Waylon Campbell started 12th. And you go back to Eric Miller starting 19th.
So only a couple of minutes in difference.
2 minutes difference in start position, starting every 30 seconds. Two vehicles every 30. So they're pretty much a push on time, with Campbell being just a couple minutes ahead. So this is definitely a hot race for position, but never surrender, no matter how far out front Jason Shearer seems to be now. Anything from an issue or getting stuck or caught up behind lap traffic, anything can happen.
Eric Miller looking very smooth as he picks his way through Jackhammer. Car looks like it's performing beautifully. Let's not forget that Eric Miller's nearly been a three-time king on multiple occasions. He's been so close to touching that third title.
And Eric Miller with a great effort in the Everyman Challenge as well in the Jeep. That was a great story. Great to see them come across the finish line. He and Robbie Gordon teaming up.
Yeah, that was a fun little thing for the Savvy crew to sort of put together along with Dave Coles to get that JT Gladiator out here, racing in that stock class Everyman Challenge. Robbie Gate taking it out for the first lap. I said if the truck can make it through that first lap with Robbie, Eric's got it, no problem at all.
Well, Robbie definitely known to go for it, and he has been around the King of the Hammers for quite some time, and Robbie, a great talent. And here we go, working on footage there.
That was Sledgehammer with Waylon.
Yeah, that's Donald Fisher at back door trying to make his way up through, and we've still to see a car actually drive back door this year.
And that quick shot that we just saw that disappeared was Waylon. Looked like he was making his way through Sledgehammer.
He's still got a little ways to go before he gets to where that timing section we put on it was, and we'll get back to that in a moment.
And that's Vaughn Gittin Jr. looking very nice and fast, traveling on through Chocolate Thunder. Vaughn doing a fantastic job this afternoon. And that looks like Marcus Gomez.
Right in front of him, yeah.
Heading up over the top of Chocolate Thunder.
That's a great shot from down in the camera.
Now, this is fantastic camera view. You can actually get to see the size of the rocks and how loose they are. And also you get an idea of the light and the shadow that these drivers are having to cope with.
Yeah, that sledgehammer trail is probably one of the most difficult ones out here. Just a combination.
Just to clarify, I made a mistake earlier. Sledgehammer, the cars have only got to take that on lap 3.
Yeah, just one time. They only have to go up sledge the one time, and that's probably everyone was probably happy to hear that when they heard the race course. But it's still, even just for one time to go up that course, sledge has been left out of this race course for many, many years just because of the amount of traffic that can pack up in there. So I myself am personally happy to see it back in because I think it's just such an iconic trail out here in the Hammers.
I agree. I think it's great to have it back in there, an iconic spot for sure. But, you know, anytime you can, you know, the race ops here at King of the Hammers understands that something's could really affect the outcome of the race just by a logjam of lap traffic, I think it's a great way to bring it back by having it only be on that last lap for only your leaders to tackle with no traffic.
Absolutely. It'll only really come into play really for everyone who's sort of either had a mechanical issue and maybe they dropped back in the pack a little bit and they're just behind people they didn't plan to be behind in this race.
So, okay, look at it like this. You're Waylon Campbell, you're trying to pick your way up through Sledgehammer. It's one of the hardest trails, but you're on your own in that vehicle. Then Eric Miller comes into the mix, which I think we're about to see at any moment. What happens now? This is going to get really interesting.
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting. I think that this is one of the riskiest parts about running this race alone, and I think that's why when you talk to someone like Jason Sherry, he always says he prefers to have a co-driver in this race. That trail is definitely going to be easier just having someone out to spot you. And in the past, we have seen years and years ago, we've seen Shannon out there and other drivers out there helping each other through that trail because it's so difficult.
This is the point I'm making. So, is Eric Miller going to arrive, and Wayland looks like he was getting himself sideways and all around that face. There's nowhere to pass up through Sledgehammer. Okay, so is Eric Miller just going to try and use him as a waffle board and drive over him to make the pass, or is he going to get Rod Gugero out of that car and help him Wayland through so that he can get through faster?
We've seen both in the past, and there is a way to get around in that Sledgehammer trail. I think we saw it way back in 2010 or 2011. You can go incredibly high to the left. The problem is if you don't stick it, your day is definitely done. And then the other option, as Jim just said, you can crawl over your competitor. That's the one thing that I think always makes Ultra 4 racing lots of fun.
So just to do some quick math, of course, always unofficial. All timing is unofficial as well. As Waylon Campbell went through Sledgehammer, it was about, on a loose clock in my pocket, about 20 minutes behind. So if you go back down and we talk about the splits, with Waylon being on that 6th row, so he gives up about 3 minutes. So there's still approximately corrected time around 16 minutes.
Yeah, and that's a huge amount of time. You know, it would be one thing if you were Waylon.
Again, unofficial.
100% unofficial. And it's one thing if you were giving up that much time and there was a solid axle car in front of you with somebody else driving it. But there's no question. Jason Sherrick can fly through the desert.
I'm going to stop you because that is Eric Miller, and he is in Sledgehammer right behind Waylon Campbell. Look at these images. Fantastic stuff here.
And Eric Miller started 2 minutes behind Waylon Campbell per our math here. Maybe, Ian, you can double check all that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he did. And I think this is exactly what we were talking about, just how difficult sledge is. It is just a nasty, nasty trail. But once again, you get the right driver and the right car, and they can get through this course fairly quickly.
And there's a good look at the Optima sponsor, number 21. And
but
powering.
look at the pace he's carrying through there. Remarkable pace from Eric Miller.
There's a good chance he sees Waylon in front of him. And if he sees Waylon in front of him, he's going to want to reel him in and reel him in quick.
These great images live here at the Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And a little bit of a backup redirect. Just watching the expertise and the skill, trying to find his way. A little bounce in there, Ian.
Yeah, that is the one thing. You know, the benefit of that solid axle car is the ability to get that one tire will push up and that'll give traction that right rear. But as you can see, he was bellying out in that one section pretty tough. And then no matter solid axle or IFS, you're just got to back up and hit it at a different line.
Totally different line there from Eric. Now, Eric's running Spider Trax axles. He's using 40 spline front and rear this year. Fairly confident he's going to be on spools front and rear as well. That means that there is no lockable differential in there. They're constantly locked.
Wow.
And just look at the pounding these axles are taking as he makes the clear.
And the abuse, you guys have been talking about it all day. And right there, just really proof of how hard that
All right,
vehicle works.
as we watch Eric pick his way through Sledge, we're going to check in our leaders shortly. But right now, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more action from the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Welcome back to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We are super excited. We're basically counting the seconds until we see Jason Shira coming through Aftershock. This could definitely be our first ever back-to-back King of the Hammers win that we'd ever see. That is not Jason Shira, but we do expect to see him in there shortly.
You guys making stuff up again?
He is.
I like that line to the left right there. That might have actually been the race line for the T1s over there.
The one that looks like a motorway. That's cheating.
And just so you know, if you've just joined us, there is virtual checkpoints and that you have to hit in most of the canyons. And
that is Shira we see on camera now. That's 76. Jason Shira, our race leader. And with every turn of the wheel, he gets a little bit closer to joining us here in Hammertown.
So of interest for sure, as we were there in Aftershock, now this has moved to Jackhammer. Let us not forget that Jason still has to, for the first time, go into Outer Limits and Spooners.
Yeah, his race is not over yet. He still has a bunch of rock trails, but he does have a good lead on Whalen and on Eric Miller at this point. I still think Jason, he definitely made the right decision by taking back door on that second lap and not getting caught in any type of traffic. There he is again. That's Jason Shira, our current race leader, making his way.
Well, really once a good look there at Jason. Bound up a bit, going to take another shot at it.
He will have been here earlier in the day, but the trials, they change constantly. As more and more cars go through them, they dig out the loose dirt around the edge of the rocks. And so rocks that you were able to drive earlier become undrivable. So he's picking a different line here.
Yeah, that pinch point previously, that was the line you see most people take, but this is sort of an optional bypass line. You see some people drop in here when they want to pass. It looks a lot easier, but it's actually more difficult. And this is lap traffic dropping in behind him. And we'll see here how much this comes into play with Jason. I'm sure he's quite calm, not too concerned about it, but still wants to keep moving forward.
Now there's frustration.
Right, that is frustration right there as the lap traffic goes back by, and he'll have to make another shot at it.
Difference between the two vehicles. The lap traffic is a solid axle car. Jason, of course, IFS.
Well, you could see Jason pull in and back out. That second line that he was trying, what was happening is the right rear, it's getting undercut. And that just shows you how important keeping your head on straight is, because that's when parts break, when those drive lines get bound up like that in those rocks. And it's very easy with a little blip of the throttle to snap an axle or break another driveline component. But, you know, Jason being a seasoned veteran as he is, I'm sure he's understands that and pulled out and took a different line.
Indeed. Once he passed, he just lets that natural flow of his take control, and away he goes.
Yeah, nice of the traffic to allow him back by. Waited there on the side, looked like.
That looks like Paul Herschel on the right-hand side there with his winch out.
Looks like, is that Sledgehammer?
He is on Sledge right now. I believe that's the plaque line at Sledge right there, and he's got his winch cable out.
So Paul Horschel sitting in that 4th position currently. We'll be looking for Shannon Campbell to come up behind. Now, Aftershock would have been more or less the last tough obstacle on lap number 2.
Correct, but like you said before, on that 3rd lap, they have to go in and take on those 2 extra rock trails before they can make the long drive back into Hammertown.
Shear so far making it look easy. Again, last year's King of the Hammers. Looking for the first ever back-to-back crowning of a king. He would also become our 2nd 3-time king, along with Shannon Campbell, who again, Shannon Campbell sitting in the 5th position physically. These positions we're talking about are not on corrected time. We can clearly tell you that Jason Shear on corrected time has a commanding lead seemingly, but don't also forget that there are VCPs, there are other things we have to pay attention to, and they are carrying what's called basically a yellow brick tracking. And so the tracking that you can see is sent up into the air, I believe, every minute, and you see that update, and that's what we're watching here on the big screen. But inside the car, that tracking pings every 2 seconds to track where they're at. So they have a great idea of what your speed is. So there's speed limits in the pits. Also has to do with the virtual checkpoints.
Yeah, and that's why you'll see when they come through the finish line here in Hammertown, you'll see them stop those cars before they bring them up on stage. They strip that tracker out. They'll take it into race ops. They'll spend the time analyzing it, checking it, make sure they did all their checkpoints, make sure everything was clean, bring the car up on stage, and that's why it'll sit an unofficial winner for a little bit, and then usually Dave Cole comes up, gives it the thumbs up, says yes, clean track, clean run, and that's when we get to actually say who the winner is.
And not to say that you would ever doubt for 1 second Jason Shearer, a consummate pro, someone who knows the trails, someone that knows how to use the systems, but you still never know until it's been reviewed. But right now, unofficially, he looks like he's putting down a heck of a run.
Also, you know, when you're out here racing on these laps that you have multiple laps with multiple different times, multiple different locations you can go in, it can be easy when you're out in those rock trails just to make a wrong turn, because last time I was here, I turned left at that rock.
Right.
You know, that's just what, sometimes that gets in your head and sometimes you make a mistake.
Every time you come to these rock trails, you have to drive them as you see them, because they change constantly. But that's no problem for Jason. He's been here so many times. He knows that. He gets it. He has a suggested idea in his mind of what he's going to do, but he's also flexible enough and experienced enough to know to make those changes when he has to.
Absolutely.
Just a bit of clarification. The drone is bringing you footage from the other side of the hill from Aftershock. That is the Aftershock camera. But so this, the leader has just gone through, or is going through Highway 21, which will take you to Remote Pit 2B. Then he will go through Aftershock.
And through Aftershock, yes.
Right. So Aftershock's going the other. Of course, Jason Shear has been spot on all day. Started in the second position, battled on the first lap. Nelson held the lead for quite a bit of that, but then had a problem. We hear it's fuel delivery related. Not sure exactly what the situation was there.
And, you know, we've talked about it already earlier today. I know I talked to Jason just a few days ago. He said, you know, I'm still one of the guys out here running a mail order crate engine, not a race engine. And he was really sort of on the fence. He said, you know, this may be the last year that I can do that because all these guys have 800-900 horsepower. But we're seeing that possibly being an issue out here for some of these guys with big high horsepower engines who's suffering from failure.
Tough position up on that trailing arm for Horschel in Sledgehammer. This is a great shot that we've been following with your leader, Jason Shear, of course, live.
That's the exact same spot where we were just watching Eric Miller have the same problem. There's the Gomez brother.
Yeah, Marcus Gomez picking his way through now. Just watch how the car reacts so differently. IFS, IRS.
Him. Oh, man.
Destroyer of rocks.
Only at King of the Hammers.
How many, Jim, how many of our four-wheel independent suspension cars are even still in the top 10 of this race? Is it just the Gomez?
We have independent suspension cars or
four-wheel independent?
The four-wheel suspension cars. We had 3 start today. We had Cody Wagner, Jordan Pellegrino, and of course Marcus Gomez. I've just been checking on the trackers. Cody Wagner seems to be out, and unfortunately Jordan Pellegrino seems to be stopped on the desert section just around by Spooners and Outer Limits on his second lap. So the only fully independent vehicle running currently is Marcus Gomez.
So Herschel, the number 19, still working on this section, has been unable, and it looks like he's got himself in a bit of a precarious situation where he
Well, I think honestly, what makes sledge so hard, anyone who's ever been out there and actually wheeled it, is the fact that when you're out there, that's one of the trails here at the Hammers that everything underneath you is loose. So even though the rocks underneath you are a fair size, you know, football, maybe a little bit smaller, when you stop, every time you hit the gas, you instantly dig 4 holes. So it's one of those situations that it just becomes an incredibly difficult trail to run all the time.
This is Chris May at back door, getting ready to winch. As we leave Paul Herschel, still trying to pick his way through Sledgehammer.
Thanks, bud.
And that there is Bailey Campbell, literally around the corner from the stage. Looks like the team is working on the winch. It was damaged earlier where she unfortunately hit somebody.
They towed her back in. I believe they towed
And
her
of
back
course, a high five to Scott Wren, who's here hanging out. He'll be taking over the coverage a little bit later, taking us to the end. Another one of our professional announce team. He's been around the block a number of times, lots of short course work and lots of other fun things. He'll bring some excitement and fun to the stage. We're looking forward to that. And now, Paul, Jim, what do you got here? What's going on with?
Well, we're watching Paul Herschel here. He's clearly, I think he's actually broken something. He was trying so hard to push that car through, and I think that frustration has got the better of him. As we watch Shannon Campbell now coming up into the mix in Sledgehammer.
And
now, this is going to be interesting because Paul Herschel seems to be across the track. So is Shannon going to be able to get past? Now, let's be honest. Shannon isn't the most patient in these situations.
I was going to say, if
so we could be about to see
anybody-
some. We're about to see some, maybe about to see some fireworks here.
Now you say that, but I will have to give Shannon props. It was a few years ago when we were all out here racing. I think it was 2010, 2011. Shannon came up through there. There was a complete, we'll call it cluster going on this exact trail. Shannon crawled over somebody and completely wiped out the shocks on the one side of that guy's car. Shannon immediately sent someone to his pit and said, hey, give me your contact info, we'll get you a new set of shocks.
Yeah.
So, you know, he is a racer, but at the same time, he'll pay it back.
Oh, absolutely. He's an absolute 100% a total gentleman.
So he's...
But he's also exactly what you say. He's a racer, so he will want to be getting past Paul Herschel.
Herschel's trying to get himself unwedged here without tipping. It's a bit of a precarious spot. And as he turns back to the left, he gets right back to the same contact point. And
Yeah, you know, that would be something very interesting.
Oh.
You touched on it earlier, Jim. I wonder if Herschel, is he spool? Is he ARB? Shannon's ARB, I believe, front and rear. That helps in situations like this where you can unlock the axles and get those tight turns.
Yeah, Shannon's running the new ARB 249s.
And he's
which
cleared
are
the spot.
full spline.
Looked like he was trying to rotate the car on the loose rocks by spinning the tires a little bit, but he has.
And it looks
cleared
like Paul
for
Herschel
Campbell.
is actually moving out of the way so Shannon can get past. So that would suggest to me that Paul Herschel has broken the vehicle.
There you go. The Nitto Monster Sponsor number 5 of Shannon Campbell moves into the 4th position physically.
Lovely bit of driving there from Shannon.
Yeah, that was the exact spot where we just watched Eric sort of fight for a little bit and get a little bit high-centered, but Shannon making quick work of it.
Car looks great, sounds great.
And we're taking a look here at backdoor, and we'll keep bringing you the updates. Physical running order. Currently, Jason Shearer, Waylon Campbell, Eric Miller, and Shannon Campbell. When we return to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima, we'll be closing in on that bonus loop here at the end of lap number 3.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Okay, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California, to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We are back at Sledgehammer, and that is Paul Herschel.
Yeah, we watched him get bound up trying to fight his way through that trail, and Shannon dropped in. He gave him a little bit of space for Shannon to get by, but you can see that winch cable's out, and it looks like they're fighting their way to the top of that trail right now.
Yeah, it does indeed. We can see that the co-driver's got his helmet off. That's a foreboding sign. It looks like Paul Herschel has been fighting adversity all day.
It looks like the rear drive shaft. When he zoomed in, you can see the rear drive shaft is just flopping around in the back of that car. Now, whether they carry a spare or not, I don't know, but it certainly looks like that might be the issue with that car. Yeah, you can see it sort of banging around behind that course worker.
So that's literally a bad break there for Paul Herschel.
But, you know, it looks like right there on the back of his car, that is a spare shaft. So whether they're just trying to get out of the way to a good spot to fix it, or is it a more serious break than just the shaft itself?
Absolutely. It's possible it's either broken the flange off of maybe the transfer case, or maybe it's broken the pinion on the differential.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I got you. So this is Waylon Campbell, our physical second place vehicle on track, hunting down Jason Shearer, who is our race leader.
And it was a while ago that we saw Shira up in that section. I mean, I think now this is obviously unofficial, but Cameron's been running his stopwatch on his phone while we've been up here. And it seems to us that unofficially it looks like Jason's got a good 15 minutes ahead of him.
It's getting closer to a 15 to 20 minute lead now. But interesting, we've got 2 Campbells inside the top 5 again.
Oh, you know, you can never count the kids. When we had that little piece with Jason earlier, he said it himself. You never count the Campbell camp out. You know, they have so many cars, so much experience here, such great support. There's no way, as long as they're behind you, you have to keep racing because they're going to be pushing.
Absolutely, and we've still got some serious rock trails ahead of us. We've still got spooners, and we've still got outer limits and some large areas of desert.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're still trying to figure out exactly where Eric Miller is. We know he's behind Wayland somewhere. Just how close he is, we don't know.
Be worthwhile putting a clock on this point right here now on Highway 21 and just seeing how far Eric is behind. My guess is very close, maybe 1, maybe 2 minutes at most. I wouldn't mind betting that Eric is actually in visual contact with Wayland.
I think when he was in Sledge, there was no question that he was. I think that's why he was pushing so hard through that rock trail. I'm pretty sure he could probably at least see or hear Wayland right in front of him.
But this is good news for Jason Shearer.
Look what's happening right here. This is all traffic. We've been talking about this all day.
Now, this is where it could get interesting. Let's see here, because I know Wayland is not going to want to wait. Now, are these guys going to let him by? I mean,
this is the difference between somebody being in the lead lap and somebody in the second lap. Wayland is, all of these guys gingerly lined up, ready to try that obstacle. Wayland just has to power through on the right and say, excuse me, I'm trying to win the race here.
Absolutely. This could be a pivotal moment. Now, where's Jason Shearer in all of this? Jason must have got a lucky break and got past all of these guys already. Okay, this is look at Wayland here. He's just picking a line through. The other vehicles very generously just allowing him to make his way past. Good sportsmanship here. Although it must be very frustrating for the other drivers. They've been queuing, they've been waiting. And then Wayland turns up and says, thank you very much, I'll just drive through here.
Well, I think a lot of them, they know that Wayland is a full lap ahead of them. They know how important it is for Wayland to get through here, and it's just the right thing to do. Wayland's so far ahead of this race. And you know what? This could play to his benefit. He has other drivers out, can help him if he needs to pull winch, can help him spot through some of these sections if they need be.
They can, but also you have to take into consideration that some of these people that might be trying to help him aren't as experienced as he is. They might chuck him a bum line, not meaning to, but just because they don't have that knowledge base.
Well, also you have to remember the line that I'm going to pick to send my car up that's a solid axle car is going to be a very different line that Wayland's going to pick to go up in his IFS car.
Agreed.
It may not be intentional. It may just be the situation where I know I can climb that, but maybe he can't.
So Wayland's getting hung up here. He might have to come all the way back and pick another line through. Now the vehicle that was in front has moved out of the way. Just got to take his time here, play a little bit smart. He's past the main tribe.
This is we actually just watched Jason go through here not too long ago where he comes up and this is where he hit it a couple times, went back and dropped down and took the right. So it has been a while since Jason's been through here.
It is indeed, yes. So let's see what Wayland does now. Now, it looks like there's both the driver and co-driver are out of the car in front.
It did look like they were winching out of the way. They maybe broke, but you can see Wayland has now picked his way through.
Who that is. That might have been the Maltese of Neville Canter there.
If it looks like Wayland may have done some damage to the body panels on the side of his car, but
giving us a quick wave. So So in the bottom right hand of our shot, we've still got Purple Herschel, broken vehicle. As we watch Kyle and Jade Wickham working their way through Chocolate Thunder. And Kevin Porterfield, 44.26. These guys are on lap 2 and they're doing a great job. Kyle and Jade Wickham in an IFS car for the first time this year. They raced the EMC earlier this week. Die-hard King of the Hammers fans and die-hard competitors.
It looks like Vaughn has finally made his way into Sledge from the looks of it. That's someone who will be super happy with the position that they're in right now.
Sorry, what's up? No, we're all good. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a young lady who got these drinks up, so thank you very much. Okay, as we watch Waylon Campbell picking his way gingerly past Highway 21. We're now looking here at Michael Heston in the Miller frame. And we're getting confirmation that Jason Shearer is heading towards Spooner and Outer Limits. When Casey Gilbert was in the same position the other day on EMC, took him an hour and 20 minutes to get from that position back to Hammertown.
I don't think it's going to take Jason Shearer that long.
I don't think so. I think
would say
see 20 minutes coming off of that.
I would say if Jason has no issues, he's here by 2:30.
Wow.
So 1 hour.
That'll be very fast indeed.
Incredibly fast.
Now this is Mike Boo at back door. This car used to belong to Jason Shearer, and then it belonged to Tom Ways, and now it's been passed down to Mike Boo. And you can see the Gomez brother is just trying to see who that is. No, it's not the Gomez brothers.
No, I think that is a Gomez brother.
Not sure who that is, but here's another competitor helping. Just showing that Ultra 4 team spirit.
Not my choice. Thank you.
It's a nice shot there at the start-finish line at Hammertown. And that looks
like
like Brian Croft's just coming through.
Yeah, we've been had high hopes for him at the beginning of the after his qualifying run. He certainly set the world on fire, but looks like he had a run of bad luck out there.
Yeah, but he's still running, and that's the main thing. So he's just got to keep pushing on. Still a whole lot of racing to go yet.
Well, you know, I talked to him. We talked to him before, and I talked to him personally, and he said, you know, I've only got 90 miles in this car. I just want to finish this race. Just want to finish this race in this car. He's making that transition from a solid axle car over to a IFS for the first time. So, you know, there's a lot of learning there, and there's a lot of skill to handle that car, and I think he'll just be happy if he finishes.
And that looks like Clay Gilstrap, I'm thinking. We'll just wait for confirmation.
That's Bailey Campbell on that live heli feed, is it not?
I'm not sure that is.
All right, well, while we keep track of our leaders, we believe he's about an hour away from Hammertown. If nothing happens, we're going to throw it down to Miles in the pit. Miles, what do you got going on down there right now?
So we're here down in the pits. This is the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery. I'm here with Chris Corbett, Mr. Nitto of the off-road world. You guys are having a lot of fun out here. Thank you so much for supporting Ultra 4. We've had a lot of fun. How about you, Chris?
Oh, man, yeah, this has been a great week. We've been out here 9 days now, 10 days. Yeah, it's a great week. We look forward to this like everybody else all year long. We've got some of the best, drivers and great brand partners, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
So I've been a fan of Nitto for quite a while, and then when you guys really stepped up your game a few years ago, it was really cool to see that the Nitto tires have done very, very well here, and we still have a top 3 or 4 up there. It's looking good. You have a lot of good drivers in the right spot, but Jason Shearer's looking pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, we love Jason too. Yeah, we were with Jason for a long time. Look, tough course. Yeah, we had a lot of good guys drop out. We had Healy and Nick, and a lot of mechanical issues, wiring issues. I mean, this is a tough course. You can never count it out. And look, there's still some race left. We got Waylon in there. We got Eric in there. Things are not. Yeah, Shannon too. I mean, we're not doing all right. We're in a good spot.
Well, thanks again, Chris Corbett, Mr. Nitto. I appreciate everything you do. So I'm going to do a recap with some of the Campbells over here. We had some pitting going on. There he is, Ryan Miller. So we saw Bailey come through just a minute ago. It looked like you guys were playing with the winch, right?
Yeah, we put that winch on earlier today when they had the incident out in the desert, and her car's not meant for a standard off-the-shelf winch, so we knew we were going to have some electrical problems, and sure enough, we did. So we patched it up again, so it's good for one more lap, and hopefully she brings it home.
And it sounds like we're seeing a shot right now of Waylon physically in second place in one of the remote pits. So that's great news for you guys. Waylon's podium the last 2 years. Could he be a three-peat? Could he win it? It's going to be a close race. It's going to be a race to the finish.
Yeah, Jason's got a pretty commanding lead right now, but anything can happen out there. Waylon's pushing. He wants that win bad. He's not going to chance anything for how far Jason is out in front, but he's just going to keep it moving. Shannon's moved up to 4th now, so we couldn't be happier.
And just a little bit ago, I think I overheard the radio chatter of Shannon asking how Waylon was doing, and he was like excited and nervous and whatever. Walk us through that when he chattered in coming into the pits.
Yeah, Waylon was telling Shannon that you can drive Sledgehammer because he just did it.
Awesome. Well, both Campbells way out front, chasing down Jason Shear. Good luck. Thanks for the words, Ryan.
Yep, always, Miles.
All righty. Well, Ian, Jim, Cameron, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. And here we go. We got Bailey Cole coming through Chocolate Thunder now. This young driver doing ever so well. But the big story of the day so far is Jason Shearer is leading the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. And we just saw second place Waylon Campbell pitting at one of the remote pits.
Yeah, and we've been talking about it all week, Jim, about the importance of communication between the racers, communication, the pit strategies, all that kind of stuff. We just heard a little nugget of information there that I think is super interesting, how Waylon basically radios back to the pit to tell Shannon, hey, you can drive through Sledgehammer because I just drove through it. Because those cars are set up so similar. Having that information in your pocket probably helps Shannon as he pushes into that trail because he knows I can get through it.
Absolutely, it's team play, and that's also important here. As watch Paul Horschel just trying to fit a new rear prop shaft. The rear prop shafts on these cars are very exposed. If you look at some of the IFS cars, particularly the Campbell cars, you'll see that what you've got is the prop shaft is hidden alongside one of the rear links. Gives it a little bit more protection.
Yeah, a lot of the Campbell cars have that offset rear differential because of that rear-mounted engine, and you'll see that they'll do that, and then they run that drive shaft down right beside that link. Almost gives it kind of like a little drive shaft skid plate sort of thing with that link, but when you have that centered differential, like in some of these IFS cars, it's very vulnerable on these rocks.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see there is Eric Miramon back in main pit. And speaking of Miramont, I believe that Miles might be down there seeing the action, seeing what's happening. Miles, what do you got going on, bud?
Down here in the pits with Eric Miramont. They're topping off the brakes right now. Cody Addington, who was out of the race early today, it's his birthday. He's down here helping out his teammate and his friend Eric Miramont. They did a quick fueling check. He did say he had a couple issues. It sounds like they had a couple issues with a carrier bearing earlier, but Cody gave him some parts. They got going. This car looks pretty good. This is one of those straight axles we were checking out earlier. Oh, now looks like they're hopping out of the passenger seat. Not quite sure what's going on. So I've got Eric Miramont right here. You guys were looking like you're doing a pretty quick pit, and now you guys have got the car off. What's going on right at this moment?
We lost our front driveline carrier bearing, tore out of the car at like mile 3, and it wrapped our entire harness up in it. We made as many repairs as we could. It might have caught the brake line. I don't know. So we're repairing brakes. We got no rear brakes right now.
Well, thank you, Eric Miramont. You got a big crew over here. Here's Cody Addington. Happy birthday, buddy. And you're out here working on the car. Well, how's it going?
This is my teammate. Eric helps me out a lot, so I'm here even though I'm out of the race. I'm here helping him, and we're going to get this car to the finish line today.
Well, great sportsmanship. Thanks again, buddy. I'll let you do your thing, but they're working really good on this car. They're going to fight some brake issues, but the rest of the car looks like it's a pretty good shop. In my little video earlier in the day, the straight axle versus IFS, these are the two guys we did the video on. So it's kind of cool to re-see this car live in action. Other than that, the pits are fairly quiet. It sounds like there's a lot of action out on course up front with Shear, both Camels, Horschel. So I'm going to send it right back up to the stage. Jim, Ian, Cameron, back to you guys.
Right on. Thank you, Miles. We really appreciate the fun and the energy you're bringing down there and all the great reports. We're looking at Shannon Campbell and Highway 21.
And that's Brian Crofts up in back door. The Dragon 2. Brian qualified so well earlier this week. Obviously had some problems out on course, but he's up back door and making his way into lap 3.
Getting a look at back door, and the timing, I believe, is from the end of the second lap. As we look at the route on Full of Hate, this is Bailey Campbell.
Bailey Campbell out there in Full of Hate. In the bottom right, we have someone who's trying to take that far right line at back door. Could this be the first person we've seen climb it today? And yes, it is. There's someone who they didn't one-shot it, but they climbed back door.
Now that's the second waterfall at back door. That was Brian Cross just heading up after going up the first part on the winch. As we watch Bailey Cole of Full of Hate. As we watch Bailey Cole going out through Full of Hate, just some news for the guys and girls back in Europe. Michael Henn from Israel, he's still running. Neville Canter from Malta is also still running. Both of those on lap 2. And Daniel Roderick from the UK is still running and he's also on lap 2. Unfortunately, Anaki from Spain broke down on lap 1. But these guys are doing well. Nicholas had some problems, Nicholas Montador from France. And he's also still on lap 1, but I'm sure he won't be finishing. And there is a legend himself. That is 3-2-1, and that means it's a mustachioed one. It is Tom Ways.
Tom having to take last year off. I talked to him this morning about it. For those of you that don't know, Tom spends his normal days guiding heli-ski operations up in Alaska area, and last year he was just too booked. Had to spend his King of the Hammers time skiing down on a mountain in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. So couldn't make it last year, but good to have him back.
You know, he's such a character too. I spent some time with him up in Squaw Valley in the Tahoe area where he lives. Tells a great story about how he's the only race car, or they tell a great story about he's the only race car driver that's ever had to fight a bear in his own living room.
I believe that.
But you wouldn't disbelieve it of Tom
No,
Ways, would you?
I
That's
wouldn't
the whole
believe-
point.
I wouldn't disbelieve that for a second. But yeah, that's
Tom Ways is the badass of Ultra 4 racing, that is for sure. And it's great to see him here in his new car. And it looks like he's getting to grips with it. There's always the odd bug, the odd niggle that you have to work out of these vehicles. And he's had very little testing time. He'll be frustrated, but it's great to see him moving. As we watch Jason Shipman passing Paul Herschel in Sledgehammer.
just a heartbreaker for Herschel. I mean, what a great day, great run going. Obviously the inversion at backdoor didn't help, but just what a bummer.
Yeah, it looks like he lost his rear drive shaft up rolling through Sledge, probably at that point where he was all bound up. There's a lot of rocks moving around, but they were underneath the car a minute ago. It looks like they were trying to fix it, and hopefully he can get it fixed and get it back driving and get back on the race course.
That would be great. So we're waiting for an update. If maybe you can take a look at the map, Jim, when you have some time, tell us what's going on there.
Well, as we look at the map now, that I can see that Jason Shearer is in outer limits. So our race leader is cruising, if there is any such thing in trails such as outer limits. Then in second place we have Waylon Campbell, and then behind him Eric Miller, both of which are very close together.
And we're going to take a quick look at the map and see what's going on overall here at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And you can see Jason Shearer.
There's Jason Shearer, but anything in red is still on lap 2. Any icons in blue are on lap 3. So there's Jason Shearer, and then you can see quite a long way behind we have Waylon Campbell. Then behind him we have Eric Miller. Worth noting though that once they come out of these rock trails, the next few miles is a desert chase, which will be very high speed, up to 100 miles an hour before they drop into outer limits. So they will close that gap with Jason Shearer.
But look at all that traffic in front of Shannon Campbell as you watch, as you go up that trail. You can see that all of those cars just sitting in that one spot, stacked up on top of each other. That's what we were looking at earlier, that Waylon had to pass. Shannon has to pass all those and more, all of those second lap cars in there. That's just got to be, that'll slow them down no matter what.
Indeed it will. Marcus Gomez is still running and going nicely, of course. Seems to have dropped back off the pace a little bit, but he could be just trying to protect his car. But Jason Shearer, that's the man we're talking about, our current race leader.
And that's a look at our map. We go live once again in Sledgehammer, talking about what's happening right now. Jason Shearer is your leader. Waylon Campbell sitting in second. And Eric Miller currently in third. That's physical positions. We'll give you correct times when we get to the finish line. And as much information as we can when we return to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, the 13th running of this event. And it will be an exciting finish for sure.
UP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Hammertown, Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. And we get some fantastic imagery still coming in from today's race. But while we're watching this, Miles has got some news for us down in the pits. Let's chuck it down to him and see what he's got.
So I'm still down here in Miramon's pit, and they were checking the car over, did a quick fuel spot. They were doing a little bleeding some brakes, and then found the shock. Right here, this shock bolt is completely bent. So there's something wrong with that coilover. They're going to pull it off, hopefully get a new they got a coilover found. Somebody's going to retrieve it. They're going to pull it off, get it back on, straighten a few things out, hopefully get this car back on track. There was about a full minute of real worry about having to call the race. They made the quick phone call back to the pits, found some parts. They're working fast, bleeding brakes, taking shocks off, getting everything checked out. So it's the never quit attitude with the Miramons is what we love to see with Ultra 4. Lots and lots of action. We've seen a few more cars come through. Sounds like we could be, roughly 45 minutes to an hour to seeing Shear in town as long as he has a clean, smooth run. And we're going to be racing into the dark with a lot of these guys, so it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot more action coming today, but how's it going to play out? Shear, Whalen, Shannon, Miller, Paul Horschel. Still lots of racing to come. So I'm going to throw it back up to the Jumbotron. Ian, Jim, Cameron, back to you guys.
All right, that is our physical leader right there, Jason Shira, winch cable out.
And this is in outer limits, I believe.
It is. Now, we were saying only just earlier that, we watched the EMC trucks come through here earlier. We saw the UTVs come through here earlier in the week. But just look what we're saying about winch cables and about knots and things. And you can see a huge knot in the winch cable there. Okay, that's bad. Okay, not only will halve the strength of the rope, it also means that they can't now use that section of the rope as well.
I had a hard enough time walking that section last year.
Outer limits is a tough trail.
It is
tough trail all day long.
And so there's 2 different ways there, if I'm not mistaken. That's the up and around, and then you could also come from the bottom there into that section. But
well, they have a VCP in here to make sure that you can't take the bypass.
Ah.
Okay, so they're really working hard to make sure that you have to take the gnarliest rock sections in here this year.
That was always the Dave Cole rule. I remember years ago when you'd sit in the driver's meeting before we had the yellow brick, when we were just working off of, we had little cards. You could challenge your fellow drivers if you thought they shorted the course of the race. And Dave had one rule and one rule only, and he said, if it looks like the hardest way, it's the way.
We've just seen him make short work of that, and there's Jason Berger walking in front of him. Jason Shearer's co-driver. He mentioned last year that he didn't need to get out. Well, he clearly has this year, so it must be tougher on the course.
Well, by throwing in Sledgehammer and then this last little loop in the back, it's going to be, there's no choice. Your co-driver's going to be out of the car.
And I
don't want to wish a kiss of death on them, but they look ever so smooth. He looks ever so good as he picks his way through these very hard trails.
Look at this. What a great shot coming in live here from Johnson Valley. Just watching the machine work. Just unbelievable articulation. Spot on performance by Jason and his team.
So as we watch Jason continuing down through outer limits, we're hearing that Eric Miller is only minutes away from outer limits as well. So is he closing the gap? What do you reckon?
Well, I think, you've got two really good rock crawling guys there. You basically have Jason Scherer and you have Eric Miller. Jason, no stranger to rocks, spent many times in them. Same with Eric. The only benefit I think that Eric may have is that solid axle car. Does seem to clip through those rock sections just a little bit faster than the IFS cars. But at the same time, the big question here is Waylon. We saw Jason's co-driver out. Waylon's got to get out of the car himself to get through that section, unless there's somebody else there at the time to help him. So it's going to be a challenging course for a single-seat car at that point for sure.
It is. Now, again, Waylon's tracker is showing 0. Now, that doesn't mean to say he's stopped. We've been having problems with Waylon's tracker all day, but until we can physically see him on camera, we're not sure where Waylon is at this moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to tell. You never know until you actually see them on camera or see them here in Hammertown.
And that looks like that could be Vaughn Gittins Jr. Is that?
Don't be putting that juju on it. I was going to say, getting a little... At whatever point. Now I got to run down there and get that. Jason. Oh. Yeah. Then I'll high-five you.
As we watch Vaughn picking his way up through Aftershock. It does look like that Waylon Campbell is stopped on course, which is a tough break for the young man. But it does mean that his dad, Shannon, moves up a place.
So currently Eric Miller has physically passed Waylon Campbell and is sitting in the second position, and Shannon is bearing down on his youngster.
Exactly, and there is no question that Eric can move that solid axle car through the desert. There's one person who can, but can he move it as fast as Scherer can push his IFS car?
Okay, so you're Shannon, you come up alongside Waylon. What do? Do you blow by, or do you stop, find out if you can help him? Do you tow him?
Well,
what happens here?
Well, myself, I would probably stop, and if my son, because he gets everything that I have, but knowing Shannon, I think that he will probably stop, make sure he's okay, and if anything shows in the past, Shannon will give him a high five and keep on going.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Waylon will be like, go, 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 go.
Oh,
he will want his dad on that podium. But equally, if there's anything on Shannon's car that will help Waylon, it's his. But I'm really enjoying watching this guy. Vaughn has really turned into a fantastic racer. This is the best I've ever seen him drive.
And that's something that we've talked about a couple times. As we've said before, a lot of people have come. Cameron, you've come and tried your hand at this 4400 series racing. Guys sort of jump in, jump out. A lot of the heavy hitters in the sport are guys who've been in it since the beginning. Vaughn is one of those guys that just sort of came in it from another discipline, and instead of just jumping in and jumping out, I think he's kind of actually found a new favorite type of racing.
Well, it's very interesting because there was a lot of people who said when he started racing in 4500 class, he was bringing a whole load of money and a whole load of horsepower to that class to where it didn't belong. And so they've kind of just said to him nicely, I think you should perhaps look at 4400. He's moved up into 4400, and look, he's showing his class and he's showing his quality.
Well, I remember the first year he raced 4,500, Vaughn and I sat down and we talked, and he was giving me all the math of the power loss through the Turbo 400, and he wants a sequential transmission of one of his race cars, and I think maybe Randy and the crew at Jimmy's might have just said, you know what, it just works fine. Just grow into the car and do better.
Looks like Marcus Gomez here. I've raced with the sequential gearbox in an Ultra 4 car. I can tell you it's like driving with one hand tied behind your back. It really is. You have to use that clutch pedal. You're slipping the clutch all the time. And if you're in second gear going through the rocks and you come to stationary, you then got to crash back down, get into neutral, which the gearbox doesn't want to do when it's stationary. It's hard work.
It's hard to beat a good Turbo 400. And your T1 trucks, are you guys Turbo 400, 4L80?
We are. Predominantly, the T1s are all Turbo 400s. There's a couple 6-speeds and a couple sequential boxes. And right now, though, the Turbo 400 is definitely the ruling transmission.
The beauty of that transmission is just its brute strength and ability to handle so much abuse and still get you all the way home. I'm sure in a 1,000-mile race that comes into play more than once.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it just seems to cushion the blow a little bit of the 900 horsepower they're putting through it. So it's definitely it's been great for us recently. You know, you can trust it, and it's tried and true. I mean, it's been around since I think the 40s, and it's just
nothing like innovation.
Yeah, crazy technology. I mean, they've added a lot. Our builder puts a ton of, it's all billet, it's all this, it's all that, but the technology itself is mostly still that original Turbo 400.
Yeah, there's a lot of aftermarket support for that 400. We see a lot of the Reed big cases on it that eliminate some of the failure points from the factory cases. But still, at the end of the day, the nice thing about that 400 is there's no electronics. There's nothing that's going to go wrong. You can basically have a manual 3-speed, really, really strong transmission.
Okay, here we go. This is Shannon Campbell in pit 2B. This seems to be the strategy for the Campbells this year. So we saw Wayland here only just recently. So Shannon hasn't passed Wayland yet. He needs to pit here, get back on trail, and Wayland is about 3 to 4 miles further up the track.
And they're just trying to make sure, I think, they might be checking the car over as he makes a run for the finish. And heads out to where there's no more assistance until he gets all the way back to Hammertown.
What's really interesting to me is I would think that if they knew what was wrong with Wayland's car and it was fixable, they would have loaded Shannon up with parts right there, and it did not look like that happened.
And this is Aaron Kaufman coming down through Chocolate Thunder now. Aaron came out here for the first time last year. Really loved the race, but he came with the wrong car. So this year he's brought the right car, and it looks like he's doing great.
So we just got a note about Jason Shear's Turbo 400. That's from someone allegedly on his team. If you'd like to share that, Ian.
Yeah, it looks to me like Jason Shear has about $39,000 into his Turbo 400. So that would be that's old technology, but a whole bunch of money.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy.
On the side of it.
I felt like it was a lot to put $22,000 into the Turbo 400. So I guess maybe there's something else I'm missing there.
Okay, we're just watching Chris Hummer there and Neil Cooper, and they're just winching up the second part of back door. The Australians doing a great job here.
So currently on the running order, of course, Shear and Miller 1 and 2, former Kings. Wayland Campbell still sitting third, but still sitting at 0 miles an hour as we understand it. Fourth would be Shannon Campbell closing in on Wayland. And then is it Marcos Gomez in the fifth position? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it would be Marcos, and then bringing up behind him, I believe Vaughn Gitten's got to be in there. Vaughn may be sitting in top 10 right now, I believe.
He is sitting in the top 10, it sounds like. He may be inside that top 7.
Well, I'm also showing Vaughn at 0 miles an hour at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that. He could just be in a tough area. But the big news is it's Eric Miller and Jason Shearer that are pushing out in front. Jason Shearer is now entering Spooners and will be dropping down that trail. Once he's through Spooners, he's into open desert and he'll be making his way back to Hammertown. So there's Marcos Gomez in the pits. Literally a couple of minutes behind Shannon Campbell.
So this is a great run for Marcos right now. Gomez Brothers Racing. And they are
doing
in
a great job there.
The remote pit 2B. Oh, did they shut it off? Oh. It's always one of the scariest things for me is shutting off the race car for any reason after you start it in the morning. Because a lot of times after you pound them all day, they don't want to start again.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's get, Jim, some narration here because this is the man currently
This is the
sitting in
man.
second.
This is the two-time king, Eric Miller. Solid axle Miller chassis. He is the master technician in the rocks. And he's ever so slowly pulling Jason Shearer back towards him. We've just seen Jason Shearer going through this trail, and we saw Jason having to winch. Now it's that double whammy. Does Eric attack with everything he has and risk a podium, but go for that win? Or does he just hold back, drive a line, and settle for second?
No, I think he pushes hard, no questions. I think he just keeps going and going and going. He knows he wants to reel them in, and so I think he's going to push as hard as he can to get through this course.
Just look at the spectators out on course here. This trail is absolutely in the middle of nowhere, and still there's groups of people watching. Fantastic.
Well, it does earn the name Outer Limits because it is way out there.
I was going to say the middle of nowhere is an understatement.
Yeah. You need one of these cars to find it.
Eric Miller, your king from 2012 and 2016.
Just got to take care here.
Trying to get up on, man, that is a steep face to climb on top of, isn't it?
It is amazing.
Sidewall action here. There we go.
I'm just looking. If you look at the side of the passenger side of the vehicle by the front of what we call the rock slider, you'll see it looks like there must be a vent there. Okay, this is where Jason had to winch. We can see Gigglepin Mike's car there.
Woohoo!
Big old bunny hop.
That's all right, Hammertown, make some noise.
He's giving it everything he can. Those 40-spline Spider Trax axles just putting up with this incredible abuse. So he drives through where Jason Shearer had to winch and saves himself a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were talking about a second ago, Jim. That's an exact spot where we saw Jason's co-driver out. It's not only the time to winch, it's the time to get the co-driver back in the car, get him back buckled up, and get on the way.
Eric
just
Miller
saved
doing
all
a
that time.
fantastic job here. What a driver.
And I do have my unofficial timing going once again.
Oh, what do we got?
I'm just saying that he's a lot closer than he was before. How's that? But when we get to the moment where I started the stopwatch here with Jason, we'll give you that split time. Unofficially, of course, just on our own personal timing from what we're seeing on the live footage right alongside you. Of course, you guys can time. The teams can time. You can time. Figure out where each vehicle goes through. So when he passes the retrieval vehicle that's there, or the volunteer vehicle here, this is where the time split was taken. And the time split is...
So we're just about 13-ish minutes.
Yep.
So he has reeled him in a little bit on our unofficial...
We'll
call it the
timing.
unofficial Cameron Steele iPhone clock.
Oh, let us not forget. So that's physical, right? We're talking about approximately 13 minutes. So if you go back to the starting order, so Jason was on the front line, so he's at a 0 time. And then you go back down to Eric Miller at 19 on row, that's row number 10, if I'm not mistaken. So and if my math is correct, that's about 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes difference, yes.
So that would be, you know, you can do the math there on the corrected, but it's a lot closer than we thought it was going to be at this point.
Absolutely. The question would be, as they get through this trail and then go down Spooners and then into the desert, Eric has proven that he can move that car through the desert. Can Jason stay out far enough ahead of him?
Okay, and we're getting images now from back door. This is Nate Geese. And you were saying earlier, Ian, about the traffic on lap 2, lap 3. And behind this car here is a whole heap of traffic.
I believe it. You know, we said it was going to happen, and that was just the problem with leaving back door like this. Wait until the end. Safe trip.
Miles thinks he's Of course, we're watching action here in Backdoor. This is live. 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Of course, this is our 13th year of this event's running. It started out with just a handful, so to speak, of competitors, allegedly not even knowing they were going to a competition. A group of friends gathered in Johnson Valley has become what is today's King of the Hammers. And the Hammer Trail is the feature, of course, but the entire Southern California, Johnson Valley, just beautiful area here in the foothills, below Big Bear and in the high deserts of Southern California. And work happening here. It looks like, trying to see what's going on there. It looks like they're possibly going to be pulling him back.
Yeah, it's hard to see what's happening here, but maybe Nate's broken his winch. But it certainly seems that they're trying to attach a cable to the back of the vehicle. What happens is there's a huge hole at the foot of Backdoor. So as you drop in and you go vertical, then the back end of the vehicle sits against the back of the hole and you can become completely wedged.
Maybe they're going to put him in unison here.
That's what I'm also thinking, yep.
Like a train. Just curious, Hammertown, you guys listening out there? You guys ready to crown a king? How many of you guys think it's going to be Jason Shearer? How many of you guys think it's going to be Eric Miller? How many of you think it's going to be Shannon Campbell?
But whichever way you look at it, if it's any of those three, we're going to see a repeat king.
Copy that. Not outside the realm of possibility to have a 4-time king with Shannon Campbell currently running on the podium if Waylon doesn't get going again. Still, the physical pass has not been made.
Yeah, we haven't seen Shannon pass Waylon yet, have we?
No, not yet, but it's getting close. Shannon is only literally a mile or two away. But again, we are only guessing that Wayland is stationary. His tracker has been playing around all day. All of a sudden it will jump, so we will have to see. But so far, we haven't seen his vehicle in outer limits.
That's what I was going to say. If he does get going, we'll see him on camera in outer limits, which is our last stationary camera location before they come around into the desert section.
Yeah, I mean, the helicopter will be out there obviously chasing the leader, not chasing second and third, so he'll be out there with Jason Shearer, so we'll want to keep an eye out for that. But I think, as you said, if we see Shannon get in there before we see Waylon, then we definitely know that Waylon's unfortunately broken.
Yeah, so it's some nice teamwork here at Backdoor. Nat Geese working with Chad Hunt here, combining their efforts, making sure they can get up there as quickly as possible. And there's going to be so many stories like this all the way across this race today.
Well, I think there's going to be so many stories, not just at this race, but over the entire week here and more. I mean, whether it's the camaraderie of sharing the trails with the pros and enthusiasts, or whether it's the UTV race, the Everyman Challenge, the T1s. I mean, just the camaraderie of the spirit of the desert has been so great, and the stories are going to just be everywhere.
Well, I hear it time and time again when I'm out here. I'll run into people and just talk to them, and they'll come up and they'll say, hey, it's my, first time here, or I came here last year and I'm back again. And, this event just kind of gets into your blood and you just keep coming back, and that's what happens. And especially with those EMC cars, that's what you see. You see guys come out here, watch it, or pit for a buddy, and the next thing you know, they're back the next year with a car. It's just that EMC class makes it capable for pretty much anyone to come in here and race, which is a lot of fun.
And the UTVs.
I've been wanting to race here. We got to race the T1. I raced the Moto a couple times, but just racing the T1 here yesterday just fuels the want to be here in an Ultra 4 car.
Yeah, and even more so, you guys don't have a lot of California races left, do you? There's obviously Mexico, and you've got a bunch of other ones, but be a California race must be something special for you guys too.
I've been racing unlimited trucks for 13 years now, and we did race one time in Ridgecrest about 2010. And besides that, I mean, we haven't had a major unlimited truck race in California for quite some time. And that was a little bit of a smaller race, not of the caliber that we had here. And yeah, it was really cool to be able to race in this side of the desert. Last time I raced in Lucerne Valley was in 1988. I was in high school, or just out of high school, I'm sorry, and racing a 5/1600 car, a Baja Bug. And it was a great day for our team that day, but that's the last time I raced in this Lucerne area.
So kind of a great homecoming for you guys to come out here and take part of this King of the Hammers week of celebration.
It would have been better for me had we actually finished the race, but you know.
There's it next year.
Yeah.
Right, as we watch Chad Hunt disappear up through back door, I can tell you now that Shannon Campbell has passed Waylon Campbell for the physical third place. Behind him is Marcus Gomez. And then there is quite a gap back to the next car.
And there's a crowd shot from back door. Hope everybody's having a good time out there. It looks like it's been a great day, lots of action there. Pretty spectacular day here in Southern California. Right now I'm guessing somewhere in the mid-50s and light breeze and just pretty day, bluebird skies. Actually not a cloud in the sky. And that is the entrance to back door. The bypass, if you decide not to go in, is just that sand section there. Send you out around the outside. If you haven't seen the photo, there is a pretty epic photo of BJ Baldwin jumping his T1 off the top of a hill back there, airing it out. Pretty incredible. Check that out. But right now, we're gonna get down to the pits here in a moment. Talk to our good friend Miles, and he's got something with the great people from 4WP. I mean, people that are a big part of the business here of off-road, but also a huge part of the passion, which is even more important. Let's get it to Miles.
So I'm here in the pits with 4-Wheel Parts, Brent Gagabert and Rob Bender Parker in the pits. You guys are huge sponsors out here. We can't thank you guys enough. And you're out here having fun racing, having a little bit of issues, but you're still all smiles. Thanks for everything, Brent.
Hey, we're glad to be out here. We're having a blast. We got a flat tire and rear end was coming apart, the third member falling out. So they got that addressed, and we're ready to go do back door in our final lap.
So we hope to see you on stage this evening, Brent. Rob Bender Park, you guys having fun, buddy?
Yeah. Took the toll on the rear end. The suspension's working good. Car's running good. Everything's great except for the rear end's falling out. But got a good crew. They'll get us put back together again. We should see you here shortly.
So thank you for that, Rob. Brent, everything's good. The car's about together. Hopefully you guys get back out there. Run a smooth run. Are you going to drive or winch back door?
We're going to winch it, save the car, run our final lap. So we're going right to the winch and make sure we get it and finish this race.
So how long do you think it's going to take you on this last lap? An hour and a half? Well, probably about 2 hours, you think? So hopefully before it gets dark and starts chilling off?
Yeah, the whole goal is to get in here before dark. You're right on the same track. We got to get this done, get up, and we're going right to the winch so we can get in here before it gets dark and have a nice dinner back here at the motorhomes with you.
All right. Well, thank you, Brent. Thank you, Rob. This is one of the big wigs for 4-Wheel Parts. They were the sponsor of the Everyman Challenge, so it's good to see them out here sponsoring some of our races and having a good time. So, yeah, we'll just kind of check the car out. They're working on the rear end. It's been beat up all day long, but they're getting it back together. They're checking all the lug nuts. The car still looks like it's in pretty good shape. This is an older Trent Fab car, IFS 2-seat. And it sounds like I'm getting a little tidbit through my radio. It sounds like Shannon did get around Wayland on course. So I'm going to throw it back up to the stage. Jim, Ian, Cameron, it's all you guys.
Thank you, Miles. We appreciate it. And the yellow brick is confirming and 100% spot on that Waylon Campbell is stopped. And Shannon Campbell has made that pass for third. So your top three are all three former Kings. So the likelihood of a new King being crowned at this point, as we're getting short on time, possibly trying to figure out the time frame, but we're guessing somewhere around 45 minutes or so, we could have a finisher here.
Yeah, I thought Jason would be in here even sooner than that, but you know, I said between 2:30, 2:45, which would be about 25, 30 minutes. It all just depends on that desert section. But Eric, just nipping at his heels out there. So it'll be interesting to see who we get in here. But once again, as we always say, it's anyone's race at this point with Shannon still in the mix for sure.
Let's not forget what happened last year. The high drama, of course, as Randy Slauson came back in towards the finish, blowing his transmission only 4 or 5 miles from Hammertown. So it's not over until it's over. And just looking on the map now, I can see that Jason Shearer is picking his way down through Spooners, and Eric Miller has definitely closed the gap, showing 22 mile an hour moving through Spooners, which is amazing. Shannon Campbell is now out in open desert and making his way towards outer limits, closely followed by Marquez Gomez. Then we've got Vaughn Gittin Jr., who's sitting in remote pit 2B currently, and then behind him we've got Jason Shipman, who's currently showing stationary, but that might just be because he's in Sledgehammer, and also just behind him, unbelievably, Tom Ways.
Tom Ways had to overcome an early stop. We're not sure what the issue was, but early on that desert loop, he had to stop at the pit for a bit of time and has been working to come back ever since. And
just some news coming in right now. It looks like Tom Ways has actually passed Jason Shipman.
Yeah, Tom's certainly a hard charger right up until the end. It would be great to see him even crack into that top 5 if he could, but he's got some work to do in those rock trails no matter what.
As he's passed Shipman, what is that for the physical position, Jim?
That would put Tom Ways into 6th position.
And that would put Vaughn Gittin Jr. in the 5th position?
Absolutely, which is a remarkable feat.
Remarkable. And we'll get you more information. We still only have 2 vehicles through outer limits.
And I can tell you now that Jason Shearer has broken free of Spooners. He is now on the desert return. And based on his previous laps, he could be here in less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, There's no question when Jason gets out in that desert, once he's done with that rock, you know he's going to be pushing that car hard through the desert, and he can clip off some good time in that car.
Yeah, I'm showing him at 74 miles an hour, but I'm sure that Race Ops will tell us as soon as he hits the magic 100.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen of the world. And here in Hammertown, Jason Shearer has cleared the last true obstacle of rocks. There are still a couple small sections, but for the most part, we're talking desert on his way back in.
Well, you know as well as I do, Cameron, when you're out in that desert, it doesn't mean paved road. There's
sure.
There's still a whole bunch of gotchas that can jump out and end your day in those desert sections. Even though you can move pretty quick, there's still some stuff that can end your day out there.
100%. So we'll wait in anticipation. The crowd is building here in Hammertown in front of the big screen for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries roundup.
And that's Mark Danzo making his way out through the top end of back door, heading out onto his 3rd lap.
You know, we had Miles just talk to Brett Gegeber of 4 Parts, who said, oh, I'm just going to pop out of here and take care of back door, but it's not that easy, is it? There's a whole bunch of traffic out there.
Oh, there is indeed. Now, Jason Shearer's out in the desert. He's a long way out. Is he going to be on comms with his team? Is his team going to be able to communicate with him and tell him where Eric Miller is, tell him what's going on, so he doesn't have to drive at 100% to get back here, so he doesn't have to stress his equipment?
Knowing Jason as I know him, I think no matter what, that car is flat out 100%. He knows. You saw him last year when he came in and won that race. He basically does a dance inside that car when he crossed that finish line. He is probably not even listening to his comms at this point. Him and his co-driver are probably just so jazzed up right now. They can smell the finish, and they just want to get here as fast as they can. All right, well, we take a look at the tracker up here at the live desk. We're going to throw it down to Miles in the pits. Miles, what do you got for us now?
So we're down here in the pits. Mitch Thorpe from Australia just came through. They did a quick fuel spot. He was playing with his helmet, not sure what was wrong, but he's having fun. He's came all the way over to the U.S. to race the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery. He's going for a finish. And then right here next to me, we have Eric Miramon. You're doing the same thing. You're heading out on your 3rd lap. Explain what happened on your right rear shock.
We broke the top bolt the 2nd time today. The I think the crossovers have made their way down somewhat to the point to where it's coil binding. We're trying to figure out. King went through the shock. Shock's fine. We thought maybe we had a shock hydroing, but we're putting it back together and heading back out. See what happens.
I mean, how cool is that? King Shocks, you're in the middle of a race. I mean, they took your shock, brought it back within 15 minutes. So huge shout out to King Shock to really help you guys out when you need it.
Absolutely. They were awesome, fast, and thank you to the BFG guys here for helping us out as well.
All right, well, Eric Miramon, I really hope to see you get back in that car, make one final lap, and see you on the stage later tonight.
Thanks, Miles. Thank you.
Eric Miramon, everybody. So it sounds like we're roughly about a half hour out. We could see a leader. Going out back on is Rob Bender Park and Brent Gigabear. They're heading out. Lots of action. We got a race on our hands. It's a race to the finish. Ian, Jim, Cameron, back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. And we have got a race on our hands. It's a fantastic race. And the big news is that Jason Shearer is powering his way back towards Hammertown. He's absolutely killing it. Eric Miller is now just about to drop out the bottom of Spooners. But this race isn't over yet, Ian. We've got adjusted time to consider.
Yeah, and I think Jason knows that. You know, he knows that when he dropped out of Spooners, I'm sure he was quite aware that Miller was behind him and he had to put a gap between them for corrected time. And Jason knew that for him, his place to do it is obviously right here in the desert. And you can look at that. Just look at it. He's flying through the desert in that car, and he knows this is where he's going to make up his time right now. Moving so fast, it's hard for the helicopter to keep up with him.
As we step back to back door, and this is a trial that's going to cause lots of problems for many teams yet. And this race is going to be going on till 10 o'clock tonight.
All right, well, as we wait for our hopefully new king to get back in here, we're going to take a quick break from the action here from the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
We can't announce anything right now because we're waiting for winners. All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We are currently watching Jason Shearer. I just checked on our tracker, and he was clipping along at a good 80 and change across the lake bed. So we're waiting for him to make the final turn out in the desert before he comes down. Jim, what do you got there on the computer?
I'm just looking here now, trying to find out where Eric Miller is. And it looks like Eric is just stepping out of Spooners and is also into the desert. So this is going to be pretty close. We've still got a race well and truly on our hands. Shannon Campbell is now working his way up through Outer Limits and Spooners as well, who's currently in 3rd place. And so is Marcus Gomez. In fact, it actually looks like it is possible that Marcus Gomez has overtaken Shannon Campbell. But we would just have to keep an eye on that and just wait for the trackers to flick one more time before we can confirm that. But that would be a remarkable piece of news.
Yeah, we have our helicopter out there trying to pace along with Jason as he's getting ready to make that turn, that last turn before he comes into the last long stretch before he'll come back into Hammertown. And when he makes that turn, he's probably about 10 minutes out of town, and that turn's coming up pretty quick. Great shot, live helicopter shot of our current race leader, Jason Shearer, right now. And there we have Brett Gagaber out in back door. They said they were going to pull up there and winch it.
Okay, as we wait for our helicopters to get live shots, I can tell you that Jason Shearer has made the last big turn towards Hammertown, and he is now charging hard to get back to join us here on stage.
I'm going to guarantee you there's a lot of high fives going on inside that car, even though he's driving. He will be so excited to be coming back into Hammertown.
No, he won't.
Right now.
His co-driver will be sitting there going, take it easy, take it steady, keep your pace right, drive smart.
Well, we'll find out when he gets back in here, but I'm gonna ask him that specific question. I'll guarantee you there was.
This was part of the qualifying, of course, too, and part of the T1 course. So very familiar with this in here, and what a crazy section of undulations and ups and downs in there. A lot of like blind visibility at like a pretty good kind of rate of speed.
You know, those of us who are used to the Ultra 4 cars, our cars are much narrower than your T1 trophy trucks. Just the width of them must make it hard to get through some of this stuff.
Sometimes you look at it, you're like, and you can't see the tires because the fenders are way out, right? You're kind of like, cross the fingers, here we go. But Jason Shearer is, I mean, he's close. We're talking 8 minutes possibly, by my calculations, maybe even a little bit less, and we'll have him coming over the last hill, and the fans are coming in. You guys ready to crown a king here, Hammertown? Right on. Right now it looks like it's going to be Jason Shearer for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, but
yeah, well, we'll pull him through that arch. They'll pull him off to the side immediately, and they will probably hold him until that corrected time runs out. And that's got to be one of the most stressful parts of that day. He's finished the race, going to sit in that car, and they're just going to tell him, you have to wait. They'll tell him how much time he's got to wait, but he'll have to wait for that time to click down. Once Dave Cole gives the thumbs up, that split will be done, and then he'll be able to make the turn to go up here on stage and collect his prize as our 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers champion.
Well, I'll set my unofficial timing for when they come over the hill over here, right?
That's perfect.
And then we'll know where we're at. But
what'll be really interesting, probably one of the coolest things I think, is Jason shot me a text message, and he also posted on social media of him loading the King of the Hammers scepter into the back of his truck, and he literally put in the message, he said, I hope I'm just taking this for a ride. So I think it'll be great to have him basically bring it all the way out here to the lake bed and then carry it all the way back home.
And we will do all of our go through the yellow brick as he sits there, as you talked about, and we'll verify all the virtual checkpoints and speed limits were adhered to, and we'll find out how that goes. Usually very smooth, and haven't had many problems with the Ultra 4 podium finishers in the past, as far as I know. As we take a look at Chocolate Thunder, and again, this race will continue, and the live coverage will continue into the dark. I believe live coverage will continue until 10 p.m. on the Pacific Coast, if I'm not mistaken.
That is usually what happens, and then normally we'll be out here in the cold dark, and there'll be a couple guys out there still straggling, and we'll stay here as long as we can to get these guys across the line. You know,
you guys are so nice.
We try, you know. Yeah.
You guys are nice people.
That's important to do. And Eric Miller is absolutely smoking it. He's up to over 80 mile an hour coming in through the desert stretch trying to catch Jason Shearer.
I'm hearing that we may have Jason into town in as soon as 8 minutes.
But as we look back down the course, I've got Marcus Gomez and Shannon Campbell both fighting with each other in single-seater IFS cars coming up through outer limits. Now, we saw the difficulty that Jason Shearer had with his car coming through there. He had to get the winch out, and then we saw Eric Miller cruise through there with some fantastic driving. There could be some difficulties for both these single-seater vehicles in that location.
In all honesty, I think what you may see happen is if anything, is the past is repeating itself. Shannon and Marcus, if they go into that, or Marcos rather, if they get into that section, there's a good chance that they may help each other get through there, just to sort of have to get to those single-seat cars. It's just so difficult when you're all alone.
Absolutely, and Tom Ways is moving his way up and is now definitively in 5th position. So Tom Ways in his brand new car has made his way out to 5th position and is working his way out towards outer limits.
That's great news really for Tom, because he tried so hard, you know, and it was so great to see him back here. If he's able to push up into 5th, and more importantly, Vaughn Gitten's still in that top 5. Absolutely amazing.
Well, no, unfortunately, Vaughn has actually had a problem. So Vaughn is actually currently stationary. No.
And while we have a moment before Jason Shearer gets here, we're going to hand the mic over to Jim. And we're going to be very quick about this, but we wanted to welcome one of our stars to the stage real quick, tell his story from earlier.
Okay, we're going to make this real quick because we got Jason coming into town, but I'm joined on stage by Nick Nelson, who led this race almost from the start for an incredibly long period. Nick, what happened out there?
We had some kind of vibration, and we thought it was a drive line, but actually we ended up losing the rear differential. But we had a good battle back and forth with Jason, swapping places a little bit, trying to keep the pace down and stay with him and not overrun the car for the long day. But obviously still ate it up somehow. But, man, you know, we ran it down. We never got over 110 when we were going to shoot for like a 140-plus time on the speed. And it was just, man, we thought we had it. We thought we had it there for the long day. So.
Well, we were watching you out on track, and the car looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, Khaleesi, I mean, it's a weapon, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest. The car's been built for one race in mind, and that is hammers.
Yeah, man, I'm super bummed, too, because my co-driver, Jeremy, jumped out at back door there, and he broke his ankle, I think. So we had to stop and let him out at pit, too, which cost us a bunch of time. And so I hope he's okay. They got him checked out. But, yeah, we went and chased Jason down, and I thought we had a good car to really turn it up later on. So it looks like he's getting it done, though, so.
Absolutely. We're going to hand it back and we're going to wind this up. But Nick Nelson, better luck next time, my friend.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations, Nick, on that #1 qualifying position. Great job and great watching your race. Round of applause for Nick Nelson, everybody. Definitely one of the stars here at King of the Hammers. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have Jason Shearer has started coming in.
You know, this could be our very first ever back-to-back King. You know, not just a three-peat, but back-to-back King of the Hammers wins. Jason will be super excited about that as he makes his final approach here into Hammertown.
And let's not forget, with the starting times, about 5 minutes to give from Eric Miller. So once he crosses, considering there's no penalties, which we don't assume there are any, we would need to give 5 minutes before we can confirm that he has Eric Miller covered on time.
This is absolutely fantastic. So we've got Jason Shearer heading back towards town to become a 3 times king. Only ever been done once before by Shannon Campbell. This is going to be very special indeed. If you're not ready for this, come on, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this. Our new king is coming into town.
And here we go, coming in to the finish of the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, the 76 of Jason Shear, going to become the second three-time King of the King of the Hammers, and your first time ever back-to-back winner of the King of the Hammers.
Oh, he will be so excited when he comes across here.
Any second now. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, coming over the final jump and making the turn over the line and taking the checkered flag.
Now just wait for the in-car dancing by Jason, his co-driver. Will start any second now.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing it home, Jason Shear. As we will remove the yellow brick, it will go to scoring and timing. And your first across the line is Jason Shear.
This is his 8th career 4400 win, and it's fantastic to see Jason Shearer here in town. He is a 3 times king and the only king to ever repeat.
And ladies and gentlemen, Dave Cole from King of the Hammers has just come up to us. All VCPs were hit, no speeding penalties. He has 5 minutes on Eric Miller. Your official winner for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, is Jason Shear.
This is the first back-to-back king in the history of this race. Simply amazing to have someone win this back-to-back like Jason did. It's going to be so exciting to get him up here on stage.
Let's get it down right now to Miles, who's in that chaos right there with all the media. Everybody's celebrating, but the celebration will happen right here on the stage. Let's hear from Miles.
So we are here down in the pits with Jason Shear, our unofficial winner, 6:32.38. What a great time. These guys are really doing good. The car still looks good. Huge hugs, huge smiles from both Jason and both Jasons actually. Dave Cole's shaking hands, all smiles, getting his kid in the car with him. The media is absolutely everywhere. Handshakes all the way around. The car still looks like it's in great shape. He is our only back-to-back unofficial winner of the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery. Jason Shear, what a class act. He's been racing with us for a very, very long time, and he now might join Shannon Campbell as one of our only 3-time winners of the King of the Hammers. I'm just checking out every inch of this car. It's beat up, but it's not that bad. The shocks still look good. The axles look great. The motor still sounds very crisp. Jason Berger and Jason Shear, all smiles. This is what they came here for. He brought the scepter to the lake bed and looks like he might take it home. There's just so many congratulations. Everybody's all smiles. You couldn't want a better person to win. He is one of our previous winners of the Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery. And you can never count out somebody that's won this race before. Obviously, with a perfect day, you still have to have just a tick bit of luck. But Jason Shear brings it back to back. There is people absolutely everywhere. We will check the trackers, check the stickers, make sure there's no time penalties. Everything is unofficial as of right now, but it looks like Jason Shear really might have this. The 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery. It was such a great race, but the race is still going on. Eric Miller should be coming in soon. Sounds like Shannon Campbell and Marcos Gomez will be battling out to get on that final podium position. Remember, this race is on corrected time. Shear did take off first, but I think he'll have him. It's going to be down to the wire. It was a race to the finish. Still lots of smiles. And it sounds like I'm hearing through the PCI radio, Dave Cole just announced official winner for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, Jason Shear. The crowd goes wild. He's got the #1 up. Look at everybody. They are just checking out every piece of this car. This car, it held up 2 years in a row. Fishmouth Trout built Dan Trout built a great car. But I think we'll try to get him up on stage here very soon. So we're going to drag him up on the stage and bring him up to you guys. Cameron, Ian, Jim, I'm getting him up there. The course is cleared. We're getting him coming up. Look how big that smile is. Has his boy on his lap. You can't be happier than that right now. Class act, Nick Nelson, Jason Shear battling out this morning. They're giving high fives, still smiles. That's just part of the game. So Jason Shear, Nick Nelson chatting up, reliving their race this morning because they swapped up back and forth time and time again. Jason Berger, Jason Shear will be heading up to the stage with his boy sitting on his lap. And look at that, just everybody's all smiles, everybody's excited. Wow, Jason Shear sounds like the official winner to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery. Jason Shear, he's coming up. We'll get him on stage. Let the gents have a quick chat with him. So Ian, Jim, Cameron Steele, let's get him up there and have a chat. Jason Shear.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Bringing the king to the stage. I'm expecting a welcome for a king. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, your king, Jason Shear. All right, he's got his son in there. I'm going to sneak in here. Jason, wow, congratulations. It seemed like a long wait after 2009 becoming the king. Then last year you get it, and bam, back-to-back for the first time ever. You're now a 3-time king, the first time ever anybody has gone back-to-back. Congratulations to you and your team.
Cam, thanks so much, man. It's the whole thing feels like a dream. Somebody pinch me and wake me up because I can't believe it all happened. But, oh, man, what an awesome race, too, because it was pretty busy from, like, the first corner all the way out through the whole desert loop. And, you know, it was like everything you could have asked for in a perfect race, you know, from the pressure from the other racers, the obstacles out there, and doing it in a car that was perfect all day is like a dream come true. You just can't imagine how awesome it is when everything works together. And, you know, having a team like we've got right now is just it's unbelievable. I mean, from having Jason in the car, getting out and being smart, winching, to, you know, the guys prepping it. I mean, Adam McGow leads our team over there, and he has made this car finish. I mean, this is our 4th podium in a row. It's like unbelievable, you know what I mean? So everybody that's helped out on this car, everybody on our team, all the people who make these parts and help us, it's just it's crazy. It's just, I don't even believe it right now.
Well, Ian was telling the story earlier about how you were telling him you loaded the Scepter up, and you were saying, I'm hoping I'm just taking it on a ride. Looks like your wishes have come true once again.
That's so awesome. No, I can't even believe it. I kind of did it as a joke almost, like, well, going for a round trip, hopefully. And it made it. It's a round trip, Scepter trip. So cool. That's going to be, I'm sure my wife will be happy to have that back on the mantle.
I'm sure she's going to love it. It'll at least placate you a little bit. Let's talk about the emotion of doing it, having your family here. I mean, having a special rider in your lap. I mean, I know the feeling winning those big ones. It doesn't come every time, and you're fortunate enough to have it 3 times. Is this one more special? Is it just as special? Where does it rate for you?
Man, it does. This is the most, I mean, this one's crazy because I think, you know, doing it over and over and again, it's sometimes people lose the ability to want to push for the next time. And, you know, the emotions out there, I don't know what it is about racing and the emotions it brings out, but, like, you know, we were going down that trail and it was like on Spooners, and it was like all we got to do is finish Spooners and then it's desert back and we know we're good. And I don't even know how we got into the conversation, but we're talking about, you know, how awesome the car is. And I'm like, it is unbelievable that you can go, you know, 120 in the desert and just smash through whoops, and then you can still rock crawl in it. It's like such a neat thing. And I'm like, I know I'll never get rid of this car. And Berger's like, no, I know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, I'll never get rid of it anyway. I mean, I built this car with the inheritance I got when my mom died. Like, this car is like somebody's watching over us driving this car, you know?
Amen to that.
It's just, you know, the whole thing with racing, you know it, Cam, and it's just, it's a family thing, and when all your friends are there and they're all here supporting you, and it doesn't get any better. That's the best high you can get in life.
Well, let's be careful with all the media here. Let's get you and your family or you guys up on top of the truck. Congratulations, brother. Well done. Much love to you. You guys, we're going to get him out of the car. How about a welcome one more time? Let's make some room so the fans can see him. We'll talk a little bit more to him, but right now, your king for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, Jason Scheer, is going to take to the top of this race vehicle. And you can see the sponsors: Fox, 4-Wheel Parts, 4WP, Method. Of course, Warren is on there, BF Goodrich. And here they are, you guys, hugging it out. And those of you with cameras, if you don't want champagne on it, I'd say watch out. Come on, Hammertown, let's make some noise for them. Over 100 vehicles entered, all the teams working together. They started side by side and battled through the desert. We watched it happen as Jason Scheer started on that front row next to Nick Nelson. And here we are, 6.5 hours later, more or less, crowning your champion, celebrating on top of the car here in Johnson Valley. Dave Cole's vision of the King of the Hammers once again comes through with the repeat king. And we're still waiting for our second and third place finishers. What an epic moment here on the stage. He's trying to throw hats and shirts into the stands. For those of you watching live around the world, we will continue our coverage until about 10 o'clock tonight. And of course, we'll bring in the rest of the podium. It is official. Jason Scheer is your winner of the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And it's been one heck of a race day. And Jim, I'm gonna get it over to you. It's just, wow, what an emotional moment for him and his family and his entire race team.
It's an amazing scenes here in Hammertown. Jason Scheer, three-time king. We were saying it at the beginning of the day, who's the man that you'd put your money on? We said Jason Scheer. But there's somebody else very special coming in today, and that's Eric Miller, another two-time king, and he's just crossed the line in second place. And we've got Miles down there talking to Eric right now. Miles.
So I'm down here with Eric Miller, a previous two-time winner to this race, and he's finished second more than anybody else, I think. I'm not quite sure if it's officially official yet, but Eric Miller very possibly will be second place in the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery. 10th career second place. So that just goes to show how hard he pushes it every single year. He's been on the podium about 50% of the time. He's been on the podium 5 times during the KOH here for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima battery. All 4 Nitto tires looking great. The car still looks like it's in very good shape. The Miller Motorsports chassis really does well, so it looks like number 1 is going to be an IFS car. Number 2 is going to be a solid axle car, and it looks like number 3, is it going to be Shannon Campbell or Marcos Gomez? We will find out shortly. Give a quick thumbs up from Eric. You can tell he's excited to be here, but just bummed to be bumped out of first place by right around 5 minutes.
Right on top of each other.
And look how cool this is. They've got their brand new baby out here. Leah, how excited are you right now?
So excited.
It's so cool. It's so cool to see the little man, next generation up. Confirmed. Official second place winner for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Battery, is Eric Miller, second place. Give it up for Eric. Still just kind of walking around the car. It looks absolutely, he could still race this car for a while. Official first, Jason Scheer. Official second for Eric Miller. Who's going to be third? Time will tell. I just chatted with Dave Cole. Official first and second. Got a little bit of blow-by coming out of the motor. That's how hard he ran this thing today. Who's going to come in next? Is it going to be Shannon Campbell? Is it going to be Marcos Gomez? How cool is that? Getting the brand new kid in there. Next generation of the sport. The Miller Motorsports chassis still looking in great condition. All 5 Nitto tires really looking good. This guy is always a contender. So first and second, our prior King of the Hammers winners. Not surprised one bit about that.
All right, Miles, thank you so much. I'm going to jump in here and just talk to Jason for a quick second here. Jason, I'm sure you got a laundry list of people that keep you racing out here while we wait for second place to get up here. Who keeps you in this seat? Who keeps you racing?
Well, I mean, this year has been like so cool because the guys at Fox came to me and said, hey, we got some new technology out there. We should try these on your car. And I had a hard time wanting to try it because, I mean, the car was, it was the winning car from last year. How much do you want to mess with it? But we went out and made some of those adjustments and put some new bypasses on it, and it picked up, it picked up 10 or 15 miles an hour in the desert. And without it, I don't think we had a race for Nelson and all those guys this morning, Lauren and everybody. We were battling out in the desert, and it was like never took a hit. The car never took a harsh bounce, a bad hit. We were running our pace, but we were running conservative enough to where it stayed going. So I got to thank Fox for everything there. We nailed like 6 different rocks that I went, oh no, because I thought, we're done for on that, and these BFGs never flatted. So, how that's possible, I have no idea really. I mean, they're just an amazing tire, and we run them a little lower than these other guys to get the traction in the rocks, and I can't believe the Method wheels could hold up all day too, because we were smashing that stuff. So, I got to thank them. There's all the parts that we run on this car are all the best products that we can find. I mean, it's basically that's the bottom line, and I owe all of them for all that stuff that they've put into it. And, it's also cool, too, because when you get a race like this and you don't know how far away the guy is behind you, you don't really know what you're racing for. But because our guys go out to those remote pits and try to stay out there with all their rugged radios, we get the split time. So I know, hey, you got 6.5 minutes on adjusted time. You got 7 minutes on adjusted time. We're trying to figure out how hard to push on the desert section when we get back. I mean, everybody's pretty equal in the rocks. In the desert, how hard you want to drive is dependent on how much you got to put in work to get that spot. So, I knew where we were and how much we had to do, and that's all because of those guys helping out all day, and also because of the good comms. So, there's a lot of people that help on this car, but I got to thank all of them, especially also the thing that made the difference out here was where we decided to winch. We made the decision right away. We were winching backdoor, and it was kind of cool because we passed on the winch out there. So thank you, Warren, for that one. And then we went up to Sledge, and we winched that, but we thought we could make outer limits. I've made outer limits every year, and I couldn't get my front tires to climb the front of the obstacle. I'm like, oh my God, Jay, you got to jump out here, not way up there where we thought. So Berger jumped out, pulled the winch line, and we got that. So we winched 3 times today, and actually that's not true. We winched 4th time because there was a rolled over car on Jack North. So we've winched 4 times today, and last year and the year before we didn't get out of the car. So it was a hard course, and but everybody that helped out with that, You know, it's so cool because the guys at Warren are like here, and they wanted to help us be prepared and ready for the winch. We hadn't used it in 2 years. You know, it was like, I'm so glad you guys are here to show us again how to do this with the remote control and all this stuff. But it's fast. You know, you hit the button and it free spools, you run up the hill, all on the remote, you know, so it saved us a bunch of time. But anyway, there's a lot of people that think.
Was your plan always to run backdoor second lap, or was that just spur of the moment kind of decision?
So our plan was, I sent my friend Greg Hussey and up there. I said, Huss, will you go up with a handheld, and if it's clear on lap 2, will you radio to the pit that it's clear? Because I was worried, you know, guys would roll up there on lap 1 and there would be cars rolled over and all jacked up in there. So he went up there and gave us the clear comms. It was open on lap 2, and I knew Nick was probably going to get it done then too, and I figured, I mean, Nick's a solid rock crawler too, so I figured he'd either bounce right up it, or if he was going to winch, he'd pick one line, we could pick the other, and that's kind of how it played out.
Yeah, I think that was probably their biggest decision that I think changed your day, because we were watching that unfold here back in Hammertown, and we watched everyone who waited for that back door seemed to cost them in time, and I think it was the right decision. But either way, congratulations, Jason. Thank you so much.
And Jason will crawl back into his race winner. And we will get Eric Miller, officially second place, to the stage. If you guys would like, another round of applause for Jason Shear and his entire team, all of his sponsors.
Running a pistol sticker too.
All right, you guys, we're going to clear the stage. We're going to get Eric Miller in position. And while we step away from the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries, we're going to get you some commercials, but we'll be right back with Eric Miller, and then we'll be announcing our third place finisher shortly.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. Fantastic scenes here in Hammertown. We've seen Jason Shearer come across the line and be crowned a 3-time king. But now it's about second place. And we are about to get Eric Miller up on stage. Eric, of course, is a 2-time king. Remarkably, he's been on the podium no less than 19 times in Ultra 4 racing. and has been second an incredible 10 times. So let's get in here and let's have a chat to Eric and find out how his day's been. Eric, how are you?
Pretty good, Jim. Happy to be up here again. It's always special to finish this race. It just gets harder and harder every year.
Well, it seems to me this is a, something we're doing more and more often. I very much enjoy seeing you here.
I certainly appreciate that. I mean, it just comes back to, we've got this recipe figured out. I've got a great group of guys behind me, even stronger bit of supporters as far as my sponsors go, my family. I mean, there's a reason that we keep coming back after year after year after year.
Let me just tell you something. You might not even know this yourself. You've podiumed in 19 separate 4400 class races, and you've been second no less than 10 times and a 2-time king. That is absolutely incredible.
Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate that. I mean, I strive for consistency. You know, we go out. I'm not records or checkers. I want to be up here. I mean, that's what wins championships. I mean, we got it last year in 2018, the East and the Nationals, and it's another good start to the season here. I mean, hats off to Jason. I'm really proud of him, but I think he's going to have to stop getting used to this 1-2 thing with me.
Yes, so far it's a repeat of last year, of course. But tell us about those trails. I mean, Jason was saying he had to reach for the winch 4 times today. How did you find the track out there?
I mean, we built this car to rock crawl, and that's what it is, it's a rock crawler. We had the strategy to winch backdoor going into it. We got into it on our third lap, and Waylon was just at the top of it, and Paul Horschel was on his roof, so we didn't even try it. Robbie was out with the cable, made quick work of it. He fantastic, got the car right up on top. We shot the ledge around it and went. The only other time I pulled cable was the top of Jack North, which, if you can believe it, that was probably my difference there. It was lap traffic coming in on our third lap, and they wouldn't get out of the way. I have to say, most of the guys out here were very respectful of us coming through on lap 3. You know, we'd siren, they'd clear out of the way, and we'd go. But that top of Jack North, that sitting there at the bottom really hurt us. But, I'm proud of the way that this car worked. I mean, we've got, all of us have our heart and soul into these things. It's a really proven platform, and I'm proud to put it back here on top of the box.
Well, it's fantastic to see you here. Now, just talk us through some of these trials. We've been watching, obviously, you going through outer limits, which looked incredibly tough. I mean, the way these axles put up with that is remarkable. I mean, we know you work very closely with Spider Tracks on that kind of technology. Do you think it's those little things that make that difference?
It's absolutely those little things. I had a good conversation with Tom last night before the race, the owner of Spider Tracks, and we were talking back and forth about which exact shafts to run. And he told me to it was my call. So I'm really proud to say we had his 300 M40 spline axles in that steer 45 degrees, and I swear this car is just like a snake in the rocks. One second you're over on the left side of the trail, and the next you're on the right. I mean, I'm sure you could have seen that coming up through the top outer limits, but the steering is just incredible in it. And really one of the big differences is the tires on this thing. I mean, they just absolutely hook. It's the only thing touching the ground. The Spider Track shafts are spinning them. It's remarkable that all of this holds together.
Now, we've seen several other cars coming up through Sledgehammer, and that top trail coming up through there looked remarkably difficult. But you seem to walk through there. Is that a line that you planned?
We came out here after Reno, spent a week in the desert, me and my guys and the Blylers, and had fun just wreck wheeling. And I'll tell you this right now, I spent about an hour on Plaqueline, frustrated as hell. And Josh made it look easy, and I could not get up it. So I took my time and did my homework and figured out how to get this car up it. And I had to 2-shot it, but still, I'm really proud we didn't have to pull cable there. Coming out here and doing your homework pays off all the time, and it's invaluable.
Well, you picked your time to shine, that is for sure. You absolutely smashed it through all the hard parts of these trials today, and I am so pleased to tell you that you're a second-place finisher at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries.
Thanks, Jim. I really have to say hats off to Optima this year. They came on board with us and really made it possible for me to come out here and do this. This car's been branded, Big Miller for a long, long time. To have Optima on the door, I'm really proud of that partnership and really proud of the future of this sport, with the amount of people that actually came out. I've never seen more international fans. I've never seen, more campers and cars out on Boone Road. I mean, it's an absolute zoo, but it's amazing to see it. So I'm just so proud of Ultra 4 King of the Hammers and everything that Dave has, put his heart and soul into to, believe in us as drivers and all the competitors coming out here. And lastly, I have to thank my family, because without that, I mean, I have a 30-day-old newborn. I mean, my wife put up with literally me taking the last 2 weeks after we finished customer cars to get this car done, and she's done all the behind-the-scenes work, and I just couldn't have done it without her. I mean, it's remarkable. Anyone with children knows what it takes to keep it all together, and she's a huge part of this finish right here today. I'm really proud. I love her.
Well, so Leah, I mean, I don't know how you do it. It's amazing. I mean, this is the Miller dynasty. I mean, talk us a little bit about through the last few weeks.
Well, I had a baby. And then I got discharged from the hospital, and I went to work immediately from the hospital and ran payroll.
Wow, it is such a family effort, as we see with so many of the teams out here. It's such a great thing to see. So, Eric, I think it's time, my friend, that you celebrate this.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna celebrate this tonight. I couldn't be more proud of my team, my family, all my sponsors, and personally, I just, I couldn't be more lucky to have the opportunity to be back up here and have such great people behind me, and all the fans out here watching us today. Thank you guys all so much for coming out. We're just like you guys out here wheeling on the weekends and loving off road. That's what it's all about. I mean, I started chasing racing just for the adventure of it, and for me, there's no place like Johnson Valley. I love it.
I understand. But there is another guy sat next to you that I would love to have a quick chat to. Rob, how's your day?
I went fairly well today compared to the other day. But it was fun. It was real good. Eric did a great job driving. We had a clean day for the most part. A couple holds up we had. But overall, this car, they hold together. I can't imagine, the power that this motor puts down, that Ginter built. It's the axles shouldn't stay under it. I mean, some of the times we were bound up and he'd just gas it. We'd jump over things, and I was like, wow, like that's incredible. Usually we run conservative a lot, but we started pushing towards the end because we were trying to make up 7 minutes, but we didn't get it, so it's all right. We'll get it next time.
That's what we'd like to hear, positive actions. Right, well, I've got a gentleman over here who's got a huge check that we'd love to give you. So why don't you get on top of this car and let's celebrate in style. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's Eric Miller and his co-driver Rob. They've been racing today since 8 o'clock this morning, and they crossed the line in second place, only 5 minutes behind our new three-time king, Jason Shearer. Solid axle car. And champagne rains down on us here in Hammertown. So good to see. And yet there's still more action to come. We've still got nearly 70 cars still out on track. And another three-time king, Shannon Campbell, making his way back towards Hammertown with Marcus Gomez in hot pursuit. Cameron, what do you think?
I mean, really unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for Eric Miller and his entire effort. Two kings getting work done to the podium here today. We're expecting another king to join us here in the next 15 or so minutes. And while we're waiting for that, of course, we have the first two finishers in, officially first and second, waiting for third and fourth, which looks like it's between Shannon Campbell and Marcos Gomez. But right now, let's take a look and see some other scenes of what's going on. This is Dan Fresh in remote pit 2. Of course, he has won the Everyman Challenge previously, and one of the rising stars is navigator Mike Kim. And they are...
Let's not forget, Cameron, we've got at least another 70 vehicles out on course who are fighting their own battles today. This course is 242 miles and some of the hardest trails you'll ever see. We're racing up some of the hardest trails ever here at King of the Hammers. We heard Jason Shearer saying earlier today he had to reach for the winch 4 times. Amazing. He didn't touch the winch once in the last 2 years. So that shows you how tough this track is.
Well, you know, when Dave Cole lays it out, it's not going to be a joke for sure. And Dave and his team put together an incredible week of racing.
You know what I think happened? I think Jason Shearer poked the bear last year, saying it was too easy.
Well, I'll tell you, what a great week of racing, and we're looking at backdoor. We're going to continue live coverage right now. Jim, Cameron, and Ian on the stage. Scott Wren will be taking over here with some of the commentary duties here in the next 30 minutes or so to bring you more action and more fun. We have a few more hours of daylight here. And right now, 3 o'clock on the West Coast. We expect to be live more or less until almost 10 o'clock. Try to bring all the coverage we can your way. For those of you fans out there watching your race teams or your favorite driver, the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, will keep rocking. And speaking of rocking right now, Ian, we got Shannon Campbell on the run coming in. We got some Shannon Campbell fans in the house. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I'm sure Shannon'd love to. If he can't win, I'm sure he'd at least want a podium. You know, he definitely would like to get in here. We got Shannon about 10, 11 minutes out, possibly a third-place finisher. You know, he was charging hard trying to make up that time, but then we'll just have to take a look at the rest of the Yellow Brick Tracker and see how we're going to round out our top 10.
And right now, as we said, running order, looking for their inbound. Looks like inside of approximately 12 minutes for Shannon Campbell. Behind him, Marcos Gomez from the Gomez Brothers Racing. And having a good run, going to put in a top 5 here. But again, anything could happen. We'll take a look and see where they are.
I'm just looking now. So we've got Shannon Campbell making his way towards Hammertown. Then Marcus Gomez. And then unbelievably behind him, we've got Tom Ways, although he's a long way back currently in outer limits. But we're watching Chip McLaughlin at the moment, making his way down through Jackhammer. He's been doing a great job all day, just keeping those wheels turning. Every time getting a little bit closer to Hammertown.
The question really at this point is, you guys, as we're waiting for the field to continue on, we'll keep talking about the racing that's going on. We're going to get our 3rd place on the podium. We'll be talking to 4th place shortly after, it looks like. But what's going to take to break that stranglehold that the Kings have on this sport right now? Because we talked about it, this is a tougher course. You heard Eric Miller talk about having to use the winch, which is unusual for him. But the 3 Kings right back in the front of the group. I mean, Marcos Gomez is the next in line of the non-Kings to be coming in. But what's it going to take to get to that next level for some of these other drivers?
You know as well as I do that off-road racing is what I call 3-dimensional racing. It's not like you're racing on flat tarmac. Everything has that 3rd dimension, which makes it so difficult. And people say to us, why are off-road drivers usually older generation people or people who've had, you have to have that level of experience to be able to crash through. So if we're going to find another person, if we're going to find somebody who can break the deadlock of our current Kings, it's going to have to be someone that probably comes from an off-road background, that has that experience, can actually read the terrain as they're covering it. And that's why we see Eric Miller, Jason Shearer, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy locking out that top spot.
For sure, and we've talked a lot about the racing that we've been having all week, and the course has been used up quite a bit. You know, we're talking about the UTVs, of course, the Everyman Challenge and the T1s, and right now Ian's with Eric. I thought we'd ask him another question here.
Yeah, Cameron brought up a good point. You know, Eric, I know as well as everyone else here, you're sort of like, this is old hat to you. You come out here, pre-run a lot, run around a lot. How is this race different than previous years, having to follow the T1 trucks after they've been out through that desert section?
Yeah, it was actually in the back of my mind, you know, leading up to this week. I was like, wow, they're going to race our desert course on Thursday, it's going to be completely different than what we pre-ran. You know, I was fortunate enough to run the Mint 400 last year, and that was really one of the first big lap desert races. I ran Best in the Desert up with Vegas Reno and stuff, but really the most, you know, I got to see firsthand what those trucks can do to a track, and it's incredible. So we went out there this morning, you know, really with that in the back of our mind, like, you know, these berms are going to be 2-3 times as high as they were. The holes are going to be twice as deep, and they certainly were. I'll say this, I mean, it's almost like the bumps spread out a little bit, though. They got a little square. It hurt a little more, but it really wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I think if those trucks had any more time on track, it might have changed that. And, you know, it's funny. We were thinking, we're like, you know, wonder if Dave was, you know, sitting around one night thinking, how can I make this race any harder? And he's like, I could bring trophy trucks.
Well, thanks a lot, Eric. I think that was, you know, that was in Cam's, bugging in Cam's ear for sure, and he wanted to know that. And I think that's a great piece of information, because we talk about that a lot, you know, how much the course changes, and definitely by throwing the T1 desert trucks in there, it certainly tore that dirt up a little bit more as you were expecting, Cam. And it was good to hear it right from the man who had to basically drive in your wake, I guess we'd say.
Driving the mess left by the T1s. And, you know, it started off with the UTVs earlier in the week, and Mitch Guthrie Jr. really put in a great performance. You know, we haven't got a chance to talk about that today, but, I mean, it was a stellar day.
Yeah, a full week of racing here at in Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers. You know, this has sort of just become, we've always sort of joked that King of the Hammers was the Burning Man of off-road, and I think, you know, basically by wrapping in the T1 trucks at this point, I think Dave Cole may have finally got to that point. You know, I've been coming here forever, and when I was coming in on Thursday, I saw cars and trucks that I don't normally see at King of the Hammers. Saw a lot of long travel sand cars, and guys are you're probably used to seeing at your races, coming out and watching you guys race.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's an eclectic mix, and it's pretty awesome to see. You know, you might see a kind of a sand buggy next to a Jeep, next to a bouncer, next to a trophy truck pre-runner, and then there's people on UTVs, motorcycles. I mean, it's just a great grouping of people. And yeah,
I saw a tank out here earlier, which I thought was pretty cool.
I saw something on tracks for sure too, and that's definitely cool. But Eric Miller with the great finish here. We're waiting for Shannon Campbell to come in, and we're watching live footage in Jackhammer, and it has just become more and more of a beautiful afternoon. And we can see from here throngs of cars and fans at Chocolate Thunder, and
yeah,
Jim?
we're watching there. That's the Frenchman Nicolas Montador making his way up through Jackhammer on lap 2. Nicolas had a tough break this morning, broke a shock absorber on lap 1. Didn't have any spares, but the guys at Fox sorted him out. They took a shock absorber off their display, revalved it, got it back out to remote pit 1, got it on the car, and it's great to see Nick back on track.
Well, that's part of the cool King of the Hammers. You know, the people at Fox are passionate about the sport, and so is everybody that's involved here. Like I was saying earlier, they're not just sponsors of race vehicles. They're not just sponsors of the event. It's not just about the ROI in the world of media and marketing. It's about the passion and the feeling, and you feel it all around the paddock, which was what I was talking about earlier. It doesn't matter what sponsor it is, if it's, you know, PCI or if it's the Nitto guys or whoever it is, everybody is all in.
Well, you almost have to be. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you're committed to living on a lake bed for a week. It's not exactly plush accommodations out here, so you come out here and you're basically running a trade show out of the back of a trailer in the middle of nowhere. So it says a lot for these guys to show up year after year.
Yeah, and you can see right here the King Shocks display. I mean, they have all their wares out there. They're servicing teams. I mean, it's all about the give back, and you know, they're a big partner here, but it's more about just being involved and being a part of it.
Yeah, you'll see them. They'll post up. You'll see that guys are shock tuning here, shock tuning there. And, you know, I've talked to some people. They're tuning other people's shocks. They don't have a problem doing that. They just want to get out there and make sure everyone has a safe, fast day in the dirt.
And this is Chris Hummer, I believe, from Australia in Jackhammer. Jim, more of the international feel and flavor.
Absolutely, these guys are out of Australia, so it'll be Neil Cooper driving, Chris Hummer sitting alongside him. The older statesman of Australian racing, I hope they won't mind me saying. But they're doing a great job here. They've only owned this car a couple of months or a few months. They prepped it, didn't drive it at all before sending it over. And here they are doing a great job.
And you can see there, Cameron, he's got the steering wheel on the wrong side of the car up in there.
I was noticing that.
Here we go again.
I had this conversation all through the EMC that I was threatening Jim with a cheat sheet for Americanism so he can get caught up on the transfer box versus transfer case.
Yeah,
all that kind of stuff.
someone was messaging me earlier when I was back at the Wi-Fi, and they said, "Tell Jim that that he needs to spend more time in America because we don't do as much winching here." He said he was giving you a hard time for you're mentioning the winching a couple times in Europe, and he wanted me to give you a hard time. But that's part of the gamesmanship, whether it's commentators, racers, or anything. It's super fun, and we've had a great representation from the international contingent here.
Now look at this. This young lady's cleaning the parts here, getting it ready to be put back into the vehicle.
Yeah, Jim, you've been keeping track of all of our international competitors. So who's still out there on the course right now?
Well, Danny Roderick is still moving, which is going really well. He's on lap 2. Then we've got Neville Canter. Unfortunately, Neville has nearly completed lap 2. He's doing great guns, but he's now been stationary for some time, around about 10 miles outside of Hammertown. Michael Henn, we're not sure where he is currently, but more important than that, we've got something really cool. We've got Shannon Campbell coming to join us in town any moment now. 3-time king is making dust as he heads towards Hammertown.
And that is such a great shot and a beautiful feeling as a race car driver to be coming into the finish. Unfortunately, we know Shannon has a passion. He was looking for that 4th crown, the 4th time he would take the scepter home and be the king. It's not to be, but it is a podium finish, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Shannon will be super happy. You know, we've been talking time and time again today about the difference between IFS solid axle. Shannon being probably the originator of the IFS cars out here. I remember way back, like it was like 2011, 2012, he showed up out here with an IFS car and just sort of changed the world. A few years after that, everyone was showing up with one of these cars. So great to see him out there still racing. Whole family out here. You know, Bailey's still out on course. We don't know what's going on right now with Waylon. He appears to be broken, but at the end of the day, I know Shannon will be happy to be on the podium again back home here in Hammertown.
All right, you guys, fans here in Hammertown, it's time to get loud. Make some noise. You're on worldwide. Let's say, welcome Shannon Campbell to Hammertown. And here he is coming through the Jeep Arch. One of 3 lines he will choose, going to be the outside, as he drives directly down into the finish line. A legend in any motorsport, former driver of the year for Dirt Sports magazine, and here he is bringing it in on the podium. 3rd place for the king, Shannon Campbell. It won't be a 4th time, but it will be a podium.
That's so good to see Shannon Campbell there. He did not back off as he came into the Hammertown. He gives 100% all the time. Don't forget, we saw Waylon Campbell, his son, who was sitting in 3rd place for most of the day. Unfortunately, a breakage out just before Spooners and Outer Limits, putting him out of the race.
And he's going to pull in. The media will surround him shortly. And Miles is going to get a quick look around before we get a chance to get him up here on the podium, which we will do shortly. But right now, the legend, Shannon Campbell, is right in front of our pit reporter, Miles. How's it look down there?
So Shannon Campbell on the podium once again, unofficially 3rd place, the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. He's dragging a winch line that got wrapped up. It got wrapped up around his rear axle, so he must have ripped it off his winch from the front, and he's been dragging it for quite a while through the desert. But that just goes to show how fast the previous kings have been. So unofficially 3rd place, number 1, Jason Shear. Number 2, Eric Miller. Number 3, Shannon Campbell. All previous kings. That just goes to prove how awesome these guys really are. He looks a little tired, a little battered, but Shannon Campbell is always one you can never count out. This single seat IFS Campbell Enterprise Monster Energy Nitto tire machine made it to the finish line. Shannon's all smiles. Everything's good. He looks a little bit tired, but I'm sure he's going to be excited to make the podium tonight. drinking a little bit of Monster, getting excited, getting pumped up. What a day of racing he had. He was racing with Marcos Gomez for quite a while just a little bit ago, but apparently got around him. And Shannon Campbell looks like he should unofficially be our third place finisher for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima battery. Sounds like Marcos Gomez could be roughly 10 minutes out, so on corrected time, I think it looks like Shannon should have him. But we definitely need to check the trackers, check the stickers, dot the I's, cross the T's. The single seat IFS machine looks like it's in great shape. All 5 Nitto tires held up. Little roofs for wear. He's definitely been beaten on these tires, but that just goes to show you how tough they really are. He is a monster athlete, a Nitto athlete. Shannon Campbell's been racing off-road ever since I've been a fan. Great to see him making it in here once again. They're cutting the winch line off the rear of the car. So apparently it must have got loose from the front, got underneath, and he got caught up around the brakes, it looks like, and just ripped it off the winch. So he's been that's been dangling through the desert for quite some time. So just got a great thumbs up from the man himself, Shannon Campbell. Super excited to be here in town. He's been battling since 8 a.m. this morning. Marcos will be in town here in hopefully about 10 minutes. The only Gomez brother still racing. But so far it's been one heck of a week. It has been. I've enjoyed myself thoroughly. This is the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Unofficially third, Shannon Campbell. Second place official, Eric Miller. Top of the box, Jason Shear.
And we're looking at some of the tracking right now. Looks like Marcos Gomez will be next in, looking at possibly a 4th place. The question we had was, last time we were really looking at, I believe Von Gittin was going to be in the top 5 if he could keep it going. And we're doing a little bit of research right now here at the Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
Yeah, we're just trying to find Vaughn on the tracker at the moment.
I hope you guys are having fun around the world, wherever you're watching from. You can always share it. You can tell stories. And those of you here in Hammertown, we appreciate it. It's been a heck of a week. Of course, everybody be careful. I'm sure most of you are spending the night out here, but everybody careful driving out on the highways. So we're talking about some of the results King of the Hammers, Campbell and Shearer have done. And so in an odd coincidence, they have the same number of podium finishes, Jim. That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Now, how does that work out? So they've got the same number of podium finishes, same number of wins, and they've been kings 3 times. What are the chances of that actually happening?
It's a pretty wild coincidence, to be honest with you.
But he's always an absolutely fantastic competitor, and he's awesome on to get on the stage as well. So as soon as he's had his trackers removed, he's had a quick breather. He'll be up with us, and he can tell us all about his day.
For those that haven't been around the King of the Hammers or the Ultra 4 racing, Shannon was really a big crossover athlete for the sport that came into desert racing, that was around. We got to know, propelled through Monster and all of that. I mean, he really was one of those people we first really got to know from this discipline, and he's been a great ambassador of the sport for
He has.
outside of just what happens here at King of the Hammers or inside of his category, so to speak.
He's also in the Off-Road Hall of Fame, which I think you are as well. Off-Road Hall of Fame.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So he's he's a superstar in his own right, and he's an amazing competitor.
Well, I think Shannon, you got to remember when he was driver of the year, Dirt Sports driver of the year, was back even before Ultra 4. He was back in there in the old We Rock rock crawling days. That was, and I know he was one of the first Ultra 4 drivers to show up with a actual sponsor. Yeah, I got it. All right, everybody, give it up. Here we go. Shannon Campbell coming up on stage. Third place at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We'll get him up here on stage and we'll get some words from him and see how his day went. All right, Shannon, here we go. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm better now that I'm here.
Do I need to get Tammy up here to get the Instagram story going, or can we go ahead without it?
I got my phone in my pocket.
All right, that's good. That's all that matters. All right, Shannon. So third place. We saw you battling out there. How'd the race go? As planned, or anything change?
Nah, I just took it easy all day, but I got a flat early on, and I barely got the damn tire back on the back of the car after I took the other one off, and I just took it easy. I didn't want to do that again, so I took it easy and just kept running into people and moving up the line, and I heard Waylon was doing really good, and I was like, right on, maybe he can have a chance to catch Shear, and then next thing I know, I come up on top of one of them mountains, and I heard him calling for an A-arm, and I relayed in, and they got me one before I headed out of that pit out there and dropped him one off. So hopefully he's getting it fixed, and he can still maybe finish pretty decent.
Yeah, we were speculating on that. We saw you roll through Remote 2B, and we were wondering if they were going to throw any parts on your car to get to him, so they did get you what he needed.
Yeah, that A-arm bruised me up pretty good sitting on my lap the whole way.
Shannon, we've been talking all morning, and we heard that you and Waylon were both back. There we go.
Thank Bloody Mary Larry. He brought me a Bloody Mary. I love you.
We were talking about heading up Sledge. It's been a few years since we went up Sledge. What was it like to be back on that trail here at King of the Hammers?
I was kind of worried about it. We went out there to pre-run it early on this week, and there's a bunch of trail wheelers out there, and we didn't even get a chance. And I seen no one was really making it, and I was like, man, well, I guess I'll just winch it. And I pulled up in there, and I know Waylon. They said Waylon had smoked. He went right up it, and Horschel was in front of me, and I just hit it, and I got it. So it worked out pretty good. I ended up not having to winch other than the Gomez brothers on the back door. They winched me, and I got to thank them because I didn't want to get out.
We were watching that happen, and we saw them run down, and we both said that we were we were sure that you were very happy to have them there to help you. So there you go, everybody. We'll get Shannon out of the car, get him up on the roof to celebrate. Let's hear it. Shannon Campbell, official third place winner, 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers.
All right, Hammertown, there he is, a three-time king on the podium. Round of applause for Shannon Campbell. All right, you guys, we have our 4th place, it looks like unofficial coming in. You just heard the story. The Gomez brothers helped to winch their competitor, Shannon Campbell, up back door and worked with their brother, and here he is. So this is going to be an exciting moment inside the top 4 for the Gomez brothers.
You're good.
Marcos Gomez. One more turn into the Jeep Arch.
Okay, we're just hearing here that Marcus actually is radioing through to say that he is on fire, as in, not as in on fire coming in, he's literally on fire. So our safety crews are standing by, and as Marcus crosses the line to take 4th place, we'll get him put out. Only a Gomez brother could enter Hammertown in such fashion.
You know, the question is there, Jim, you know, we've seen so many people come in on 3 wheels. Did he set himself on fire to change things up a little bit, give people to talk about?
A great finish and a great drive. A solid team effort. We do not see flames, but there was definitely a huge group of people came in with the fire extinguishers. Not needed. The 86 has crossed the finish line. Marcos Gomez, Jim. That's going to be a lot of stoke for the family.
We were talking about the Gomez brothers earlier today. We were saying, was this going to be their year? Was this going to be the chance for them to get on the podium? And Marcus has missed it by mere moments. So good to see him here.
There's a good look at Marcos. You can see the Mountain F Enterprises team sponsor. And there's the fire extinguishers, luckily not needed.
It's fantastic to see here.
This is his first ever King of the Hammers finish, and it's inside the top 5. That's got to be very gratifying. So first top 5, 7 attempts. And they have definitely dialed in the program. I spoke with him this morning, and he said he had a great calm about him. He was super ready to go, not overly excited, just cruise right out, said hello to him, and he was just like, I'm feeling great.
That's fantastic. You know when it's going to be your day. You can feel it. The car just kind of flows. It feels part of you, and you can just put it into places on the track where you wouldn't just normally be. We'll get Marcus up on stage in a minute and we'll find out about his day and how he got on. But let's not forget about his brothers earlier today. We watched them winch up Shannon Campbell. We also watched them winch up Marcus as well.
For sure. Let's get it down to Miles, who's down there near the 86. How's his rig look?
And you see Marcos Gomez right there. That's one of the biggest smiles we have in Ultra 4 right there. He has worked so hard for so long to get this close. Top 4 for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, is Marcos Gomez and the Ugly Duck, the UFO Joe Thompson built machine, the Nitto tires, all looking great, but the rear diff, the pinion is completely hanging out, leaked all the fluid out. I cannot believe he was able to pull it into town looking like this. So JP and Raul hooping and hollering. They are super excited to be in town. This is Marcos's first top 5 finish in King of the Hammers. What a great, great job. So I've got Marcos. I'm going to send him up to you boys on the Jumbotron. Ian, Jim, Cameron, up to you guys.
Thank you, Miles, for getting us the updates and what's going on. We're going to shift Shannon Campbell off the stage and bring up the Gomez family. And this is going to be quite a moment for them, bringing home a top 5. As we already had said, Shannon Campbell is official. He is 3rd place here in the Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And the excitement is just going to build. These first 4 finishers all relatively close together. We don't have a 5th place vehicle within 30 minutes, we don't think, but we can't guarantee that. but it's going to be a ways out before we bring someone else in. Jim, Ian, myself, Miles bringing you the coverage, courtesy of the Ultra 4 crew. And this one's going to be popular. Where are those Gomez brothers? Where's the team?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Mountain F Racing, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as he shuts down the power here for the 86. Say hello and welcome to Marcos Gomez. We started our morning talking together.
Did we talk this morning?
We did, and you said you had a great calm about you and you felt excellent about today, and boy, it came through with a top 4 finish here.
Oh yeah, we were talking. We were talking this morning, and all week long I just felt a calm and just visualize. And I've always been the kind of guy. Once I visualize and put on my mind something to, we're unstoppable. And I had it there. And I was pacing myself, Miller there. I was prowling there. I made one mistake. Pretty much cost me the win. But anyways, top 4 is good. I'll take that all day long.
For sure. Let's talk about the moment that the world watched through the live webcast. Your brothers out there hooking you up, helping you, the camaraderie, the team effort. That had to be a pretty special moment. I know you like to give them a hard time, but right there, that was a special family moment.
That was the best part of my day. See my 2 brothers there hustling, and I'm all good. Let's go. But literally, that was probably the best moment of the day.
Yeah,
I saw both of them sitting right there.
Look under
that was just so
DNF.
awesome. Roll and JP there. They broke for the day. Roll just right down the road from there. He hustled back up. So did JP. And they both got me through back door. I didn't even have to get out of the car today except to do some tire changes for me making some mistakes. So it was just awesome. Where are they at? I saw one of them right here.
There you have it. Dave Cole coming in, confirming 4th place overall. Excellent, well done, and both your brothers had good runs going. You bring it home for the family. It's got to be pretty gratifying to be able to do that.
Oh yeah, I'm JP and Raul. They've both been on tear lately. JP, we run the same radio channel, so it's pretty exciting all day long there. Then we were having the splits there, and JP was running up there in front there, and I was timing. I'm trying to be behind. Then Raul, he was hustling too. Then Raul was out. And then I was making some time on JP and then leaders. The next thing you know, JP's out, and I instantly kind of slowed down and put my pace back a little bit, tone it back a notch. Then I'm like, all right, I need to bring this home at least for the family here. And I'm just got to say thanks to all the families, my fiance, my brothers, my teammates, everyone. Joe Thompson for this UFO right here car, which is so awesome. A GBR, just so many people that bring this together here and have us out here and just supports this group, the fans. Oh my God, the fans out there. I get so fired up seeing the fans. I hit the horn every time I see fans out there. Just fire everybody up. Woo! I'd hit it right now if I could, why it went out.
7 attempts, you get inside the top 5 this year. It's got to be a great feeling knowing that you can start planning for next year with your brothers.
Oh yeah, it's interesting. We well, myself and my brothers too. We always come out here to win, not to finish. I mean, it's one of those things. But this week I had a really good calm in me. I mean, we talked this morning. I mean, we were sitting there at our pits there, and we were just talking. I'm like, you know what? I really got a really good calm. I think I got a really good shot today to win this thing today. And I was getting there. I was really close. A couple of mistakes, and you got to be mistake-free. I don't know who won, but whoever winner had to have a good, clean day. But that's the way it goes out here. But still, awesome day. A lot of rocks. I know I was playing around with Shannon Campbell. How awesome is that to be a legend, be out there racing with a legend all day long? It's just freaking awesome. Awesome for us that does this stuff.
Marcos, let this sink in for a second. The only 3 drivers that beat you are all kings. So you're the first non-king here. You're in line, buddy. Great job.
Actually, that's pretty good. That makes me feel just a little bit better.
If you didn't know, it's Jason Shear, Eric Miller, and Shannon Campbell in front of you. Your 4th place here today at the Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Let's get him out of the car and celebrate. We want to see you, Marcos. Let's get this team out. A popular finish for sure. 4th place for 2019, ladies and gentlemen, as he climbs on top. Give him a hero's welcome. The Gomez Brothers Racing, Marcos Gomez. Of course, all the efforts, a huge team behind him, and you can see here
The entire team going to jump in front of the car. Let's get some photos. It's one of those moments.
And you saw the great field there, the overview of here in Hammertown, and they're still making noise for Marcos Gomez down here. A very passionate family effort, and we're watching action in Jackhammer. Mitchell Thorpe there in the 127 right now. Yeah, they're getting the whole team up here. Jim, you have an update on what's happening out there on the course? Where our possible 5th physical vehicle is. We are confirmed with the top 4 in now.
I'm just looking now on the tracker to see where we're going, and we've got a cluster of vehicles now coming through Outer Limits and Spooners. We've got Tom Ways, we've got Jason Shipman and Vaughn Gittins Jr. and Bailey Campbell all making their way around. As behind me, the Gomez brother family get together.
And
but still now we've got more action coming from Jackhammer, and that is Jake Yeoman there in the 1977 car. And there's going to be vehicles out on course right up until the end, right up until the finish. Let's not forget the course is open for 14 hours today.
And Jim, what an exceptional run we've all had. We're going to welcome to the stage right now. Scott Wren is going to come in as well and join the party. Unless, of course, he doesn't want to yet. So Ian and Jim, it's been a pleasure to work with you guys. It's been a lot of fun.
Always a pleasure to work with you, Cam.
But 8 days away from the family, I think it's time for me to boogie. And I got to tell you, every time we come around the King of the Hammers, it just blows me away one more time. I love this sport, even though I'm a little bit disconnected as a desert donkey, so to speak. But in the eternal words of Pistol Pete, rest his soul, the Rock Donkeys have proven us to be huge fans, and it is absolutely spectacular to be a part of it, and we all miss Pistol Pete, but he would be very proud to see where this has come, and just another banner year.
Yeah, it's so good to see Hammers grow year on year. And as I say, the racing hasn't finished yet. We've had 4 finishers, but we've still got more than 70 plus cars out there on track, and they're going to be coming in up until gone 10 o'clock tonight. But we will be here, and we will bring them home. Thank you for your hard work, Cam, and we'll be catching you on the other side soon.
Go inside. Cozy up to the fire. Stay warm. Some call that a nice winter day. We'll have to agree to disagree.
Your bearings shoulder the burden whenever you tow, haul, or stomp the gas. AMSOIL delivers powerful protection for bearings and other critical components so you can drive with confidence. To demonstrate, an independent lab put AMSOIL synthetic motor oil head-to-head against a leading competitor in a 100,000-mile test. AMSOIL provided far superior wear protection and kept engine bearings looking like new. Get your truck the protection it deserves at amsoil.com/auto.
Steel-It polyurethane coating is proven protection. The stainless steel formulation shields against corrosion and protects against the toughest terrain. It's weldable, so there's no need to remove the coating. Just weld right on it. Go to steel-it.com for more. Go further. Go safer. Gasoline transfer tanks for Jeeps, SUVs, pre-runners, and chase trucks. Tanks made in the USA, backed by a lifetime warranty. Includes an easy-to-use shaker siphon that transfers over 2 gallons per minute. Proven tough in the deserts of Baja, the trails of Moab, all the way to the race course. Venture further. Visit TitanFuelTanks.com today.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We have got our first 4 cars across the finish line. That being that being Jason Shearer, your new king and last year's king. Eric Miller across second, Shannon Campbell third, and then we finally have Marcos Gomez coming across in fourth. Now we're waiting for the next car to come across, which I've just heard is probably going to be the man, the myth, the mustache, Tom Ways.
Now, just how cool will that be to have Tom Ways up here on stage? Now, we saw him earlier today. Well, let's talk about his qualifying run, actually. We expected Tom Ways to come out the blocks, always a very fast qualifier, and we were expecting him to be right up there at the pointy end, and he wasn't. I mean, he was right back down in like 26th place, which have surprised all of us, and we were wondering if this new car was actually going to be any good.
Well, you know, that is always the question. You know, I think with you got a brand new car and you're out there and you want to try it out, there's probably a good chance that Tom may have been laying back a little bit in qualifying. He definitely loves chasing people down through the dirt and through the rocks, so maybe that was part of the plan. Who knows? I guess we'll find out when he gets up here. But either way, he's about 10-15 minutes outside of town.
Yeah, it'd be great to see him when he gets here. Now, we saw him today again. He was off pace. He had a problem early on. He was in remote pit 1.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
That's Raul Gomez there, just saying thank you very much to everyone on stage. But as I say, Tom Ways is going to be coming into town very, very soon, and it'll be interesting to find out what his story is. We saw him having problems at the very first remote pit, and since then he's been able to up his pace and be able to push harder, and he'll be coming into town in 5th place if he can keep going.
Yeah, with Tom, I think it'll be great to see him come back into Hammertown. You know, it'll be so he always puts on a good show when he comes in. So I'm sure it'll be fun to see him, get him up on stage, and then we'll find out how his day went as well, where he's about 10 minutes outside of town.
So how many years do you reckon it's going to be until we see another Gomez car on the podium? We saw Raul Gomez up here the other year. I think next year might be their year. What do you think?
Well, you never know. We were talking about that exact thing with Cam, you know, and you had mentioned it before. What's it going to take to unseat these kings who are sort of be dominating the sport? But at the same time, you got to remember they weren't kings until they were kings. So you never know when someone's going to come in and knock one of them off. And I certainly think the Gomez brothers have got their program down pat and have been working really hard. And they proved it today by getting their car across the finish line in 4th place.
Now we're just watching it. That's Australian Barry Smethurst making his way through. Was broken at back door for a long period of time today. So it's good to see him back up and running. And it looks like the car 72 might be getting themselves back up in the race as well. We saw them earlier preparing parts for refit. I can hear an engine rumbling, and that's great news. This race course is going to be littered with cars with stories like this. Breakages, repairs, fixtures.
I think the real story as we get into the dark at night and the sun starts to go down, it's going to be that 3rd lap sledgehammer. You know, as Shannon had said, you know, I was nervous going into it because of watching wreck wheelers up there all day, and I didn't even get a chance to pre-run it, which that is the risk of sledge. There really is no bypass, and as we see, you know, like you said, 70 cars still out on course, and all 70 of those cars have to make it through sledge.
So, okay, you're one of those back markers. You're just coming in now to finish your 2nd lap. what do? Do you go out there on your third lap, or do you just say, hey, you know, enough's enough? I've only got 5 hours of 5 hours of course time left.
No, this is kind of where I wonder. Okay, you're probably radio communication with your crews. That the first 4 guys, I mean, we got finishers coming in, and you're still way out there in the course. At one point in time, you start the day in race mode. Now that these guys are starting to finish, do you downshift a little bit and go into survival mode and finish mode?
The trouble with hammers is there is no such thing as safe mode. Okay, when you leave this line at 8 o'clock in the morning, you have 14 hours. Okay, and the reality is you cannot drive at a safe pace. You have to drive at a race pace to even complete this course inside time.
Well, here's my other question: the cars are getting faster. The technology is going completely off the hook. I wouldn't be surprised if NASA's here pretty soon checking out the engineering of these cars. But at what point in time does this become an actual sprint race?
I think we're already there. I mean, let's look at the last 3 years. I mean, genuinely, this used to be a race about survival. If you could survive and you could have a trouble-free day, you were going to podium. Okay, that's not the case anymore. Now you have to be out there with a great car and driving at 100% all day. We've seen Shannon Campbell have 1 small puncture and he came 3rd. What does that tell us? It tells us that you've got to be 100% in the game right from the start.
Yeah, well, and I'm looking at 2 drivers and 2 fabricators. 2 basically, Kurt Leduc puts it, an Imagineer. If you didn't go to school to be an engineer, he goes, you know, I like to call myself an Imagineer. You know, he goes, I built my truck by taking a piece of paper and a pencil and touching the 2, and I just start drawing it out. And I look at you guys. At one point in time when you're building these cars for this specific race, do you stop and go, okay, I'm thinking of, say, Backdoor or Chocolate Thunder, and you're designing the car with all those obstacles in mind?
Yeah, I think it's more just a matter you design with the car with the race in mind. You know, when you sit down and pick out a car to build for this particular race, I think now the biggest decision the guys are going to make is, do I punt and go for the IFS? Do I cash in the 401k and write that big check, or do I still hope that I can get a solid axle car and win this race? You know, we've seen year after year. Talking to all the drivers, I thought for sure there was no way we'd see an IFS car come across this finish line first, and Jason Scherer just proved me wrong, and I'm glad he did. But I still, you know, Eric Miller's still very competitive out there, that solid axle car. But we're not seeing any other solid axle cars behind him. You know, we're still waiting. We got Gomez, we got Campbell, we have everyone else coming in. We got Tom Ways, IFS. You know, the reality is this may be the new dominant vehicle in this sport is that IFS car. So that's probably the decision where you start right now.
And, I mean, how long do you think it'll be before we start seeing Eric Miller kind of like lean that direction?
You know, Eric said for years that he wouldn't go IFS, and I think he's got the talent that he doesn't have to. I think that's just the reality. His team and him have proven that they can make a solid axle car haul in the desert. They just proved it today by almost reeling in Jason in those desert sections. He was clipping off times of like 90 to 100 miles an hour through that back desert section. You know, it's no secret. You can get a solid axle car to move quick through the desert, and with the right driver in that car and the right program in place, there's no question that car can win. Unfortunately, when you got someone like Jason Scherer or Shannon Campbell in front of you or real close behind you, it gets real tough.
You know, one thing I've noticed while you guys are working, I'm taking this whole big picture in, and especially looking at the finishers that we have coming across the line right now. This is a really huge experience race. That plays probably, in my eyes right now, from what I'm witnessing, probably the biggest factor is experience. Yeah, you've got some of these younger guys doing very well, but it's kind of like, in my eyes, it's kind of like riding a bicycle the first time. You kind of try to find that balance point. Once you find that balance point, you're riding your two-wheeler, hey, I got it. The light bulb goes off, and you got it. It's kind of like that, what I'm seeing out here. Once you get to the finish line first, once you become a king, you've got it figured out. You found that balance point. And some of these younger guys, like the Whalens, the Baileys of the world, they haven't quite got that balance point yet.
Well, the nice thing about Whalen and Bailey is they have an amazing father and family behind them, so they've got a leg up on the other competitors, I think. But you have to remember, you guys like Lauren. First year when Lauren came out here, in a solid axle Jimmy's car, he kind of came out of nowhere, came out of the LCQ, and then blew everybody away in the big race. And he was not on anyone's radar when he first showed up in race, and now he's literally a king, and that's sort of part of it. But I think that at the end of the day, I think it's the experience that you see from the teams, the pit strategies, who's out here. what do they put in certain areas, who refuels where. You know, Shannon sort of hinted at it, but no one sort of really talked to him about it a whole lot. He mentioned, you know, leaving drive shafts out on the trail in certain areas, and you know that's the type of stuff that you'll see them do. Instead of having to carry all that stuff, run out and stick it underneath a rock out there. You know, if it's not there when you get there, you know, that's too bad.
Look at the strategies that Jason Shearer was talking about with the radio communication. If certain areas were clear, we'll let him know. You know, basically that was warranting what line he was going to take.
Yeah, if you the back door, I think really that lap always comes into play. The Joker backdoor lap that always sort of comes into play on this race, and that's happened for years now, where it's you have to run that backdoor trail at some point in time, and whether you run it first lap, second lap, or third lap, as now we see it, is becoming a really, really important thing. I really do think that is where Jason won this race. Jason Shearer won that race by going up backdoor in that second lap because, as Eric said, he got there and there was traffic. That traffic slows him down, and that cost him the race.
Great thoughts there, guys. I'm just looking on the tracker now. I can see 3, 2, 1. Tom Ways. He's making his way towards Hammertown. He's probably around about 20 minutes out. And behind him is Jason Shipman.
Hey, say who wants a hat?
Michael Fegan's now just coming into Hammertown, going up for lap number 3. Crosses the line, headed out. We just got reports that Tom Way's tracker is not updating, so we're not exactly sure of the time coming in. Yeah, he was reported going about 80 miles an hour on the tracker about 10 minutes ago, but it hasn't updated since then. You know, Jimmy, I'm fat, but I'm not that fat, so I got to do this for you. Otherwise, I could just stand it here in front.
Exactly, are you doing?
Shade. It's either that or that. So, Jimmy, you came here how many years ago for the first time?
My first race out here was in 2012. We brought a little Land Rover buggy from the UK. And we haven't been able to stay away since. That's an amazing place.
Well, you came here as a racer the first time, as a fan, and obviously the last, what, 3 years, 4 years now you've been part of the family?
Last 4 years we've been doing the announcing on stage. It's been absolutely wonderful. It's been a fantastic privilege.
So what do you tell your buddies when you go back home in the UK? I mean, do they just mob you wanting to find out what's going on, what happened, how cool was it?
I just go back to obscurity.
No, I think you kind of become an internet media darling because you've done a couple of short videos that you've thrown up on Facebook and such, just kind of doing quick updates before you left to come over here, and then I see that you did one. I know at least one while you've been here, so you're starting to get quite a few followers, my friend.
Oh, we do what we need to do, but no, it's not about me. It's about this race today, and we are waiting for Tom Ways, the mustachioed superhero himself. And some good news for fans of Vaughn Gittins Jr. He's powering it along the desert, hot on the heels of Jason Shipman. So it's fantastic to see you there from Vaughn Gittins Jr. We've spoken about it earlier today. He's a man who's transitioned from drift racing, where he was a 3-time world drift champion, and he's transitioned into off-road dirt sports. That's not an easy thing to do, so congratulations to Vaughn.
No, it'll be great
to get him back here.
Yeah, it'll be great to see him come back into Hammertown. I know I saw him this morning and had a quick word with him, and I kind of teased him about him coming back, and he's got to win this thing, and because he had moving up into 4,400 now, and he just said, no, all I want to do is finish. All I want to do is finish. So for him to be coming in top 10, he is going to be absolutely floored. And he's going to be super happy to be in here for this race.
Oh, yeah, and he'll be bitten by the bug like he's never been before, being in that top 10. But last season, I think it was at the Nationals, I had a chance to talk to him. And he gets it. That's the thing. And he wants to help every team, especially every team off the track when it comes to dealing with the media, dealing with the social medias, how to market yourself. He wants to work with all these guys to bring up to his level.
Well, that's an interesting point. In fact, Vaughn Gittins Jr. is teaming up with Lauren Healy to create a new company called, I think it's Funhaver.
Here we go. We have Tom Ways coming in on the Hammertown approach right now. We'll see his dust trail in no time at all.
Fantastic scenes here. And hopefully we'll be seeing Tom Ways coming through that Jeep arch very shortly. And not that far behind him is going to be Jason Shipman and Vaughn Gittins Jr.
You had mentioned about Vaughn getting bit by the bug. You know, the funny thing is, the first time he came out and raced here at King of the Hammers 4,500, I ran into him the following year at Easter Jeep Safari, and he was out there just hanging out with a couple of friends, and the next thing you know, he was asking me where he could rent a Jeep to go four-wheeling because they were doing a photo shoot with the truck, so he couldn't really go wheeling, and so we hooked him up with a rental Jeep for a few days, and he's absolutely hooked on the whole off-road world at this point, so he's super excited. This is Tom Ways' 11th King of the Hammers, showing up since 2008. Tom's like one of those OG guys, been around here since the very beginning. I remember racing with him back in 2009, 2010. He's just literally just a legend type of guy.
Well, the thing is, you go to other tracks, and he literally is fast. I mean, there's a lot of times. I keep going back to the Nationals because what's cool about that track, you got all those elevation changes, you still got the rocks, and you're on a short course predominantly. But the thing is, he is so fast. You can see the whole course, and oftentimes he's the fast qualifier. I mean, he's like top 5 in speed.
Here he comes through the Jeep arch right now. Well, the one thing you got to remember, Scott, this is a man whose day job is to jump out of a helicopter with pieces of wood strapped to his feet. So throw a roll cage around him, and of course he's going to be fast.
Finish across the line, taking the checkered flag, finishing in the top 10, Tom Ways.
Oh, I'm stoked to see this, to see Tom Ways crossing the line, taking the 5th place today here at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries.
Thank you.
He's got a strong team behind him, and they will be overjoyed to see him here.
Looks like his crew and the family members underneath that Nitto arch.
Where's this shit?
Welcoming him back into Hammertown after a long day of racing. We'll get him up on stage in just a moment. Present him the big check.
7 hours, 53 minutes in that race car, coming across the line, 5th place.
Now, the remarkable thing about that is many of the Hammers races have actually been longer than that. So he's actually finished in a very good time indeed.
Oh, absolutely. And I always kind of go back and I think of other disciplines of motorsports. I think of NASCAR. They don't race this long. They don't get bounced from the left to the right, from the right to the left, up and down, the G-outs. They don't get that. These guys have been doing it since, what, 7:45 this morning.
There's very few motorsports where you will actually race this length of time in the car. You have to go to sort of 24-hour endurance races and other things like this. I mean, even stages at Dakar don't last 7 hours unless you make a mistake. So that gives you some idea of just how difficult and how grueling King of the Hammers is.
You know, you hear the drivers talk about the G-out. You know, and try to put it in your words. You're really eloquent when it comes to describing things. What exactly these guys go through when they talk about a G-out?
Well, the reality is this race is like a 24-hour plane crash. That's just the truth of it. And
you stole the words straight out of my mouth.
That's the only way to describe it. I remember anytime I've raced this race, and you saw Shannon getting into the car, and obviously the older you get, it even gets worse. But, you know, it's kind of funny. I was talking with Lucas Murphy, who's not racing this race. We were actually talking about this yesterday. He said, this race is getting harder and harder for bigger people. Like, if you look at Eric, he's a small guy. Levi, small guy. You know, it pays to be that small. You have less mass being thrown around the inside of that car on the race course.
Now, you reach on that point. I think you definitely have to be fit to be able to endure these kind of times inside a car. And all of these guys here, they have a training regime. They look after themselves. Well, possibly not Marcus Gomez, but the
Or
rest
Shannon
of
Campbell.
No, I tease. These guys do look after themselves. Whether we look at Jason Shearer, you look at Tom, etc., Levi Whalen, these guys all work out. They're all in the gym. They're all taking care. They're looking after their fluids intakes. They're looking after their food intake. You know, that's an important part of this now.
And that is the one thing that Jason Shearer always took very seriously in this race. I remember back in 2010 when we were all just trail wheelers out here racing. Jason was camped out like way away from the rest of us. We were all down here literally partying the day before the race. And Jason was out there, and I remember one day we were out and he's out jogging in the morning, and we were all kind of laughing about it, but he knew back then what it took to win this race. And he's sort of stuck with that regimen ever since, which has been great to see.
It just amazes me when I see video or I'm actually at the racetrack itself and I see some of these motocross guys jump on an exercise bike for a half hour, 15, 20 minutes, a half hour before their race to get that blood pumping. You get to kind of break a sweat before they go jump on their bike and head into the track.
All right, everybody, here we go. Let's put all your mustaches together. This is the man. Tom Ways coming up on stage. Let's bring him in here.
Here we go. Tom Ways coming up on stage, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just give him a moment to remove his helmet.
Boy, the crew's all over his car right now, checking gauges, it appears, pulling some cover off or something.
So as Tom gets himself unbuckled, we're just waiting for confirmation on whether he's officially our 5th place finisher today at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. And I'm just looking around his car now, and it's an absolute work of art.
Yeah, it appears there's something pretty urgent going on underneath there.
Well, it looks like they can't get the car shut off, which is a good problem to have on race day, but not at the end of race day.
And there's a very happy team up here. They are so pleased to see Tom Ways. And as they get themselves unclipped and unbuckled, I'm just having a good look around. And this car is just pure genius. If you get a chance to have a look at it later on, do so. I'm going to get in there in a moment. We're going to have a chat to Tom. We're going to find out how his day has been. Okay, so I'm joined on stage now by none other than the legend that is Tom Ways. Let's have a chat to him and find out how his day's been. Tom, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Jim. How are you?
I'm very pleased to see you, my friend. We've been watching you all day. Talk us through what's been happening out there.
Well, we lost a spark plug wire pretty much on Melville right in the beginning of the race. And it washed the bearings, and we used 3.5 gallons of oil. And so basically we were running 7 cylinders. We changed the spark plug. My guys were amazing in the pit because it's never fun to work on a hot motor. We did spark plugs, spark plug wires, added, I think it was almost 3 gallons of oil, and it only holds 3.5. And you know what? The thing ran great all day once we got it out of limp mode. And then we just went on the hunt. You know, lap 3, as soon as we were able to push super hard, I was super proud when we got the back door. The Warren winch worked incredible, and our strategy was to not break the car and winch the hard sections. And you know what? It worked great at back door, and it worked great at sledge. And whenever we had the opportunity to push, we pushed. And I think at one point we were physical last on the race course. It felt like, anyway, because I don't think there was anybody else behind us.
Well, I don't think you were quite physically last, as there was a few people having an even worse day than you were at that point. However, we have been watching you, and there seems to be a maturity about your driving at the moment, which is astounding. The way you worked your way back through the field and just picking drivers off one by one, it must have felt very satisfying.
I love driving in traffic, Jim. I'm going to get out.
Right, Tom's going to get out and come and say hello to us. But let's just think about that. So he's just telling us now that he lost his spark plugs. They lost nearly all the oil out of the engine, and yet he was still able to bring this car back. Unofficially in 5th place, we're just waiting for confirmation from Dave Cole. But from last to unofficial 5th, that is quite some story.
Body work.
So is she still running strong now, Tom?
Yeah, it just needs a little water. I think we lost the water pump in the last few miles, but it's still going.
Fantastic. And I'm looking around the car. There's a few batters and there's a few bruises, but it's absolutely remarkable when you consider what it's been doing. It's been at war with all those trials.
Yeah, you know, honestly, Jim, this thing was a battle to get finished, and I always said how I never wanted to build a car in the holidays, but, you know, with the Sport Icon and Hydro Media House and Redline, James Schofield, FK Rod Ends Pro-Am, BF Goodrich Tires, you know, it truly is amazing to me how hard you can beat these cars, and the tempo through the rocks is just going faster and faster and faster. You know, looking down and we're going 12, 15 mile an hour in spooners or outer limits, and, you know, this car is 3 weeks old.
I clocked you at 26 mile an hour in spooners at one point, and I was just like, that's mental.
Yeah, you know what? This thing's 2 weeks old. We wore the new car smell off it. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the polish has gone, and she has proven herself already. So back next year for the win, Tom?
Always.
Great stuff. Everybody, our unofficial 5th place finisher at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Give it up for Tom Ways. So what do you reckon there, Scott?
I'm amazed when he said 2 weeks old. And what I found interesting is that when he first crawled out of the car, it's like he remembered a certain hit or maybe a certain punch someplace on that car where he maybe hit a rock or something, and he went right to that spot. Who knows where it was, when it was, but he remembered it, and he went right to that one spot on the car to find out what happened, if the car was still okay. He does kind of have that heli skier, you know, Magnum PI kind of look to him, you know.
That look there, Scott, is professional badass. That's what that is. And check this out, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen this with every single crew that comes up here. It's about the family, it's about the friends, it's a massive team effort. And as we celebrate Tom joining us here in Hammertown, let's not forget there are still other people on the track making their way towards us. And joining us in a very short few moments is going to be Jason Shipman.
Here he's right at the Jeep Arch right now.
So here comes Jason Shipman in another Campbell car. And he'll be crossing that line very shortly. Here he comes now, over the final jump, round the final bend, and he'll be crossing the line. Our unofficial 6th place finisher at this year's King of the Hammers. So what a fantastic day of action here in Hammertown. We've seen Jason Shearer crowned as a 3-time king, joining Shannon Campbell as the only other man to achieve that. We've seen Eric Miller cross the line, taking his 10th second place in 4400 racing. And a remarkable 19th podium in 4400 racing. Then we saw Shannon Campbell come in. And in a remarkable quirk of fate, Shannon and Jason now have identical numbers of podiums and wins in Ultra 4.
Back to back. So does Jason kind of
Yeah,
trump
beat
that a
me
little
to
bit?
it.
Oh, I think Jason trumps him on that one. The back-to-back King of the Hammers win. That's going to be something special that I don't think we're going to see again for a long time.
But now it's about Jason Shipman, our 6th place finisher, or unofficial 6th place finisher.
And as you say that, I just see Vaughn Gittin just coming across down through the Jeep arch and coming across through the start-finish line as well.
Did you see how fast he was going? Like
oh,
it was
Vaughn's
the
not
start
going
of
to
a
slow
race.
down. No, Vaughn's not going to slow down.
It is Vaughn Gittins Jr. who has also joined us here in Hammertown. So shortly we'll get Jason up on stage once he's had his trackers removed, and we'll hear about his day.
That is going to be one hell of a team between Von Gittin and
Isn't it
Lauren
ever?
Healy. I mean,
isn't it ever?
That is the first.
But you
should
know
we-
the
should we
thing
go
that-
there? The first ever Ultra 4 super team.
Well, I think it's already been born.
Oh, really?
But
I
let's
think
talk
the-
about this though, because if we'd started at the beginning of the day and you said, "Okay, we got a team, and we got Vaughn Gittins Jr. and we got Lauren Healy, who's getting to the finish?" You're going to be, no offense to Vaughn, but you're going to be Lauren all day long.
Oh, yeah.
And yet here we are. Lauren sadly broke earlier today.
Who's going to greet
And
Vaughn up
here
on
is
stage,
Vaughn
yeah.
Gittins Jr. And the first person that will greet him and celebrate with him, I guarantee you, will be Lauren Healy.
Well, who kind of approached the other as far as forming this thing? Was Lauren smart enough going, who? I think I have.
I
a
have
card
no
here."
idea, but I'll guarantee there was
I
a
think I got
bar
an ace.
involved.
So what do you guys think? Can I get you to stay in the States until the mid 400?
I won't be staying
I
in
got
the
a place
States
for
for
you
the
to
Mint
stay.
400. I fly home tomorrow, but I am coming back for the Mint 400.
Oh, you are? What about you, brother? Coming to the Mint?
Sure, why not? I'll go anywhere.
The wife will let you come out and play?
Once my son leaves for college, I can go wherever I want. There we have more action at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder. Racing still going on out on the course. Everyone will still be pushing hard until the race course is closed at 10 o'clock tonight. The big question will be is how much of a mess does Sledgehammer turn into in the next couple of hours?
And how much does it change things when it gets dark?
It completely changes everything when it gets dark. And then it's going to be down to the preparation of the teams and also to a little bit to luck. These guys, if they've got any sense, they would have been setting their vehicles up with lights and they would have been setting up their vehicles to cope with nighttime conditions. The trouble with nighttime conditions is in some ways personally, I love night stages. They're my favorite type of racing. But for others, it can make it really complicated. The nice thing about a night stage, if you have good lighting, is it focuses your concentration because you're always looking at where the lights are chasing. And therefore, you're not being bothered by visions and other things and looking away from the tracks that you need to concentrate on. Okay, but these lights, they create shadows, they create holes. You can't see past that next point. And it's one thing being able to race in forests very fast with lights. It's quite another to be able to rock crawl with lights.
Well, and the thing is, too, you got the light out, and you're able to see. You don't have to look down at your gauges. You kind of got an idea of how fast you're going. You sense it because you're an experienced driver. You kind of got a good idea of how fast you're going. That all changes as well. I mean, like, when it gets dark, am I going to – it seems like I'm going way faster than I really am.
I think the bigger issue here when it gets dark here in Johnson Valley is it also gets incredibly cold. Incredibly cold.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, coming on stage now, our unofficial 6th place finisher, Jason Shipman. Let's get these guys having a word with him.
8 hours and 6 minutes. One quick swig of Monster. This man is dry. He looks like he's winded. Did you hear that?
No.
You're lucky you have hair. That didn't come from me. That was your first driver to come in with a fan with a cowbell. How's that feel?
Well, at least I'm here.
We'll talk about this after. Talk about the start of the race, the entire day, what got you up here. How was it for you this afternoon?
Oh, man. Well, I think we started 38th. And, man, we dropped off that first leg bed, and it was cold, like really, really cold. And I thought, what in the world am I doing out here? This is crazy. But I just didn't want to crash. I didn't want to tear anything up real bad. We started the race and finished on these 4 tires. And so I guess I figured if I didn't push it really, really hard, I had a pretty good chance of finishing decent.
And any time, I mean, how many times did you winch it all? Did you make your co-driver jump out?
Yeah, he got out a few times and did really good. We've got something broken in the front end, so I've only got 3 wheels pulling. So there was a few times that it was a challenge. We struggled in a couple spots. We had to winch.
How big of a steak dinner are you going to buy for your co-driver tonight?
Yeah, whatever he wants.
he's in there going, hell yeah.
Yeah, he did really, really good. Everything, he spotted me through a few spots, and it's kind of neat because there was a couple spots where we were going through one of those trails, and 2 guys in front of us were winching. And I told him, I said, just get out because we're going to have to winch with 3 wheels. And we went on through. You know, he spotted me where to go, and it was almost easy. But we still had to winch.
Well, you know what? You started back in the 35th, you said? 38th? You finished in the top 10. That's got to be pretty darn satisfying right there.
Yeah, it is. I've had some really good guys. I gotta really give credit to the guys in the pits today. We didn't stop for just a few minutes. They were really fast. One of them standing here in front of me, one of them's over here, and I don't know where the rest of them are, but I couldn't do that if these guys weren't helping me. You can't come out here and do this by yourself.
Well, I'm looking at, I kind of touched on this earlier in the week talking to some of these UTV guys. It takes so many people, family, friends, sponsors, and I'm looking at the side of your car, and you got a couple on here, and everybody talks about as a racer return on investment, the ROI. You know what? I think you pretty much provided that for these guys here this week.
Yes, it's been a fun week. It's been a fun day. The car's not all tore up. We're going to go home a little bit early.
Jason Shipman, congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
Well, race fans, as we get prepared to bring our next finisher up here, Bob Gayton Jr. up on stage, let's step aside real quick. We'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with pure flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
At U.S. Gear, our name tells our story. From stock replacement to high performance and racing applications, our gear sets are made with pride in the USA. Crafted with quality and passion. With more than 50 years of manufacturing experience and complete control of the process from start to finish, U.S. Gear is committed to providing you with ring and pinion sets that exceed your expectations, every mile and every pass.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Okay, welcome back to Hammertown, Johnson Valley, California, for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We're joined on stage now by Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Ian Johnson is going to say hello.
All right, Vaughn, we talked this morning before you left, and I said, hey, is this your race to win? And you said, no, I just want to finish. Well, here you are finishing top 10. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Dave Cole and JT are some really sick individuals for putting us through this course. But, I'm a rookie in this sport. For those of you who don't know me, drifting is what I do, and I've really been enjoying Ultra 4 and the amazing fans and enthusiasts that come out here. This is just amazing, and it was grueling. We lost to Heim, and the entire Fun Haver Motorsports team just nailed it. Was prepared. Lauren Healy was there. My teammate helping out, getting us back out. We lost about 15 minutes, and we just had a really clean race. We didn't lose one tire. These Nittos handled this entire desert, all the rocks, for that, my co-driver Eric. He's a rookie too, and we stayed focused, tried to drive a really clean race. And I got to give a huge shout out to the whole Fun Haver off-road team. These guys worked their butts off the last couple weeks getting this truck together. Jimmy's 4x4 did a great job back half of this truck and getting it ready for this class. And the Ford Performance donkey under the hood is just a crate motor. It's 600 horsepower, and it just did the job this weekend. And it feels really, really amazing. This is a really, really hard thing to do.
We've been talking about this all day about how you have, like you said, you've come into this sport from another sport. We've had a couple other motorsports athletes that show up here and try their hand at Ultra 4 racing, but it's kind of stuck with you, right? You started in the 4,500 class, and now you're up in 44. Are you here to stay, or what's going on?
Yeah, I'm having fun, man. I'm a professional fun haver. It says it on the door. And, I really love this space. I love being out here in nature and just enjoying the people and the camaraderie. So, I'm here as long as I can make it work. I just had my first kid. Shout out to my beautiful wife, Abby, and my son, Gunner. So, this is a great thing for families. And, I see us being out here and having some fun and, getting him in a Razor or another UTV as soon as possible. And, Yeah, this is just amazing. Huge thanks to everyone that's helped us out. King on the shocks and tuning, and VP Race Fuel, Pennzoil running through the veins of this motor, just handling the gnarliest terrain, the gnarliest race in the world. So I'm very grateful for everybody that's chose to spend their time and effort to help me get here and make this happen. And it feels damn good.
You were in 4,500 last year. Difference between 4,500 and 44, it's a completely different car. How did your driving style change out there?
Yeah, I was just able to be a bit more aggressive and committed through the big stuff. The rocks is very similar. Obviously I have a little bit more clearance now with the 40s, a little more articulation with the rear. But this thing took some big stuff out there that I can't even believe it. When we were pre-running, I was like, was this going to make it? Like, can I go flat through this? And Lauren's like, yes. And I was like, okay, and I tried it, and it worked. So I was able to be a little bit more aggressive, but I just, I feel like this sport is a lot of patience, and it's very easy to get red misted. In the first couple races I ever did, I got red misted, made a few dumb mistakes, and just, promised myself I wouldn't do that again. So patience was the key for us. I was singing a little Guns N' Roses, in my head on the way down some of the rocks. Just keep a little patience, and it got us here, and I'm super proud, and I hope the entire team is, I hope there's a good reward for all their hard work, because, they're the true heroes. I get to jump in the car for 6 hours. They worked their butt off for weeks to get this thing here, so for that I'm very grateful.
Well, great job, Vaughn. I got to say, first appearance in 44, 7th finish. Congratulations. Good job. Let's give it up for Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Once again, congratulations to Vaughn Gittin Jr. Kind of worked his way up, in that process. Teamed up with Lauren Healy, and man, sky's the limit for these two guys.
Well, the question begs to differ. We talk all the time about the whole IFS solid axle. The one thing that probably Vaughn's got going for him is this is the only car he knows out here. He started in this car in 4,500 class, a little bit limited suspension in the rear, wasn't able to run the trailing arms. Little 14-inch travel shock, as he said, 37-inch style tire. Now he's in with the 40s, and he's got the trailing arms and the whole new back half, but basically the same power plant underneath the hood. But at the end of the day, this is the only car he's raced out here, and it probably helps him out in the long run.
Do you think we might be on the verge with these two guys? You got one that's a fabricator, driver, builder. The other one is a marketing genius. You put these two together, do you think we're on the verge of possibly seeing some non-endemic company come into Ultra 4 with these two put together?
Well, I think we already have. I mean, Monster's been around with Shannon forever, and I mean, I remember Monsters with Shannon before we even had Ultra 4. That was just the reality of it. They showed up back when he was in the We Rock and the XRRA days. But I think what's more important is just the fact that, Vaughn said it himself. He said he loves it, he's having fun. And I think that's 90% of it. Like I said, we'll see him out at Easter Jeep Safari, wheeling with us just for fun, hanging out in the rocks, and that's just the type of character he is. And that just sort of happens when you started in this race. You started in this old Ultra 4 off-road thing, gets in your blood, the dirt gets in there, the dust gets in there, gets mixed in with a little bit of beer and a little bit of fun, and it just sort of sticks. That's life in off-road.
I'm getting some news just coming in at the moment that Levi Shirley, the young gun out of Kansas, he's back together now, and he's moving again. He wants to get back into Hammertown so he can try and get back out for lap 3. Now, how about that for commitment?
He's one of the top teams, obviously. I would say I'm kind of surprised when we start the day. We talk about all these different drivers. He's one that always comes up easily a top 10 finish.
Yeah, it's just, like we said before, it's bad luck. Like, look at Wayland. Shannon said you had to carry an A-arm out to him. That's no fun. I've swapped an A-arm in an IFS car. Talk about swapping an A-arm in an IFS car in a shop. Now do it in the middle of the desert all by yourself. That's got to be even worse. That is the one probably thing that Wayland's got going for him, that whole Campbell family. When you go to their shop, Bailey's in there working on the car, Wayland's in there working on the car, Shannon's working on, heck, Shannon works on Levi's car for him. That's just the world that they live in. So if anyone can get their car back together, it's definitely going to be Wayland. I'd like to get him back in here, ask him about his day, and see how it went.
Jimmy, is there anything inside of you right now as the guys are really starting to come in here that kind of wishes you had a steering wheel in your hand instead of a microphone this year?
Every time I watch this race, I wish I was still racing here. But I also understand that you need a Hammers car to come to Hammers. I have a very good car, but I don't have a Hammers car.
You got a mud car, it seems like, because every time I see you post things on the social media, I can't tell what kind of car it is, but it's got a lot of, like, 2-3 feet caked with mud.
Well, Jim, you do need a Hammers car, but let's not forget there's lots of other fun classes out there. You know, we've talked about. I think next year I might show up in a stock class car just for fun, because I think that would be a good time to have out here. Just have a little bit of fun out here in the stock class. I'm talking to a couple of my buddies who are racing in that class, so I might not be available for commentating next year unless we can do it live from the car, which would be even more fun.
I think that would be an absolute hoot, as they would say. But any moment now, we're going to have a very special young lady joining us, and it should be Bailey Campbell. We've seen that she's had troubles out on stage today. She lost her brakes on lap 1. She lost her winch on lap 1. But they got all that put back together. They went back out there, and they've completed all 3 laps, or very nearly. So any moment now, we should be seeing Bailey coming into town.
She had 2 really lengthy pit stops here in Hammertown today, and boy, every single member of their team was just reaching in the front of that car.
Well, I think that talks about what Jim was talking about earlier. You know, I'm going to assume that Bailey's running that same winch that you were talking about that Shannon has, and when they swapped that winch out, they said we're putting a winch in there that we know is not going to last. So whether it's at the 24-volt system or the 12-volt system, so when she came in for the second, or before she ran on the 3rd lap, they had to swap it again. You know, that's just the reality of it. I think that the super high-end cars, the super high-end parts sometimes gets a little tricky. And there's the Telltale Dust Trail right there.
Yes, we're watching more rock action in the bottom of our screen. Main screen, it's Bailey Campbell heading towards Hammertown, and a finish at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We've still got a huge number of cars out on course, and we'll be bringing you the action as we can bring it to you.
You know, scenes like this are so dramatic, it's almost like we should cue the music. You know, after such a long day of racing, and such a young gal, and she's out there running with the guys and doing her own work.
You know, Bailey is one of the, we were talking, I was kind of joking earlier, but it'd be great to get in here for to have a Queen of the Hammers. And, you know, when I said that, someone jumped through my headset and said, you know, she's really far back, but look at how far she's pushed forward into the field to come in here, 8th car across the line.
Absolutely, she's looking at a solid top 10 finish, unofficially, of course. And she'll be crossing the line any moment now. Let's not forget this was a new car for Bailey last year. She's had a few reliability problems, so it's fantastic to see her here back in Hammertown as an official finisher. Her co-driver, Terry Madden. That solid source of knowledge sat next to her. He works hard, he never surrenders. And he'd rebuild that car on the track if he needed to. But it's worth noting that Bailey does most of the preparation on this car herself.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to Tammy and Shannon earlier, and they were talking about how there was a problem with that car. It was dying earlier in the week during pre-running, and Bailey had the laptop out, dumping all the tunes out of the ECU and looking at it, trying to figure out why. And both Bailey and Waylon are in the shop working right alongside their dad, getting the cars ready, which is, you know, that's the important part about Ultra 4 racing being a no-chase race. It's good to know your car, and if you're a good driver, you got to know it.
And look at her smile. Man, now that's a racer right there. You know, like I said, they had 2 lengthy stops here in Hammertown earlier this afternoon, and the crew's really got to feel satisfied after this, after her run.
Yeah, the Campbell crew brings out a great contingent of guys out here to work on the cars, and they have a top-notch race program, and if you watch them out there, they've kind of got it pretty much dialed in, and you know, you've got 3 cars on the race, and also race all week. You know, they're out there in the UTVs, and then they're out here in the 4400s. It really is a good package that they've put together.
You see the winch rope wrapped around back into the cockpit, not taking time to kind of pull it all in or to reel it in. anything to save time out on course, man. How long's that? When you say you got 80, 90 feet, I mean, what kind of a time factor are they saving by just winding it up and
I think
throwing
that
it in the
leads to
cockpit?
what Jim was talking about earlier about the fact that what winches the Campbells were running on these cars. They have those air-operated clutches and quick free spool out, but if they had to replace their winch, it certainly wouldn't be the winch that originally left here with. So
No, that looked like a 70th anniversary 8274 for all the winch geeks out there. I don't think worn actually mean for those winches to be used. I think they're supposed to be put on a shelf somewhere. But needs must. It was taken out of the box, put into the car, and it did the job that it needed to do. As we watch the 4480 car making its way through the rocks. And looking on the tracker, I can see that Dan Fresh is making his way towards the finish line and will be with us in less than half an hour. And then coming down through Spooners now, we have Donald Fisher, Josh Byler, and Michael Heston. But there is someone coming into town that's a little bit out of the ordinary. We've got Tyson Shamuk, who's an LCQ qualifier and could be a top 10 finisher here at King of the Hammers. Just how cool will that be?
You know, you guys, again, I keep referencing you two as racers because in reality you are. At one point in time, you just finished King of the Hammers. This series is Daytona 500. Basically, you start the season with the biggest race of the year. At one point in time, I mean, how much celebration you do? You finished, top 10, you won, whatever it may be, before you start focusing for the next event down the road.
Well, you know, it just depends on whether which series you're going to run and how you're going to run it. You know, now with Ultra 4, you know, we talk to some of these drivers who are going to race every single race. You know, you're crisscrossing across the country over and over and over again. You got to race every month or so. It's a job, you know, and it really depends how the car ends on the last race that you raced it.
The very second you cross that line, you're already sitting there with your co-driver. You're going through in your mind a list of things that you need to do. You're already saying, no, genuinely. So you'll be sitting there and working it out. The celebrations are fantastic. You love them and they're wonderful, but automatically your mind switches to the next race, the next conquest. How are you going to deal with it? Because every race is different. No two races are the same in off-road racing, and so they all have their little battles that we have to overcome. And so literally, as these guys are crossing the line, I'm sure that the two Jasons, Jason Shearer and Jason Berger, have already been discussing what they're going to be doing to that car to get it ready for the next race.
Well, and we also talk about the maintenance factor, the fabrication into these vehicles. And I know what it takes for a trophy truck. I know what it takes for a short course truck. I mean, literally right down to a bare chassis sitting on the table. And hopefully it's not doing this on the table. And this is crazy. This sport, you can't tell me that there is one car that finishes this race that when it's tore apart, get ready for the next one, that thing doesn't rock on the table.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. They're coming to Tennessee this year to the first time to one of my home parks, which is Adventure Off-Road Park. And I was talking to a couple guys earlier. They were asking me, they said, what's it like over there? What's it like? And I said, well, it all depends what they throw at you because we got 5 or 6 good bouncer hills. And when I say bouncer hills, I mean real bouncer hills, not Dirty Turtle bouncer hills where they raced before. These are like what we saw on Monday night on the shootout. Big, nasty, awesome hill climbs that tear stuff up just for fun. So I hope they throw in a couple of those trails in there because I know those are my favorite ones to hit when I'm there, and those are 100% checkers or wreckers trails. So it would be great. And then just also it's just a completely different course. Tight trees, narrow, it's single track everywhere you go in that park. So it's going to be a fun race for sure. And I'll be out there on the sidelines drinking beer, watching them race.
Oh, you're gonna be you're gonna end up working.
I'll be drinking bourbon is what I'll be drinking actually.
We're just watching Bailey Campbell there talking to her father, Shannon Campbell. And I'm sure she'll be joining us up here very, very shortly.
And I'm just hearing that Dan Fresh is about to make the corner out in the desert. So he's about 10 minutes out as well. Dan trying to sort of recoup his loss, I guess we call it, at the Everyman Challenge. He was really trying to bring that Savvy car home. But it'll be good that he brought home that Savvy 4400 car.
I think after an entire year, at least 10, 11 months plus of planning this event, that you think right about now, Dave Cole is able to go at least take a half a breath?
No, because the reality is this entire city that was built here on this lake bed has to be completely disassembled, and we're still not done. You know, racing ends today, but the awards assembly and the big white tent over here by the Can-Am container, I guess we'd call it, which is pretty cool. But awards assembly tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, where everyone's award will be presented to them officially. That's also going to be on the live stream as well tomorrow. But then the one thing that you got to give Dave Cole credit for is this entire city gets torn down. All the garbage gets hauled out. Everything gets picked up. Heck, 90% of the time he's hauling out more garbage that he finds on the trail when he's out here setting this race course. The Ultra 4 community will leave this desert cleaner than they found it, and that is a very important part of this whole race. You know, we are on public land. Everyone who's leaving here today is going to be hauling their trash out, and if they aren't, I hope they do. Make sure you
bring it in, take it out.
Yeah, take it out, take it home, and you know, put it in your neighbor's garbage if you have to, but just get it off the desert floor, and everything will be good.
Now, just a quick reminder as we wait for Bailey to come up on the stage here. We kind of touched on it earlier this week that for all the fans that are at home right now, you can go to ultra4racing.com, click on that merchandise tab, it drop down, and you can actually order anything right now online from right here in Hammertown. All the merchandise, the hats, the t-shirts, the sweatshirts. If there's anything left, we don't know.
Yeah,
There's all
absolutely.
left after this. So if there's anything left before it sells out, if you're at home, jump on the website. If you want something from 2019, I'm sure they still have it. Check it out.
I'll bet you they'll be sold out of these sweet flannels after seeing me wear it all week.
Yeah.
You know, it's been keeping me warm, so.
And as we wait for Bailey Campbell to come up on stage, just let you know now, Paul Herschel, one of the early leaders, is back moving again and is now making his way through outer limits. So that's great to see. He had a tough break out there today.
All right, everyone in Hammertown, let's go. Let's bring her up on stage. Here she is, Bailey Campbell, coming up. Finisher at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm being joined on stage now by Bailey Campbell and Terry Madden. Bailey, how's your day?
Oh, such a long day. Such a long day.
Now, we've seen you all through these trails. When you've been moving, you've been absolutely flying, overtaking people, catching people. It looks like it's been a lot of fun, but I can see you've also had a lot of hard work.
Yeah, we had some damage to the car today. We took some pretty dumb lines, but the horsepower of the car is really great in the desert to catch up.
Now, talk us through it. We saw you earlier coming back into main pit. Looked like you were working on the brakes and working on the winch. What happened?
So I kind of rear-ended some people out there, and it took off the motor of the winch. So luckily Warren had one on hand. Thank you very much, Warren and Darren from them. It definitely got us through rocks today.
Yeah, I did note that that's their 70th anniversary winch. That's not probably supposed to be on there, but thank you, Warren.
Thank you very much.
So, talk us through the rest of the trials. It looked like a very hard King of the Hammers. Was it tough? I mean, it looked really bad in Sledgehammer.
Yeah, everything is just so torn up, even the desert from the trophy truck race. I had Terry out of the car most of the time, and he was just running in front of me, so kudos to him for getting that exercise in.
He does love to run outside the car, doesn't he? Let's have a quick word with Terry. Terry, how's your day?
It's been a great day, Jim. No, actually, we had a tire issue right off the bat, got back in traffic, and I then had to fight all day. If we hadn't got back in traffic, I think we'd have done pretty good.
Well, you've done pretty good. You've still come inside the top 10, which unofficially, I know it's not what you're looking for, but when you consider what you've been through, the trials and tribulations and the efforts that you've had to make, your pace was exceptional at times.
No, yeah, it definitely was. It seemed like every time we had to stop, we made up that time in the desert or the rocks. I think me and Terry just click really well, and it goes really smooth.
Absolutely. Now, this is a new car. I mean, we've seen through the last sort of few months that you've had some issues. Is it safe to say that you've pretty much ironed out those bugs now?
I can gladly say all those bugs are worked out.
Hooray! So what's next for this car? I mean, obviously we're here. You're going to be moving forward into the West Coast Series. Are you going to be going out to the East Coast as well?
No, we're going to be sticking with the West Coast. Our first race will be at Stampede.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing this back on the track very, very soon. But Bailey Campbell and Terry Madden, I'm very pleased to say, unofficially, you're a top 10 finisher at the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
Thank you.
Next year, Queen of the Hammers, right?
Yeah, actually, before we go, we have to ask. So, how long are you going to keep us waiting until we get our first Queen of the Hammers?
Man, I was really hoping it was this year. But definitely, hopefully next year.
Well, fingers crossed. We look forward to seeing you then. Bailey Campbell and Terry Madden.
How cool is that to get Bailey up here on stage? You know, I think it's awesome. You know, we were kind of joking all morning about her possibly being a queen. I just talked to Shannon quickly. I just sort of said, hey, you know, she's fast out there. And he's looked at me and she goes, she's so fast. And she is. She's incredibly fast. But as we take a look right now, we'll see car number, that looks like car number 222 out on Jackhammer right now. Still lots of racing going on out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the sun's going down. And Ian, this is the tricky part. All of a sudden, it's not dark yet. It's not full light. And the shadows are growing.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually called that car wrong. That is not car 222. That is another driver right there.
Okay, we got Bailey Campbell on stage, but there's something quite special there. That's Jackhammer, and that's car 51. That's Inaki Lanzagorta out of Spain. He broke down on the first lap, so he's making his way back through. He's obviously got the parts, repaired his car, and he's making his way through the Hammer Trails. We still have multiple foreign vehicles out on the course. We have Chris Hummer and Neil Cooper. We also have Daniel Roderick from the UK and Nicholas Montador as well. Neville Canter still fighting hard, although he's been stopped for a long time now. But these guys are still kicking out on those trails and having a great time. Michael Henn was at Remote Pit 2, and we're looking forward to catching up with that action as soon as we can. But there he is, Inaki Lanzagorta, for all the guys watching at home back in Europe.
Jim, I don't think you can leave the stage until he finishes, because you're the only one up here who can pronounce his name, just so you know. You'll have to give me.
It wouldn't be the first time I've stayed all 14 hours.
You're not going anywhere, my friend.
That leads us to a very good point. Ian, we've been working up here all day since the start this morning, but it's time for us to hand off to Scott and to Caleb. So it's been a pleasure working with you today. Thank you very much to our amazing audience. And we're going to hand it over to the pros that are Scott Wren and Caleb Thompson. So thank you very much, everyone. And also, just going to say a massive thank you to our production crew and also to Mars Hisselquist, who's been in the pits with us all day. Good luck, guys. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Absolutely, Jim. It's been a pleasure being up here with you again this year. It's been a joy calling this 4400 race with everybody. I hope, Scott, stay warm. Stay warm, my friend. I hope we all, you guys can bring in the rest of the crowd. I'm going to go throw some bourbon inside of me to warm me up, and life will be good. Have a good time, guys.
Thanks a lot, guys. And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more time for Jim Marsden. We've got Ian Johnson, and I'm not sure Miles Hasselquist if he'll come out here and join us on and off the rest of the night or not. But you guys did one hell of a job. Great. I'll see you in a couple weeks at the Mid 400 in Las Vegas. Yeah, you got it. Another party. Caleb, welcome back to the stage, my friend.
What's up, buddy? What's going on?
We've had a hell of a day of racing, and now we're talking about a lot of the cars that are coming in here. We've got 9th and 10th place, top 10 finishers coming in, and it's now is when we get the diehards, the guys that have been have had issues of some sorts, fixing their cars on a course. Now they're in a survival mode. They want to finish this race no matter what. We still have about 5 hours, I think, before the time the clicker goes off. Yep. But That's still a long ways up there in that course.
Absolutely, and these guys have done fantastic. I was lucky enough to get out there today, actually. Managed to make it out to Backdoor and to Chocolate Thunder. So it was good to see it in person. Well, you guys were up here doing a fantastic job.
Well, this is your first trip here. You've never been to the King of the Hammers before.
Never been to King of the Hammers.
You're here with your wife. What do you guys think? You've been here almost the entire week. Actually, no, you've been here for like 10 days, I think,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. I don't want to go home. Maybe just like a McDonald's or something would be nice, though.
Well, I guess you guys you and your wife are staying here like another day or two after the Hammers, just to kind of take in the whole LA thing a little bit, best you can. But you know what? It's been a great addition to have you here and add another European flavor, if you want to call it that.
Somebody that speaks funny and doesn't quite speak English?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but you know what? You've been a great addition, both you and your wife.
Yeah, no, we've had a fantastic time. This event is just absolutely something else. Everyone needs to come and experience it. They really do. There's just so much going on.
Have you been able to talk to any of the teams this afternoon?
Not today.
Either out on course or here in the pits?
Not at all. I sort of got some shots and then came back and it was pretty much time to come help you up.
Well, we're getting reports right now that Dan Fresh, our 9th place finisher, our top 10 guy, one of our top 10 guys, is about a minute and a half out. How about that, huh? As we take a live shot at Chocolate Thunder.
Can't believe how fast those guys are getting through Chocolate Thunder today.
Yeah?
It was incredible to watch.
Brutal?
Not really.
No?
They made it look like it was easy.
We do have a couple of cars coming into Hammertown right now. First one is the completing lap number 2 is Matt McGowan in the 4409, according to the tracker. And Derek Ludka, he's a little bit further back.
What do you
coming
think's
into
going through
Hammertown
their
in just
mind,
a moment.
Scott? What do you think's going through their mind at the moment? They've just come back, they see the sun going down, they see the finishes here, and they know they've still got another lap to go.
Yeah, that's a tough thing to say. You got some teams out there that, you know, their goal is a win.
Yep.
And then you got other teams that want to survive. Some teams want a top 10, top 20 finish, things along that line. I think at this point, they want to survive and get in. You know, so if I'm coming around on lap number 2, we still have what, 5 hours?
5
before
hours,
the
yeah.
before the horn blows, and yeah, so I'm going for it.
Yeah. You got to just carry on and complete the task you came out to do, I suppose.
Yeah, you don't prepare for this race for an entire year and spend the budget and bring the crew out here and spend a week and a half to 2 weeks preparing for this event to.
Oh, the prep that goes into these vehicles is absolutely phenomenal. It's like the guys that did the qualifying, and then when they finished qualifying, they went back to the pits and pulled the bits out and put the new bits in, ready for racing.
Come on, Dan. Top 10. I need the top 10. He's on the outside of the track. We're good. Is that Dan? I see lights. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Don't push it in.
Don't push it in.
Sounds like we got Dan Fresh coming into Hammertown, giving us a light show.
Let's go.
That's got to be one of the best feelings in the world.
This is his first 4,400 race for Dan Fresh, and finishing the top 10. And you know what? It's got to be a great feeling. I'm not sure if he knows he's in the top 10, but he's going to find out real quick. And that, this is what it's all about. I'm not sure. Crew guys are down here, and they're just as excited for a top 10 finish or just surviving. Top 10. And look at the smiles from the crew as they gather around the car.
What an achievement.
Hey Tim, the battery's looking low on the mic number 1.
1 bar will be alright for a while. Nathan.
Battery level is looking low on mic 1.
We have Nathan here, so
There we go. Ah, there's the chick.
You're seeing some things right now around Dan Fresh we haven't seen from some of the earlier finishers. The crew guys are kind of rubbing their hands together. The sun's gone down, and it's going to start chilling out here, man, real quick.
I've got to say, today was definitely the warmest day we've had. It's been a fantastic day. It didn't matter where you were, it was warm enough to run around. And, yeah, as soon as the sun starts disappearing, the temperature disappears even faster.
How much are you going to have to? You and your wife going to have to buy an extra bag with all your King of the Hammers apparel you guys purchased?
We did have that conversation today, so we're not sure what we're going to do there. I don't know if we're going to be allowed on the plane with 6 layers of T-shirts and hoodies on.
Well, this isn't Dan's first race here this week. He was up on the podium earlier this week, and you still see that big old smile on his face. We'll get him up here in just a moment. Man, right there is totally a satisfied look behind the wheel. Still getting hugs from his crew. Well, you see the media kind of stepping aside. We're going to get Dan up here. Probably has just as much, has actually more miles around this course this week than a lot of other drivers and many other drivers. Having run the UTV, the EMC Challenge, And now the King of the Hammers, 4,400.
That sounds like a dream week, Scott. Get up every morning and go
We're
racing.
going to find out real quick because he had a big smile, but I can't help but think that he's ready to kick back in the lounge chair and
think about doing it again next year.
I'm just going to stand back here a little bit and watch his reaction. Dan, this isn't the first time we had a chance to talk to you this week, man, and I expect you to be a little bit more tired than what you are right now. You're ready to go again, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Not even close. You know, to think we finished 3 KOHs in the last week, UTV, Everyman's, and now this, I don't even know what to say. This is amazing. I wasn't expecting that. I was hoping to finish 1 or 2, but to bring home all 3 times, we got a 12th, a 2nd, and I don't know what we got this time. But
Your top 10 sitting right now in 9th.
Woo! Oh, man. Thank you, Jesus. Man, we had a good day out there. I tell you, my pit crew, savvy, these guys, I was ready to give up. I hate to say, I was ready to give up at one point. Our tranny was running 250 degrees going up outer limits. And I said, Mike, what do you think? He said, I'm going to radio into the crew chief. He says, do it. Just go. Go till it blows up. And that thing was pegged, smoking, and it got back here. I cannot believe it. Awesome.
Well, talk about the first race. Then kind of touch on the second race and what's it like to finish up with this one.
You know, the first one was UTV. We literally finished our car. Well, let's go back to qualifying. Our first time seeing qualifying course was on our qualifying laps. It wasn't very stellar. Then we went out. We were finishing the car up on our way up to the the starting line. Took off that day. Just kind of kept the car, even keel, kept it moving all day long, and ended up with a 12th. We were ecstatic with that. I was hoping just to finish the desert loop that day. So we got through that. The next time out, we went to this. We were doing the Everyman Challenge. And we had almost a 2-hour lead coming out of Spooners, hit a rock, or Aftershock was it? Coming out of Aftershock and hit a rock with one of the control arms, broke it. Mike, Mr. MacGyver next to me here, got a ratchet strap out in the winch and held the axle in place. We drove all the way back to start-finish, and our car died at the arch. So we couldn't push it. And eventually we got it moving, but Jimmy Jack passed us right there at the arch, and we ended up second place. So that was a decent run for the weekend, or for the week. And then this, like I say, we're not sure exactly where we're going to end up, but I was just happy just to bring it home.
Well, 10th place, last car in the top 10 is quite a ways back, but right now we're going to say unofficial, just to be safe here in the 9th spot. Nice job this week.
Thank you so much. Woo!
Before I let you go, I'm looking at the guy next to you, and he's smiling way too much. And
he worked his ass off today.
What you're going to tell me? You started this week. What? You're 27, 28. Is that what? It's what kind of a drive was it? Not just this week, but in particular today for you as a co-driver. Did he scare you at all? That's what I want to know. Did he scare you at all?
No, you know what? Dan is just such a fantastic driver. Really, I mean, it's the canyons is, I'm more worried about somebody else running me over while I'm running winch lines and things like that. So, no, Dan's such a great driver. I have 100% confidence.
Well, once again, congratulations, guys. Top 10 finish 2019. Nitto, King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
Thank you so much. Let me thank a few sponsors real quick. Fox Shocks, amazing. Suspension worked awesome all day. BF Goodrich tires. Let's see, Raceline wheels. JE Reel builds an awesome drive shaft. We bang these things off the rocks all day long. I mean, they unbelievable. Torco, I'm got a little help going on here. I can't think so well, but yeah, Torco lubricants, been using them for 30 years. Nothing's better. AEM set us up with a really nice controller for the engine management system. OC Motorsports, Warren winches. That thing got a hell of a workout today. Von Dutch for outfitting our team. Sparko got great seats, steering wheel, seat belts, all the safety gear we need. Baja Designs for lights. You know, we could go on all.
You know, there's next time there's a piece of white tape and a Sharpie. You can list them all right there.
You know, when you don't plan on finishing, why would you write them down? I mean, we're out for a Sunday drive. So, you know, and thanks a lot to all the fans and spectators. I mean, without all these people showing up, there wouldn't be a KOH. And all of these people showing up and cheering us on when we're feeling down out there on course, nothing's better. It's awesome. We really appreciate all you people being here, and thanks a million.
Dan Fresh, congratulations. Top 10 finisher, like I said, 2019 King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
One very happy individual, actually two guys, and the entire crew up here on stage. Dan Fresh in the number 8 4400 car. What do you think, man?
Scott, it's fantastic to see all these vehicles up here on stage for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. We've got some bills to pay, so we're going to cut quickly to a commercial, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at FordWP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Welcome back to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. We've just had Josh Blyler pull into Hammertown and he is going to be tired, but he'll be very thankful to be back in town.
Nine hours and 9 minutes between the green flag and the checkered flag. That's a long race.
You know, I've spoken to people before and they said the best way to describe it is like jumping in a washing machine on spin cycle for however many hours you're in the car. So I get the feeling that they're going to be pretty tired, pretty thankful to be back in Hammertown just as the sun goes down. But unofficially 10th place, that is going to be a very, very good feeling.
You see Scott down there, the big guy from Fox Chocks, one of his sponsors, congratulating them, as long as well the crew's there as well. And yeah, he looks worse for the wear right now. I'm sure they had quite the adventure. We'll get him up on stage right now, get a quick word with him.
Find out what happened.
Already he's kind of sharing war stories, what took place out on the course. Just can't quite get all the dirt off his face, out of his eyes.
I don't want to give you 2 seconds if you need 3. Okay, cool. What do you think, Scott? Pretty good looking rig, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Looks like he's got those Nitto tires on there.
There's been, you know, they've been getting a lot of media attention coming up, you know, leading up to this event in the preparation and the building of these cars. There's actually 2 of them. Both Josh and his dad were running out here this week.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. And actually, on that subject, he had a bit of a rollover this week. So we've got a bit of a piece on that one. So let's cut to that piece and let's see what happened throughout the week.
So I'm Josh from Big B Motorsports. We're out here in the lake bed. Yesterday we wadded up the brand new car. We spent 6 months working on that thing and she was perfect in every way. Brought it out here to do some shock tuning before the race and had it what we thought was dialed, made a couple changes and we took it past at a little higher speed than we did previously and it got away on us. It rode the bike front wheelie for a while, end over end, and it pretty much totaled that car. We brought it back here, dumped it off. I got my old car, headed back out. By the time I was back out there, Dad hit the same bump in the same place, a little bit lower speed, and you know, did the same thing. So we got his in here. We can save his. My new car's dead. So between all 3 cars, we're going to patch 2 together and be ready for race day.
You notice that he was talking to him, describing the wreck instance and everything they've been through all week long. He kind of said with a smile.
You'd be smiling if you climbed out of that one, wouldn't you?
Not after that wreck. I mean, if I walked away, that'd been one thing, but no, that was a gnarly thing to do, have happen actually out on the race course, and luckily they had a backup car here and they were able to utilize that. So we'll get him up here in just a second.
One thing I've learned about these Ultra 4 guys is they do not give up no matter what. You have a wreck, fix it up, get a new car, whatever you got to do to get in the seat on race day, which is a pretty fantastic thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a quick look at our top 10 leaderboard. Now we've got 10th, Donald Fisher. 9th, Dan Fresh. 8th, we had Bailey Campbell. 7th, Vaughn Gittin Jr. 6th place, we had Jason Shipman. 5th, we had Tom Ways. 4th, we had Marcus Gomez. 3rd place, Shannon Campbell. 2nd place is Eric Miller. And congratulations to 1st place, Jason Shearer. Well, it looks like we got Josh Blyler coming up to the stage. He looks happy to be here. For a while, we weren't sure if he wanted to come and see us.
Well, Josh Blyler, welcome to Hammertown. One long day, I'm quite sure, but while you were talking to the your crew members and your family and friends and sponsors down there, we actually watched a piece on you and what you've gone through this week. This has got to be damn satisfying, my friend.
It's satisfying to be back. It's not where we wanted to be. We had a horrible day. We threw this race away at lap 2. Or mile 2. Mile 2, we blew 2 tires off this thing, and it just went to crap. But the little bit of a disappointing day, but we made it back here, and we're happy to be back.
Well, I mean, like I said, we had that piece. We watched a little video on what your week was like, and when you're out there, had one heck of a rollover. The crowd that's here in front of us kind of did that 4th of July, ooh, oh, kind of thing. And on that video, you were smiling the whole time. It's almost as if, you know what, that does kind of happen, but we're at the Hammers.
Right. I mean, we were super fortunate. It was sad that it happened, but I mean, Nate was with me for it, and we both walked away from that, and it could have been way worse. So just feeling blessed. I mean, we weren't hurt at all. We're a little stiff the next day, but the car's a write-off, and we just it never existed basically, and forget it happened, and try to put it behind us.
Any ghosts for either one of you when you came to that same spot on course today's race?
We were way more cautious the entire day than normal, but no, it was a reality check. It was needed.
Well, with your dad and the big D race team, I mean, what's it like to have been out here with your family, with your dad racing, and all the guys?
Oh, I mean, we've got the greatest crew ever. I mean, I've got family, friends, just buddies. It doesn't get any better than this, and they take their time off of work, out of their lives. They come to support us, and we couldn't be more pleased.
Well, it takes a whole lot of people to put this whole package together, not just the crew, family, and friends, but also some of the sponsors involved, and they step up and kind of help you get through the King of the Hammers. What's that like?
It's good. I mean, we're a little light on the sponsors, so if anybody wants to talk, we're available. But no, this team is sponsored by our family business. The guys back home, Big B Manufacturing, Hetram B, couldn't do it without them. Those guys do a hell of a job and allow us to do what we do here. But other than that, Miller Motorsports, those guys always chime in and help us out from anything we ever need. They're there for us. So that's about it.
Well, I can guarantee you this: all the guys back at the shop, or they're probably sitting at home right now or on their laptops watching this. They see the gleam in your eye, they see the big smile, and they're kind of pounding their chest a little bit, damn proud as well.
I hope they are. I mean, we gave it what we had, and it's where we're at.
Nice job, my friend.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, finishing unofficially in that 11th spot in the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
So as we get this in-shot footage from Sledgehammer, we've got James Sweeney in there, in the 4419 car. And on stage, we have Mr. Donald Fisher.
Well, easily the loudest group in the top 10. I'm buried in a sea of red. Yes, sir. And, all right, I'll step aside. This is your guy. Look at this face. He just ran the Baja 1000. Look how dirty that is. What's it like to feel like a rock star?
I don't feel like a rock star. I feel like somebody boxed me all day, but it feels pretty good.
Well, I got to tell you, it's unofficial in your 10th spot. We'll find out real quick as soon as we can if it's official, but top 10, man, 2019 KOH.
You know, we make goals, and my goal for this race was to finish top 10 and before it got dark, and here we are.
Well, as I look over your spotter, he's like, I'm sorry, your co-driver, you know.
This is Tom Gilpin.
Tom Gilpin. Tom?
Day one, he's been with me. I couldn't do it without him.
Yeah, Tom, will there be a day 2? Absolutely. He's going, oh, yeah, okay. What was it like on the course today?
We did a lot of pre-running with our wheelers and just cruising around and just seeing all the lines and everything, so everything came to us pretty good. We come out here a lot, so we run all these trails almost every weekend for months. So it was nice. It was nice. I tell you what, the sledge is no joke, and somebody pulled a big rock down in the middle of the trail, and it is almost impossible to get through. So now there's 3 winch spots on sledge right now. We pulled another car with no winch. Big B, we chased him all day, back and forth. We towed him up Plaque Rock, and we just battled back and forth all day. So we had a great time.
Well, from an emotional standpoint, it's been a long day, and obviously both you guys really, really need to kind of kick back, relax, maybe clean up a little bit. But as I step aside, what was it like when you pulled into Hammertown? And I'm not sure if you knew you were in the running for the top 10 finish. No, I had no idea. But then when you came across, finished underneath the Nitto arch, and you looked out and saw that, what was that like?
Those are my people. Right? We couldn't do it without them. I got to thank all the pit guys, Chip Sterndahl, all the people that helped us out. I mean, it's been a long road to get here.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chip Sterndahl, my wife, Tommy's wife, for putting up with all of us for all these months. It's been a...
He's starting to get emotional. I'm getting him.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll let him go right now. It was starting, but I'll let him go. Congratulations, man.
Now, Scott, nobody told us that we had celebrities in town. That's got to be a welcome home that you would always want to get coming back into Hammertown. Next up, looks like we've got car number 630, Michael Heston, who has finished in 9 hours, 15 minutes, 49 seconds.
Michael, I'm looking at your car. You need a couple of new body panels, my friend.
You should see the other side. You should see that side.
You know what? I was talking to Don, and it's like he is just covered in dust and dirt. I'm looking at you. Same dang thing. What happened out there today?
Honestly, first thing I got to say is, woo! We made it! We've been trying to get up here for 5 years. We've only made it once. So this race it's a huge deal to us. It's emotional. Every year it's tears or cheers. So this year it's cheers, and maybe when I go home it'll be tears because I miss my family. My wife's at home. Chelsea, I miss you. My 1-year-old Amelia, I miss you. Thanks for letting us chase our dreams and do what we do. The Miller Motorsports chassis just handled it. We had a couple flats. We had some driver issue. You know, I might have rolled over and sledged a little bit, but other than that, no pumper, so shield up all day. You know, just a normal day at King of Hammers. I'll take it any day.
What is it about these Miller Motorsports machines that have done so well today?
Well, I'm a solid axle guy at heart. I mean, that's just what I'm into. But this solid axle car is the fastest thing I've ever driven. It handles the whoops. I mean, you see a huge set of whoops, and you just drop it in second and let it ride, and that thing just sails right over the top. So it's dialed in. The suspension's dialed. And I'm a solid axle guy. It crawls like a dream, so I love it.
How many times you winch today? I look over at your co-driver. He just raised his eyebrows like way high up in his forehead.
I think we only winched back door, right? We only winched back door, but luckily when we rolled over, I just put it in reverse and put it to the throttle, and it came back down.
So he just looked over at me and says, hey, you had to get out a bunch of times today. Why?
2 or 3 times.
Well, somebody might have flattened a couple wheels today. I don't know who that was. And somebody also might have bent a drive shaft into a U-shape. I'm not sure who that was, but we had our work cut out. It was a lot of fun. We're all smiles. We're glad to be here. I got to thank the Miller Motorsports team. I got to thank the RFA Racing team. All my guys that are here. Eric comes down from Washington on his own time to come help us. The crew chief. The Dust Junkies. They're solid every year. The Dust Junkies are right on track for us. I mean, everybody together. I'm so excited. I just can't take it, man. I just want to sit up here all day.
You know, guys, Michael, congratulations, man. It's you've had a hell of a race today. The fact that you're smiling after this says it all. That's what KOH is about, huh?
You got that right. What place are we in even? I don't even know.
Unofficially in the 11th spot, is it?
Looks like 12th.
12th. Unofficially in 12th. All things considered, not bad, my friend.
Yeah, I'll take it any day. This is the shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. This man right here, Michael Heston. You know, Caleb, you got NASCAR, you got NHRA, you got all these other disciplines of motorsports. I can't think of any other form of discipline of racing where the drivers are ecstatic to finish 12th.
Well, this is a sport that requires 2 balls, doesn't it? So it's a little bit more extreme than the other ones.
Yeah, you could tell definitely worse for the wearer when he's saying that he had helmet breather issues, so he had to run the whole race with the visor up, and he definitely looked like it.
That'd be a horrendous time out there.
So it looks like still a ways up, but as we're checking up the tracker right now, the 54 of Mike Boo should be our next driver coming into Hammertown. We do have, I believe, 3 cars in front of him, though, that are a lap down. Still on lap number 2, but out on course, probably 15 to 20 minutes out, is Mike Boo in the 54. Right now, looks like or appears to be our next driver coming into Hammertown.
It's got to tell you what, one of these races has got to chew up so many parts. You look like, if you want to be in the body panel business, you want to be making something around here and selling body panels, because the amount of chewed up panels, tires, you name it.
Oh, can you belly pans?
Belly, imagine that one.
You guys still have any hats down there somewhere? What's that? Still got any hats laying around down there somewhere? Awesome, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Give him all that. I'll take one too. He's been getting free stuff all day.
Is it listed somewhere?
I can. Who are you looking for?
Well, we just want to know the top 3 or something.
Okay.
Nice hats.
Your man. We got our last one. That's yours.
Thanks, sir. I like that one. Thank you.
Got one left.
That, is that a visor now? Is that what that is?
That's funny.
If you want it.
Really?
That's
All
classic.
right.
Remember when you were 16, you'd take that.
True. Yeah, get mom to sew it up.
I was trying to ask who the top 3 were.
Is that who you got for radio? That's a really cool hat.
Well, let's take another look at the top 10 results for today.
There's our top 10. I believe it's actually official as of right now. You see Don Fisher comes in, very, very happy driver. Dan Fresh, another guy, was hoping for a little bit better finish. Right now in 9th, Bailey Campbell.
Happy to
Lots
be
of
here,
problems with Bailey, but still a very strong top 10 finish for her.
Yep.
Best finish ever for her in the KOH event. Vaughn Gittin Jr., top 10 as well. He's a drifter. I mean, how do you transition from that to an off-road racer? He's pulled it off very, very well. Tom Ways in 5th. Marcus Gomez, top finishing Gomez brother here this afternoon.
I hear they
Shannon
had some
Campbell
trouble.
in that 3rd spot. Eric Miller, I believe this is his 10th time. I think he's finished 2nd, if I remember right.
Wow.
And then your 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, Jason Shearer.
You look at the time differences we got there. 6.5 hours to 9. That's a huge difference in seat time out there.
Every single driver from top to bottom is in our top 10 has said the same thing. Very tough. Probably one of the hardest KOHs they've had in a long time.
Yep.
And the thing is, we're going to find out. We still have 5 hours to go, I believe. Actually, a little over 4 hours of the race to go yet, to give these guys a chance to come on in and finish. And that's right now. It's surviving, finishing, and putting that another feather in their hat in their off-road racing career.
Now, I don't really believe in luck, but I think you do require a bit of luck to get to the finish. Anything can take you out. You can be as prepped as you want to be. You can pre-run all day long, but you're never going to know what's going to happen until race day.
Well, and it's right now it's that scary time. We were talking about it earlier, where it's not quite dark yet, and it's not light out either, and
No.
the shadows are much bigger. And
You struggle
you
for
start
light.
maybe seeing things that aren't there, kind of thing, and the dust is playing a little trick. You see these guys; they're just so dusty right now, inside their helmets. So I'd rather see them race in the pitch dark with those bright lights, than where they're at right now.
I tell you what, I love driving around at night. Doing night stages and wheeling at night is great, but that in-between time, that's called dinner time.
Well, Tribe has got the fire going right now. We got some fans still hanging out here.
Wonder if we can get like a small bucket of that fire up here.
No.
No?
No, we're standing on kindling. So Mike Boo is still moving. He's currently just a tick over 30 miles an hour. Probably about 10 minutes out, I believe. Behind him is Evan Berman. Oh, we just updated. And Berman still on lap number 2. Looks like he's gotten around Mike Boo. A little further back, you got Neville Cantor. And with that pink ring around his number, that means he stopped on course. We got a couple of, see Levi Shirley is out. There's Mark Nicholson. He's still on lap number 2. He's stopped on course. So as Mike Boo is just a few moments out, and looks like he's gotten around once again. Evan Berman, who's still on lap number 2. I go a little bit further back. And it looks like it's Paul Horschel. He's moving once again. That would be our next car on course. Mitchell Thorpe is right behind him. And Brian Crofts still moving. So he was one of our top 10 starters, started in the top 10 this morning. So he's having a very long day out there, the number 9 of Brian Crofts.
It's fantastic to see everyone tuning in from around the world. When I came into Wi-Fi reception, it was good to check the comments, and you had people from all over the globe tuning in, leaving a comment, which is fantastic. We love the interaction. And I've got to say a huge thank you to all of the Ultra 4 staff, the volunteers. Everyone has come together to put on an amazing event. And the production crew, they're a different breed.
That's a very good way of putting it. I mean, they're here first thing in the morning, like before it gets light out.
Yep.
They're inside that production truck. The camera guys are heading out on course. Just setting everything up, and they're ready to go before the sun comes up, and before the cars are in line for staging or whatever it may be. But yeah, you nailed it. These production guys. And the thing is, what's really neat, you can go to ultra4racing.com, like probably in a week and a half or so, and some of the videos that will be ready to watch from this event are just going to be absolutely off the hook. I mean, just,
I can't wait.
If you're not a gearhead anyway, at all, I can throw one of the videos in here from King of the Hammers, done by the guys from Hammer Productions, and you'll become a King of the Hammers fan, without a doubt. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I've convinced my mum. Mum's at home watching live. She knows that King of the Hammers is a worthwhile event to watch, so we're slowly
especially now that
all
you're
the
on there.
non-wheelers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, one thing I love to look at when all these vehicles come up on stage is how their tires look. It's incredible. They get so chewed out there doing all these rock trails, and then they run through the desert, and it's quite incredible to think that a little piece of rubber with some bands inside it can propel you to those speeds, like the T1 trucks yesterday, doing over 140 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Just mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Oh, no, it's the construction of some of these tires. I mean, with the Kevlar, the different tire compounds.
Yeah.
It amazes me when you watch some of these videos and they slow motion. There's one you can watch right now. I forget what it is or what it's titled, but it's Jason Shearer coming through some deep rocks from the Nationals last year up in Reno, and he's actually flying through a rock bed that's positioned right in front of the crowds.
Wow.
In the grandstands, and the car's catching air, coming back down on the rocks, and he's going probably, I mean, he's heavy on the throttle, so he's probably going 40, 45 miles an hour, and the car's being pitched sideways in the air in slow motion. You can just see these tires flexing side to side, and that beadlock wheel is keeping these things gripped on, and it's just mind-blowing to what these things can do. And we kind of talked about this about tires earlier in the week. The manufacturers keep score amongst each other. The BFG guys, they're checking off, okay, who won, who got second, who got the top 5, who got top 10. Same thing with Nitto. So all the tire manufacturers are keeping score.
I tell you what, it's awesome to see Nitto has stepped up phenomenally to this event to make it happen, and they've gone as far as developing tyres for their top guys to go out and race on, and they're not shy to have their guys out there beating on them, and they do turn up here on the podium.
Well, and the thing is, I mean, Chris Corbett from Nitto, he'll be the first one to tell you that they'll take the tires from the Ultra 4 Series and check them out, test them,
Yep.
Run them in a race, and if they need to be tweaked some way or another. But what the thing is, they're doing research, they're doing testing, and probably within, I don't want to say 4 or 5 months, the tire that they were working on, if they want to debut a new tire or whatever it may be, and within, say, 3-4 months, that'll be on the store shelf.
Yeah, it's incredible.
So this is, without a doubt, this series is a race on Sunday, and buy on Monday kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's it.
To the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. You guys have been fantastic, leaving a bunch of comments and keeping us in communication with what's going out there as well. It's always appreciated. We know you've had a good day of watching some fantastic racing. It has been good, and unfortunately, we wish we could control the sun, but the sun has gone down here in Hammertown. The chill has set in, and so we've had to pull some of the cameras back off the course. So unfortunately, we can't give you maximum coverage as much as we wish we could. But keep us entertained in the comments, and we'll try our best to stay in contact with you guys. Thank you once again for tuning in.
I believe you just passed Sunbonnet Pass, headed toward Highway 1920.
How many miles out is that? Do you know?
I was a Boy Scout, but this is like...
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Technology's too good, so we use paper, it's easier.
He's on the last lap, I can tell you that.
Yeah, we know that much. We just watched it.
I'm trying to...
Thank you for your help. That's very nice.
Yeah.
You charge us by the minute, so be careful.
No, dude, I'm easy and cheap.
Sold.
I'm not being given I can't see a scale on here as far as mileage.
Sunbonnet Pass, and then what did you say?
He's coming up on Highway 1920.
Okay, we'll look it up.
I mean, that's what I'm going off of. He's actually right.
Yeah, the 4480.
Oh, shit.
He's in between the 20. Here. That's it. That's his wife.
Okay.
I found him. My son.
Oh, we found him. I just don't know how far out he is.
No worries. I'll talk. He's in the middle at 518. So he has to go
Where's 47?
We started 105th and worked its way up to 17th, and then had some trouble. I gave him
Mike Boo's our next driver to come in. He's just out, I'm going to guess, probably about 5-6 minutes. The 54 of Mike Boo should be coming in anytime now as our next finisher. I believe unofficially in that 13th position, I believe it is.
Yeah, sounds about right to me.
Who am I looking for?
Looks like we've got Mike Boo moments away from Hammertown. It's always good to see lights coming back in.
And coming into Hammertown, Mike Boo. Takes a checkered flag and drifts across the line. He's like, wait, you want me to keep going? Putting that finisher sticker and the checkpoint sticker on his car. Approximately 9 hours and 59 minutes. Long day of racing.
That's a really long day of racing. Betcha the lights of Hammertown never look so good. Now to recap the week, Scott, what was your favourite race that went down at King of the Hammers week?
I wanted to see what the T1 trucks are going to look like, or what they were going to look like on this course. I mean, I've been to plenty of desert races.
Yep.
And familiar with that class, but I wanted to see what they're going to be like in this scenario, being a new, being, I guess,
new terrain.
the newest member, I guess, Ultra 4 Racing. So I'd have to say that was interesting. Favorite race, I'm going to say Everyman Challenge. This year for me was Everyman Challenge.
Everyman Challenge was a good race. The UTVs were quite cool. I really enjoyed watching them, and I managed to actually get out onto the desert floor for the T1s. And it was incredible to see some of the speeds those guys were pulling.
I saw some of the pictures you posted on Facebook. Very, very cool.
Yeah,
that
was crazy.
That's got to be awesome to see. But I did notice one thing when Mike pulled up underneath the arch, and he's talking right now to somebody leaning in the window, and his hands have got to be. That's the first thing I'm going to ask him about, his hands, because he looks like he's got really cold hands. And of course, that's Miles. You can go now. I'm done talking to you. Go ahead. While I finish my refreshment. Well, race fans, let's welcome Mike Boo underneath the Nitto arch up onto the stage. Probably the coolest thing about this car are all the checkpoint stickers right here on the dash. And he's in here shaking his head. He's got an ecstatic crew. Worse for the wear. His crew's high-fiving him, but he can barely raise a hand right now. Mike, first thing I want to ask you is when you came in here, it looked like your hands were cold because I saw you kind of rubbing your hands together. Are they cold, or are you just like happy to have it, this race to be over?
It's just recent. Sun goes down and it's not very warm out. No, it was a long, long day. My navigation went out. The battery died about 10 miles out of town this morning. So I've been following people.
By looking at your face, I'd have to say so. Man, you look like you just finished the Baja 1000 in a silt bed. But early start this morning, and it's got to be the hardest thing when you got with no navigation. You're actually following racers instead of trying to pass them.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I got an interrupter over here. No, I'd like to help. I want to sincerely thank every single one of all my friends and family. It means a lot to me. I feel so bad for not officially finishing, but can't.
Mike, we got you. Good job, man.
I'm looking at I didn't know you were known as Bad Daddy. Okay. All right, I'm gonna start calling you BDB now from now on, man. BDB. This has got to be the biggest gift of today right here. Every single face that you're looking at, you're the one behind the wheel. You're the one that's struggled to get here as I'm getting that from you right now. But as I look out here, all the smiles in those faces, that's what got you in.
I really, really appreciate that, too. It means the world to me. Thank you, guys.
Well,
thank everybody.
Hey, Mike.
Well, congratulations, BDB. Unofficially in the 13th spot in the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Top 15 finish.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
Okay, here's the hardest part of today's race, guys. Getting him out of the car. He's going to need some help.
No, he's not.
Congratulations, BDB.
We got this.
It's always good to see all the support when everyone comes back into Hammertown. Their team comes out, waits for them, cheers them on. It's going to be the best view ever pulling into Hammertown.
Well, our next car on course coming in on the last lap will be Paul Horschel, who's had an extremely tough day.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, Paul's looking to be about, I want to say 15, 16 miles out yet. He's at speed, so he's running right around 40, 45 miles an hour, working his way in. As you can see, the crew and BDB still celebrating. Good luck getting him out of the car, guys. Bad Daddy, congratulations, man. Top 10 or top 15 finish. Yeah, Paul Horschel. He's got one small rock section, then he should be coming down into Hammertown. Yeah, Matt Thorson a little bit behind him, still on lap number 2. Not far behind him is Mark Nicholson in the 1177 on lap number 2. Our next car after Paul Horschel on the final lap is Brian Crofts. Still quite a ways back, but he's coming in on his last lap as well.
Car 4. I'm sorry? Car 4. Car 4 lost its transponder.
He's on lap number 2.
No, he's not. He's on his final lap. He lost the transponder for one lap.
Right now, as I see it,
He's on his way here.
Yeah.
yeah, let me see something.
Up next to 41.
481.
See where the pit is? The pit's back in here. That means none of
The reason I'm confused is because the red dot is lap number 2.
Yeah, because he lost his transponder, stopped working for a lap.
Okay.
So he is on his final lap, and he
Final
is
lap,
making his way in.
Okay.
Yeah. We just left him. We were remote pit 2A and B.
Okay.
So it's his
So that's accurate. That's as of about a minute ago.
Yeah. So he's what? 8-10 mile away.
Let me zoom out here.
Mile 151.
Can you have a quick look for 127? 19?
It's probably 20 minutes.
So we've just had confirmation that Paul Herschel is a few miles out of town. And apparently he's hauling the mail to get back to Hammertown. Sounds like Paul Herschel is doing 36 miles an hour trying to get back to Hammertown. It sounds like he's about 2 or 3 minutes away before he comes through the Jeep Arch back into town.
Yep, I thought I heard a little cool rumble sound off in the distance. Paul Horschel pulling into Hammertown right now as we speak.
The sounds of these machines is
That's
absolutely
unofficially
incredible.
14th position.
Really?
Right? I believe, yeah.
Wow. It's definitely a solid effort after what he went through today. Had his little lie down and back door.
Little lie down?
Yeah, it was a little lie down.
You guys talk weird.
We speak some kind of English.
Did he dent his bonnet too?
I don't know, maybe. You probably put a ding in his bonnet.
I guess just to be fair, I should come to New Zealand sometime and talk like me, and you guys can poke fun at me then, huh?
I do that anyway.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's more fun face to face. So if we go for a walk around in the morning and I secure you a drive in a vehicle, which one would you pick?
Race car wise?
Yeah.
You're really gonna ask me that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, if you want, there's a couple of golf carts or.
Oh no. If we're going around the pit area just to hang out and do your walkabout or whatever you called it, I think I'm jumping into the Dragon.
Yeah.
I really like Jason Shearer's car.
Yep.
But I just want to feel what IFS is like in the Dragon, you know.
Yeah, it makes all the difference in the ride quality, I believe.
Yeah.
But then again, that comes down to shock tuning also.
Yeah. Well, you know, for some of the fans that haven't been tuned in from earlier in the week when you and I were up here
Way
Wednesday?
earlier in the week.
Was it Wednesday?
I don't know.
I believe
No, it was Saturday,
Tuesday,
Sunday.
Wednesday. We were up here together. You're here for the first time, King of the Hammers.
Yep.
Along with your wife and from New Zealand.
Yep, my wife.
So what is
Shay
it
come
about?
out.
Oh, is Paul Hunt coming in? Is he pulling up? Yep. We'll catch up.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Paul Herschel as he makes his way up onto stage after he grabs a drink.
Test 1, 2. There we are. Paul, you look tired, man. Brand new car. Obviously had some issues out there today, but you were still very, very fast. Still finishing the top 15. Not so bad for a brand new car.
It's not brand new anymore. I think we got some dents up there and over here.
And over there.
Yeah, we ended up rolling. Just an adventure today. Rolled in back door. Broke the drive line up in sledge. Otherwise, yeah. Then with no drive line, we were trying to winch and broke it, and finally got it replaced, and we just kept moving. So car worked great. I went up back door, and I was just so focused on racing that I forgot to put the front locker in. So I'm trying to climb it, and I'm like, why is this car not going up this? So we decided to winch, and we winch. And we get up there, and then I was like, okay, I got to get this one. And I tried to hit it again, and it only had three-wheel drive, and it just flipped over backwards or to the side. But we had a good day. Overall, we made it.
That's the battle right now, and the thing is, you got quite the reception when you pulled into Hammertown. Your crew, your family, your friends that are here. I've asked this a couple of drivers. What's it like for you to come around the corner and see that?
To see Hammertown is a nice sight after being out there all day, especially when you're stuck up in sledge and you think you're not going to make it home. It was awesome. Our guys in the pits killed it. We had to change a power steering pump. They had it on in about 20 minutes when we came back from sledge, and we just kept motoring through it. We lost low range, so we had to try to beat through everything in high range, and that sucked all day, but we're here.
Well, it sounds like you got the bugs worked out of the brand new car all in one day in one race. I'm looking at your co-driver, and he's like looking at me going, yeah, no shit.
We're good.
Yeah, Travis killed it all day. He, called out all the corners. It just, I'm still new at this rock racing stuff or truck car racing stuff, and I'm just trying to learn it. So every year I feel like I learn a little bit more and become a little more competitive, and that's why I'm here.
Well, you got one hell of a piece to start with for 2019. Still top 15 finish. Not so bad, man.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't. We wish we could have done better, but considering the circumstances, we're glad we're here, not out there building a campfire.
One final question. Okay, you're tired, you're beat. I can tell that by your voice. Coming back next year?
Absolutely. That's what we built this car for.
There you have it, man. Congratulations, top 10 team finish to both you guys. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Paul Horschel, obviously one of the favorites coming into this event, and rough day, brand new car, but still cross line, top 15.
You're right, Scott. There's a dent in the bonnet. And possibly the roof. Please don't quit your day job. Gotta say, that's a fantastic looking rig, that one. It had fresh paint when I first saw it this morning.
We'll also look down at the tracking number 9. Brian Crofts is our next car. It looks like they'll be coming into Hammertown probably, let's see, I'm going to guess about 15 minutes or so before he comes in.
He'll be happy with that.
So there's Brian Crofts, the number 9. Now the blue dots that are up on screen, those are all the cars are on lap number 3 on the final lap. And look way around, you can see some of them have the pink rings around them. That's again stop vehicles.
When Paul comes in, he's on his final. This is it.
Well, Chip McLaughlin is just outside of Hammertown, maybe 2 miles at the most. So you guys start celebrating. You know what? I got a courtesy of the gang here from Clutch and Coffee. They came out. I'm not a coffee drinker, but
it's cold. You sure
the young
you don't
ladies
wanna-
behind you, are you coffee drinkers? I want to take care of the ladies here first. Come on up here. I got a couple coffees for you, if you want.
Now, Scott, we've also got a couple of koozies.
Yeah, to heck
and
with the
some
guys. I'll
stickers.
take care of the ladies. See, how do you make daddy happy? Guys are like, I don't drink no damn coffee. No, how do you make daddy happy? Make mommy happy first. So I'm taking care of you guys kind of indirectly.
No, I'm thankful for having a good coffee up here, but we do have stickers, so if anyone or some kids want some stickers, come on up and grab them. And we've got a couple of koozies
So
in
you got
case you got cold hands.
Chip McLaughlin's crew's up here drinking their drink of choice, both the men and the women. Has the trip been worth it? Cold weather, wind, sun, beautiful weather today. Is the trip been worth it? You guys happy to come up? It's cool having you here, guys. It really is. And kudos for bringing the women women with you. That's... Just got updated report. He's actually 2 miles out right now. Chip McLaughlin on his way in. And Brian Crofts is probably about a mile or so behind him. But right now we're kind of monitoring Chip McLaughlin. He's actually that red dot, number 4. He's closer to Hamilton than hasn't updated for a little bit. I can't quite see. Yeah. So it kind of a little story. I mean, you guys are familiar with it. I mean, you were telling me about it. It looks like he's on lap number 2, but he had transponder issues.
I believe it
They're able
fell
to
off.
swap him out, and he's actually on lap number 3. So not a bad run for the guys from Australia. You can go home and beat your... Wait, you guys are from... Oh, you're pitting for him. That's a crazy combination. You got a Texas driver, and you guys do all the work from Australia. What the hell's with...
The weather's better here.
Something tells me... See, I hang out in Texas a lot, especially in Dallas-Fort Worth area, and I know how the Cowboys party. All right? And I've heard about how the Aussies... I mean, that's legendary. So it's a... Either that's really, really ugly or... A shoey?
You guys going to come up here on stage and do a shoey out of his race boot?
Wait a minute. Okay, you're talking to a guy from Wisconsin. What the hell's a shoey?
It's a...
I don't know anything outside of Green Bay, Packers, and cheese.
It's a party creation
A
for
party
race car
creation.
drivers.
Something tells me I'm setting myself up for...
They can show you how to do it, but just don't
No.
back out of it.
Oh, hell no. Oh, no. See, the thing is, people at home are going, what's with the announcer? They're only hearing one side of the conversation here. If that's what, oh, no.
It's good for you.
Yeah, well, I got this Aussie dude jacking me around. You know, you guys suck. That's your driver? Why did he turn left instead of right? Chip McLaughlin's in Hammertown. He's getting all stickered up.
Back in Hammertown. And he's got a good crew waiting here for him.
You know, you guys come on up here. You need to come up on stage. We got to give these guys the fun. We got to give them special treatment. That's a long trip they made.
You got to talk slow. They're from Australia.
Getting reports that Brian Crofts is coming in right behind him. In fact, there he is coming down in Hammertown. You see the dust and the lights. Now, I can't help but think as a driver after almost 10 hours of racing that when you turn the corner right and you're
See
aimed
all
at
the
the
boys?
stage and all your Aussie buddies are up here on stage waiting for you, that's got to be pretty darn special.
Yeah, that'll be a good time, absolutely. Seeing the family, kids.
The team
Now we've got
bus.
the team
Holy,
boss.
how many? Do you guys have your own plane or what? Shorts. Zandy? Is he one of your guys or is he a Tex? Zandy? You're the lone Texas in this mess? Yeah. Best of luck, my friend. You know, I think it's simply amazing. I mean, just listening to these cars when they pull up, still running strong.
That's my favorite
They may
part.
kind of beat up a little bit, you know, chassis-wise, but the motor's still running strong.
Worst case, if it's not running strong, the team spirit is stronger than you could imagine up here.
Got a bunch of real happy Aussies. Well, we got our lone Texas driver calling out of the car amongst all his Aussie buddies. Incredibly, incredibly happy. That'd be a hell of a way to end your day, huh?
Thank you, every one of you guys.
There's, you're obviously getting a big hug and kiss from the lady here, but the thing is, I look around at all the guys, and I think they all probably want to hug and kiss you too as well.
They did it. It wasn't us. We just got lucky and got to drive. But Diamond Dave and Logan and Travis and holy crap, there's a bunch of them. Zandy, Eco Staff, Lamb's been cooking for us all week. Angie, I mean, my wife, I mean, every one of these guys right here. Our first year out here, and Doug Jackson, he taught me pretty good. We rode with him for 2 years. We finished this 2 years ago, and here we are again. So we'll be here next year too. So holy crap, Max's tire. We had a hell of a week getting out here. King Shocks got us through. I mean, we hit some pretty bad bumps out there and almost flipped a couple times, but kept us straight and we rolled on through it.
I'm dying to know the story of how this whole thing came together. You got a bunch of Aussie guys, got to be friends with, and a Texas guys. How did that come about?
We all like to drink beer and go rock crawling in Oklahoma. So that's how it is.
Oklahoma?
Oklahoma. We're from Texas, but we go for Oklahoma. It's the only thing good in Oklahoma. So Tribe 4x4 put this car together about 4 years ago. They did awesome. I tested the Max's tires to the limits. I think I blew 3 of them. But the tire liners held. We didn't ruin any the race line wheels. Holy crap. I just talked to him.
No, well, come on over here. It's hard to talk to. I'm not going to crawl in that car. You know, it's a situation where I've asked this about every driver that comes across the line, especially. First off, where do you think you finished?
I already know where I finished. I ran into Dave Cole maybe on the track.
Nice job. Top 15, my friend.
Yes, that's awesome.
Obviously, a very excited driver. Did he have to get out of the car at all? I know you did, but what did he?
Yes, he did have to get out of the car to help change the tire. Yeah, 2 of them at the same time. But other than that, he stayed in the car, and I didn't have to get out half as much as I thought I would. So
That's gonna be confidence build for the driver.
It should be.
Hey, we cleared spooners and outer limits without winching.
Yeah, we didn't. We winched on back door and sledgehammer, and that's it. Everything else was smooth sailing.
This had to be a blast. Just from these guys have been up here for the last half hour or so, and just the personality, and they're all having a great time, and just wanting to know. They kept bugging the hell out of me where the hell you were.
They were bugging the hell out of us.
Well, and the thing is, and the thing is, But with that in mind, what was it like for both you guys when you came around that corner and you saw all these guys in black sweatshirts, all your boys cheering you on to come out when you came in?
They're a great team, all of them. So many people think we could have done any of this without all these guys here, and to them, this win is much theirs as it is ours.
I do have to say we passed Tom Ways on the second lap, and I was scared too because I just heard the bear story today. So I backed off. I was like, I don't know if I really want to pass him, but we did. So it was a good time.
Well, top 15 finish, the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Nice job, guys. Time to have some real fun.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Nice job, guys. Get your ass out too. Brian, I'm bugging Orrin to get out too after the week that you guys have had. I'm not sure you come on over here, man. Come a little closer. Here's Shannon Campbell with a goofy grin on his face walks up, hands you a wet one. It's been a hell of a day, man.
Yeah, we took off great. Just trying to keep the car together, but Cougar Butte first lap, we lost high range. So we did 180 miles in low range, 30 miles an hour.
And I'm looking at Orrin, and he's got this goofy grin on his face like, yeah, pretty much.
So if anyone can do it, a Toyota can do it, low range all the way, and make it in time.
Well, and it's still in the top 15 as well. So, I mean, you're a very, very strong qualifier. Was that disbelief? I mean, very strong qualifier. Obviously a tough day, but the thing is, look where you finished. I mean, you made it on time. You're one of the top finishers. Still a pretty damn good thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Again, if it wasn't for the whole entire Campbell crew, we wouldn't even be running today, and as well as the Jimmy Jack crew. I can't thank everyone enough. I mean, every single person put hands on this thing, and we were able to make it come through. So,
well, I know who the guy standing next to you. I know who he works with and who he's been riding with. And did you scare him at all today?
I don't think so.
There was like 3 pucker moments, but it's hard to get that scared when you're doing 32.4 miles an hour.
I think of all the co-drivers out here this week, this guy right here has probably got more miles on his butt right now, and he's not done. He's got to drive home to Florida as well. But Oren, what was it like today for you guys out there?
That was my first time ever even sitting in the car with Brian, and he did a phenomenal job. We took the handicap that we had and made the best of it, and had some good laughs. And
not you.
Oh man, that was brutal. This is already the hardest race I've ever done in my life, and to do it that slow for that long is. I'm ready for a beer and hopefully a steak and a pillow. That's it.
Brian, I mean, stuck at that speed, stuck in that gear, tell me you were just bust out laughing because this guy's got some of the best jokes I think I've ever heard. Any impressions today even?
No impressions. We were pretty quiet, I think.
I don't think.
We just kept cruising and having fun. It was a good time. It was even more fun being able to battle with some people in the rocks. So that was fun.
Well, you kind of touched on the fact that some of the teams are involved helping you get here. I mean, obviously this isn't a 1 or 2 or 3 man situation to get you this race and then to get you through it. Who are some of the guys involved and some of the companies? So
a big one I want to thank is BFG. We didn't have a flat all day. Not that I think we could get one. But BF Goodrich really set us up well with tires this year. Trail Ready beadlocks, ATO transmission, FK rod ends, the entire Campbell family, my entire family, my father, my mother, my grandmother, everyone just made everything happen with us.
Well, congratulations, man. Top 15 ain't so bad.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, where are we? Oh, God. Dude. Pull the string for you, man. Thank you.
Hey, you and Bailey get in there, Brian. You and Bailey get first. Bailey, you guys get first. There you go. That's awesome. Thanks, Dave. Not everyone. All right, now you can get it.
So as I look at the tracker right now, our next car on the course making its way into Hammertown is still on lap number 2. Is Nicholas Montador, currently running right around 40 miles an hour, but he's on lap number 2, so he's probably, I want to say 20 miles out or so. Kind of swing around. I believe the next car on course is actually Scotty Pfister in the 44-47. Kay Yoder's out there as well in that area, so they're running pretty close to each other right now. Kay Yoder.
Been a long day for these guys, and they're still moving.
And, yeah, they're up by outer limits right now, so they're quite a ways away yet.
They'll be hoping to see the lights of Hammertown.
It's got to be a real tease. If you're like way an hour away, but you crest one of the hills or one of the mountains, and there's the lights of Hammertown, you still got to be going out opposite direction, and you're at least an hour away. Oh, man.
Yeah,
especially this time of night.
Stop in for a pizza and just add an extra half an hour onto your time.
I believe you. No, absolutely. Is that his wife, K-Y? K-Y. All right, Kevin. Sorry. Oh, it's me update. It might be Nicholas. I just up there. Let me
Sounds like we've had 103 from Australia. Chris Hummer, Neil Cooper have made it back to Hammertown. Somebody let the Australians loose. So I can see an Australian flag here getting ready to welcome Chris and Neil back on stage. Your flag's a little bit wrong, guys. It's similar to our one, but it's just a bit different. Yeah, better. Now these boys that are coming all the way over from Australia have done a lot of races around the place, done the Outback Challenge and Rainforest Challenge and all sorts of things in between. So it's good to see them out here at King of the Hammers. And I think by default I have to cheer them on because they're our closest neighbour.
No, you don't.
I don't? Hey. We speak the same English. So we have Neville Kienta pulling into Hammertown as well. Unfortunately, he's decided to pull the pin on his race. Now, can we make some noise for these Aussie boys on stage? Someone get him a Vegemite and chip sandwich.
Things are getting out of control up here. I'm the damn foreigner.
You didn't know that already?
Yeah. Damn, they really got you belted in there. Got the Aussie flag up here. Excited crew, excited family members. Come on, Chris. I know you're a big guy. Are your legs on the numb side? Kind of numb? Time to celebrate, boys. Jump up. From all the way down under. How about that? Neil Cooper, Chris Hummer. Did I just hear that? I love Aussie guys. I'm not going to repeat what he said, but there was some Aussie cussing involved? Like that must be like normal English.
Scott, you gotta warm them up with a Vegemite sandwich.
You guys are new at this, huh?
It's upside down.
You almost. As long as the car wasn't today, was it? Was the car upside down at all today? Close. Come on down, guys. Let's talk to you. Looking at the car itself, it looks pretty good. The beadlocks are beat to hell, but tires look good. Chris, come on over here. Let's get Neil over here. Talk to both you guys.
Is he all right? I think we lost Neil.
Come on over here, Neil. This is the true King of the Hammers, what it's all about. This sport in particular, the fact that people from across the globe, come on over here. We got a camera you got to talk into. There's somebody back in Australia, maybe one or two people that are watching us right now, and you guys put on one hell of a show. You finished in the top 20 for 2019 King of the Hammers. What does this all mean to you? I mean, first off, talk about the trip. What was it like? What did it take to get here?
Well, it was tough. We had 6 months to rebuild this truck to get it here. We bought it in May, so you know it was a challenge, and it literally was put together the day before it went in the container and was shipped over to the US. So, yeah, we hadn't even driven it until we got here and did some pre-running. Yeah, we've obviously done other events before in a tin top, but not in a Ultra 4. So we're stoked with the top 20. That just yeah, can't believe it after seeing the talent that's here and how good these guys drive. Well, we're stoked. Don't know what to say.
How long have you been in the States?
Well, 2 weeks now.
And you're leaving tomorrow morning, probably?
No. We'll get the car ready, pack it back in the container, and go from there. Yeah. So.
What is it about this sport, Ultra 4 racing, that brought you guys all the way across the globe? All the way. I mean, it still dumbfounds me that this is the kind of sport that you guys are chasing like that.
Well, we came last year to have a look. I mean, obviously, we compete in similar events in Australia, and we wanted to just knock this one off the bucket list. I guess that was what it was all about.
This isn't bucket list. You're coming back. You're going to make this every year, aren't you?
Well, with my wife listening. Yeah, but look, I tell you what, I want to say one thing. When we got here, we didn't realise we needed SFI nets, and there was a lady here that had her sewing machine and made the nets for us so that we could compete today. And I just want to thank her, Michelle, wherever you are. I'm sure you're out there. Thanks very much. This is what we loved about this. We couldn't believe it, the amount of help we got. Out there, we're running Mickey Thompson tyres. The BFG boys jumped around, when we needed help. They were happy to help. It was just, didn't matter. That's what this sport's all about, I think, and I think that's just fantastic.
I mean, it's just such a pleasure to have you guys here in the States, in this sport, running this race. Dave Cole came up here a moment ago and shook both your hands, and I mean, that's got to be a real kicker. You don't see Bill France from NASCAR doing that with the drivers on pit road very often, but yet Dave Cole's here with you guys.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
And I'm looking at Neil right now. Before the race started, was he like 25, 26 years old? Right?
Yeah, I'm a grandfather, so my brain's a bit fried at the moment. It's been rattling around in there all day, but we got to the end, and that's what we come here to do. The fact that we're in the top 20, that's just a bonus.
Was the trip worth it?
Oh shit, yeah.
I love the brutality of the language, and it's dead spot on. You know what? If you had a choice, don't even look at him. If you had a choice, you coming back next year?
Yeah, like this car's done. This is the 4th time it's done the Hammers, and it's finished every time. It's a credit to Jimmy's putting a car together like this. Yeah, if we can make it happen, we'll make it happen. Be a few tricky bits on the car, but yeah, if we can, we'll do it for sure.
Well, something tells me Dave's going to step in and probably make you guys twist your arm a little bit. But you know what? Congratulations. It's been one hell of a trip, I'm sure, to get here. One hell of a trip getting this thing ready, and one hell of a day behind the wheel. Nice job, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much.
And as much crap as we give you, it's bloody good to have some Aussies up here on stage. Well done, boys.
Bloody well. Did I do that pretty good? Bloody
if you're
bloody
from
well.
England, you did that really well.
And then earlier this week it was Jim Marsden. What was it? Power Hour. What about the ladies from the crew? Are you going to make them come back next year? Here's the secret. Either come a couple days earlier or stay a couple days later and make them take you into Hollywood, Rodeo Drive. Oh, you're going to do that? Oh.
Why do you try and make everyone broke that comes here?
Because my wife makes me do all that crap. I don't want to drag all the other guys into it.
I know. You were trying to break my wife and get her to go out shopping.
Yeah. There's like the world's biggest Coach store there, and
she likes shopping at 4 Wheel Parts and stuff like that.
Your wife?
Yeah.
Ugh. You're too lucky.
I know.
With my luck, my wife is probably watching.
How far out to 127? Because they weren't far behind them. 127? 127. Give me a second. Outer limits. So he's
So it looks like we've got the team from Malta on their second lap. They're calling the race. It's fantastic to see them out here, though, for the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Come all the way from the other side of the world to give it a crack.
Fitting, you'll introduce them. These guys are from Malta. Yeah. Neville Siantar. They didn't finish. Yeah. But they're here to talk about their day. Yep. I got a Naki from Spain right behind them. They didn't finish either. Okay. But give them their due. They came over here, came a long way to race. They raced their butts off.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Congratulations, Neville. Thanks for the invitation. Yes.
Now I've got to walk around. Do you guys want to? You want to jump on the mic, Dave?
These guys came all the way from Malta to race. How far is it, Neville?
A lot of miles.
Like 6,000, 7,000 miles from Malta in the middle of the Mediterranean to come race King of the Hammers. First time here. They race all over Europe with us, which is a different kind of racing. But they came here and gave it the best. They didn't finish the race, but they finished 2 laps. Right behind them is Inaki from Spain. So we got 2 of our European racers have come in. Neville?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. We're doing good, but unfortunately we broke a spindle. My son raced or ran 5 miles. He came back we fixed the car. It's too late to go because we didn't, we didn't pre-run the third lap, so we're afraid to go. Not afraid, it's too late.
So how are the conditions out there? How was your race day? Obviously you're not finishing, which is a shame, but you guys have come so far and you're willing to push so hard for a result. So how does this race compare to the Ultra 4 Europe stuff?
It's totally different because we don't have desert there, but similar in the rocks. We were going fast in the desert. We didn't make a small mistake. 5 hours ago, I think we were 5 miles back from here, so I think we were good. But that's racing.
So would you come back?
Yes, definitely.
It's something about racing around here. The fans, the family, everyone treats each other like one giant family. Everyone helps out. It's a shame that you guys didn't make it to the finish, but we're so proud that you guys have come this far and raced.
I really would like to thank all the Americans because I made a lot of friends this week. Everyone is helping us. I don't remember the names, but I'm sure they know who they are. Thanks.
Absolutely. Now a word with your co-driver. Lee, how are you, man?
Good. Tired.
The people at home, look over this way, smile, wave to your fans at home. I'm sure they're very, very happy to see you guys back here. How was it in the co-driver's seat? How often do you have to get out and winch today?
It was good. I think we winched a back door and one more time in Highway 19 or whatever it's called. We winched twice, and then like 9 miles off the end of the second lap, the front tire just flew off, and I just thought we loosened the tire, but it was the entire spindle. Walked back, got what I needed, went back, fixed it, and by the time we got here, it wasn't soon enough to continue the third lap. But I'm happy.
It's a shame, but we're very proud of you. You've come all the way from Malta to race the 2019 King of the Hammers, sponsored by Nitto and Optima batteries. Thank you, guys. Big round of applause for these guys.
Thanks.
Oh, good, man.
WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
We didn't just test the new Optima Yellow Top with Pure Flow technology, we tortured it. King of the Hammers is 181 battery-killing miles of relentless, unforgiving hellishness. It's one thing to call yourself the ultimate power source. It's another thing to prove it. The all-new Optima Yellow Top with pure flow technology with up to 3 times the battery life. Unsurpassed performance built to fit today's vehicles. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Back everybody to the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers presented by Optima Batteries. And Inoki, you guys have come from Spain. You're on your second lap. Unfortunately, you're not going to carry on, but fantastic to have you guys here all the way from the north of Spain. Big round of applause for these guys. Now, tell us a little bit about your day. How was the 2019 Nitto King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries?
Well, I will have to translate a little bit because he don't speak a lot of English, and me either, but I will try. They have a lot of problems with the front hub.
They broke a ball joint,
yeah.
Which then the knuckle came around and broke the axle shaft.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they pushed through. They got it fixed. They actually, well, I believe, hiked out to remote pit 1, got the parts, carried them back in, got it all tuned up, and went back out for lap 2.
That is a solid effort. That's what we love to see, the never die attitude in racing. So how far did you guys have to travel to get here?
I don't know, 10 hours in a plane, and then, yeah, very far.
Far is the easy answer? Okay, we could go with that. It's fantastic to have you guys up here on stage, and thank you for coming all the way from Spain to race. We hope you had a fantastic time out there. Is there anything else you would like to say?
¿Quieres decir algo?
You guys go and enjoy some rest. Thank you guys for coming all the way over.
Say something in Spanish to talk to your fans at home. Go ahead.
So we're going to have some Espanol for the fans at home.
Bueno, hola. Estamos encantados de estar aquí. Es un honor para nosotros haber venido a la King of the Hammers 2019. Ha sido un sueño cumplido. Desde que en Portugal Dave nos seleccionó como uno de los mejores equipos europeos, pues ahí empezó el sueño y empezamos a cumplirlo. Nos pusimos en contacto con Casey Curry. Tratamos y cerramos el trato para quedarnos con su coche, y bueno, luego esta gente maravillosa del equipo de Casey nos ha tratado, hemos estado como en casa. Justin, Tarkey, hemos estado en el hospitality, bueno, nos han tratado de lujo, y nada, pues ha sido un placer. Javier ha hecho como siempre un trabajo espectacular, es un copiloto de 10, no me puedo quejar para nada. Y bueno, todo mi equipazo que me han acompañado desde el norte de España: Roger Troguet, Ernest Bonet, Facundo Redondo del Valle, Joel Martínez y Kiku of the Hammers y Miquel Herrera. Así que gracias y espero veros pronto, me gustaría veros pronto. Gracias.
Hammertown, give these guys a massive round of applause. They've come all the way from Spain. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cool. Big round of applause for Chris May. He's our 18th finisher.
Chris May just makes his way up here. I'm not, Chris, as I look you at a distance while your guys are taking care of you, you know where you finished? Got an idea?
Oh, I don't know.
No clue.
We just finished. I'm happy.
Well, how about this? Did you think you'd come home with a top 20 finish?
Hey, that was the goal, top 25, so top 20, I'll take it.
As I'm looking at you and your co-driver, you guys look a little worse for the wear, but you know something? I kind of like your – damn, was he playing video games while you guys were out there? That's the setup and a half there.
Well, our iPad died earlier in the day. We got a battery pack from the pit, and it didn't last all the way to the finish. But the first person I got to thank is my wife and my daughter at home. I know they're at home watching. Both of them been sick, and this is a total team effort. And me and my wife and my daughter are a team, and my co-driver's wife and daughter, because he spends so much time at my dang house, you know, in the backyard working on this thing. And then my pit guys, I don't know if they're all here or not, but it was a lot of work. We had to change the axle shaft, and it wasn't easy. So this is a total team effort right here, and I'm super happy.
I'm hopeful. Hopefully your wife is watching. I'm quite sure she is, and I want her to know that I'm looking you right in the eyes. And there's such an emotion from actually both you guys when you brought the families up.
Well, this damn race kicks my ass, and. So I finally finished this year, and we've been so close, and I finished before, but this is we just worked our butt off on this car this off season, and it worked, and I can't thank my team enough. So, and my sponsors, look, Maxxis tires, I didn't change a single tire all day. Crawl off road, I mean, it takes a lot of money to do this. They helped me out there. Raceline wheels, Carolina Driveline, Barnes four-wheel drive in the Heims, Yukon gear and axle. And Griffin radiators, this thing ran cool all day long. So PRP seats, trail gear, axle housings. Yeah, we didn't have a single failure all day. So just we had one axle shaft failure, but that was probably my bad, top of resolution. And to the people that didn't stop and help me out, screw you, because Team Indiana stopped and they helped me over the ledge. So once we got over resolution, 3-wheel drive all the way to 2A, my crew changed the axle shaft, and that was awesome.
Well, obviously you're getting your sense of humor back. I'm looking at your co-driver. He was clean shaven this morning. You guys started the race, wasn't he?
Yeah. So Jason Dean. Yeah. It takes a lot to be a co-driver. I co-drive some, and I get sick as crap. I'm not a good co-driver, so it takes a lot of work to be a co-driver. And he was out of the car a lot. Sledgehammer. I mean, we did some winching today. Our goal was to finish, and yeah, backdoor, resolution when the axle broke. Dang, it was a lot of winching going on.
Well, unofficially it's 18th, so yeah, when I said top 20, still one hell of a race, one great way to spend a day with two buddies out here representing their families. Nice job, guys.
Thank you. And the Warren winch paid off. Amsoil and the King shocks were awesome. So,
you know what? I got one question for you for your co-driver. So lean back. All right, lean back. Bob, did he scare you at all out there today?
Not at all.
Wasn't going fast enough, or what? I don't know. Was it, you know?
He was going plenty fast enough. I think he scared himself a few times, but I was good.
Nice job, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank y'all. South Carolina, woo, yeah, Billy, Skinner back.
Just so you know, the celebration aspect of this whole thing, those guys from Australia kicked your ass in this. Those boys know how to celebrate.
Don't get them too excited. They won't fit back on the plane.
But they kept their car running. Gee. There's something about late finishers or night racing when the guys come in. It kind of opens up. We're not being censored a whole lot like you would be during the day. A little bit more free of the microphone, and the drivers can talk basically kind of what say what they want.
That's good. They let all the words out, but they always forget half the sponsors. So
yeah.
Resolution. His pit crew's helping fix the car that helped hold him up Resolution right now out at 2A.
Oh, we got kind of a cool story here. What was that again?
Yeah, so the same guys that helped him up Resolution earlier in the day, his pit crew from Indiana, they're out at 2A right now helping that same car that helped pull him up Resolution right now. So that's why the rest of his pit crew isn't here to celebrate with him. They're paying back what was already paid forward. So it's really cool seeing everybody help each other as a team.
that's what it's all about.
That's the kind of thing we've been talking about all day long, all week long, actually. How much? Yeah, exactly. We're going. Hopefully, we'll see those guys up here in about an hour or so.
That'd be good.
With the whole crew, the whole bunch from both teams.
Hey, bud. Did Andrew McLaughlin finish yet?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, 44.93.
93?
Yeah, 44.93. Been busy for a couple hours, so I don't know where everything's standing right now.
He's moving. Boy, I've never heard of this one. Where's her problem? Yeah, whatever. I'm looking at the marker and it says her problem.
Huh.
How about this? It's probably a mile or so before Wrecking Ball.
Before Wrecking
But
Ball?
he is moving.
Okay. That's about an hour. How did you go from our car's 127 and he's about to come into him? Gonna finish it.
So as I zoom in on the tracker, I see the next car to come into Hammertown is actually on lap number 2, and it's a 326 at Barry Smethurst. And the next car in line on the final lap, the 127 of Mitchell Thorpe. Well, here's the thing. I could be wrong. I don't know if there's another car. They're right on top of each other. But I think there's a very small hint of a pink ring around his number, which means he stopped. But it's showing that he is moving. So I don't know if he's passing somebody that has stopped or not. But he was just been passed by Brett Gigebauer in the 44.73, and he's probably no. It just refreshed. So Mitchell Thorpe just got back around Brett Gigebauer in the 44.73, and so Mitchell Thorpe is now probably looks like about a half mile or so in front of Brent Gigebauer as they're both working their way into Hammertown. So we're going to have 3 cars coming through here real quick. First one coming into Hammertown should be Barry Smethurst on lap number 2. And we got a nice little battle going on between Mitchell Thorpe and Brent Gigebauer right now. Both going, actually Brent's going a little bit quicker, about 10 miles an hour faster than Thorpe. But Thorpe has a spot as of right now. I'm actually refreshing just my laptop. I mean, we should be seeing the same thing.
Yeah, it's not moved for ages.
I just keep
over an hour out.
Yeah.
Because it's showing Mitch Thorpe back it out at our
Oh,
limits.
really? Yeah. Yeah, that laptop is inside the production truck.
It needs to be updated.
Can you refresh the tracker inside the truck there? That screen has not refreshed in an hour. Yeah, I think the PCRs were
Is it Brent Gigaburger that you keep trying to say? Brent Gigaburger?
Yeah.
Okay. You kept saying Gigabauer. I didn't know if that's what you meant to say.
Well, it's not Gigaburger, is it? It is?
Yeah, it's the 4-wheel parts car, right?
Yeah, I know who it is.
Gigaburger.
You know how long I've been calling him Gigabauer?
Oh, no.
Since like 2005.
He's one of my customers.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I've been calling Gigabauer Gigaburger?
Gigaburger.
Told you.
I heard it and I was like, I'm going to just help him out real quick.
Any chance, because that's not updated, you can tell me where 1, 2, 3 is down your road?
1, 2, 3?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 down your road.
Did he get to lap 2?
Hey?
Did he make it to lap 2?
He's on his 3rd lap.
Oh, is he? Awesome.
He come back in, but then he wasn't going to go back out, and then he stopped it.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Instead of pitting, he flew over the jump, and I heard him on my radio. He just went, "We're going full retard, and we're going for it." So.
You come all the way, you might as well.
Yeah. He said, "We're breaking it, we'll finish it." So.
He's just past Jackhammer. In fact, he's just coming out of Jackhammer. He's got a little bit to go yet.
Yeah, he'll be a way out.
No,
there.
he's moving, but barely.
He's rock crawling.
Yeah, he's crawling. So he's
Less than 1 mile an hour.
He's just getting ready to come out of Jackhammer.
1977. 1977.
We're gonna start charging for this, like $5 a drink. Pay for the pub up.
He's going about 40 miles an hour. He's on his way in, probably less than 20.
Nice.
4432. I think he's coming across the lake.
Hey, Bob. Good day? You made it around right? Huh? You made it around
He's
right?
clipping along pretty decent.
Jeep's done.
He's probably
So it's worse than losing the keys?
35, 40 minutes out.
About 4475.
Telling you, even $2 a call out, it's going to be rich by the end
I'll
of the
pay
night.
you $2.
How do you say his last name?
Ab.
It is Ab?
Yes.
What hurts my abs?
Edwin Ab.
I've always seen that one. I'm like, is that an abbreviation or something?
We always make fun of him. He's always say, buy a vowel. Want to buy a vowel?
He's moving. He's in the rocks. He's let's see. He's just past mile marker 119. Devil Slide. Just before Devil Slide.
Just before Devil Slide. All right, thank you.
One more. 802.
802. Is that thing? Is that, oh. It has updated. That's what I mean. It says here he stopped, and he's past outer limits. I don't know if he's. Huh?
How far from 2A is he?
2A. Let's see what 2A is at. 3 miles maybe?
About 3 miles up the
Yeah.
trail.
So he looks like he's. It looks like he's like right in the middle of outer limits.
Is that the second trail or the first trail going in?
Looks like the first one.
First one?
First one.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's the white ring.
Now, Scott, that pile of Nitto tyres has been sitting there all week. I think we said earlier in the week that we could get some tyres to try and scrounge up some rims and see if we can find a race car.
Good luck with that.
Yeah? We
Good
can
luck.
make our own pit crew challenge.
Scott Douglas and his boys are up here from Amsoil for the final episode here this week of Amsoil After Dark. Is Miss Tiffany Stone still here? Yeah? Otherwise, it's you.
I got to go for a ride with Scott today.
I don't know.
Scott and
She's
Kevin.
got much nicer legs. Yeah, no. Just stop right there.
Scott and Kevin from Amsoil took us out so I could get some shots today. It's fantastic, so thank you.
Really?
Yeah.
He never once offered me anything, not even a cookie. And he takes
didn't-
you out in the...
He didn't offer. I got told, get in and hold on.
He doesn't even give me a cookie then with all that, you know. No, I don't want a cookie. I want another pair of socks is what I want. Does Amsoil have socks? I'll take a couple pair of them.
What do you need?
Socks.
Socks.
Those things that go inside your shoes to keep your feet a little bit warmer.
Oh, socks.
Socks.
Not socks.
When are you leaving? When are you going back to New Zealand?
Not soon enough.
Gotta love my cheap Walmart reading glasses. I hear engine noise. So it looks like Sam Collins is on his way in. Mitchell Thorpe is right there in front of him. And Brent Gigabar. You know, where did my guy go? Should be Brent Gigabar coming in right now into Hammertown.